that is somehow below the surface, which is causing this thing to take place, right?
Yeah.
Well, we'll make up a name for it. You pick the name.
It's unicorns.
Okay, so unicorns.
Read that in the chat, you copper. You want to cheat.
So our hypothesis is that we've got these unicorns, whatever these may be, that are underneath the water that are causing this agitation that we see that looks like little bubbles. Now, what would be the first thing we would do to test this hypothesis?
I would try and see if we can find these by ourselves. I'd try and observe one of these little unicorns.
Right. So we never experience these unicorns. We don't see them. We have no viable reason whatsoever to believe that, one, these unicorns even exist, and two, that we would have the ability to find them, and three, that maybe if they got in the water that they would cause this effect.
Rule that hypothesis out. It's not true. We cannot observe it.
Right. We haven't observed it. But if we have no other viable hypothesis, can we just claim that since that's our best hypothesis, that it must be true? Nobody else has come up with another one. You can't think of another one. Nobody has done any experiment with water to figure out what may cause it to do the thing that we're seeing off in the distance. But we have this postulation that it's unicorns. And then everybody starts to catch on to our story. We start talking around town. Yeah, you know, that water off in the distance that we can't get to, but we see it and it boils. Yeah, it's these unicorns. Really? No, yeah. And then we start coming up with more stories about the unicorns, the color of their fur, how they can breathe underwater, all kinds of different things, right? Now, if we tell these stories, we tell these stories long enough and nobody ever actually touches the water, goes to the water, tries to do any experimentation whatsoever regarding the water, does that make our theory, because it's the only one that we have, a viable theory?
It's the right hypothesis. Well, I mean, it's the wrong opinion, but
we haven't proven it.
It's wrong hypothesis,
right? Because we haven't done an experiment. That's the whole point. We need to do an experiment in order to come up with a viable hypothesis, right?
Or you could observe these unicorns.
So let me ask you a question. When it comes to what you believe in, the heliocentric model, globe Earth, all of this stuff, has any of it been scienced? Is any of it even a question of science? So it's been observed.
It's been observed.
Right. So what in particular has been observed?
Curvature.
Curvature's been observed. Where is this taking place?
What do you mean? I don't understand.
Where and who has seen curvature?
Every person I can't remember the exact place. You know, every person that's ever seen an image or a video from above.
Every person that's watched TV.
Okay. So we got
every person that's seen an image or a video. Well, if you photograph one of these unicorns, you would have proven the unicorns there, and you know.
Right. So you're under the impression. So you're under the impression that we have a photograph of Earth from space.
Seems quite likely to me.
Seems quite likely, but the funny thing is, it's 2022, and we still don't have one. Why is that?
I'm back.
Did you hear me? It's 2022, and we still don't have a photograph of the Earth from space. Why is that?
I don't believe you.
Can you provide one to me, or have you seen one? Could you Could you give me an idea of an image?
Blue marble.
All right. Blue marble 2.0. That's a picture of Earth from space. I'm sorry, what was that?
I believe so.
You believe so? Do you know so, or do you believe so?
Doesn't seem very. It seems quite credible.
Seems quite credible. Okay. Well, what if I told you if you go to the NASA website, you can find a data visualizer named Robert Simmons, who has also been interviewed on a radio show talking about how he created the blue marble image. So what he did is he took strips of high altitude pictures and took that flat map, wrapped it around a ball in Photoshop, and then started coloring it in. He put in the clouds. He talks about how he made the colorations within the oceans, how he made it a little bit more green in areas that they had sensors that sensed more phytoplankton in the sea. He decided to use that data to color those parts a little more green, right? So the interviewer even asks him, so there's artistry to making the Earth. And one quote that Robert Simmons has is that he says, it's Photoshop because it has to be.
I'm reading this.
Did you find Robert Simmons on the NASA website? You can read it all.
Yeah.
I'm not reading.
Yeah, while you're reading that, so you might say, oh, okay, that's not a photo. But the Himawari 8, that's a photo. And that came
no
after
idea what
Blue
that is.
Marble. And it's
What
a
is that?
satellite. Right? So in the modern day, they put up a satellite called Himawari 8, so they say, with the intention of taking photographs, right? Because they realize nobody's buying their other fake nonsense that's not a real photograph. So lo and behold, people believe that the Himawari 8 is taking a photograph of the Earth every 10 minutes. Come to find out, the Himawari 8 is just overlaying the blue marble data set that Simmons created with NOAA data, which is weather data. So it's a simulation. It's not a photograph. So again, like my friend said, where's this alleged photograph that everyone has seen?
It says here that in 1972, during Apollo 17, that was the last time someone took a photograph from above low Earth orbit.
1972. That's the only alleged photograph.
From what this is saying, whenever this interview was out, 2004.
So it's 2022, and the only photograph that's ever been taken of the Earth from space is from 1972. Do you believe that?
From low Earth orbit. According, so it's just the entire hemisphere.
It's from they were going to the moon, they claim, and that's when they claim to have taken the picture. But NASA admits today that they cannot cross through the Van Allen radiation belt. They would kill anyone who would try. So they cannot send people beyond low Earth orbit or to the moon.
What? So apparently,
so that's why they couldn't have taken that picture. And even if you watch the documentary, a funny thing happened on the way to the moon. The tapes from when they were faking that actually showed more and were leaked and found and were shown in that documentary. So you can see exactly how they faked that picture as well.
Right. So what we're telling you here, my friend, is that the only photograph that everybody's seen is scandalous at best, unvalidatable at worst. So again, where's this supposed photograph that everyone has seen?
According to what you said, There isn't one.
Oh, there you go. That's the answer.
Well, I find it hard to believe, which I'm sure is quite normal. Wait,
So you think it's rational to believe that the only legitimate photograph happened at the beginning of space exploration, and since then, not one has been duplicated by an advanced system. You think that's easier to believe than just to believe that they can't take a picture because they can't get far enough away to take a picture? Just like our other friend just told you, they admit that they're planning missions to go past low Earth orbit, past the Van Allen belts. It makes it sound like, wait a minute, didn't you already go past the Van Allen belts? I mean, if you're a wise person, my friend, and you think self-reflectively, all that sounds pretty scandalous, don't you think?
well, I don't think we've really have people really been past low Earth orbit since the end of Apollo. No, not really.
No, they never
Because
went past it. They never went past it, my friend. That's the
Yes,
point.
yes.
allegedly,
What he's trying
according to
what he's
NASA.
trying to say, is in the Orion project. That's NASA. They admit themselves, just like he said, that until they fix this problem of going past the Van Allen belts, they cannot go past low Earth orbit. We're using the globe experts, NASA. They're telling you the truth. They can't go past. That means they never went in 1969 to 72 ever. They never went.
What? So they said they went, but then they said, for some reason, I don't think they do that.
Yeah, they said they went a long time ago, and then they realized, oh, the radiation would actually be completely lethal and can kill anyone who actually tries. So that's why anyone now cannot go. And for the last few decades, no one has been allowed to go because it's deadly. You can't go. It'll kill you. We don't have any shielding that'll protect us, so we can't go. That's their excuse right now.
All right, fair. However, the pace is getting too frenetic. Okay? People are interrupting each other, and that's causing people to create a fog of war in their mind that they have to talk faster, and it's just going to escalate. So I'll take a moment and breathe, and then continue.
So laundry.
Yes.
Is this new information to you that the Blue Marble 2.0 is not an actual picture, right? The only claimed pictures from 72. And there's certainly some issues around whether any of those missions did or did not take place, certainly because NASA's excuse of not going back is they're trying to figure out a way to get the proper shielding and protection against the radiation so people don't die going past low Earth orbit, right? So you said something not too long ago where you said something along the lines of this information was hard to believe, right? It's hard to believe that maybe what you thought were real pictures actually aren't. Are you just kind of trying to process that? Are you coming into the realization that maybe what you thought you believed before was proof is not
enough on
actually?
it. It says here that the last photo taken from above low Earth orbit was the pale blue dot, right? Taken in 1990, which
Voyager?
would make more sense. Yeah.
So Voyager,
which isn't a manned spacecraft. So that makes a lot of sense.
No, it's an alleged space probe, which, if you believe it or not, is still up until, I don't know, when was the last transmission we allegedly got from Voyager? Within the past 5 years, I think. We're still allegedly receiving photographs from this alleged space probe that was sent into orbit.
I don't think we're receiving photographs, and I think we have since the ones. But
maybe it's Voyager 2 that's still providing images.
the last photo from Voyager was 1990, pale blue dot.
Okay.
Voyager
So
2.
take a look
Was...
at the dot. What does that tell you?
What's that?
Does that give you any indication as to what you're even looking at in that picture? Have you seen the pale blue dot?
I don't think the quality of the image is very, you know, I don't think it's like why does the quality of the image matter? Do you know what I mean?
No, like if I handed you a photo that looks similar to that, right? If not the exact same photo, and I drew a little arrow on it to one of the more lit places within that image, and I said, this is Alpha Centauri. Would you just automatically believe that? If I drew the same arrow to the same pale blue dot and I said, this is Alpha Centauri, how would you know or verify, or what would give you any indication, even looking at that photograph, that that's Earth?
Well, I wouldn't see a reason for you to say that it's Alpha Centauri. And surely if you did, you would try and make it a bit more believable by maybe putting some sparkles or something around it. Yeah?
I don't know if sparkles would make it more believable. It actually would make it look more fake. But either way, man, looking at this pale blue dot image, does that make you think that that's where you live? That that's a picture of where you live?
Yeah, I don't see why they wouldn't.
So what on Earth itself, aside from you believing pictures that are shown to you, which we've already proven, the main one you thought was proof of where you live and the shape of where you live, was a utter fabrication. So what on Earth here, the ground that you and I are both currently standing on, indicates that you live on a globe?
Because that has no reason. Like what? So, wait a minute. Say that again. Sorry, really, I'm tired.
Yeah. So what here on Earth gives you any indication, you personally, any feeling, any observation, or anything that you see in your daily life looking around you would give you any indication that you live on a ball?
Well,
that's spinning.
Nothing, but it's the same for the other way around. There's nothing that gives me an indication that it's flat as well, because it's quite hard to observe that.
Sure, I mean, I observe it all the time. I live near water, right? So I see very far. Looks very flat. When I go over, across this very large bridge in my area that's tall enough for cruise ships to get underneath it, and I look around, everything that I see around me indicates flatness. No indication of curvature at all whatsoever.
But can you see those ships forever? Like, can you see them go forever?
Forever? Do you think you can see forever?
Well, I'm sure the higher up you are, the further you can see.
Okay, so if I had a penny in my hand and I was standing on that ship, would you be able to see the penny?
Ships are quite large, and you can
How far away do you be able to? How far away do you think you'd be able to see a penny?
Oh, I don't know. About,
according to you, forever, right? Forever.
What?
If I just went straight up in the air, would you be able to see a penny that I was holding in my hand as I continued to increase in elevation forever?
If I had a telescope large that could magnify it a significant amount.
Okay, so let's even say that the moon is as far away as they claim. Could you see a penny on the moon?
If I had a significant enough telescope, probably.
There's not telescope good enough in the world to be able to see that?
What? Well, yeah, obviously.
So when the ships go off in the horizon, you don't have a telescope. You have your human eyes. With your human eyes, would you be able to see a penny on the moon?
Well, no.
Right, because you can't see forever.
It's different,
right?
Perspective.
You
things
understand that
things shrink.
Things get smaller with size. Yeah, things shrink as they get further away.
There's a difference between a ship dipping under the horizon and something shrinking.
Yeah, can you explain to me the difference?
You can see the ship get lower, and if you go up, you see the ship again. If the penny was at the same distance, if the penny, that it doesn't matter how high in elevation you are, you'd still not be able to see the penny.
So as the ship moves away on the sea, wouldn't you expect it to get lower because it's getting smaller as it moves further away? Or would why wouldn't that be your expectation?
What? Sorry.
Why wouldn't
the
that
ship
be
is
your
getting smaller, but not a significant enough distance. It's not a significant enough distance for it to be any. I don't get what you're asking here. Sorry, it's quite late.
Okay.
Well, you say these ships go over the horizon, right?
Yes. Yes.
So ships get further away, they get smaller and harder to see. But there's also a ton of different things that take place in the atmosphere.
Yeah, so I have a question. Because he's saying if things get lower in your field of view, I guess the insinuation is that they're going over a curve. So I'm in my house and my ceiling is getting lower. Is it going over a curve?
What do you mean?
Well, I'm looking at my house, and for some strange reason I just can't understand, rather than my ceiling being straight, it seems to be angled down in my field of view, as if it's going downwards. So I can't fathom it. I guess my house is built on a curve.
It could be. I don't understand the question. Like, is the
yes, that's the point, my friend. The statement's incoherent. I know that my ceiling is straight and flat because I can measure the entire thing. So I know that the effect of it going down is not because of anything physical. It's all to do with optics. So why would you just jump to the assumption that if I can't see something or if something is appearing to go down, that it must be because of a curved Earth?
But don't you? I mean, I've never seen my ceiling curve, so I don't
Right, but you have seen your ceiling recede in your field of view on the y-axis. Yes or no?
Can you word that a bit more?
Let me give you a visual here that
visual.
Yeah, let me give you a visual you might comprehend. So let's say you ever been to a hotel.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Okay. So imagine a hotel with a very long hallway, right? We know it's flat, straight, because they don't build buildings that aren't straight, right? So we're looking down this long hallway and there's lights on the ceiling.
Yep.
When you look down that hallway, does the floor appear to ramp up towards your eye level, and does the ceiling appear to ramp downwards towards your eye level as it gets further away?
Yeah, to a point.
Yeah. So in reality, is that ceiling that's above you physically going downward, or is it just a matter of your perception due to perspective?
No, but I don't think that's a large enough scale to see. Like the hallway would have to be quite long, wouldn't it?
Wouldn't even have to be that long. I mean, that's what you see.
To be able to see it. Well, yes, because
have you ever been in a hallway where you don't see the ceiling appear to come towards your center view and the floor appear to go up towards your center view? That's how you view everything. Always. It's perspective.
Well, I don't think there'd be a hallway long enough to show it not. You know what I mean? Like, unless the hallway is like, you know, so if you had a hallway that was from where you are standing to the ship, that could be really far. I don't know how far ships are bend across the horizon. I'm not sure about that.
Dude, if you had a hallway, so let's talk about that. If you had a hallway, if you look at the live stream voice text, you'll see an image of a hallway that's running as a GIF, and you'll see the effect in question. Okay, so if you had a hallway, the length all the way out to a ship where a ship starts to disappear, you know, which is roughly 3 miles, 3 to 4 for a 6 foot tall observer if he was on the shoreline. If you were looking down that hallway, right, after a short while, the rest of the hallway would be unresolvable. And all you just see is everything converging to a point, and you'd be impossible to see the rest of the hallway.
I agree with that. But
right.
ship...
So if you then remove the hallway, does the same angles of light not apply anymore?
The ship isn't the same as a hallway because
why not?
The ship is a point, if you know what I mean.
Right. So remember what I just said.
You know what I mean.
Remember what I just said. The angles of propagation within the hallway, and the angles that they enter your eye or the optic, right, are at too small of an angle to be resolvable on the hallway, which is approximately the same height as a person, right? And all of the information from the end of the hallway recedes into a point. So if you then remove the hallway, would not the same thing be happening to the portion of the ship that occupies the same space as the hallway, being approximately 7 to 8 feet tall, standard hallway? So at you know,
isn't a ship bigger?
3 miles. I'm talking about the portion that represents the same scale as the hallway, like I just said. 6 to 8 feet.
But how am I supposed to see that point from a ship that's far away? I wouldn't be able to see that.
You got it. So what you would see by what you just admitted is you wouldn't see the portion of the ship that represents the same scale as the hallway, but you would see the portion of the ship that is much bigger, being the top. So by your own admission, you generally conceded that the bottom of the ship would disappear due to the laws of perspective alone.
The point of the ship that faces, you know what I mean? Like the point of the ship that is level with me.
Right, that part's going to disappear.
Obviously,
first.
Obviously, the whole length of the ship isn't the same size as
but
the whole.
Think about this. Think about this. The ground.
Hold on, stop there real quick, because he's saying something that most Globers don't get, and that it's worth noting. Okay, the whole ship represents a certain angular size, but each portion of the ship represents a different angular size, and the smaller portion at the bottom of the ship subtends a different angle than the whole ship. And due to the law of triangles, that angle is going to be smaller. And since we see in angles, once the angle gets too small, we won't be able to resolve the bottom of the ship while still being able to resolve the top. Thank you for being one of the first people to get that without having to go for 2 hours. All right, I yield the floor.
Yeah, that was a really good point. Just think about it for a minute. If the floor all the way up to the vanishing point, and at the vanishing point, that's where you can't discern the floor anymore. Of course, his feet or the bottom of the ship at that point cannot also be discerned when it's connected to that point on the floor. Do you get that?
Oh, wait, so you're trying to say that it's like a plane? Like, I don't know if so every part, so every part is the. Sorry, I'm a bit, you know. Like, I understand what you mean, but every part of the ship. Sorry about this. Can you just
Yeah. So
say it?
think of it way. If you had a smaller ship, like a dinghy, just a little boat,
Mhm.
that was tied to the side of that ship as it goes away so that you can see it. And you see this little ship. Now, if you removed the big ship, you understand that that smaller ship is going to visually disappear at a shorter distance than that large ship because it's a smaller object, right?
Got less height.
Yes, less height. So you would expect the little dinghy to disappear before the large ship, solely just based off of its height, right? Because you understand perspective works. The angle is going to be too small for you to resolve that small ship first. Now imagine tying that dinghy to the large ship and sending it out. It would stand to reason that that small ship is still going to be unresolvable at the same distance, regardless of whether it's tied to the ship or not tied to the ship, right?
Agreed.
So as that little dinghy disappears because we can no longer see it due to angular resolution limits of our eye, it's tied to the ship. Wouldn't it stand to reason that the whole entire portion of the ship that is that height would also be unresolvable?
Yes, because in my opinion, it's gone under the horizon, but I understand what you said.
Okay, perfect. So your claim would then be that the only reason that things disappear from view is because they're being physically obstructed by Earth curve. Would you agree with that?
Yes, on long enough distances.
Okay, perfect. So now I do this on the regular. I go to my little lake, 333 meters across from the observation point to the observation, which is a yellow floaty boaty on the other side. Okay. Now you put that into the mass of the alleged curvature of the Earth, and you will find that the heights that I observed at, there is no way that the Earth curve, if it existed at all, could be precluding that boat in totality. Okay, so this means that it's not geometrically possible for the curve of the Earth to obstruct that boat. Yet, okay, 9 out of 10 times I go, pretty much consistently, the entire yellow boat disappears. So, my friend, what is causing that to happen?
Sorry, so it's 333 meters, right?
Mhm.
How big is the boat?
About
How
half a
tall
meter,
is the boat?
1.5 feet. About 1.5 feet tall.
Okay, well, let me do some maths. So how many? Sorry about this.
Just doing the math up the
Sorry
top
about
of my
this.
head, AI. No portion of that boat should be hidden. And if it is a portion, it's such a small portion that you wouldn't be able to notice based on the Earth curve calculator. Because that's what, about a quarter mile?
Right.
It's 1.2 miles. No, sorry,
No.
0.2 miles.
Quarter of a mile.
Yeah, 0.2 miles. Sorry. Right, so
So
then
do
that
you know
would be
do you know what the alleged
8
drop
mile.
over 8 inches per mile squared, right?
Yeah.
Right. So
Yeah,
that would be
so-
at the surface.
So then
would
it would
be-
be like 1.6.
1.6 what inches? Would be
probably,
the
yeah.
alleged hidden height due to the curvature of the Earth, allegedly.
Mhm.
So when AI said he goes out, and 9 times out of 10, the whole entire boat disappears. Why? Is that Earth curvature? Do we have a tiny Earth? Smaller Earth?
That'd be funny. Probably not.
I'm so glad you
Yeah,
said
there's no reason.
Right. So
There's
then
no
what
reason.
must be the reason? Okay. So it looks like it's happening. So what must be the reason?
The only other hypothesis you've given is that whole stuff about vanishing points.
Well, let's just be more broad, just for fairness sake. Okay. It's not because of geometry. It's because of an optical effect of some kind, whatever that might be. It's no longer in the category of geometry. It's in the category of optics, correct?
Yes.
Exactly. So now that we've agreed that the bottom of things can be missing, or an entire object itself can be obstructed without the necessity of Earth curvature in the way, we can now make progress.
Oh, sorry, I'm sorry, it's really late here.
Now,
I'm
I
sorry,
want you to realize that that's a necessary concession that you made because it's obvious, because it's observable, that it is not true that the only way for things to disappear from the bottom is because of Earth curvature. So that's a false statement.
You've proven that to me.
Yeah, I just did, and you conceded. So if you retract now, it just means, right, yeah, you're fair, exactly. Now, you might argue that those effects are this or those effects are that, but we know for certain that it falls in the category of optical effects. So now, since we can't do this for real right now, we're going to do this in our minds, right?
Okay.
And mental experiment, okay? So, well, first let's preface this. Do you know that the optical device, whether it be biological or synthetic, has a limit to it, known as the angular resolution limit? Everything that has an angular field of view has this limit. It's just that simple. It's a hard physical limit, known as the Rayleigh criterion.
Heard of it.
Yeah, it's known as the Rayleigh
definitely heard of it
criterion.
before, but like,
So for the human eye, it's approximately 0.02 degrees. Okay, what that means is that any light from the source that enters below that limit will be interfered with by any other light that enters within that angle. And therefore, there will be no resolvable information, and it can at best be only rendered as essentially, for lack of a better term, 1 pixel value.
isn't
So
that
you imagine,
resolution?
yeah, 1 pixel value, meaning 1 element, right? 1 element of the total picture that you're seeing.
But
so in that area,
everything have different
in that
resolution.
angular area.
Sorry.
No. This is angular resolution, not pixel density. So for example, if you only had 4 pixels in your sensor, right?
Mm-hmm.
If you literally had only 4 pixels in your sensor, you could never render something that requires 10 pixels to render, correct? It would look like blurry nonsense, would it not?
Yeah.
Exactly. So now you fully understand the principle. So if you imagine a man standing on a line looking out, right? And these radials, right, of angles emanating from his eyeball, you can imagine the 0.02 degree triangle coming out from his eye and going out along the horizontal line in front of him until it intersects the horizontal line. And so you have a triangle, right? And I want you in your mind to color that triangle red. Now, everything that enters that triangle must, of a necessity, render as 1 color value in the final image, which we've already agreed. It just so happens that if you take the time right now to map this out, it pretty much coincides with where the alleged horizon is for a 6-foot tall observer. The triangle hits the horizontal line approximately at the same distance. Very coincidental, don't you think? So principally, we know this to be true. So for example, let's say that you're standing over water and then you have a brick, but it's not a solid brick, it's a floaty brick. And let's just make it red because red is very bright, easy to tell apart from blue. So if you take said brick, and we've already established that this water is horizontal, okay, it's not curving in any way, it's perfectly horizontal. That's the premise. You might even imagine that it's a floor, painted blue rather than water, make it easier. So you take said red brick, put it on the floor, and you have your friend start to walk away from you. Now, as he keeps walking away from you, something interesting is going to happen. Eventually, you will not be able to see the color red anymore, because the red and the blue simultaneously will occupy less than 0.02 degrees. And as they approach that towards 0 degrees, the blue and the red will meld together into purple. And then it will meld together to where you only see the air and the blue floor. And you can't even tell the purple anymore. Now,
That makes sense.
let's just say, for example, that you call your friend and say, okay, I can't really see the red thing anymore. So you can stop pulling. And your friend goes, okay. And he stops pulling. Now what your friend does is he calls his other friend, who brings over a truck full of red bricks. And he starts stacking the bricks on top of the previous brick that you can't see. He stacks 1. You start to see a very faint purple. He stacks 2. The purple intensifies. He stacks 3. You start to scratch your head and say, I'm starting to see red. He stacks 4. Now you see some more red. He stacks 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. And now you see a line of red. But when your eyes trace down this line, as they get closer and closer to the floor, eventually you cannot see the bottom of the stack. It has become unresolvable. It has disappeared. Rest assured it is there, and it is the bottom portion of the stack. But the stack in total has disappeared from the bottom, has it not?
I like that. I do like that, you know. I
Now,
really do
this
like
is a
that.
necessary, yeah, you're right. And this is a necessary consequence of the way our eyes work. And and all optics with an angular field of view, by the way. In order to see without perspective, truly, you need to have a lens the exact size with all available propagation angles to a parallel rate to the target source from the object. So if you want to observe a 100-meter building, you need a 100-meter lens, not an angular lens, but a straight lens that only allows the light to pass collimated, parallel, and horizontal to the sensor. So you need a 100-story tall sensor and a 100-story tall collimated lens. Okay, these types of optics don't exist. So every observation that we make is through an angular field of view with these limitations, in which we already have said that because of optical phenomenon, the bottoms of things can disappear. And that's just the facts. All right, so with that, I rest my case on that, unless you have any questions specifically.
Why would you need a 100-meter lens to see a 100-meter thing?
You need a 100-meter lens to see a 100-meter tall building without the effective perspective, and it needs to be a collimated lens where the sensor exists parallel to the light coming from the object.
Like a mirror.
So if you don't have such a lens and you use normal lenses like your eyes, you'd be standing on the ground, right? And the angles of propagation from the top of the building would be at a downward angle towards you, forcing all of the light from the propagation angles to enter it at essentially inverse angles after they pass the lens. And that's what creates the effect of perspective. Is that you see an
Imagine
angle.
like a mirror. Oh, this is right.
What's
I'm
that?
imagining like a mirror, right? Okay. And this mirror is the same height as something. Yeah, right? So it's like a mirror, if you know what I mean. It would work like a mirror.
Yeah, well, the problem is that mirrors suffer from a perspective as well. If you stand in front of a mirror and start to walk away from it, does the image that appears to be you not shrink in size? Of course it does.
Yeah, because that's your eyes. It's not the mirror.
Right, because your eyes are getting the angled light, not the straight light, not the direct one-for-one parallel reflection that's going back in on itself. Now you get it.
There's also another way to show it. The ancient Greeks, of course, didn't have any fantastic telescopes or anything. They just looked at the horizon with their eyes, and they drew on a piece of paper and used orthographic view to assume that the horizon was Earth curve. So in orthographic view, things don't get smaller with distance. So the mountain is just as tall angularly in their idea, in their math, but that's not how it is in reality. It's actually tiny in reality. And so when they compare these pictures from reality to their math or orthographic side view, which they got from the Greeks, they're actually just taking perspective and turning it into Earth curve and assuming that the horizon is this start of this Earth curve. But there's no evidence to actually substantiate that.
So with telescopes, you have a more resolute lens, not lens. You know what I mean?
Yeah, with a bigger aperture, you can see further, like in the Black Swan images and other such things. That's why we use telescopes, to see further. And then if you use a very small aperture, like we did with the pond tests and other stuff, such things, we can see that the horizon appears much closer and things disappear over what should be a flat surface. According to the globe mechanics, these bodies of water should not have enough convexity to hide these objects, but it does happen on the smaller aperture cameras. But on the bigger cameras, you can actually see the boat still. So it is optical. There's no Earth curve here.
What's Black Swan? I know what a Black Swan is, but what is Black Swan experiment?
A Black Swan is not an experiment. It's a reference to the Karl Popper's Falsification, and he has a story that goes with it. You can say that all swans are white, and people can just accept that. But if you find a black swan, you know that all swans are white is just wrong. There are black swans. So that's what we find. We find black swans that show that all swans are not white. And so the black swan image is just what this image was called. It's two oil rigs taken. A snapshot taken from a video where he lowers the camera 1 foot off the surface of the water. So the horizon should be only 1.22 miles away on the globe, but we can see the horizon way past the second oil rig. So that's over 10 miles. The size of that globe is completely unsustainable, so it just doesn't work.
Black Swan.
Excellently
so
well said, Grace. Go ahead.
So it's basically just a proof, a contradiction. That
Yeah,
makes sense. I like that.
we're comparing the claimed globe geometry to reality, and it doesn't hold up. But you can go check it out. You don't have to just believe anybody here. You really should go out and see if you can test some of this stuff on your own. If you have a body of water nearby that's like 5 miles big, maybe bigger, That's a good start.
Uh-huh.
Next time you go on vacation to the beach or something, take an Earth curve calculator with you. See if you can do some long distance observations. This is the kind of stuff you don't want to just leave this Discord and be like, well, these guys on Discord told me it was flat. Like, you want to go out and check for yourself. So, there's plenty of resources for you to be able to go out and do that. And if you need help, we're here.
Okay, so let's establish where we've come from so far. We've conceded that the concept that the Earth curve is the only reason why things disappear from the bottom up is false. Right? Now we've been presented with the Black Swan, which is a premise, right? In a sense. That premise is that if you can disprove a certain proposition by providing one counterexample, that negates the proposition and the proposition isn't true. So the proposition in the idea that we already agreed to isn't true is that the horizon is a hump of Earth curvature between point A and B that's blocking the bottoms of things. Now, we've already agreed together that that's not the case. Now, let's talk about the Black Swan. In the Black Swan photo, the horizon, as you can clearly see by looking at the photo, is beyond the oil rigs, right? The oil rigs are at 9 miles, respectively, between the other one and the other one. There's approximately 9 to 10 miles from the shore. This means that the horizon is greater than 10 miles. We only know this because we see the boats. Sorry, not the boats, the oil rigs. So we know the horizon is beyond 10 miles. And as he said before, it must be, if the Earth is a globe and if the horizon is a geometric hump of Earth water, right, that's curving and getting in the way. From the observation height that the man observed this, it should have been at 1.225 miles. It's not at 1.225 miles. So the necessary conclusion is that the horizon that you see is an optical phenomenon, not a geometric edge of Earth hump curved water. Now, in summation of all of this that we've already discussed and you conceded to, okay, is that there is no hump of Earth curved water blocking the bottoms of things. Now you might say, okay, that's compelling. How would I know for sure? Well, the correct answer is to directly measure the water. So far, we've been talking about optical defects, right? So let's measure the water. How are we going to do it? We can't use a string because of the catenary curve problem, right? Which is a physics problem. Just take my word for it. Can't use a string.
Okay.
Can't use a solid piece of steel for similar reasons. So the most efficient means to get something at that range, that we need a sufficient sample size, right? So what's a sufficient sample size? Let's say 25 miles. That sounds pretty good, don't you think?
25 miles, you'd see, doing the maths. 25 times 8, 200 inches, which is what? I don't know what that is in feet.
25 miles, it would not be 200 inches.
Wait, what? So wouldn't it be 25, then 8 inches per mile, times it by 8?
It's squared.
Oh, there we go. So would it be
If you were doing it your way, it'd be a slope,
times...
not a curve.
Oh, yeah, that makes sense. Sorry. Right, so 5 times... What is it again? What is it? 5 times 8?
It's 20.
40.
No, 25. 25 times 25 times 8.
Right,
Inches.
so
That'll give you inches.
sure.
5,000
And that's
and
going to
divide
give
that by
you, right, that's going to give you the drop.
416 feet.
Right, so that's 416 feet drop.
That doesn't seem very believable to me. I'm gonna be honest.
Really?
Yeah.
Why not?
I don't know. I don't think you can see 400 feet of drop between 25 miles. That's like
I mean, that's the math of the ball.
significant. That's very significant.
Yeah, it's very
You know what I mean?
significant. So we have
yeah,
something that's 400 feet, right? 400
I
feet.
can live with like 400 inches, but I can't live with 400 feet.
Well,
that's
too bad,
like,
because that's the measurements of the ball that they told you exists.
Yeah.
Okay, so
So
I'm going to walk you through it. So this is how it goes. You got 400 feet. It's actually worse than that, but we'll just use 400 for sake of argument. It's easy to divide. So what they did is they went, set up what's known as a laser transit measurement. Laser transit is basically a really long level, right? Because obviously you don't have a 25-mile long level. So you level the laser on the one side of the land, you shoot it over 25 miles of water, and you have a target, right? You set up the laser at 6 feet off the ground. You set up the target at 6 feet off the ground. Right?
It's can't a laser be refracted and stuff though.
Ding, ding, ding. He said it. He said the word.
Oh, what? Hey, shh. Calm down.
Oh
Okay.
no.
We're not getting frenetic here. Yes. The correct answer is lasers can deviate due to refraction. Okay. So I want to ask you this before we start. You already have heard this is a 400-foot differential, right, between the drop.
Mhm.
Now,
Yeah.
we're going to measure this. We're going to measure this to see if that drop is there by setting up a laser transit level. Now, I'm going to continue with how this works, okay? So we'll set a baseline for how this thing's supposed to function. So in construction, let's say you have a foundation, so you have a piece of land. You set up the laser on one side, you set up the storyboard on the other, which is what the laser hits, and it tells you the differential between a level laser and the ground. So for example, if I set up my laser at 4 feet tall and the storyboard says 6 feet, right? Then that means I have to add some dirt to level the ground, right? And transversely, if it says in the other direction, I have to take some dirt away. So what this tells me is over my foundation that I'm trying to lay, whether or not I'm laying it flat. Because I can go with that storyboard and get 4 feet here, 4 feet here, 4 feet here, 4.5. Uh-oh, I got to change something. Right?
Yep.
Now, of course, there's tolerances, right? So when, for a client, I want to make a level floor or a level foundation or a level piece of land, there's tolerances that they're willing to accept. Now, dirt has a different tolerance that someone's willing to accept in concrete, has a different tolerance that someone's willing to accept for their tile in their kitchen floor, right? They want that floor flat. They don't want it curved, they want it flat. So I want to ask you this question. If they hired me to make a flat floor, and I got my measurements so off that I was 2 orders of magnitude off level, is that acceptable?
No,
it isn't, is it? In fact, 1 order of magnitude is not acceptable. So for example, if the differential is supposed to be 0.4 and I have 0.40, right? Those are the same, are they not?
Yeah.
Okay, but what if I have 4? I'm off by 4.
Yeah.
That is not a flat floor anymore, is it?
No, it's what's the word? Sloped.
Right. I've done screwed up. Now, what if it's off by 40?
God, whoa.
Yeah, you wouldn't even be able to walk. It'd be so steep. Right? So not acceptable.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so if we take this laser transit and we want to know whether this Earth curve hump is there, and we can measure by getting the laser to hit a target of equal height, and it's off by 2 orders of magnitude, we've already agreed that that's not acceptable. So if the laser is at 6 feet, right, which is in the single digits,
Yeah.
and then the double digits, right, the tens is not acceptable. And the hundreds is definitely not acceptable, correct? So lo and
Yeah, I
behold,
would be so.
this test was conducted. The ambient conditions were measured. The refraction was taken into account. The millirad beam divergence for the laser in question that was used on this day was taken into account. The laser hit the target. With a maximum differential of approximately 3 feet, still within the single digits. And they're supposed to be 400 feet. So
That's
if the
acceptable.
Earth was a globe, the laser would have went over the target by hundreds of feet upon hundreds of feet. Yet the laser hit the target. So by the principle of laser transit within the margins of error, that surface is flat.
Oh.
Now, what say you should be, oh, I'd like to see that evidence. Lo and behold, we have it for you. We have a documentary of the people doing it. We have a short version of it if you don't want to watch the long version, just to get your, appetite satiated. We have a document, 120 pages, with all the information, the sites, the equipment, everything.
Oh,
One of my good friends will post that for you.
Friends?
Yeah.
There we go.
My buddies. So what's going to happen is you're going to say, oh, okay. Right? And then you're going to be like, well, is this the only test that's been done? The answer is no. Many have been done. Many, hundreds. With all different kinds of methodologies, all demonstrating no big hump of Earth curve in the way. Observations as well, in excess of 255 miles, to which the target object should not only be 400 feet below the curve, but should be a mile below the curve. Yet the object in question is clearly visible. So we've already established within tolerances that the Earth doesn't measure to be a ball, that the horizon that's been claimed to be a horizon doesn't exist, and that it's not true that the bottoms of things can only be obstructed or cut off by Earth curvature. So we've basically shown that there's just no evidence or need for this Earth curvature.
What? Wait a minute, I'm looking at this thing, right? What is this thing about a blue laser and a green laser?
Blue and green lasers refract at different rates. Colors refract differently comparative to the refractive index of the medium. By using different colored lasers, you can determine the refraction that's present in the ambient conditions.
Okay.
Which, by the way, the military, recently did that. The military recently did that at 120 kilometers, shooting 2 lasers to see how it does, and they found out that it doesn't match the globe model.
Space Force is going to be angry about that. Space Force is going to be angry at that.
Well, I mean, yes and no, because most people, when presented with this evidence, just hand-wave dismiss it. Because they're under the impression, right, that the Earth is a ball. Therefore, what must be happening is that light is curving. Do they have any demonstrable evidence of such a thing? No, it's just an affirming the consequent formal logical fallacy. So now we've established that the rebuttal for all this evidence you've been presented with is a logical fallacy, not actual measurements or demonstration. So again, we just have no need or demonstration of this Earth curve on the ground level. So if you have direct evidence of Earth curve measurements, that is what is necessary to rebut these points.
Makes sense.
Unless you have that, the proposition stands. And the reason why it stands is because we all experience the Earth as flat and stationary. That's agreed upon by both camps, by flat earthers and globe earthers alike, that our present day experience of the Earth is a flat stationary plane. That's how we experience it. That's the base axiom of our human interaction and experience. And based on everything I just said, that coincides with that experience. The globe curvature is an extraordinary claim that requires extraordinary evidence. But most people are fooled by the claim that a fuzzy dot on a piece of paper is a picture of the Earth from space. Given to you by a government, no less, who we know lies on the regular.
All right, I'm just interested, right? Why would they like? So now you're gonna have a really good answer. This. Why would they lie?
Why would they lie? There it is. There's the $1 million question, isn't it? Who cares why they lied? Don't matter.
Right, but you're an
Yeah,
intelligent
like-
person, right? You'd lied before and you've been lied to before. So you know why people lie. You already know the answer. You don't know the exact specific answer, but you know the general answers. To gain power, to gain resources, to gain fame, to gain women, all kinds of things people lie for.
The government doesn't gain anything from anything.
So
like
says
that
you.
from that, though.
Really? So
It doesn't.
so
It
if I
doesn't
can
gain
post you,
power.
okay, cool story.
It
Cool
doesn't
story.
gain prestige. It doesn't.
You sure about
gain
that? You sure about that?
money. It doesn't. Yeah, quite.
Really? So, okay, so let me ask you this question. Why does North Korea lie to its people about the status of its weapon systems? Why did Iraq, when I was there, lie to its people about the capacities of the US forces? Why did the United States government, during the space race, have a vested interest to lie to the people that the United States was the first to conquer the moon? And you're trying to tell me that there's no prestige or power or world presence to be gained from a proposition that you've conquered space?
Yeah, because they just wouldn't make the claim that they could go to the moon in the first place. It would be better for them to just not make that claim in the first place.
So let's talk about it then, and let's reason with a real tangible reason why they might lie about such a proposition. So, as a student of history, which you are, clearly a scholar, who have been through standard school and been taught the history of the expansion of the Western world, that people found out that there was more land. And what did they do? They left their states that they were involved with to pioneer the new land. So we've already experienced in our history a time when new land was told to be given and people uprooted themselves from their governments, even had revolutionary wars against their governments in order to create new territories and new civilizations. So if the Earth is not a globe, then that means that the boundaries are unknown. And that means that there possibly could be more land. Now that, my friend, is a very good reason to lie.
But aren't they also saying there's more land to go to if you can go to the moon?
Yes, but think about this, my friend. To get to new land that's connected by water, you need a boat that you can literally build yourself. to get to space is unreachable. Now you might say, oh no, it's totally reachable. No, it's unreachable. The elite, the very small percentage of the elite, even alleged to have gone to space.
Yeah, just
But
think
let's be
about
clear,
it.
we're only entertaining this just to give you a satisfaction, because we've already demonstrated in spade that it's obvious that they lied, and why they did is highly irrelevant. So I yield the floor to my friend Drace.
Yeah, I just wanted to say, just think about it. Richard Branson and Jeff Bezos have all the money in the world, but they could not go high enough to go above the clouds. So they were just still in the air, and they never went to space. So even with all of their money and power and influence, you can't go there.
Well, where is this other land? Because everyone sailed to every part of the ocean. So if you say there's, like past Antarctica, you've also said that it's really hard to reach there. So what? How could an ordinary person ever expect to cross Antarctica?
Oh, there's more than that. When you think about the globe and you try to unpack it, there could be more lands within the area heated up by the sun that is still hidden due to the way they map the globe. So we don't know the full extent of our world, and we're limited how far we can actually explore south due to the Antarctic Treaty. So we can't sail all those seas, and even just sailing willy-nilly, the coast guards of the specific countries will contact you and escort you back if you're sailing somewhere you're not allowed to sail.
What? You can sail wherever you want, as long as it isn't in the nation's waters.
What are you talking
Right?
about, dude?
You can't go to the middle. You can't go to the edge. That's a fact. You can't go to the middle. You can't go to the extreme edges either. You will be brought back.
Because of ice.
So if your proposition is true, my friend, that you can, then that means that there would never exist a story of a sailor freely roaming who was turned around by any military or shot at, correct?
No, because that would probably be in the nation's waters, or they were doing something illegal.
Right. So there's a guy called Jarl Anderhoy, right? Who tried to go to
Never.
Antarctica in different manners. Okay, he lost a crewman being shot at by the government. So it's not the case that you can just go where you want, especially in regards to Antarctica. Not only that, but the logistics of doing so is very hard because of the nature of the temperatures and all of that. But again, keep in mind, we're only entertaining this for your satisfaction, because we already understand logically why someone would lie is irrelevant. That they lied is the matter of the day. So you're just to be fair, no disrespect to you. You're trying to think these things through to make peace with it. But the problem is that you've already arrived at the bargaining stage. So your brain is already processing this information.
Guilt. Was it the 7 stage, right? Yeah, but
yes, for example, my grandfather's is dead. Why would he die? Why would God do such a thing? Like, he's dead. It's just a simple fact. He's dead. So now you have to go through that process of trying to understand why and come to peace with the reason that you may never know. Once you accept that you may never know, then you can have peace with the fact that the lie is just a lie.
I don't think it's possible to patrol that big of an area, though. Perfectly.
Can I just say this, though, real quick? Like, have you been living under a rock for the last, 2-3 years, dude? Well, I don't know where people get this idea that you can just go wherever you want. You can't even fly a drone wherever you want. They have perms and rules and stuff like that, man. I mean, You can't even get in a car and just go wherever you want. You can't walk wherever you want. So why can you get in a boat and go wherever you want? Why can you get in a plane? You can't. I just think it's goofy that people have this idea that you have. But then again, look at the last 3 years. You couldn't even go to the grocery store, dude. That's like, dude, I just don't know where people get this idea that, oh no, you could just do whatever you want. Like, no, you can't.
Because it's a big place.
Okay,
like,
and
I don't think it'd be possible,
bro,
even if
last year
everyone
you
was on
couldn't
board
even
with
go
it.
to the grocery store.
Everyone knows where that is.
Come on, dude.
Oh, so you're trying to say that you could do it? You could do it because there's nobody there to monitor you because it's so big they couldn't possibly know what you're doing. Is that
It's
your
like
claim?
saying I can just do whatever I want on the highway. Who's gonna catch me?
Yeah, so they don't have radar
That's
anymore
the
or anything like
Come
that.
on,
That they don't track ships now.
If you were on Antarctica, no. What?
It's like saying, like, dude, well, if I'm in the boonies, who's gonna catch me? I'll just do whatever I want. I'll just drive as fast as I want on this highway. No one's gonna get. Who's gonna get me?
So guess how they caught Mr. Yarrow? Information that was acquired at land, because you have to plan and do all the logistics at land before you depart. It's like you don't just magically arrive in the middle of an ocean where there's nobody there to catch you.
You can get a boat. Like, there's nothing stopping you from getting a boat and then going and sailing. Illegally, as you're saying. And, going there. Like...
Dude, you know what,
You
dude?
get me?
To be fair, guys make excuses about all the logistics of how their girlfriend isn't cheating on them. Because why would she? There's no way a car can go from here to there with that much gas. Of course, somebody would have noticed she was at the store. And all these excuses upon excuses upon excuses because they don't want to accept that one of their friends gave them the stone cold brass tacks truth of what their girlfriend was up to the other day.
But why would she lie? There's no way she.
And you may die. You may die without her ever telling you the reason.
Reporting back in after sunset here, great looking sky. You can see the tail end of the Big Dipper.
Ooh.
And is one of you using some kind of machine tool, like a drill motor or anything like that? No?
Yeah, I'm doing my own teeth.
No, seriously, I'm asking a serious question. No one's using anything? Because I thought for sure that I was approached by, this is going to sound strange, by a mechanical dog.
What?
I thought it was a drone at first.
I mean, that's a thing now. So,
Could be.
But wait a minute. Whenever one of you opens your mic, it sounds like that. So I'm going to leave it to say the most logical thing is to say that it sounds coming from the Discord. And it's my imagination. I just heard it from the Discord. So good. Got that solved. Thanks for your help.
Was it me, Sonny?
It wasn't a robot dog. Yeah, I'm glad it wasn't a robot dog. That would have freaked the shit out of me, but that's okay. I've fucking fought him off if it was.
I just turned my headphones off, Sonny. Was it me?
I really don't know exactly. Try to talk from here.
You sound like you're on some headphones.
You listen. You two guys can solve that in another room. We're going to continue with the conversation.
All right, my bad.
Right.
Exactly. Let's continue with the conversation. Forget about it.
So if you knew that your girlfriend cheated, right, and you couldn't figure out why, and to her dying day, she never told you, does that mean she didn't do it?
Correct. Yeah. I mean, if you don't know why she would have, that means that she didn't.
And to be fair, it may give you peace to find out the reason, right? And that might be why you want to know, because you want to have some kind of peace with why the powers that be who know the truth are lying to the public. And rest assured, it's a very small amount. Most people just believe what they're told and raised in by school. They have no clue about the true nature of the world. They're just Muppet puppets that watch the news and believe what they see right? If they're showing
Yeah.
a photograph that's allegedly to be a photograph, they're just going to say, "Yep, must be true."
Well, couldn't they say that the excuse that they give, that could also be a lie?
Yeah, I heard. I actually heard in the background that it was some kind of Dremel tool. I'm going through my files now to find out which model, based on the frequency. I'll get back to you on that.
There's also worst part is we kind of showed him a video of the guy who shared it with us sleeping with his girlfriend, and he's still like, why would she lie about it? That it can't have happened. Why would she lie? There's no reason for her to lie, so she probably
Right.
didn't do it.
There's no way she could possibly have done it. I can't think of a good reason why she would have done this, so then therefore she did not. Glober logic.
Nobody admitted to using a drill motor or Dremel, so therefore it could not have been a drill motor or Dremel.
Right, that's false.
Logic.
Sounds retarded. Yeah, so let's say for example that we know, or that you know. All right, let's say for example that you know that not only have you been presented with recent evidence that your girlfriend's lying, but in the past she's lied to you. Like at one time she said there's weapons of mass destruction in the closet. At another time she said, no, I totally didn't give those black guys syphilis. And another time she says, oh no, that's totally the reason why we went to war with Vietnam. Right? So the powers that be at the elite level have a track record of lying to the public. Right? So they're untrustworthy in a general sense. So they need specific evidence.
Wait, hold on a second there, because like Santa Claus, when it brings joy, then it's not a lie. So it's okay to tell a lie as long as it brings joy, like Santa Claus.
Oh, I understand now. So if they have a good enough reason to lie, then it's okay. I get it.
Yeah, and then it's not even at that point. It's not even a lie at that point.
So what you're trying to say is S&M, sadist, and masochistic.
Yeah.
I get it. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Awesome. That's kind of like Christmas. Yeah. Oh, just like it. Oh, holy mackerel.
Yeah.
Yes. Like,
it's okay to
for
lie
example,
as long as it brings joy.
Yeah. For example, in this context, if the Earth was flat, that would have huge philosophical implications. A lot of the scientists who came up with these ideas in the past, who philosophically chose to disregard the Earth as having a central position in the cosmos for philosophical reasons, would cry at night. Therefore, we must continue this lie. And then you're like, oh, that's such a good reason. We wouldn't want the scientists to be scared.
Wow.
You know, we partnered with Google, for example. If you Google climate change, you will, at the top of your search, you will get all kinds of UN resources. We started this partnership when we were shocked to see that when we Googled climate change, we were getting incredibly distorted information right at the top. So we're becoming much more proactive. You know, we own the science, and we think that the world, you know, should know it, and the platforms themselves also do. But again, it's a huge challenge that I think all sectors of society need to be very active in.
The Antarctic terrorist Jarl Andøy. Tromsø, Oslo, Norway. The Dagbladet. Polar explorer and television celebrity Jarl Andøy, 38, sits in the dock, the Nord-Troms district court, accused of having carried out his third voyage south of the 60th parallel in Antarctica without permission from the Norwegian authorities. He is also accused of having sailed without insurance, so the provisions of the Antarctic Treaty requires. The expedition took place a year ago, where, among others, comedian Anne Kat Herland, 43, and rock guitarist Peter Barley, 50, was on the journey. The voyage constitutes television program Berserk in Pioneer Waters, which premieres on TV Norge tonight. There's an advance sentence Andahoy believes the charges against him are baseless. He points out that the sailboat is registered in Russia and claims to have acquired permission from the Argentine authorities before the expedition started. He never sought permission in Norway because he believes an application by him will never be merited by the Norwegian authorities. He felt prejudged by the Polar Institute of Foreign Affairs. Ever since 2011, I have been treated as terrorist in Antarctica by the Foreign Ministry and the Norwegian Polar Institute. They've stolen equipment, withheld information, and tried to stop my expeditions, says Andahoy. He believes everything started 5 years ago when he went on an expedition aboard Antarctic yacht Berserk with a crew of 4. The aim was to celebrate the 100-year anniversary of Roald Amundsen's trip to the South Pole. The expedition ended dramatically when the sailboat disappeared during a storm in the Ross Sea. Andahoy was even on land along with 18-year-old Samuel Massey at the time. Comrades Robert PCP, who is 34, Tom Gizel Bellica, 36, and South African Leonard J. Banks, 32, were never found. Andahoy was fined 25,000 kroners after the expedition. He endorsed this writ. In 2012, he returned to Antarctica to find out what had happened to his friends. Again, Andahoy was fined for having traveled to Antarctica without licenses and insurance. Foreign Affairs and the Norwegian Polar Institute have opposed and tried to stop me. They still do. The entire input on this matter was that I had permission to sail, something I had said, Andahoy said, adding, "It will be exciting to see where they are now. This is a tragedy for me and other relatives who have lost shipmates and sons in Antarctica. The essential question is if there was an accident that was just swept under the carpet." Foreign Ministry rejects accusations of the Arctic explorer. Andahoy's claims fall on absurdity. Beyond this, we do not want from the ministry's side to comment on an ongoing trial, says Pressevakt at UD Astrid Sale to Dagbladet, the newspaper. The head of section at the Norwegian Polar Institute, Birgit Njastad, testified in a criminal case against Andahoy. She told Dagbladet that she did not want to comment beyond what was said in court. The documents showing Andahoy alleged authorization of Argentine authorities for permission to conduct the voyage was sent over to the prosecutor late Tuesday night. The papers were written in Spanish. They were assessed whether grounds for the examination. The reason is Andahoy complained that the dismissal was a violation of protection zone determination, believed they died unnecessarily, and would like to shed further light on the circumstances of the accident. He believes, therefore, that these matters have not been resolved, and he believes that all parties will benefit from what exists, says the lawyer Nora Vardal to Dagbladet. 3 crew members, Robert and 32, Tom 34, and Leonard 36, Antarctica on the Bezelschmitter and Horseshoe Bay, McMurdo Sound, before the Berserker disappeared. Andahoy got a text from the crew that read, "Everything is good, atmosphere is good in Horseshoe Bay. Contact us." Expedition participant Manuel Hernandez has gone through these documents today. Prosecutors reject Andahoy's written permission. It is not issued by authorities who handle Antarctica regulations, say prosecutors Trude Vonley in this procedure, risking jail time. Anne Kat Hjerland was summoned as a witness in Nord-Trom's district court Wednesday. "I know that it was working to try to get a permit. I know that there was no Norwegian license, but I also know that Jarl would not have received any permit in Norway if he asked for it," says Hjerland. The prosecutor asked today about the 30-day suspended sentence and fined 45,000 kroners for Jarl Andahoy. "I do not wonder if I will be convicted. I am going to appeal all the way. I do not give up," says Andahoy. The verdict will be pronounced in about a week. So they're calling him a terrorist for going to the Antarctic. Jarl Andahoy was eventually acquitted. I think that this is only the correct one. I guess he's saying this is the only correct decision, or he agrees with it. Unusual attorney Lars' assessment of the events is not a police matter, says the ASBN or ABSN. The director of the shipping department confirms it received a case. It's unusual that police would be sending a case like this to us, also a special case. We previously decided to investigate this. Now we'll reconsider this information for us to choose. These accidents basically happen and we perform an investigation. We prioritize the safety on board vessels, particularly the HGV. We do not prioritize accidents of pleasure craft in the same way. Inset. The day before the Berserk disappeared, Andahoy got a text message from the crew which read, "There is a good atmosphere and all is well. We leave Horseshoe Bay. Contact us when you can. Want answers." Jarl Andahoy wants to know what exactly happened before the Berserk wrecked. Unanswered questions. It has emerged as a mystery for Andahoy. Now Andahoy wants answers. Troms and Finnmark, the public prosecutor, has forwarded the case to the Accident Investigation Board with instructions to assess whether there are grounds for further examinations. The reason that as Andahoy complained that a dismissal of violation of protection zone determination occurred when the Berserk went to Horseshoe Bay. Andahoy believes action was solely due to necessity. Its purpose of the complaint was to shed light on the circumstances prior to the accident. There are things in here in this matter that are still not resolved, and documentation that we still have not obtained, but that exists. All parties will benefit from that there are no secret issues prior to the event, says Andahoy's lawyer, or Nils Jorgen Vardal told Dagbladet. Attorney Lars Faust's assessment meant that further investigation of the events is not a police matter, and that the cause, therefore, was sent to AIDN. Director Morten Kven in AIBN Shipping Department confirms that it has received the case. It is a bit unusual that the police have sending a case like this to us. It is also a special case. We have previously taken a decision not to investigate. We shall now consider this again, but there must be new information for us to choose to do it, says Kveim. Accidents of this type are basically not a priority of the Accident Investigation Board, the AIB. That we should prioritize the safety on board vessels, particularly HGV. We tend not to prioritize accidents with pleasure craft, says Kveim, which states that a full decision will be published in the next few weeks. On January 19th, it is planned to have a premiere of TV Norg's Berserk series. It was today the press viewing where the media got to see episode 1, half the episode 8 and episode 9. The last episode is an epilogue, and more documentary than the rest of the series. Here we see how the one before the crew parted in Antarctica took place, and it repeated calls about the risks of the mission. Several of the families wanted to stop the series. Today wrote VG that the mother of Tom Gizzle Bellica and parents of Charles Banks has chosen to summon TV Norge for the series. A temporary injunction was filed yesterday to stop the series, but hopefully their stance may be changed under certain conditions. There is the documentation for this. We believe, however, that we are on safe legal ground, says TV Norge boss Harold Strom Dagbladet.
Hello. I'm going to do a super fast presentation on how curve calculators work. So to start off, this is not how they work. There is not a curved path. They're not calculating this curved path of light around the globe. No, they're not. What they're doing is they're expanding this globe, flattening it, and then calculating as if there's straight rays of light. I'm going to demonstrate this real easy. So I'm going to use this example. The example of the world long distance photograph. It is 443 kilometers from Peak Fenestrel to Peak Gaspard. Viewer height is 2,880 meters. If you notice here, this says effective radius. What does this mean? This effective radius means they multiply this value, so-called actual radius, begging the question, radius, because this is the thing they're trying to prove. They assume what they're trying to prove and say that's proven. Anyhow, they take this actual radius, multiply it by 7.6R, made up value, literally made up. In the literature, the value is actually, this is 0.6, turn it to decimal. The actual value quoted in the literature is 0.13. This is wrong, and even the 0.13 is wrong. That's for another video. So multiply this 6371 times 6, this value 7,432. What Nick West used, exact number. So I made it. Actually, bear this out. That they are simply blowing it up and using straight rays. Okay. here we have this enlarged radius Earth. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to compare the identical numbers as this. I'm going to use straight race. Then I'm going to compare these values, this hidden in this horizon. I mean, if I wanted, I could also do these. No point, because it'll just come up redundant. So 2.88 here, 2.880. Distance 443 kilometers. 443 kilometers. All right. Do is find where the horizon is. Horizon is going to be this point of intersection of this tangent line. And then this line continues on, and then once it reaches the distance, this 443 distance, it measures where this tangent line intersects the 443 line, measures this distance. So we're going to start with the horizon. So this is my tangent line. Here, there's a point of intersection 206. Up the number 206. Right, so far it's straight line. Over here, still a straight line. C and B is a distance from C to B. 3.7. Look at the curve calculator. Wow, 3.7. Just so everybody knows the way the curve calculator works is to take their so-called radius, flatten the Earth, to get whatever value they want. See something that's way over here? They'll just say there's super refraction and the Earth is even flatter. They will just increase the sphere, make what is called a post-prediction. They're not making predictions, they're making post-predictions.
Ms. Downs, does Google think that this is a problem, and what is the solution that you're coming up with to address it?
Thank you for the question. So as you noted, when Alex Jones posted the video you described saying that the survivors of the Parkland massacre were crisis actors, that violated our harassment policy. We have a specific policy that says if you say a well-documented violent attack didn't happen, and you use the name or image of survivors or victims of that attack, that is a malicious attack and it violates our policy. In terms of conspiracy theory content generally, our goal is to promote authoritative content to our users. So we have two principles that guide the way here. That's the first one, is we want to provide users with authoritative, trustworthy information.
Downs, I'm sorry to cut you off. I only have a minute and a half, and I don't really need to hear what you're trying to provide. I want to know how you're dealing with all these conspiracy theorists on your platform.
So the first way is by demoting low-quality content and promoting more authoritative content, and the second is by providing more transparency for users. So we're introducing boxes that provide factual information at the top of results that have shown themselves to turn up a lot of information that is counterfactual, such as searching for the Earth is flat on YouTube, where you see a lot of
Your response is to put a box saying, nope, the Earth is not flat.
Correct.
Okay.
And it's really cool. One thing that he found in here, which is an absolute burn on the Himwari, people try to use the Himwari as, oh, that's our evidence. We've got these live feeds all the time. And one thing that he found right in here was the site description text. And this is great. So it says, all images in the GOES archive are processed in the McIDIS using GOES Channel 1, visible, and GOES Channel 4 infrared data. The underlying colored land image is from the NASA Blue Marble Next Generation dataset. Now, he also has, this is the same for both Himwari and GOES. They're admitting straight up that these images that they're putting out here and people are claiming as live are composites. I mean, here it is, right in their own FTP site. So again, Jaron, that was a great find that you found on this, and Archer Sage just took it further. He did several videos on this, so if you haven't seen it, guys, yet, check out Archer Sage's channel and check this out. So were you aware of this, Jaron? Had you seen this yet?
Yeah, awesome job. That's why I put stuff like that out. And Bob, can you share the your screen again? I'm not seeing
my screen. Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah, I'm sorry. I forgot to share. I'm sorry. Bad. Whoopsie.
You're fired.
I'm fired. I'm sitting here pushing the wrong button.
I'm just gonna suspend it for 6 days. We'll see you next Sunday.
All right, so there, you guys should have it now. Are you seeing me now?
Perfect.
Okay, cool. All right, so sorry about that. All right, so yeah, Archer said.
Welcome to the 24/7 Flat Earth Discord Globe Logic compilation. Enjoy the show and grab some popcorn.
What? Ladies and gentlemen, we got him.
No. It's time!
The geometric horizon is behind everything and in front of everything at all times, unless something is directly in front of you on a flat surface.
What?
It's a globe, guys. The geometric horizon doesn't stop. It doesn't end.
Wait, so your claim being that the Earth is, we're not moving and everything around us is moving is based off of an observation?
So are you...
How else would you base it off of? Do you have anything that's non-observational that would give you any indication as to the Earth's movement?
The numbers.
What?
Well, you can't...
Wait, the numbers?
The numbers don't lie, bro.
Bro, what are you talking about, man?
You can also take samples of the elements of the sun. You can also take samples of the elements of the sun.
Not the cap.
If you can't observe yourself, if you don't have a mirror, and you can't see your limbs, you just can see straight. You can't see your nose, you can't see your body, but you're living in reality, and you see all those people, and you communicate with people and everything, but they're not allowed to tell you how you look like. You're gonna make the assumption that you're actually the same person, just not what your hair looks like, what your eye color looks like, and all of that detail stuff. But if essentially you're the same as everybody else. So why should we be any different than the other planets in our solar system? That's my point.
That analogy being used, that analogy illustrates that that's a weak inductive inference, and it doesn't adequately substantiate the concluding premise.
But wait, there's more.
That's what the analogy illustrates.
Yeah, it's not a solid one, but it's just one part of it, of course.
What valid scientific experiment exists in astronomy?
By getting a telescope and looking somewhere else in space.
So if I spent 47,000 hours watching porno, it's a science.
No, because this
You just said watching
under the
shit is
scientific
science. You
field.
just said watching shit is science.
Bro, you're...
Well, I said watching shit in this context is science.
No, so context.
Because they're watching this shit to understand how it works, why it works, when it works.
47,000. Hold on. If I watched 47,000 hours of porno and I was taking notes about patterns I saw, then it's science.
How it works.
Well, no, because the porno was not important.
But right now, you don't know if the Earth is a globe.
I do. I've seen pictures of it.
Okay. I mean, you've seen pictures of it, but do you think that's a great way to present evidence? So if I showed you a picture of King Kong climbing a tall building, you're going to be like, King Kong.
Another thing that I actually have done, I've been to the equator, and I've balanced an egg on a nail.
Bruh.
Wait. So that's pretty much proof for me.
Wait. I don't see the correlation. I'm sorry.
Bro.
That's science. That's just scientific
I didn't
proof.
expect that.
So back to the question: who has directly measured the curvature of the Earth? Any time in history?
Neil deGrasse Tyson.
Okay, what did he do? What was
he went and he did the calculation that he learned in school.
What did he do so that we can know that there's drop over distance? Tell us the method.
I don't fucking know. Why do I need to know?
I know you don't know. That's why I'm asking the question.
Yeah, but I don't fucking know how cancer works, and I still believe in that.
Because of the fact that you're stating that the Earth has this curvature, but you have no knowledge on anybody who's directly measured this curvature of the Earth, as in drop over distance, right? I would
how have you measured the curvature of the Earth or lack thereof?
That's not the question. That's not the question here. The question is your knowledge, as your baseline knowledge, as how it's been done. You have no idea. You have just a belief that someone's done that. You don't know it.
All right. So hold yourself to the same standard.
All right. Yeah, it's fine. But listen, I'm not the one that's saying that the Earth is a globe, because I know that it's not.
What's your claim?
I don't have a claim.
So you're a coward.
I'm not a coward. I don't have a claim for the shape of the Earth. You do. All right. So second question. They're saying that the Earth is rotating, right, on its axis at about 1,000 miles per hour at the equator. These are very simple. You should know these. Who has directly measured this rotation, as in per the axial rotation, anytime in history?
Listen, man, I'm gonna bow out. You have a nice night. I love
you. Yeah, believe me, this is what I love.
I feel like I'm being respected right now, so I'm gonna bow out. Love everyone else. See you
later.
Why are you running? Why are you running?
So, to measure the angle of the sun, you need to get sufficiently far apart on Earth and measure the angle of the incoming rays. And they have to be oriented. That's how it has to be done. Because they have to be oriented. No, you didn't.
Yeah, me and my buddy. He did it from Oklahoma City. I did it from DFW. That's at least 15 degrees latitude difference.
Okay, what does that mean?
It's not 15 degrees. It means there's 15 degrees of latitude.
How do you know it isn't 15 degrees sun? How do you know it is? Well, Jim, let me ask you a question. How do you know it isn't 15 degrees divergence of the sun rays?
Well, they're both the same. That's how we got.
You're just saying that. I asked you for the evidence. You're just saying it.
I told you guys it was 20 years ago. I don't have any that left. My house got robbed. Everything got stolen. I told you guys it was 20 years ago. I don't have any that left. My house got robbed. Everything got stolen.
What research do you need to do to know that you're not moving?
Because I have seen multiple scientific pictures of the globe.
Of course! Don't you know anything about science?
What? Bro, what are you talking about, man?
You don't prove the hypothesis in science, buddy.
If I look at someone's chin who's like 10 meters away from me, that chin is not really there. It's refracted.
It will be refracted.
What about someone else's chin? What about someone else's chin?
Well, if I'm sitting... Well, that would technically be apparent, but it would match much better to the geographic at close distance because the distortion would be almost none. Physical Earth curve is like your chin. You can't look down and see your chin unless you've got a freakishly jutting chin. You can only ever see it in a mirror or in a picture, right?
Plumb line straight or curved?
Again, you're talking to me.
Are plumb lines straight lines?
So you're going to mute me every time?
Are plumb lines straight lines?
Fuck you.
Are plumb lines straight lines?
Is the claim here that the pylons of the
Heretic, if you're going to keep
away from
talking
each
over
other?
me, I'm not going to...
Are plumb lines straight lines?
Did your mother have children that lived?
Are plumb lines straight lines? You literally can't answer. Uh-oh.
A plumb line goes straight down.
It goes straight down. Okay. Goodbye, globe.
Oh, good. Explain your proof. Come on, dumbass. Explain your proof.
Right there.
Why are you so angry?
As soon as you start talking...
What, you going to refute the entire field of geodesy now? They don't say that plumb lines are straight lines. Guess you shouldn't have invoked that to prove a globe. Plumb lines are curved lines. Now you're saying they're straight and they tilt away from each other. Well, not on the globe model, they don't. So I guess we're done here.
Are we? You think you've won? It's amazing, Heretic. You know what? That's why my...
You don't even know what the plumb lines you're trying to prove the tilt of are in the paradigm that you're trying to use them to prove. So, yeah, we're done.
Yeah, I know.
The formula is for the physical
horizon that exists. The one that you see is an optical one because of optical effects.
You're reverting back. The reason that I interrupted the conversation this time is because you said that boats in the sun go over the horizon and it's optical, and then you're like, well, how do you know?
They go over the physical horizon and you see the optical horizon.
Yeah, okay, but then your conclusion was that it was a globe. How? Because you assume it, and
because it fits the model.
It's a reification fallacy then, on top of begging the question.
Friend, let me interject.
Yeah, go ahead.
It doesn't fit the model. Pay attention. It doesn't fit the model because you just said it goes over the physical horizon, but you only see it go over the optical horizon. That is a model that's not fitting, brother, because you see it doing something that it's not doing.
I agree. It is a model that doesn't fit because there's not enough variables in the model. The model only describes.
Thank you.
The model only describes the physical model, and the picture
stop.
is
Now you have to stop, because when you were talking to me, you said that begging the question is okay because it fits the model. You just told him it doesn't.
It's rewind time.
It fits the model. I agree. It is a model that doesn't fit.
So you think you see left to right curve on the top of a mountain?
Yeah, yes, and you guys should accept that to be the case.
This is why we should
accept it to be the case. It's very slight.
Oh, it's very slight now. Well, how slight is it?
Well,
is it distinguishable to the naked eye?
Probably not, actually.
Oh, right. So when you go up a mountain, you don't see curve like you said. So you just lied.
Jedi said when you go up a mountain you can see curve. I said you can measure drop. No, I did not. Don't put words in my mouth. Don't put words in my mouth. I said going up a mountain you can measure drop over distance.
No, you just said you can see left to right curve going up a mountain, you liar.
No,
you said you can see left to right.
Rory did.
That was earlier.
You just said right there when Jedi asked about left to right curve, and I asked about it to clarify. You said yes. Then you said it's very slight. There's one guy called Rory who climbed a mountain and he took a picture and he saw that it was curved, but no one else can see it. And you can't see it with your naked eye, despite just saying you went up a mountain and saw it. So you're a liar, Ruhith. And it's all recorded, and it's pathetic, and it's sad. Do you think you see left to right curve on the top of a mountain?
Yeah, yes, and you guys should accept that to be the case.
Gotcha, bitch. Yeah, well, here's the thing. The Big Bang was created from nothing, and they replicated creating something from nothing.
No, they didn't.
No, they didn't.
Yes, they did.
No, they didn't.
They created a property from graphene by creating electric fields.
My God, dude, listen to what you just said. They created a property from graphene, which means it's not nothing.
What is it made out of?
The moon is made of mostly rock. The sun is made of helium and hydrogen mostly.
And you know this how?
Observations, science.
You observed the rock?
What? I've observed the rock through a telescope. Other people have done a lot more detailed analysis on it.
And you're 100% sure that's what it is?
I trust the experts.
Shut up, bitch!
So what do boats disappear over?
Geometric horizon.
But you said we don't see that.
Remember how you started with your whole globe proof? Remember how you started with your whole globe proof being things appearing to vanish bottom up in the distance, and now you're saying the thing that they're supposed to appear to vanish over is refracted so that it doesn't appear.
Bomb has been planted.
I don't see the problem with that.
What?
This is what laser targeting systems are. You know, the things that are used by, for example, the navies of the world. So they use laser targeting systems at distances of 100 miles, requiring the surface of the Earth to be level, because if it was curved, it would get in the way.
Hey, wake up. Well, you have to see that the Earth is this is not proof, but it has gravitational pull that the laser gets pulled down. So the laser still hits the target, even though it's so far away.
Stop the cap! Stop the cap right now!
Can you show me that curvature?
It's too. Yes, if you like zoom out very far, you will see the curvature.
Zoom out from where?
From outside of Earth, like outside of its atmosphere.
Can you send the guy that's up there a message to zoom out so I can see it?
I mean, you have pictures and videos. I sent you a video.
So if he's showing us curvature up there, that the place where we're standing is curved, then we should be able to translate that back down onto the ground. Yeah?
Not
and
really
measure
because
it down
of how
here?
gravity works. No, because of how gravity works. If you like go down like gravity.
So we
you also,
can't
like,
measure it. We can't measure it because of gravity.
Yeah.
What is gravity?
I have no idea. Okay, next question.
Does the Earth look flat or round? Does the Earth look flat or round?
It's definitely round, dude.
Hey, does it look flat or round?
What does it look like? Hello?
Can't even do it. You're fucking sick, dude. You're sick in the fucking head. Like, you can't even admit that the Earth looks flat.
I refuse to incriminate myself. How about that?
I refuse to look at this video.
Get the fuck out of here.
Yeah. I refuse to incriminate myself.
A few moments later.
I know.
So
have you been outside before?
Yes.
Okay. What do the Earth look like, flat or curved?
I am not answering that question.
Yeah, you need to.
No, I don't.
You need to. Why not?
Why? It's not proof the Earth is flat or curved. I'm asking you what it looks like. Like, what it looks like.
I don't have to answer that question.
You serious?
All right, so when you go outside, did you see the world looking like it's flat? Yes or no?
And how many times have I told you I'm not answering that question?
The only thing you've said that's honest is that you were drinking.
Yes, that was something that I said.
Why won't you answer my question? Why won't you answer that question? Stick here,
because I don't want to.
Why? Why?
Because it's self-incriminating.
What?
How is that incriminating?
I got your ass, man. You know, Indio has you. You're dead to rights, bro. Like you can't get away from that. That's the question that you need to answer. What does the Earth look like when you go outside?
It doesn't prove one way or another.
Well, then why won't you answer?
We know that. Like, we admit that. It doesn't prove it one way or another.
What's going to happen next is I'm going to say a point that's totally, like, fucking left field of that. Like, this is why I don't believe that. And then you guys are going to be like, oh, fucking straw man.
Don't believe that it looks flat?
Like, man, whatever the fucking terms you guys use, and then go with that. And I'm like, okay, I guess I'm a straw man now. And I'll do straw things.
The hell is this guy on? Man, dude, shut up already.
But wait! There's more!
When you go to the beach, you see a curve left to right on the horizon.
Maybe. I haven't thought about it like that. So maybe next time I go, I'll think about it and go, yeah, maybe I do see it like that. Maybe I'll squint a bit harder and look a bit.
Okay, but when you've just seen it, you haven't seen the curve. You would have to squint hard to see the curve, meaning you default just see it as a flat line.
No, I don't see it as either.
But you don't see it as flat or curved
with timber? Have either of you guys built anything with timber?
Oh, no. Wait, we're talking about the horizon, not building with timber.
So when I look at a piece of timber, I can look at that piece of timber and go, that looks kind of flat and that looks really square. And then when I get my square out and measure it, it doesn't fit. So what I do is I assume neither.
But you
I
just said
assume
you
that the
don't
timber might be flat, but I should check it.
You said you don't see the horizon as flat or curved.
Yes.
So what do you see it as?
Oh no, the left to right, I don't see as flat or curved.
Yeah, what do you see it as, left to right?
I see it as neither.
Yeah, so how do you see it?
Neither. I see it as something that I can't measure accurately enough to determine whether it's flat or curved.
But does it look flat or curved?
It's the same way, I'll look at a piece of timber and I'll go, I can't tell if that's warped or not.
But so if you can't tell that it's warped, then it just looks flat.
No, that just means it isn't warped very much. It isn't curved very much.
So it looks flat to you, not warped?
No, it looks like neither. It looks like something that I wouldn't be able to tell.
So it doesn't look flat,
How do you not
it doesn't
understand
look
this?
curved. What does it look like? Not flat, not curved.
Neither.
Yeah,
neither.
so what does
not
that
everything's
look like?
a false dichotomy, but
What? Bro, what are you talking about, man?
I know you find it upsetting for some reason to acknowledge observable reality. But you can't say the horizon is neither curved nor flat and give no explanation on what the hell you're talking about. It has to be one of them. Is it curved or is it flat, left to right, to your eyeballs when you go to the beach?
That is what is called a false dichotomy, where you have presented two
What's the
things
third option?
when there's a possible. The third option is that you cannot determine with your eyesight.
You can't determine what?
Whether it's flat or curved using your eyesight.
Well, don't believe your senses. Is that what you're saying?
Of course, I don't believe my senses. I believe them up to a point. But again, if I look at a piece of timber, I can't tell if that timber is 2 inches or 2.148 inches. So I need measuring devices.
That's great, sir.
If you were to have a drone and you fly it up a couple hundred feet, you could actually see the curvature.
I can't believe you just said that.
My detector test determined that was a lie.
So tell me, why is the sun 23,000 times less bright on the horizon than it is at solar noon?
Because it's like, what are you talking about? Less of it is exposed to where you are.
Yeah, so why can I look at the sun directly with my eyes on the horizon, but if I look at the sun when it's at noon, I'm blinded?
Huh? Like,
why can't you just answer your question? Why can I look directly at the sun and not be blinded when it's on the horizon, but if I look at it when it's directly overhead, I will be blinded?
Because there's less of it to look at.
There's less of the sun to look at?
Yes, because it is blocked by the horizon.
Man, you gotta clip this. Clip cord, bro. That's the most retarded thing I've ever heard. There's less of the sun to look at. It's not because the air is thicker.
Finn Bob, go ahead and demonstrate how the thing that we're standing on is a geometric shape by way of measuring it. And you're like, let's get a big old tape measure. And come on, let's stop being ludicrous here. You know, realistically, how would you do it, Finn Bob? If you were really going to do it, figure it out.
Calculating it.
Calculating.
Then you need to verify through measurement.
Is a calculation the same as a measurement?
Yeah.
What are you, fucking stupid?
Let's make sure you understand. So we're talking about the surface of a sphere. You understand we're talking about the surface of a sphere,
yes.
Right?
Yes.
So you're trying to say we can have straight lines on the surface of a sphere.
Yes.
Yes.
I don't know what the hell's wrong with you.
So if you're on the surface of a basketball, let's imagine, and you walk in one direction heading north, you're going to end up going back to where you started. Did you walk in a straight line?
No.
So you did. So you turned left or right? You went off your north heading?
Elevation change.
Oof.
It's not a straight line.
You can walk in a straight line over a mountain range. Your elevation changes, but it's still a straight line.
What in the hell are you talking about, man? Do you know what a straight line is?
Yes, it's the shortest distance between 2 points.
Is there any curvature on a straight line?
No, it's the shortest distance between 2 points.
Okay, you just finished saying that there's no curvature on a straight line at all. So a mountain wouldn't be a straight line because you're walking up and down the mountain.
Yeah,
is that a straight line?
Yes.
Stop the cap.
You're telling me staring at the sun is going to tell you the geometric shape of the Earth?
Yes. It tells you a lot.
Yes. How
it
is
tells
that
you an awful lot.
Lies! 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 Lies!
So other than dropping something, or us just being on Earth, what can we do that could prove that the Earth is a globe? Like, what proof is there?
You could, I guess, you look at other celestial bodies, and you realize that if they're spherical, and then but it's always going to be gravity at the end of the day.
You don't know that you're on a planet? Oh my god!
On a scale of 0 to 100, how sure are you that you live on a ball?
I'm like, I say like 99% sure.
Damn, 99%.
I'm like 90% sure.
What's giving you the most confidence?
Like, I'm 10% sure. I'm 10% sure that it would probably don't, right? Like,
so what's giving you what's the main thing that's making you think 90%?
Appealing to authority.
Gay!
6378. 637.
Okay, so what? So what was the? Who measured that?
I actually don't know how that's measured. That's a great question.
Right. Okay. Well, do you want to go and figure out who measured it and then come back?
No, I really don't need to know. If multiple people are using it, it's verified.
Well, what if it's never been measured? Well, no, you'd have to measure it to verify it.
But then, how do we measure things too large? We use angles to measure things too large.
Well, you tell me because it's your claim. So who measured it?
Well, I would never think I need to measure it, but we can do it with angles.
Well, someone would need to measure it.
Well, I'm saying we could do it with angles in here. Do you want me to screen share and do it with angles?
With angles of what?
With the angles around in the world around us, bro.
Angles of what?
Things, the Earth, things in
the angle of Earth. What is that?
Relativity. Angles in relativity.
What?
Angles
the angle of relativity.
No, the angles in relativity. I'm not saying the law of relativity.
What are you talking about, man?
I'm saying relativity as a concept. I'm saying
the angles
relativity
from
as a concept. The one that you learn in like first grade, bro. Not the one you learn in college.
An angle from? What are you drawing an angle to?
You can draw an angle from anything.
Yeah, but what are you drawing an angle to?
So an angle, right? You can make it out of fucking nothing, bro. You can make it out of fucking nothing. You can just make an angle, bro. So, okay. Let me say it like this. Okay, you can put a square inside a circle and you made a fucking angle, right? Is that easy to understand?
How would this tell you the radius of the Earth?
Oh shit! You would have to know trig and calc. See, this is fleeting. I know stuff that you don't know.
Trig would use a flat baseline, wouldn't it, for an angle?
No. Yeah, well, that's what they technically do for the Earth.
Yeah. So
they give it a flat
baseline
base.
of the angle.
Yes, they give it a flat baseline.
Right, so it's a flat baseline.
Yes,
right.
Yes.
So how does that work on a globe?
You just chop that bitch in half, bro.
So the baseline would be flat.
Yes, if you split the globe in the middle.
Right, so not curved then.
But then the same trigonomic rules still apply, though. You just have to double it back. It's simple algebra, bro. Angles in relativity.
Do you have a demonstration of the 1.2 mile horizon that you say is refracted? Because you just gave two ways to be able to demonstrate that and then said, well, no, nobody ever did that.
Yeah, again, I can reverse engineer it to get a 1.22 by incorporating refraction. I can reverse engineer it to get a 1.22.
You made a claim that Snell's law is built upon experimentation. We all agree it's built upon experimentation with two different mediums. Can you give me experimentation of a singular medium?
All right, Snell's law comes from Fermat's principle. It is derived from Fermat's principle.
That's correct. Can you give me...
Okay, so you accept Fermat's principle then, correct? Do you accept Fermat's principle or not?
You need two mediums. You need two mediums to invoke Snell's law. Do you agree?
Or a gradient.
Okay, then
Snell's law is a special case of Fermat's principle.
Why can't you show me an experiment of that?
Oh, I can show you the mathematics of it.
Variations in the refractive index in the atmosphere are caused by inhomogeneities of wide ranges of sizes. These include variations in the mean refractive index and refractive index fluctuations due to turbulence and cannot be accounted for by deterministic models. Do you know what a deterministic model is?
I do know what a deterministic
model is. Cannot be accounted for by deterministic models.
That cannot be accounted for by deterministic.
That's right. Refraction cannot be accounted for by deterministic models. That's why I'm asking you. Where's the model that makes prediction? There's no deterministic model for atmospheric refraction, terrestrial refraction, or whatever you want to call it. There is no model in existence that makes accurate predictions. There never has been, and there never will be.
I am saying that if you knew all of the atmospheric conditions from
doesn't matter, dude. They've tested it. They've tested it. Do you understand that you have a model, and then you go out and you collect data, then you plug the values into the model, and you see if the model matches observation, right?
Yeah.
When they do this exercise, let's call it, they don't get reality. What's so hard to understand about that? That the models don't work. That's why I'm hammering on this, is because you think that there's some scientific fucking overlord out there that can predict refraction. No. There's no prediction of refraction. Doesn't exist. So you're just saying you can predict where the geometric horizon is. That's just cap, dude. That's nonsense.
What I am suggesting is not something that would work in the real world. I am suggesting that if we had a deterministic...
Michael, sorry. Now we can't do this in the real world. Why the hell do you believe?
No, you never could.
Yeah, so where's the direct measurement of the thing that you believe in? Why are we now listening to your imagination? Why?
Physics is deterministic.
Oh, God's sake.
Holy smokes, dude.
You do understand
that about quantum physics, which is indeterministic? Anyway.
You do understand
we're ignoring quantum physics. We're out of the realm of quantum physics at the moment.
Yeah, you do understand that everything you've done for the last half hour is beg the question. The heliocentric model predicts. Awesome. So the Earth is a ball then. We want proof of the ball, proof of the assumption in the first place, not just backwards engineering of all observations to it because of refraction.
I can reverse engineer it to get a 1.22.
Shut up, bitch! Right. So it's subbing in propositions for these variables. Suppose that P is gravity. Suppose that Q is the Earth is round. Right. So if gravity exists, then the Earth is round. If the torsion bar twists, then gravity exists. The torsion bar twists, therefore gravity exists. Therefore, the Earth is round. Yeah, so you're just wrong.
Sphere. Oh, what am I wrong about?
Objection. That gravity means twisty torsion bar. It doesn't. If the torsion bar twists, then gravity exists. The torsion bar twists, therefore gravity exists. Therefore, the Earth is round.
Galileo used a ramp to study rolling balls, showing the acceleration enough to measure the time taken for the ball to roll, known distance.
I didn't hear the first part. Did you say Galileo?
Yeah.
What did he do again?
You asked me who was the first person to measure drop over distance, and I said it was Galileo.
Okay, go ahead and give us the information on how
he used a ramp to study rolling balls, slowing the acceleration enough to measure the time taken for the ball to roll a known distance. He measured elapsed time with a water clock using an extremely accurate balance to measure the amount of water.
Now show where this has been measured on the globe. Drop over distance on the globe, not on the ramp where he worked it out.
Rolling balls off a ramp with water, therefore Earth curvature drop over distance.
I think he said the Black Swan is a wonderful example of a straw man.
How is that? It's nature presenting itself as, the way that it does.
Wait, are you saying the globe claim is a straw man against itself?
No, I'm saying the Black Swan is a straw man against the globe claim.
Oh, wow.
No, it is the globe claim, and then it shows how it's incorrect.
No.
Okay, detail which part of the Black Swan argument is the straw man.
The part where it says the bendy cranes don't matter.
Oh, where does it say that in the argument?
Oh, are we doing the whole if P then Q thing?
Yeah, the modus tollens. Yeah, where does it talk about refraction?
Right. That's an incomplete thing. Modus tollens only works like if we agree on the P, then the Q, but if the P is in contention, then the Q doesn't follow.
So you don't agree with the P?
No, not at all.
Oh, so why are we arguing about Earth being a globe?
What?
There's also horizon way beyond where it's supposed to be, so there's that too.
Yeah, what's blocking the bottom of the oil rig there?
Not a hill of water. So
yeah, actually, that's exactly what it is. And if you look at how much is actually hidden.
Okay, buddy.
What are you, fucking stupid?
A hill of water.
You yourself had conceded and said, yeah, definitely something to contain gas, right? Is there a way to contain gas without it? Without a container. Without a container.
No.
Right.
So what's containing your globe?
Right. So you yourself. No.
That's not the claim. No, that's not the claim. That's not what they claim.
What is it?
You're just going to make up. You're just going to make up your own cosmology. You can't do that.
No.
So that one. What is the ozone layer made out of?
Bro just said no gravity.
What is the ozone layer made of?
I've been told it's made of gas.
So what contains that?
The gas itself.
Holy fuck!
Has anyone observed gravity forming things into a ball? Is it predicted by the physics model?
There is.
Do you have a demonstration? Oh, what experiment is that?
Well, as I told you, the Cavendish experiment, but I
formed something into a ball.
Sorry?
That formed something. That formed a bunch of particles into a ball.
Well, not exactly, but
okay. So then, what's the Cavendish have to do with it?
We know that gravity. If we this
you don't know it, you're claiming it, and I'm asking how we have the knowledge for the claim, right?
If we know that the gravity exists and it's applied evenly when we look at the Earth, we will then see that it is spherical and stuff. And
yeah, great. That's a claim, dude. You're confused. You think just saying gravity predicts things form into a ball. You think that that's somehow evidence for the claim? No. If that was the prediction, what would you have to go do? You'd have to go test it. Right? You have to go test it with an experiment.
Yes.
Okay, so what's that experiment?
So just wanted to get in quickly. That's actually two fallacies wrapped into one. Because you begged the question, and then you've also made a baseless assertion based on the begging the question fallacy, because you haven't got any real world data to support what you've said either.
Okay, so just as I told you, there is an experiment, but I don't know that one very, very well, and that's not really the subject I'm fully in.
Well, listen, I know about the Cavendish, whatever, but that in no way shows that gravity forms a whole bunch of particles into a ball. Nothing about that. You cannot deduce from that experiment that conclusion.
No, you're misunderstanding. Gravity is the dependent variable.
Gravity is the dependent variable, so it's the observed phenomenon.
Correct. That's literally what I'm saying.
So gravity is the observed phenomenon, not the cause.
Literally, yes.
So is gravity the cause? Is gravity the cause of the natural observed phenomenon?
Yeah.
Is gravity mass attracting mass?
Yeah.
Okay, so the cause is the natural observed phenomenon.
Right.
The cause is the effect, is what you just said.
Excuse me.
You said Eratosthenes, right?
Yeah, Eratosthenes, yeah.
So we've got shadows, 2 different points on the surface, 2 different length shadows. That tells you that the surface is curving. How?
Searching.
Oh, shit. Here we go again.
Searching.
Wait, hold on.
That's great.
Yeah, I'm sorry.
Is this so like you're asking if how we know it's like curved?
He's googling it.
No.
Well, I mean,
no. So I already have this information pulled up. So how we know that it's curved is that we can observe from two different. But
that wasn't the question. That wasn't the question.
Well, I'm not finished. Let me finish.
No, you're not answering the question.
Let me finish.
No, it's not about finishing. We're trying to stop you from being like you're not even on the right. You're not answering the right question. Remember, I gave you an example. If you told me how tall you are, you're like, well, what method do you want? Any method, as long as that's measured. It's verifying how tall you are via measurement. So
maybe
go ahead. Going back to the experiment here,
there are two different like shadows taken at different latitudes. And the way that this works, the way that we know that it's round, is because the only way we would be able to do this is if we see different angles.
Really?
Of shadow that the shadows project.
So you're saying that on a flat surface... Wait, so just to clarify, you're saying that on a flat surface, we cannot have different angles to a single light source.
And yeah, but those angles on a flat surface would be wildly different. And
well, why would they be wildly different? What would they be instead? Actually, what are they? What are they? And what would they be instead?
Wait, because on a flat Earth, you're dealing with a flat plane, relatively speaking, and with that,
okay. So the angles. So the angles would be different than what they are. What are they?
Searching. What do you mean?
What are the angles?
What's your angle?
I don't think that's necessarily.
So you don't know what the angles are, but you do know that if the surface is flat, they would be something other than what they are.
I don't think that the angles, the exact angles are relevant here, but I know that they're.
Well, they are relevant because your claim is they wouldn't be what they are, but you don't know what they are. So how can you say that? If you haven't been high enough to see a curve, how do you know it curves?
It curves.
No, I believe in basic science. We've been going through this in just basic physics classes, how the Earth is round due to the principles of gravity and whatever. And I just believe in that because I have no reason to not believe in that, you know?
Belief. It sounds like a faith.
Science! Bro, you're shaking. Science! Bro, you're shaking. Science! You're shaking. This is the science! You're shaking, bro. You need some medication.
Yeah, I found a great evidence for the art of being round.
Okay, post it in live stream.
Okay. No one smart, like who has a high IQ and stuff, believes in flat Earth. See, that's
not evidence.
But that's a good evidence. Like everyone smart believes in like round Earth.
Wait a minute. Who are you?
So what reason do I have to doubt that the Earth is flat?
Because it's stupid belief.
Come on, Orion, it's stupid. Fucking, that's it. That's, oh my god.
Let's just spin the wheel on the fallacy wheel. Let's spin the fallacy wheel and just go through the whole thing.
Flat Earth is dangerous.
Shut up, bitch.
No, bro, like the water that you see in the picture is not real.
You understand that observational science is a science. It actually is. You take data through observations and can make conclusions without having to experimentally test those conclusions.
You understand?
If we were, like, as you say, you would have to change the independent variable according to what we're actually trying to measure, in this case, gravity. And so, obviously, on Earth, gravity is relatively consistent. There's very, very small deviations that you wouldn't be able to detect with the human eye. But you would have to go somewhere else that has a different kind of gravity. You haven't been to space yet, obviously.
What are you, fucking stupid?
30 years, if you're super rich, you might get the chance to get a ticket and go, to low Earth orbit or something like that. And there you might be able to test different gravity for yourself. So being further away from the Earth, you're going to experience slightly less gravity. If you went to the moon, hypothetically, then we could do a test, and we have, video evidence, whether you want to believe that or not. But I choose to believe that the when we drop a object on the moon, it falls slower due to the fact that the gravity is different, all else being equal. So we're dropping the same mass, except the mass that is being dropped towards is different. On Earth, it's bigger. On the moon, it's smaller, and thus that attraction force is lower. So the thing that is dropped on the moon is going to drop slower than the thing that is dropped on Earth. That's, I guess, the kind of test you're looking for, the change in the independent variable. But obviously...
Bro, what are you talking about, man?
When do we see the geometric horizon? That's the question.
The geometric horizon is a theoretical construct. You don't see it. We see we see in real world.
Okay. So when you said before that the horizon is the bit that the boats are going beyond and the sun's going behind, when it was physical, you're saying that's only theoretical now?
No. The geometric horizon is a theoretical construct. You don't see it.
Gotcha, bitch!
How do you get a right angle triangle on a sphere?
You already asked me that question.
Yeah, I keep asking it the ball tards because I'm here to make a point.
Yeah, so as I already said, if you recall, as I said, you measured at different points because you can find a flat surface. Okay.
No, you can't. Go ahead,
just as you could find a flat surface.
No, you can't. I don't give
on a basketball.
No, that
so
would
you can
be more
find
than 180 degree. Go. I want.
That's 360 degrees. Yeah.
I want you to use 360 degree right triangle.
Did you?
Kidding me?
Did you just say there's a flat surface on a basketball?
Yeah, so like if you measure small enough, if you measure a small enough portion, if you then so as I was saying, like
there is no truly flat surface on a sphere. Give us a citation.
There is
flat sphere.
There isn't. You're a dumb fuck. I've had about enough. You're a dumb fuck.
Just as you could find a flat surface
you can't.
on a basketball.
What? Where did you learn level is curved?
So I didn't learn that. I kind of figured that out.
Oh, really?
Obviously from a like that would be a logical fallacy in your eyes because I'm accepting that the Earth is a sphere, like of course. And so from that understanding, then in my mind, I've kind of figured out, okay, well, if it's on a sphere, then depending on your scale of reference, things are going to look
only in the reification of the globe. Do you apply this logic?
Yes, of course.
Okay, we're talking about reality. Do you see the difference?
But do you understand that in my concept of reality, it is a sphere? I understand that in yours, it's not.
Oh my goodness, dude! I'm not even talking about the globe right now. I'm just talking about what level is, what flat is. Is flat level?
Okay.
It's flat curved. Is flat a sphere? I mean, what's going on in your mind?
Sure. So flat is level. But I would say that any water that you find is going to be...
What's the difference between flat level and curved level?
Well, curved level is going to look as flat level does at a small scale, but the more you zoom out, the more it's going to look not level, and it's going to look more curved and curved and curved. Obviously, the more you zoom out on a flat Earth, it's just going to look exactly flat no matter what scale.
Okay, so curved level is actually curved.
Yes, curved level is more like a tangent.
So flat and curved are two different things.
Yes. Yeah.
And level and curved are two different things.
Is that what you just asked me? Maybe not, but yes, they are two different things.
Okay, there you go. So what's going on?
It's from NASA. It's a reliable source.
No, reliable, nothing.
Back up.
50 feet.
Can you calculate something that's 50 feet above the air?
If you calculate it, you might want to go measure it to verify it, right?
Yeah. You can measure it, but how would you do that? How would you do that without a tape measure scrolling up there? How would you do that? Elevation?
Elevation angles. Elevation.
Oh, okay. Now we're getting somewhere. So, what about the same thing? What about the same thing for? Do you guys know what a sextant is?
Yeah. Do you know what a triangle is?
Oh, dude, do I know triangles? Talk to me about some triangles. You know about 180?
It was at this moment that he knew. He fucked up.
You know about 180? Talk to me about 180. Talk to me about how you can calculate your location in the middle of a fucking ocean where you can't see fucking dick but ocean and horizon.
Yeah.
How do you know where you are on the Earth if you can't calculate with the sky?
What is a triangle? Triangle is three straight lines that they form angles that equal 180 degrees, right? Three straight lines that form angles.
I was saying that. Yeah, dude. You know about
straight lines.
Straight lines.
Straight. Are you not listening? Are you not listening? Straight lines. So in order to have three straight lines, you cannot have a curved adjacent, correct?
Correct.
Gotcha, bitch.
Game over, dude. Flat Earth.
Kind of curved anyway.
We didn't say anything. Game over.
Gotcha, bitch.
Why are you guys obsessed with peer review?
I don't know
Because
why.
peer review means somebody can recreate the shit.
You
no, it doesn't mean it's just I said everyone agreed on it.
Let me ask him a question. I want to ask a question. Ryan, do you think people that peer review recreate the experiment they're reviewing?
That's usually what peer review means.
No. They're just making sure the fucking data and the math are correct. They're not recreating experiments. Yeah, sure, it could be, but I mean, if I was like, I'm like, if I had to make a choice between one or the other.
Yeah. But okay, so either you're saying they're massively incompetent and they don't know the difference between a rock from the moon and a piece of wood, or they're lying. Those are our choices, yeah?
They misplaced it.
So wait, so those are the choices, yeah? Either massively incompetent or lying.
Well, they don't have to be massively incompetent. It could just been a simple mistake.
Well, it's a rock from the moon, bro. If I have a rock from the moon, and I say I'm going to give you a rock from the moon, it's going to be difficult for me to accidentally give you a piece of wood instead. And if you're a $50 million, $60 million a day company whose job it is to go to the moon, we would expect that you know what the moon rock is when you're giving it to another country, wouldn't you? Isn't that a bare minimum?
Well, I mean, I'm pretty sure like all governments like make mistakes. I mean, that's why we criticize.
Yeah, but if you go, but it would be but if you go to the moon like they claim and you get rocks from it, it's not like they're giving them a certain type of pencil and there's millions of them and they accidentally gave them the wrong kind of pencil. I mean, it's a rock from the moon. These are supposed to be some of the most valuable things on Earth, and they'd have to be very heavily watched and secured. And then you're accidentally getting a piece of petrified wood. Okay, let's say hypothetically that's what happened. Could you give me your scenario of how that petrified wood is becoming put in place of a moon rock by accident? Just in your mind, how you're imagining that to have happened.
Well, like if someone has like a collection of these, they probably have a collection of like other things like petrified wood. It's like if you collect rocks, you probably have like petrified wood and shit too.
Wait, so you think NASA are storing a pile of petrified wood next to their moon rocks?
Maybe. I mean,
why would they be storing petrified wood?
I mean, you tell me. I don't know why they would.
No, you tell me. It's your story.
It's not my story.
This is your story. You're defending the story. You made up the story. You said it could have been a mistake.
Yeah, I'm saying it could have been a mistake.
NASA's in their petrified wood store about to fuel their fires in the office, and then someone accidentally goes into the moon rock cupboard and drops everything and goes, "Oh shit, we have to leave for the flight to Holland." Grabs all the bits, but he accidentally grabs some of the petrified wood that they're using for the office fire. Is that maybe what happened?
I mean, who knows?
Listen. Fuck up. Get out.
It's all over. It's all over for him. I don't know if you realize it, but it's over.
Hold on, not yet. Clear?
24/7 Flat Earth Discord. Go get VC verified.
What is up, ladies and gentlemen? Welcome to another exciting episode of the True Earth Debates. We are super excited to be joined by two wonderful guests. We have Dave Weiss from deep inside the rabbit hole, as well as Mr. Joel. We appreciate your guys' time. Let me go ahead and bring you into the show and get things rocking and rolling. Thank you all for joining us over on the YouTube and the Rockfin. We have quite a few legends over there as well. Can't shout you out, until you chat it up, but not everybody's comments makes it up. As you know, for those who have been here, for those who are new, that's just how it goes. So click the link in the description if you'd like to support not only myself, but tons of other content creators as well. So only one way to know, and that is to go. So let's go ahead, pull you guys in for just a second. Awesome. Welcome to the show, Dave. Thank you for joining us.
What's going on? This is going to be fun. And Joel, thanks for coming.
Yeah, it's going to be fun. I'm looking forward to it.
For those of you that are like, this guy looks familiar, let me just give you a quick rundown. Sean Hibbler and I had Joel on about, was it a year ago or how long ago?
Yeah, almost a year ago.
So a year ago. And first I want to apologize, Joel, for any comments in the chat that are mean. It's just we have a lot of passionate flat earthers.
Yeah, I know. I respect it.
And the way that we see your beliefs, people get fired up. So everybody, Joel is not a shill. He's not a troll. He believes what he's saying. And he's, we see the world completely different, but he's a good guy. And we're going to try to share some information and see who learns something tonight. Maybe it's us, maybe it's him, maybe we both learn something.
Hopefully it's both. Yeah.
Yeah. So, so I have a couple quick rules, and you're already off to a good start. You need to smile at least 3 times, and you need to crack at least 3 jokes. We're talking 2 or 3.
I'm sure we'll surpass both of those. It'll be fine.
All right, good, because you were very, very serious last time. Very serious.
Yeah, it was the first time. So.
All right, good. I'm happy to hear it. So, all
right.
Skylar, anything you want to start with to say, or we'll let Joel kick it off? And also, last time I did listen to our interview, and I had warned you that we were going to interrupt you a lot and talk a lot, and we sure did. We're going to try to not interrupt you too much today.
Likewise.
All right.
So you're Skylar? Sorry,
Yeah, it's all good. Joel, we just met, so it's nice to meet you. Thank you for giving your time and attention to this very important matter. I feel like the True Earth Debate is probably one of the most, it's starting to be the shoe on the other foot, right? But it was for a long time one of the most underrated but controversial conspiracies out there. So controversial that even the YouTube heads got pulled into Congress and said, well, what are you going to do about the conspiracy videos, the flat earth videos, and so on and so forth? And so now we have seen the results of that with a completely stacked deck as far as the search algorithms go. But neither here nor there. It's nice to meet you. I run the True Earth Debates. I'm also on Dave's team here. I believe we're on a stationary plane with topography over top. We actually build all of our useful data about the Earth off of a flat plane. We have the sea level. We have sonar mapping the oceans as flat. We have, as well as radar waves going over 10,000 miles. Lots of other evidences that seem to indicate that, there's no curvature in sight. So I'd like to go ahead and pass the floor over to you. What do you think is the biggest reason why you believe that you're on a spinning space rock?
The biggest reason?
Oh, hold on. Dave is muted.
Yeah, you're muted, Dave.
Yeah, hold on.
I do that once every show. Just Joel, we asked Joel to do them. Last time he said, I'm going to go do the math and I'm going to come back. And he came back and said, hey, I want to talk about these 3 things. And I agreed that we're going to talk about those, but then we're also going to talk about others. So Joel, you can answer that question right now if you want, or you can start wherever you want. I want to make this I want you to lead the conversation.
Well, in good faith of, I guess, following on from our last discussion, and this is sort of like a sequel, if you will. Like you said in the last interview, you guys hit on the inverse square law a lot, because I was bringing up math a lot, and you were like, well, if you like math so much, it doesn't really work out with, us being able to see Polaris. It's way too far, 431, 433 light years. So I was like, okay, I wrote that down. I said, I'll do the math, and I did the math, and I wanted to share it with you guys, if that's fine.
Sure.
I wrote up the little paper here. It's only 4 pages. It's not crazy. It won't be. It's because it's a lot of diagrams. So like visuals.
I got it, but I have a question for you. How do we know that Polaris is 433 light years away? And I believe mainstream science is trying to decide if they need to subtract 100 light years from that number. So to me, in my world, the way I see it, it's a made up number.
Well, that's going to be off like spectroscopy and things like that, and chemical makeup and maturity of the star and things like that. So we can measure the type of light that's emanating off of it, and then we can basically figure out how far it is from that. That's one of the ways anyway. But right now we're kind of just giving the 433 light years somewhere in there as a given. So if it's all right if I went through this with you guys, it's not crazy or anything. The craziest part about this is unit conversions. That's it. Like converting light years to meters and things like that. So
I'm going to do my absolute best to not get mentally fatigued.
Okay, I'll try and go quickly. It shouldn't go too much longer than the intro.
Touche. There you go. It's one. You're good.
Alrighty. Can we see this? Is this seen?
Yep.
Okay. All right. So I wrote this. So I'll just sort of paraphrase through it. The question is, with the inverse square law, how are we able to see the North Star? Okay, Polaris. So the way that we kind of understand it, we have a point source of light like a star, and you can imagine that light emanating off of it, in sort of circles, like spheres coming off of it. So we're interested in the intensity of light at any distance from the center. And so we would have to know the surface area, the area of these spheres, of any one of these spheres, like however distance you want to know, which is going to be given by the radius. So in this case, the center's there, radius is the distance, and the surface area is the area around the sphere. So this is basic formula, like first grade math kind of stuff. So the inverse square law is basically this.
I think first grade is a bit. I definitely didn't learn this in first grade. I'll just say that.
Well, I just meant like formulas for like basic formulas, like volume, area, perimeter, surface area is one of those. Is what I meant. So 4 pi r squared. And so, all right. So this is kind of what's happening. So imagine these are the different spheres here, right? And so, like you were saying, Dave, the further away you get, so at 1 distance away, you have a certain intensity. Then you go 2 times as far away, you have a quarter of the intensity. And then 3 times as far away, you have a ninth, and so on and so forth. It's kind of, it's just a simple. And then this graph here kind of displays that relationship. You've got distance on this x-axis here, and then the intensity here. So you can see 2 times as far away, a quarter, 3 times, 4 times, and so on and so forth. So it gets dimmer, obviously, the further away that you get away. The big important part here to realize is that the further away you get, the less difference there is in brightness. So yes, it gets dimmer, but the amount that it gets dimmer is a lot less the further away you get. So the example I gave here, say you're like 10 times as far away, you'd see 100th of the brightness, or 0.01. Whereas if you're only 9 times as far away, you'd see 181st, or like 0.0123, which is only a difference of 0.0023. It's not that much of a difference if you're 9 times as far away or 10 times as far away. And the further away you get, again, like the less difference there's going to be between those brightnesses. Okay, so that's the big point here.
At what distance do we start to really notice that relationship?
Well, that's what I'm saying, that the more distance there is, the less you're going to notice that relationship. So David, you're muted again. Sorry.
Thank you. That's 2. I'll do it one more time. So you're saying that something is a ridiculous distance, like 100 light years. Long before you get to that 100 light years, you're saying that the difference between like 20 light years and 50 light years isn't very much. It isn't as big of a difference as the first few steps. Is that what you're saying?
Exactly.
Okay.
That's correct.
So something's 100 light years away. then can you see it at 200 light years, or it remains the same intensity at 200 and 300 and 400 light years? It goes to a point where it stops getting less. Is that what you're saying?
Well, sort of, yeah. So well, there's not going to be a point where it stops getting less, but because eventually, you know, obviously it's going to be past what you can see. It'll be too dim. So, but there's also nothing obstructing the light from getting to our eyes. Like, for example, in some of the stars in the core of the Milky Way here. Oh, this way. So a lot of these stars here, you know, they kind of just look like a haze at this point because they're really far. You can't see individual stars with your eyes, but you just sort of see this haze. So the light's still getting there, but you can't make out the stars themselves, the pinpricks, if you will.
Well, the only problem with that, just to interject for a moment, is that normally when you have something that's too far away to see that it's like pinpoint, right? When you zoom in on it, you're not going to be able to make it bigger, right? At least not with, not unless you have an intense, like a ridiculously intense amount of zoom, right? Most of the time, you would agree that you're not with like a camera, right? You're not going to be able to zoom in on something that's, you know, 400 light years away. You know, if we're seeing a pinpoint source, right? Would you agree with that? That we're not going to be able to zoom in on that with a P900?
To a degree, yeah. Essentially, you can't just get a whole bunch of detail out of something unless you're closer to it, you know. So if you're really far away from something, you can only zoom in so much. So yeah, I agree with that.
Well, it's actually it's not just that, but it's also the actual size of the thing that you're talking about. So there's a point where you're pretty much only seeing a point source of light, and then there's almost no difference between 200 and 400 light years. It's basically the claim that you just made in the simplest terms, right? So if that's the case, then when you have a star that's 400 light years away and you're seeing the pinpoint source, zooming in on it a little bit is not going to it's not going to bring that size back in, right? It's not going to get larger by zooming in on something that's okay. Thank you.
Yeah, that's relatively accurate. Yeah.
Okay. So the problem is that we have tons of videos of people zooming in on stars, and they get bigger every time. So, and that's what P900s.
That's a slightly separate subject. Let's go ahead and just finish this off, because the second part of this, I explained the concept, and now I plug the numbers in. Is essentially what's happening here. And then once we get through this, then we can have the discussion. All right. So I said let's try. Let's plug everything in. So there's a couple terms here. So what we were looking at here, when we're looking at like the area, this is like square meters, right? You have a meter here and a meter here, so it's square meters. That's actually going to be called the flux. So that's the astronomy term for it. And then luminosity is whatever the star's wattage is, output. So it's the same thing. The inverse square law is the same thing. We have luminosity here, and we're trying to get the flux. That's basically like if Earth was right here, you want to know how much light is sort of like at this sphere, at that distance away from the star. So that's the flux. So all we need to find is how bright the star is and how far away it is. So its estimated Polaris is 25,000 times brighter and 50 times larger than our sun. All right, these are estimates, but we know the luminosity of the sun is this. So I called it L Sol. So all you have to do is times that by 2,500, because it's 2,500 brighter. So we multiply that out, we get our luminosity. So this is the supposed wattage output of Polaris. So we have our L. And then here it's 431 light years I put here. You could say 433. It's going to be kind of negligible at this point.
Would you agree that this is all theoretical?
No, I wouldn't. A lot of these are hard numbers. So
which one would you say is the hard number?
Well, certainly the luminosity of the sun.
How did we get the luminosity of the sun?
You can measure it with spectrometers and with light measurements, essentially. Like you can measure how much light is hitting a sensor.
Okay, that's
Joel,
fair.
do you have any examples of anything that's twice as bright as the sun?
I mean, there's plenty of stars. Like
no,
stars.
No. When you look at a star, you can theorize that it's whatever number brighter than the sun. But do you have any examples around here of something brighter than the sun? Twice as bright.
The issue with that is the sun is giving off all wavelengths on the electromagnetic spectrum. So I could find something that's brighter in the visible spectrum, but not like on all wavelengths.
I find it hard to imagine something twice as bright as the sun, but let's just go 10 times as bright as the sun. 10 times as bright as the sun.
I don't think there's anything brighter than. I don't think there's anything even visibly brighter on the visible spectrum brighter than.
But let's just say 10 times. Let's just pretend that we can do something 10 times brighter, which is unfathomable to me. And you just carefully, because you're doing some equations. Equations are not empirical evidence. Saying this star is 25,000 times brighter than the sun, and you just roll it off like it's a fact, but you have zero evidence of that other than it has to be if you pre-assume space is real and stars are far.
Well, I also wanted to get
not necessarily, because there's neutron stars and there's very dim stars as well.
But I wanted a clarification on are we talking about the sun's apparent brightness, like its visual brightness to us, or are we talking about its actual
actual brightness?
Okay, so how did we get that compared to its brightness to us?
We sent probes into it. So I know you don't believe that, but that's how we got that data. That's why it's.
Do you have any evidence of those probes going to the sun?
Yeah, you can look it up. I don't know what their names were.
You can look it up, and it's written by NASA. I believe last time
I think that was actually a Russian probe. Was the one that went to the sun.
Not Russian, China, Japan, NASA.
Well, I mean, you gotta.
We don't have to believe the story about Narnia.
No, you don't. That's what I'm saying. I could say these things happen, but it's kind of hard because I know you guys don't believe it, but that's what am I supposed to fall back on, I guess?
But that's kind of where our problem is that we're looking for what we can actually verify, and we're always having to rely on these stories from the accused, right? And so it's just not. I mean, it's really not very good optics for the globe model.
All right. Well, let's just continue. We got to find the distance now, right? So we only have 431 light years, but our flux measurement is supposed to be in watts per square meter. Okay, so we can't use light years. So I converted light years to meters, and then 401 light years is this many times that many meters, which are how many is in 1 light year. And so we get the amount of meters. This is how many meters away Polaris is. So now all we do is we plug that in. We get the luminosity of Polaris, and then we get the distance. All I did was plug those in. This is the luminosity and the distance, squared the distance, multiplied it by 4 pi, and then I divided them. And I got this really tiny number, right? So 4.61 times 10 to the negative 9th watts per meter squared, which is really small. That's this many zeros. The sun, for example, is 1400 watts per square meter. So that's in the positives, that's not in the positives. That's past the decimal point. That's 1400 watts per square meter. This is 0.0000, like really, really small. And so for a comparison, and by the way, the human eye, the lower limit is in the magnitude of 10 to the negative 10. So anything below 10 to the negative 10, our human eye wouldn't be able to pick up. And then another reference is one foot away from your average candle, which is how we get luminosity measurements as a standard. That's going to be 0.01576 watts per meter squared. So it's still pretty small. It's a small, it's a relatively faint light. So then I looked at all of these other stars. So we have Sirius, which is the brightest star in the sky. It's only 9 light years away. And that's still 10 to the negative 8th. And you can see that sort of relationship here of how they're not that different. It's because we have 10 to the negative 8th, negative 8th, negative 8th, and negative 9th. With all these different, Rigel, I never know how to say that, 773 light years away, and that's still negative 8, while Sirius is only 9, and it's still like negative 8. So you have a bunch of different variables in size and intensities. But you have Polaris at 431, and it's only at negative 9, and that's above our limit of being able to see the star. So with all the numbers, with the distance, and with the size, we would be able to see Polaris with the inverse square law, and that's essentially kind of how the numbers would work out. We can now have discussion about the sources of that stuff and all of that good stuff, but with the numbers that we purport to have now, it does work out. You know, it's not against it.
So I'll throw something in, and then Scarlett, you can go. Everything that you're telling us is you're great at math, by the way. You're awesome, and great charts and everything. And I could actually show you a chart of an unknown island off of Japan, one of the 7,000 that they just found. And there's an amusement park there with the biggest roller coaster in the world. And I could show you the coordinates for that. I could tell you how far it is. I could tell you the specs on the roller coaster, the G-forces. I could show you all of the building plans, everything all about it. And everything will add up no matter how you look at it, sideways, forward, reading it, upside down and backwards. Does that make that amusement park on that island real? Or is it just theoretical, right? So everything you're talking about is theoretical. You're pre-assuming that space is, infinite and expanding. You're pre-assuming that those lights in the sky are billions of miles away and 25,000 times brighter than the sun, to me, which is absolutely insane.
2,500.
2,500. Well, if it was twice as bright, that's still insane to me. And so this is just a quick quote. All of the theoretical work that has been done since the 1970s has not produced a single successful prediction, says Neil Turk, director of the Perimeter Institute of Theoretical Physics in Waterloo, Canada. That's pretty intense.
Well, what about all the theoretical work done before the 70s?
Like what?
Like general relativity.
I'm not a fan.
That's the big one.
Not a fan.
Yeah, so actually about to, there's a big discussion on upending general relativity amongst even mainstream physicists. It's actually, when you look at that coupled with Big Bang Theory and what they've been teaching in the mainstream schools, there's actually 16 predictions that the theory gets completely wrong. And the James Webb Telescope has actually only apparently furthered the mystery. I know for us it's like a catch-22. We don't believe in the James Webb Telescope, right? So why are they, spinning these different narratives? I think it's for confusion. But in any case, even if the data is real, right, the data is not lining up for the expectations of general relativity. But again, that's kind of a different topic than the discussion of the stars. When we my main point was just because a majority of the last interview was saying how the inverse square, we shouldn't be able to see Polaris. And so at least with the numbers that we have, we would be able to. So
I mean, theoretical numbers, you're making a statement that
these they're observations.
Hold on. You're not making an observation. You're making a statement. Hold on. That light, the light of a star will get dimmer and dimmer fast, and then it gets less dim and less dim, and then it just travels forever and stays at the same brightness. You have no evidence of that being real, and logically it doesn't make any sense to me. But you have no way to prove that's real. That's just a theoretical statement that has to exist for your infinite solar system, infinite galaxy, and universe to exist.
I'm not sure that they're infinite. I'm not sure I believe it's infinite.
Well, expanding, very large, bigger than the flat Earth concept, if you will.
Sure, yeah, it's definitely bigger than that.
Right. So you're reaching to places that you can't verify. You can just read books and trust government agencies. They're very trustful entities. And you're not looking here on Earth where we can actually scientifically prove that we're not a globe. I mean, you want to believe that Polaris is 2,500 times brighter than the sun, which that's crazy. I mean, if that was the case, there's other stars that are probably 100,000 times brighter than the sun, or 1,000,000 times brighter, right?
No, not a million. I don't think a million.
Okay, yeah, but
many magnitudes, yeah.
But these numbers that you're coming up with, but they all kind of look pretty much the same. And when we zoom in on them, they all
that's proof of the inverse square law to me. I think that's proof of the inverse square law that the further away
they all look the same. Everything just evens out.
Well, in our local celestial neighborhood, yes, but like once you get further out, like out to the middle of the galaxy and stuff, things look a little different. They get denser and they get closer together, and they get into you have nebulae and everything like that. So, and then you have other galaxies, and then you can zoom into and see specific stars in other galaxies.
Do you believe in the James Webb Telescope?
Well, yeah.
Okay. So the James Webb Telescope, it finds a spot called Lagrange point 2, and that's where the gravity of the sun and moon and the Earth, and it just finds that perfect spot. Okay,
it's a saddle point. Yeah.
So over the course of 6 months, the sun and the distance between the Earth and the sun change. I had all the numbers before, but as it changes, it would have to move like it's in a tractor beam. Okay, it would have to move, and it's moving like very fast in two different directions, throughout the year towards the sun and away from the sun. And you're just believing that tractor gravity is holding it in the perfect spot. Here's my question though. If you watch the launch, did you watch the launch of the James Webb?
Yeah, I did.
And it was over Earth. Maybe this is, that's not it. That's me making a James Webb image. Let me just find something here for a second.
You good?
Where is it? Here it is. I think this is it. So this is the launch. Let me just see if this is the video I want. And it's up in space. And then is it deploying here? All right. So it's the next one. This is it. So here it is, and they're showing us this beautiful curve of Earth. They always show us this beautiful curve of Earth. So it's ejected it here. Now, how many miles away from Earth is that? Is it 1,000,000 miles away? It's not 1,000,000 miles away. It's a couple hundred miles away. Right?
Yeah.
Let's round up to 1,000. Let's say it's 1,000 miles away. Got a great shot of Earth. Somehow we can see through all the atmosphere and see the perfect edge of this. And here it goes out here, and it's going to deploy. Let me just jump forward. It's gonna and if you watch, the signal's breaking up here, and it's only 1,000 miles away, probably a lot less. And it's going away. It's already ejected from the rocket.
Yeah.
And I'm going forward, and it's out. It's now putting out its solar panel.
Right.
How does it go park itself 1,000,000 miles away? What gets it to the Lagrange point?
Well, that's literally rocket science, man. I mean, that's orbital mechanics. They exceeded the escape velocity of the orbit, and so it was no longer within the.
So you're saying the rocket is in orbit and it pops the satellite out, and then that satellite knows to go 1,000,000 miles away and park itself. Is that what you're saying?
No, not necessarily. It doesn't know to do. It's.
How does it get there? How does it get there?
I think you need to know that it's constantly correcting itself.
How does it correcting? Does it have engines on it?
No, it's got I don't know what the nozzles, pressure nozzles. I don't know what they're called.
So the satellite has pressure nozzles that are pushing against what? What are they pushing against?
You don't have to. It's not the pushing against. It's the fact that it's pushing something of itself out. So it's equal and opposite.
And what is it pushing out? What is it pushing out?
Pressure, air pressure.
Gas. It's pushing air out.
Gas.
So have you ever seen where we take a vacuum chamber and we put a little rocket and a fan and all sorts of stuff and nothing moves? We just light it and it won't. There's no propulsion. There's no pull. There's no push. We hang a feather in front of a fan and there's nothing. There's nothing. So we could argue that all day. It doesn't matter.
Yeah.
You're saying that this thing with where are the thrusters on here? If you take a look at it, I don't see
I think
thrusters.
I can actually see them right there. There's
Right-
one at
right
every
there?
corner. At every corner.
So
of the square there.
those four are going to take it out of orbit and park it 1,000,000 miles away. That is a faith. That is a religion.
I have another big question. Big one for
I
the
think it's just
thrusters,
math,
right? Well, I'd like to see you try to use math to get out of this one. So we know that there's something called back pressure. That's how all our pressurized systems work when we're dealing with gases, with the pumps, right? So we have atmospheric pressure pushing down. Without that, the gas will escape the pumps, right? So out in space, there is no back pressure. So what keeps the gas from escaping?
Gas from what?
The thrusters.
Well, they're nozzles. They open and close.
Yeah, but see, okay,
it's like it's a container. They're contained inside of the thing, and it pushes it out. And it's like if you were to blow in space, I guess. It doesn't mean it's just gonna deflate immediately.
Can I ask what right here they're having this a bad video feed? Is it going to get better as they get farther away from Earth? Are they going to be able to transmit some high res pictures because they can't seem to transmit a picture here?
Well, I don't think the craft, the rocket, followed it. So, I'm not sure what you mean.
So so the transmitter on the telescope is better than the one that's on the rocket. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah.
I'll go with that. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, I think we could go ahead and move to the next thing I wanted to talk about, unless you guys had something.
No, we'll go to the next thing. And Skylar?
I still had one thing on the stars too, because my point on the fact that we can zoom in on all the stars and they all increase in visual size in the camera lens is evidence that they can't be at these varying distances of vast light years away.
So I'm not sure what footage you're talking about. That's not just blurry.
There's hundreds
besides blurry.
But you can just call it. I mean, I understand that you can just call it blurry, but even the blur, right? It's getting bigger in size. Like that wouldn't happen. It's a point source of.
Yeah. So I'd encourage you to take a similar camera, or to ask someone to do this. Take whatever camera that you did that with a star, and do it with like a different type of smaller dim light. Put it off in the distance in a dark area, and zoom into it, and it's gonna look the same. Because it's a blurred, it's so exactly how you described earlier. Remember how you were
well, when you do it here on Earth, the diameter of it is, or not the diameter, but the actual angular size of it is going to increase, right? Of the actual thing.
No, it's going to get blurry, like he's showing that. That's blurry.
That's blurry. Looks pretty sharp to me.
No, that's what happens when you sort of when your camera zooms in too much, that it's not able to actually process the light appropriately. So all it's getting is just a bunch of random protons. That
you can see this with your naked eye. You can see this with your naked eye. You don't even need to zoom in to see Arcturus. You look at it on a clear night, and you can see this with your naked eye.
Well, yes, it sparkles. It twinkles because of the atmospheric distortion in the way.
The atmospheric distortion is doing this.
If another interesting, an interesting way you can tell that, and I encourage people to try this as well. Look at Arcturus or Sirius or any other bright star when it's lower in the horizon, when it's near the ground, and then look at it again when it's straight overhead, and you'll notice a big difference in the distortion there, in the twinkle.
Well, absolutely. You're looking through the atmosphere; everything's distorted. Look at somebody, a quarter of a mile down the beach, and they're going to be all distorted. Yeah. But you look at something over your head, you're looking through less atmosphere. So just because you can distort things by looking across the thickest part of the air column doesn't mean that's what that doesn't mean anything, actually. But why doesn't this one look like Sirius? Look like Arcturus? This is Sirius. Why doesn't Sirius look like Arcturus? Why does every star have its own personality, focused or not?
That's a really good question, but that's kind of gets a little bit into spectroscopy, because they all have different chemical makeup. Obviously, it also depends on the atmospheric conditions of the day, the camera you're using, so obviously, so that top middle one, for example, is very clearly out of focus.
Absolutely, 100% agree. Let me ask you a question. They tell us that, we're looking at the star, we're looking up through all the layers of our atmosphere and all of the radiation belts and everything else, but we can tell what gas the star is made out of. How come they have never done an experiment here on Earth? Like, get a garbage can, fill it with whatever gas you want, put it a quarter of a mile down the street, and then get somebody with a spectroscope. The spectroscopy instrument?
Spectrometer.
Spectrometer. Thank you. And have them tell you what gas is coming out of the can. No one's ever done that.
Well, that's okay. I think that's just because. So what spectroscopy is measuring is actually the wavelengths of light, and the different types of wavelengths of light will indicate different sort of gases.
So I have a challenge where we get a garbage can with a big bright light in the bottom of it. We fill it with a gas, and then we have somebody with a camera, let's say a mile down the road, half a mile, and they can tell me what gas it is. I'll point the light towards them. I'll pull the top off and let the gas escape with the light behind it. And you think that somebody can do that? It's never been done, right? They haven't tested these instruments here on Earth. And they just shoot them in space and go, oh yeah, well that's hydrogen, oxygen, and that's we can tell what that is. It's all, again, theoretical nonsense.
Well, the trash example is just that's not exactly what's happening. So
well, what you're saying is you could see the light and the gases in front of the light. I'm giving you a light with gases in front of the light. It doesn't have to be a garbage can. It could be a beaker. It could be whatever you want. We can put the gas in a beaker and put a light behind it. And you think you can tell me what gas is in that beaker?
So
I say you can't.
The thing is, it's heated. It's actual gas fusion. This is an actual active chemical reaction that's happening. That's the thing that's giving off the light. It's not just like a light with gas around it.
Where else do we see that, and where do we see that terrestrially to be able to make that comparison?
Well, it's only with stars. Those are the only stable fusion reactions. Unless you want to blow up an atomic bomb, because that's the one time that we have done fusion.
Let's pretend stars are real and that they're spewing out gases, and then we make a device here on Earth. We can look at it and tell you what it is. How did they adjust it? How did they set it so they can know that it's right? What proof do they have that they're right? What evidence is there that any of it is right?
Sorry, Dave. That was just a very general question. I'm not sure I got the.
When they take their instruments here, the spectroscopes. I can't. What's the word?
It's okay. Just spectroscopy. I have a hard time
saying the instrument itself.
Spectrometer.
Okay. So they're taking that and they're looking at a star in the sky that's burning off gas or whatever, and they can tell what it is. How did they calibrate it? If they never did it here on Earth, they're looking up at theoretical planets and stars, and they're telling you what gases are there. It is all complete and total theoretical science. None of it has been proven.
Not astronomically, we haven't done that astronomically, but we know what types of light and chemicals give certain. We know the characteristics of certain chemicals, and how they fall on a spectrum. That was a close one.
Now you can't say it either. Good.
How they fall on the spectrum, right? So you'd be able to see the spikes in which chemical is what, and that's with most things. You can test that terrestrially, but then when we point it up at a star and we're sort of receiving information from that star, light, electromagnetic information, you can see where the peaks are.
What about all the gases in between that are here in our own atmosphere? It ignores those.
That's why we have observatories that are actually outside of the Earth's atmosphere and things like that.
Like the self-driving parking James Webb Telescope.
Well, again, it's not completely self either. You're able to calculate pretty. Almost exactly, essentially, of where it's going to go and how fast and all of that. So it's very.
So you have no idea how it works. You just say somebody knows. The guy in a white lab coat and a bow tie knows.
Well, yeah, I don't know everything, but I know how orbital mechanics work and how things can sort of fall into orbit, fall out of orbit, state velocity.
Theoretically.
Well,
yeah,
but
ahead,
I got to be honest. If we're just slapping theoretical onto everything,
hold on. No, we don't have to slap theoretical on things. We have things that are here on Earth that we're trying to measure that are not theoretical. But go ahead, Skylar.
I was going to say, if you're going to say that, that's kind of a cop out. We can define what's theoretical and what's actually verifiable, right? So when we're saying, when you say the hard number is the sun brightness before, right? Again, the thing that made it the hard number was the probe, right? So we had to rely on the story from Narnia. In this case,
that's not the only thing, but that was just one example of one of the many ways we've measured the sun's brightness.
Yes. Okay. So I'm not trying to start a whole nother rabbit hole on the sun brightness when we already moved on. In any case, spectroscopy, when we're dealing with a spectrometer, right, there's obviously a big difference between pointing something up at the sky and looking at a light in the sky, right, versus actually having an enclosed environment, a lab. Because most of the time when we're doing, from the experts in the field, spectroscopy is done in an enclosed environment. The spectrometer is all enclosed with known variables. So everything's known when they're attempting to analyze these chemicals. So again, we're invoking between millions, billions of miles, trillions of miles, right? Unfathomable distances. We're invoking consistent, unchanging mediums when we have no way to verify that whatsoever.
Well, the verifying is those observations. That is the verification, I guess. So, I know you guys deny it, but that's the verification, is you can take the same sorts of instruments and measure the same types of things, and you get those observations, then we get these numbers that we work off of.
So Aristophanes, with his sticks and shadows, he measured the length of the second shadow. Hold on a second. And he said, all right, the Earth's diameter is so-and-so. And then later, somebody said, the Earth's diameter is so-and-so. And if we took a stick and a shadow and we put them 5,000 miles or 500 miles apart, those measurements would actually equal the Earth. So you're self-reifying your space with space. You're using space as your proof of space when there's no proof of space.
It's also interesting how confident you are in spectroscopy when, the people at the top actually aren't that confident. They're like, yeah, there's tons of problems. There's tons of things that we're trying to weed out. And a lot of times we do end up with unexplained phenomena. So again, you're just kind of relying on the authorities, right? Because, I'm just like you. We were spoon-fed one model. But when you actually talk to the people who are doing the work, people like George Ellis, they admit that there's a range of models that can explain the observations, but cosmology is choosing them based on philosophical grounds.
Yeah, there was a lot there, but we're both sort of appealing to some sort of authority at some point. So
let's stop doing that. Do you have was there a third topic you want to bring up, or can we discuss something else?
I've only got through one so far.
Okay, all right. I thought that was two. Go ahead.
So the next one,
then maybe we can interject after that one.
The next one was this video that I got.
I do want to shout out Karen B with the super sticker. Appreciate the shout out and the support. It does help out the channel a ton. Be sure to, if you guys enjoy this kind of content, then definitely check out the GoFundMe. We're trying to make it to Flattoberfest. There's only one way to find out if I'm an AI or not, and that's to get me to Flattoberfest, where you have a chance to shake my hand.
That is true. Joel, I don't know if Skylar's real. He could be AI. We're trying to get him to Flattoberfest. You should come to, where do you live? You should come to Flattoberfest. It's in Las Vegas in October.
Oh, I'm in Ohio, so that's pretty far. If I was closer, maybe. Okay, so let's go ahead and move on to this. I thought this was interesting for you guys to look at. So I'm sure you've seen stuff like this, but I guess the interesting thing of note is the direction that this was taken.
Okay.
So in April, I went to Australia to meet with my fiance, and we went to Kangaroo Island, and this was looking directly south. So I'm curious what sort of explanation that you guys might have for this sort of observation. Because obviously, like on the flat Earth, so this is kind of where I was looking out. That's the way that the angle was with the camera, and we see these stars rotating in a clockwise direction around, I think the rotation point's somewhere around here, right around in there. So that's technically, for me, that would be the celestial South Pole. So if you were to, on a globe, to extend the South Pole out and sort of
is the Southern Cross in that picture?
Yes, it is. Yeah, it's right there.
Okay.
Yeah. So the Southern Cross is going around this way.
Yeah, so when you're dealing with the star rotations, first off, just for data's sake, right? Did you happen to have like a compass or any way to verify the direction that you were facing?
Yeah, I had a compass. Yeah.
Okay, awesome.
Because we had to use the maps to drive there and we had to navigate there and everything. So, and we just looked out into the. I mean, if I zoomed into this map, this flat Earth map here, I would be standing on this edge of the island, looking this way. So, yeah.
Sure. I mean, the thing is, when it comes to the stars, there's multiple explanations that we can try to explain what's going on there. None of them in any way actually prove the shape of the Earth one way or the other. That's why, as Dave's famous for quoting, shape of the lights in the sky don't indicate the shape of the floor unless you beg the hell out of the question, as the globe does tend to do. So with the observation, I've actually been challenged with 3 points, right? You have somebody on each continent at the same time looking out apparently south, right? So there's a couple of issues. For one, I do understand that you have a map that you can use to navigate locally. However, when it comes to the larger scale, there's also something called magnetic declination. when we actually tried to navigate using a globe back in the 1800s, we were wrong consistently. So we went back and we made all these corrections. And I say we, the British military did. So went out and made all these corrections, and now we have our ever fluctuating magnetic declination map that's almost impossible to predict more than a few years out. What predictions we do have are iffy at best, but we're still going to invoke that maybe we'll have a shift in a couple thousand years. This is actually going to determine how we navigate. However, the stars themselves are not going to be oriented based on the magnetic field, right? So how do we actually verify the direction that you're facing, literally like on the ground versus to the sky? Like, how do we know that you're actually facing south in relation to that map to then have to explain the phenomena?
Well, because I could see where we were through GPS, and you can see on the island, you know, so Kangaroo Island is an island, right? So we have to go out to the island, and it only has certain sides, and we were staying on one side of the island, and so obviously we could see that we were not on the other side, which was toward the north, and we knew that because when we took the ferry over to the island, we came off of a certain part of Australia, the southern out of South Australia near Adelaide, and then we came onto Kangaroo Island, and we went towards to the left, you know, and on either a globe Earth or a flat Earth map, you're still going on to one shore side of.
So long story short, you use GPS, right?
No, because we could see. We drove 10 hours from Geelong, Australia, in Victoria near Melbourne, all the way over to South Australia.
You know, if the circle was like 5 miles in diameter, you wouldn't even realize that you're making a big circle, right? That's why people get lost in the desert constantly. So I mean, to say that you know definitively the orientation that you are, based on like something like the GPS, or that we were just traveling and it didn't feel like we were turning left or right. That's not very definitive, right?
Well, there was no inaccuracies. I mean, there was nothing to say that we were wrong, and we never.
Well, if it was backwards, let's just for a moment, and I know that we're going into conspiracy land, right? We make no bones about it. There's a conspiracy, right? If there was a conspiracy and we're dealing with something that is a projection from reality, I mean, why wouldn't they make it accurate, right? People would figure it out immediately if the maps weren't adding up. But I would add that people actually aren't navigating using a globe Earth, right? They're actually navigating using flat maps. Most commonly, the Mercator projection, 99% of maps are flat. There's only one map that's not, and that's a globe. And it's not even really used for navigation, right? When it was, it failed, and they had to invoke a changing magnetic field.
Okay, but this is kind of hard to discuss because I feel like it's so like point blank. Like even if the maps were distorted or the GPS got me to the wrong location, I was still on a certain, like I could see the coast. I was on the beaches, and you could see the consistency with that, with satellite imagery, with GPS, with maps, with compass. I mean, it was all, there's nothing wrong with it, I guess.
Joel, so first, when navigators are using compasses, they're in the south, the farther south they are, the more out of sync they are. They find themselves 20, 30 miles a day off, according to their compass. So what NASA has done is they've taken all those data points and they've programmed them into GPS. Anybody can use GPS, but nobody is allowed to see the source code, because if we saw the source code, we'd say, whoa, why are they making all these adjustments? So you have no idea what direction you're facing down there, but let's pretend you are facing south. That we don't even know if the southern stars are a reflection of the northern stars. We don't know what they are. We don't know what stars are. We don't know anything about them, and their motions have nothing to do with the ground that we stand on. Can you admit, if we're on a ball, that there's physical curvature?
Yes.
Okay. So if I'm on and wherever you are, let's just say it's the top of the ball. Okay. So I'm here on an airplane, and I'm looking at it's a perfectly clear day. I'm on the runway, and I could see stars on the horizon. So I'm looking this way, and I see stars right on the horizon. Right?
Yeah. Right.
So I'm in Germany, and I'm going to fly to Brazil. So I'm flying down over the ball, And when I get down here, those stars that were on the horizon are now over my head, right?
Well, it depends. It depends, like how much the Earth is rotated in that point. But yeah.
Well, the Earth is rotating this way, not this way. So I'm going from the north, right? The stars on the horizon. If I stayed there, and the Earth is rotating, those stars are going to stay there.
That's right.
If I go down, those stars should be on the top. So I want to show you a video that a pilot gave to us, and this is from Germany to Brazil, and it's a time lapse. And if you look at the stars, they're not rising up. You would think that they would rise up, but they're just the only time they move.
Yeah, that's an awesome example of him going along with the Earth's rotation.
No, so this is what Google Earth says that flight should look like, right?
Yeah,
Google Earth says
Google Earth isn't rotating actively.
It doesn't matter. The rotation, the east-west rotation, has nothing to do with north-south navigation. The stars, as he's diving over the Earth, these stars should go up. So this is reality versus Google Earth that is simulating what we're supposed to see on a ball. There's a problem. There's a big problem there. This is what it should be. These stars should just be rising up as you're diving over the ball. Whether it's spinning or not spinning has zero. Now, if you hold on, if you were flying east or west on the equator and you had something on the horizon, yeah, you're flying towards it. It's going to go up or down slower, but north south has nothing to do with the spin of the Earth.
Wait, you said he's going from north to south? Are you saying he's going to north to south in that?
Yep. North to south. Yep.
Yeah, that's why you see the stars rotating this way.
Where was he flying from?
From Germany to Brazil, I believe, or somewhere. Germany for somewhere down below the equator.
Okay.
Okay.
Trying to think.
And you can think. Here's one. Think about it, and maybe not.
I just think, Dave, that the answer is the Earth's rotation, and so to say that has nothing to do with it, that's just dismissing the main reason that would happen.
Well, let's look at the Earth's rotation. You got a plane here in the north. Let's call that Germany, and they want to fly here. Okay, right? But the Earth is spinning, and by the time he gets here is now over here. So he has a choice. He could kind of keep correcting to the left, and chase it all the way over. Or he could say, you know what? I want to go here, so I'm going to fly this way because by the time I get there, here will be there. Okay? No one ever does that. Airplanes pick their location. They say it's that way, and they head in a straight line and go that way directly to the location. Okay? If the Earth was spinning, you got a problem, right? But the spin of the Earth, you gotta model it out. The spin of the Earth, east and west, have nothing to do with that observation.
Yeah, let me show you guys something. All right, so before you dog on this program, I need to tell you that it's extremely reliable because I've used it most nights.
Goes off of azimuth measurements.
Well, no, it does have an azimuthal grid, but no, it doesn't just purely go off of azimuthal. So this is close to where I was in Australia, so you can kind of see the same thing that was in the video.
Was the ground curved like that where you were? Did it swoop up like that?
No, obviously, like if you zoom out all the way, like it's going to be, it's just a matter of point of view. So really, it was probably closer to something like this. Because it was a wide angle lens, but otherwise, the reason I had to do that because otherwise you couldn't see enough of the screen. But the point is, this is looking directly south. That's right towards the South Pole, and I want you guys to notice the specific stars that we have here. We have the LMC, which is the Large Magellanic Cloud. We have the SMC, the Small Magellanic Cloud. And in terms of the Milky Way, you have the core there, and then up here you've got where's Polaris? There's Polaris. There's a crux.
So we're not even. Okay. But we're not even really looking at the sky here.
No, but if you went to the same location and looked up, this is exactly what you would see. So this is a reliable software program or software.
So let me just before you finish that point. If I put you in a planetarium and it showed you those same stars in the same locations, would that mean anything?
Well,
would that mean the Earth is a globe?
Well, so sort of, because
So the planetarium proves the Earth is a globe because you're on a floor in a planetarium. You're looking at lights in the sky that are 50 feet away from you, and you think that they're trillions of light years. Go ahead.
Dave, I need you to be charitable with me here a little bit, because what I'm saying is, if what you see in the planetarium is the exact same thing as what you see in real life, then it's reliable. It's not just because you see it in the planetarium. Okay, this is just what I can use, because obviously I can't take you guys outside to look up. But this is, so in the southern hemisphere, we have, that's the southern celestial pole right there. So all the stars, you're on the bottom of the globe in Australia, and you're looking down towards, towards the downwards from the Earth, from a right side up Earth anyway. And then here we have where I am, and you can see totally different stars. You could see, so this is the literal opposite side of the Milky Way, because the other part was down here. You were looking through there. So this is what I see every night where I live, and they're actually rotating counterclockwise around a different point. These are different. You didn't see Cassiopeia, you don't see M31, you don't see, the Big Dipper, you don't see Ursa Minor, you don't see any of these. And this is looking directly north, right? Because that's the North Star. And all of the stars rotate around the North Star. So you have the southern hemisphere where it rotates counterclockwise, and we have all of these constellations. They're beautiful and whatnot. I'm sure we could all agree with that. But they're totally different stars than are over here. Totally different.
So if I may,
different directions.
Explain that with a phenomena that's not the Earth actually curving, right? And just to narrow it down, right?
Well, that's the point. Yeah,
of course, Joel. Your claim right now is that the way that the stars are moving, right, and the way that they appear to be curving around the Earth, right, is evidence of the Earth curving, basically.
Not the Earth. It's evidence, because if you were on a globe and you were looking out from that globe, you would expect to see certain things. So if if you're on the North Pole, you look straight up, you could see the stars rotating directly above you, and you wouldn't be able to see the southern hemisphere. And so, when I took the flight down, I went from Dallas, Texas, down to Melbourne straight, and I got footage of a night lapse of the stars like moving, similar to how that pilot did, except I was looking out the side of the airplane, and I can see the stars literally shifting orientation in the sky as I was crossing the equator and stuff.
Okay, so let me simplify it even further then. In your worldview, is perspective an actual thing? Like, do things get displaced in relation to the viewer based on how far they are in their relative position, right? So in other words, even if we're dealing with a flat plane, right, if something is moving level parallel overhead optically to the observer, would it not appear to drop? Or would it still appear to drop because of perspective?
Like in terms of something getting further away from you, that's like has a certain height, and the further away you get, sort of like looks like it's
two parallel planes.
Yeah, you can see that with train tracks, sure. Yeah, the distance.
So what if the stars were close and local, and you're flying underneath a low sky? You would see the stars curving over you as you go by. They would drop down lower. They'd be high above the plane as you're flying, right? And the reason that you see different stars is simply because the stars are so close. If you and I were in a room with 10-foot high ceilings, and there's recessed lighting, and they're in all different patterns. Look, there's a starfish, and there's a bull, and there's a cow. And I say, hey, Joel, walk 5 miles. We're going to expand the room to 10 miles wide. You go 5 miles down, walk there. So I wait, a little while, and I can't see you anymore because my vision has brought the ceiling to the floor, and you are too small for me to see. So I call it, and I yell, and my voice spreads out like light spreads out, and you can't hear me. So I call you on your cell phone, and I say, Joel, are there still lights above your head? You'd be like, yeah. I see a horse and a dog, and I'm like, well, what happened to the cow and the bull? Well, I can't see those. Okay, you can't see the stars that I'm under. I can't see the stars that you're under, and we're just 5 miles apart with in a small room with no atmosphere causing issues, just perspective. So that's why you can't see the same stars from the south, because they're too far away. Problem is, on a globe Earth, there's a physical horizon. So on a globe Earth, if you use globe math, you love math, there's a certain distance, which is the max distance you can see. Never, ever can you see farther. Only if conditions like waves on the water or density of the air, could you see less. You can never see farther because there's a physical horizon. On a flat Earth, our horizon is very optical. And depending on weather conditions, we can see farther than we should be able to see. So, a 6 foot tall person standing at the edge of perfectly calm water on a perfectly calm day, a perfectly clear day, should only be able to see the surface of the water for 3 miles, according to your math. Okay, there's a 6 foot drop in 3 miles, according to the Pythagorean theorem. Okay, so I should be able to see the surface of the water, but we can see the surface of the water for magnitudes farther than that. We can see things magnitudes farther, right? But globers like to say, well, I can't see that mountain. I can't see that mountain, therefore the Earth is a globe. And then we break out a infrared lens, and all of a sudden we're like, oh, we can see that mountain with infrared. And the only thing they have is screaming refraction, but infrared even cuts down refraction, right? Without an infrared, you see a blue sky, right? But we can see this mountain with infrared. And infrared, if it's refracted up, it should be even less. But we can see all of this mountain except the lower part because the atmospheric density. So we can see too far because the horizon is a theoretical limit of your vision, okay? It's not a physical horizon.
Yeah, but what about the rotation? Because that's specifically the
rotation.
So the rotation of so the rotation is a so this is something that I've actually been trying to send you something, Dave, for the background because I can't share my screen while I'm streaming. Otherwise, I'd pull up the visual for you. But we actually
where are you sending it?
Well, no, it's just too big to send. So I tried to send it in my email, but it wasn't working. But anyway, in any case, Walter Bislin actually did us a favor on this and actually modeled out what the stars would kind of look like on a flat plane. They did use arbitrary stars, so it's not like you can see specific constellations or anything like that, but it basically just shows the general position of where the stars were and then what it appears to be optically to the observer. The reason why this happens is there's a huge discrepancy or a miscommunication in what we're actually dealing with. So we're dealing with measurements in our visual field, right? We're dealing with things that are very far away. And there's a big assumption that everything is in Euclidean geometry. We assume this because for a lot of things, it tends to work. But if you Google it right now and you look up the geometry for visual space, you'll actually see that there's not a set model for it. So, oh, good. They've got it pulled up right there. Perfect. So there's actually not a set model for what the geometry we should expect to see in visual space is. And there is now evidence coming out that we are seeing a hyperbolic geometry as our visual space. So in other words, spherical geometry. There's something known as the Alley experiments. There's a paper that is referenced that I also sent Dave a quote from. Then this would explain the spherical nature of what we're seeing. As far as the rotation goes, it's an optical phenomena. So it's literally an optical phenomena. You would have an optical convergence point at the furthest point away from the center point of rotation. Because again, the further out that things get, the more they're going to tend to converge. So the things that are rotating above you are obviously going to, if you're over the equator, actually, it's going to appear more straight. And then as you get further away, it's going to optically converge again as you look out. So this is just one of the explanations. Another explanation is that there's literally 4 different optical rotations, which is very possible if you just think of it as like gears, right? You have one rotation in the center and then 4 opposite parts of rotation coming off of that. So, but before I even attempt to explain any of that and get into the bottom of what's happening, I like to start with first principles, which is why I had asked you, how do we even verify the general position of where we're looking definitively, right? There's the quote right there. Euclidean geometry widely accepted as the model for our physical space. However, there's not a consistent model. There is evidence that our eyes work to make pictures and images of the physical space using a hyperbolic model. And this is obviously what we're basing our measurements off of. So I'm wondering what you would say to that. And if this is true, where is this accounted for in the mathematics that you present?
Well, there was a lot there. I got some stuff down. It certainly wasn't any simple sort of a message that you just gave there. So you're talking about non-Euclidean geometry,
right?
Okay, and how that relates to our sort of more hyperbolic perception. But you mentioned how, so for example, if you're on the equator and you're on a globe, you would expect the sort of the stars in the sky to sort of barrel over from you have the north here, the south here, they barrel over you just the same way. If you turn it right side up and you're on the North Pole, the stars would just rotate around that top point. And if you're in the South Pole in Antarctica, you look up, it would be the same thing, but with different stars. So, but my question is, what about the different stars? I mean, they're completely different, and you can watch as you traverse the globe, the different stars. So
that issue was actually solved before the rotation issue was even solved, right? So what happens is, because our visual space is curved, the things that are further away are obviously going to be dipping down. So what ends up happening is these stars, the stars that are over, let's say, the northern hemisphere, as you drift over the equator, you're going to start to see both of them, because again, the closer you get to something, the more it's going to rise up to your perspective. The further away, the more something's going to fall. So as you move away from the northern hemisphere, those stars are going to fall to the horizon and become invisible to you. And then the stars that were invisible to you, that you moved closer to, are now going to be visible to you. Long story short, let's pretend you're in a big warehouse with lights over top. You're simply underneath one set of lights.
Yeah. You're 5 miles away in the same room. We look up, we see the different stars. Now, as you walk towards me, you can't see the stars that you left behind, and you start to see the stars that I'm seeing. You're on the north side of the room, on the south side of the room. Okay? So it's the same thing. What's that?
How low are these stars to be?
We don't know. We don't claim. But you know. I know how low they're 25 trillion miles away. I just made that up, right? But your theoretical, ideas of where the stars are scientifically impossible, if you ask me. Our stars are very close. I don't know how far they are, but I don't think they're thousands of miles away or millions of miles away. I don't know. I'm not going to make a claim. Well, I like looking at things here on Earth that we can actually measure.
This is just a question. I'm saying, so if you were to measure and work out the math of how far something would have to be to go a certain distance away from it to where it looks like it goes down.
Well, here's the problem.
You've seen mathematically.
Well, you've seen the orthographic view of the flat earthers say the sun's 3,000 miles up, and with the size that they say the Earth is, the sun would never set. Well, I don't think it's 3,000 miles up, but even if it was, they're not taking into effect that somebody standing under it, it's directly above them at X height. And now somebody farther away, it doesn't stay at X height. It gets lower already just due to perspective. And then they go farther away, it appears lower and lower. Okay. Phuket Word, you don't know who he is, but he recently did a video on it. And it's really, it's how perspective works. People, they don't teach perspective in school, because if they did, people would be like, wait a minute, this doesn't work out. We don't live on a crazy globe. I want to get back to, you're talking about seeing the stars and stuff. The stars, we can't prove what they are. We don't know what gases they are. We don't know how far they are. The brightness is 2,500 times brighter than the sun. That's a made up story.
Well, that's only one star, though. There's different ones that have different.
If you told me something was 1.5 times as bright as the sun, I'd have a hard time believing it. Okay, because the sun, because no, you have no examples of anything brighter than the sun. Let's say, they could do something in a lab, and they say it's 10,000 times brighter than the sun. Show me something twice as bright as the sun. They've never ever done it. But instead of looking up at these lights in the sky, let's just come back down to Earth for a minute. You said earlier, you agree there's a physical horizon. You agree that there is curvature of the Earth. Do you know anyone in history, or have you ever measured the curve of the Earth?
To the second question, no. To the first, I would say yes. But
like who? Well, and the other one is axial rotation. Do you know anyone in history that measured axial rotation, and can you tell me how?
Axial rotation? What do you mean by that? Like
the Earth spinning on an axis. The Earth spins on an axis.
What do you mean measure that?
prove what? How do you prove the Earth is spinning but without looking at the lights in the sky?
What do you think would be a satisfactory answer for you?
The Earth isn't spinning.
No. I meant to test it. If we were to have a test of that, it's rotating.
If the Earth was
what would that look
spinning
like?
or curved, you'd be able to measure curvature. So let's look at this. Okay, so when you're down low, that thickest part of the atmosphere, you can't see 100 miles. Okay, because the atmosphere just becomes too thick. Right, but the higher up you are, the air is thinner, clear, less pollution, less moisture, and you can see farther. Here's an observation from a mountaintop.
Oh, yeah, I watched that video. Yeah,
you watched it. So, what is your explanation on why we can see these mountains? We can see all of them in the right places and everything. The tops of these mountains should be over 40 miles below the curve. Now you can say, well, the curvature calculator is wrong. It's a parabola. You can say whatever you want. Oh, it's the hump. It's the Sagitta. Okay. Only 20 miles. The tops of these mountains, which is nonsense, should be 20 miles below the curve, but we can see them. What is your answer for that other than refraction?
I'd have to look into that. I can't just like.
You know what? You would be the first one with a scientific belief system that is willing to look in it, because mainstream science won't look into it. No one will look into it. Okay.
Yeah, I mean, I could look. We got that down for next time. Then
there you go. Come up with an explanation on how we can see all of these mountaintops.
Okay. Yeah, I will.
All right. Beautiful.
I like how you assume on faith that the curvature calculations are just going to work out. It's all going to work out.
I never said I'm good. Okay. But Skylar, you've got to like give me. I mean, how would you work it out then? I guess
there's an Earth curvature calculator. Would you use? Right, so I would simply find the height of the mountains, right? I'd get the distance of the observer here, 700 miles, the height, and then I would plug those numbers into probably the Walter Bislin Earth curvature calculator, and then I would invoke standard refraction just to be a good sport, right? And then, I would see what figures it give me, and then I would compare it. When you do compare it, it says that there's like 80 miles of curvature that's supposed to be there. Those mountains are not 80 miles high, so... these are the things that to us, seem to falsify the model that everybody just keeps insisting on with hypothetical, celestial proof.
Well, I think celestial is strong because again, if we are on a globe in space, you should be able to look away from it and be able to predict what you would see. But is what I'm saying.
But the whole thing with the assumption of Euclidean geometry being shattered doesn't shift or make you want to relook into way that we're doing.
I don't think it's shattered. I mean, obviously they just said there's alternatives and there's different ways to mathematics, like the difference between radial.
No, well, so when I say shattered, right? I mean, I don't know how it could get more shattered than well, they nicely did it right. They said the assumption of Euclidean space is wrong. And we have evidence that we are building our space in hyperbolic geometry. So I'm not sure how we wouldn't consider that shattered.
I actually think that's actually referring to math, tensor calculus and general relativity, because that's using Euclidean geometry, and they were sort of criticizing.
So this all was done as a result of the ALI experiments, were terrestrial experiments, right? So we're not dealing, when they did this observation, they weren't even using celestial observations, right? So this can happen in the small scale, which is, again, this is the kind of stuff that we like to go on when you say that, well, yeah, both sides are taking something on faith. Kind of, at least our side, we have the ability to go and verify the terrestrial examples, whereas your side, we have to take on faith that this entity, NASA, started by Project Paperclip, Nazis, admittedly, sent probes out and gave us back the correct data.
Yeah, I mean, but I guess, because then I just ask, then what is this thing? What is this? And then what are these?
Well, could you accept that we don't know, and that maybe the people claiming to know are just trying to get a leg up of credibility? Or that maybe you've been misled information-wise, and that the people who are actually doing the work on the ground don't claim to know these things, right? They claim that this is a theory that could explain the phenomena, but it's a work in progress, and it's surface-level at best, right? It doesn't even begin to explain the deeper phenomena. Like you can't explain what gravity is. You can't explain quantum mechanics.
We can see other galaxies, though, is what I'm saying.
Joel, you see lights in the sky that somebody told you is another galaxy.
No. Well, you could see the shape. Like you can see.
You can see a shape that somebody
itself.
told you is another. Like, did you take that picture behind you? Where's that picture from?
Yeah, I got it. Yes, I took this picture.
You took that with your camera?
With my GoPro, yeah, right here.
Your GoPro took that picture of the sky?
Yes.
That's a good picture. Good job.
Thank you.
You're taking pictures of lights in the sky that are not hundreds of trillions of miles away. They're close. They're close. But to assume that, that's a disk shape and it's kind of fuzzy, therefore it's 100 billion stars with a trillion planets, right? To believe that's just a belief, right? So here's the example I'm looking for. Okay. Is this the sun or the moon?
I can't tell. Probably the moon.
Is it a sphere? Is it a sphere?
I also can't tell.
Okay, that's right. And guess what? It's only about a quarter of a mile away. And as we bring it closer, you see that it's a train and it's not even a sphere. Okay. It's got rectangular lights on it, right? It's got orange lights. It's got different color lights, but you saw a sphere at a quarter of a mile away. But you think that you can see a light in the sky 100 trillion light years away and tell me what it is? You couldn't even tell that this is a train with 8 different colored lights of different shapes that are not even touching each other. It looks like a sphere. It's how we see.
But what about things that are shaped like what we call galaxies?
They're shaped like what we call, an egg is shaped like a galaxy. I don't think there's 100 trillion stars in my fried egg in the morning. Okay. It's shaped like a galaxy. It should be. It should have 100 trillion stars in it, and it should be amazing. I bet if I took a really close up picture of it, I could send it to NASA, and they'd be like, "Wow, you discovered a new galaxy."
Yeah. Oh, I mean, okay. Just I don't know.
I'll take an okay. I'll take an okay. That's all you need. That's all you need to give me.
Yeah. I just I wouldn't really know how to respond to that.
But here, I think I made a good point. You couldn't tell what shape this was, what it was, or anything at a quarter of a mile away. You think that you can tell what something that looks like? They say, "Hey, a galaxy is this shape." Okay, you think that you can tell what that is? You were told what it is, and therefore anything that's that shape, you believe it because that's what you were told. There's zero evidence for anything that you have brought up today. It is all theoretical. And getting back to the spectroscopy experiment, I want someone to do a I can't say the word, spectroscopy experiment. You get a vial. We should be able to get a beaker full of whatever gas, put a bright light behind it, set it on fire, whatever you want, and somebody a quarter of a mile away we should be able to tell them what it is.
That's not how spectroscopy works, though. That's not.
How does it work? we already went over this. But
we already went over that. But
okay,
so let me just one more example, and then we can start
go for it.
Shutting it off. But so this is the same program. I've seen these things myself, so I'm not like just showing you gibberish that I haven't seen myself. First of all, I'm sure you've heard the Andromeda Galaxy. That's our nearest galaxy. It's quite large. It's huge. I've seen it. You can see the shape with a dark enough night
right now.
What's that?
I said I can make that in Canva right now.
Yeah, but I'm not. You can't say this is fake, Skylar. This is real. I've seen it. This isn't like some made up. We have pictures of it. You can go outside with a telescope right now with a DSLR camera, put a star tracker on this, and take a picture of it. So this isn't like some just made up thing.
You said that we could put a star
light
tracker
in the sky.
How is it that we're keeping up with this other galaxy? Right, that's definitely not within our galaxy. And when we're whipping through space over 1 million miles per second.
Well, because space is really big. So here's another one. So here's the Whirlpool Galaxy. I've seen this one too. You can see the shape. You can see the smaller galaxy here. It looks like it's kind of sucking it in. It's really cool. And then here's another one that I've seen, the Triangulum Galaxy.
Skylar, what if there was a book that said that these are spiraling lights that were just a couple hundred miles away? And that's what you were taught. Now, if I showed you all these and told you that there were galaxies trillions of miles away with hundreds of billions of stars that are bigger than But my point is, you could defend either one of them with an equal amount of evidence, which is 0.
I'm saying so.
Try not to do a spit take.
It's sort of like what you're calling it. It's just a matter of like semantics of what you want to say that it is. And then, of course, this would be our galaxy that we're inside of, so we're inside, that's the center of it. And you can kind of look away from it. So this is our Milky Way, obviously, and any of us could see that.
It's not obvious because you were told that. You're pre-assuming.
No. I'm saying that this is all stuff that you can go out and see yourself, and that you can take pictures of.
But you couldn't tell what a train light was, right? It's a cool story, bro. It's a cool story. So you have 0 proof of it. You were told that it's a galaxy. You were told that it's trillions of miles away. You were told it's 2,000, or you figured out on your own that it has to be 2,500 times brighter than the sun. These are all things that you have 0 evidence of. 0.
But wouldn't the evidence be the observation, like looking at it?
The observation, but as I said before, if you were taught in school that these galaxies were actually energetic sources of spiraling light that are, a couple hundred miles away, that would be your story.
Well, hey,
and then there's another one. There's another one.
There was something. One of the biggest debates in astronomy was actually this exact point, when we believed that the Milky Way was the entire universe, and we didn't believe there was other galaxies. We didn't even know what a galaxy was, and so where'd he go?
I'm still here.
I'm here.
Right back.
Okay. So the point was it was called the Great Debate. You can look it up, where it was Andromeda, that first one that I showed you. They were saying, "Oh, that's actually not a nebula." They thought it was a nebula, and turns out, well, Hubble discovered that it was a galaxy, and you can look up how he did that. But
so they changed their story. They literally just changed their story.
Well, I think better term would be updated their story, but
that would be impossible to catch them in any kind of like.
Right.
How can you falsify the model if you're just going to change it whenever you get narrowed down?
It wasn't falsified. It was added because they didn't deny that the Milky Way existed. They just said
kind of like refraction. Kind of like refraction was added to save Earth curvature.
Well, you and I both know that refraction is a thing. Like, you can see how refraction works.
So refraction never brings anything up that's gone. It can move things that are in your visual range, but it doesn't bring things back from when they're completely hidden and keep them there over 24 hours.
I'm just saying refraction itself is a thing.
Refraction, but that doesn't explain the observations. For example, the famous shot across Lake Michigan of Chicago. There's a time lapse, 24 hours with different weather coming through day and night, and the buildings never move 1 inch. They're just there the whole time. And we proved that they're not refraction because a couple of our guys got in a boat and watched it and went across the lake, and it should have disappeared at one point because they're getting closer to it. The refraction should change, and it never changed. We proved that it's not refraction.
But all I'm saying is, with the Great Debate, it wasn't falsified and like debunked. It was just added onto. They're like, oh, I guess the universe is way bigger than we thought it was.
Well, that again, theoretical nonsense. You believe that this is a giant star manufacturing factory where there's dust and gas in space. Another scientific impossibility that is collapsing upon itself and spitting out stars like ping pong balls. Okay, that's what you believe, right? This is a nebula that produces stars.
Yeah, that's the pillars of creation. Yeah.
So cool story, bro. It's a cool story. It's not even a cool story. It's ridiculous. Okay, how do you have gas and dust in space?
Well, I think we probably won't get into that topic here. But
when you say things like, my issue is when you say things like, well, the observations are the evidence, right? Do you know that we changed the distance to the sun like over 7 times in modern history?
Yeah, probably. Okay. We updated it. I think we got more refined.
Do you know why that's significant? Do you know how much they changed it by, first off? Like, do you know how much they changed it from?
No.
1,000 miles was the first predicted distance. So they have...
Who did that?
I can't remember the exact names of everybody who did the predictions. But in any case, we end up now, obviously, with our figure of 93 million miles. admitted yourself that, well, yeah, they probably changed it to update it, right? So here's the issue. We base a very important unit of measuring all these other distances off of our perceived distance to the sun, which was the astronomical unit. It's also how we defined our speed of light, right? We simply define it as constant. We think that the sun is so far, and then we measure differences in angle. So it's pretty funny that we don't actually have in my opinion, a real measurement, a direct measurement of light. It's an inferred measurement. But in any case, the AU was changed 7 times, which means that the units to all the other stars were changed several times. And now, I mean, this point was kind of breezed over when Dave brought it up. The North Star, they're talking about give or take, right? That means they could give it 100 million or 100 more
light years.
Yeah, 100 more light years, or take 100 light years away. That's a 200 light year discrepancy. And we're going to sit here and pretend that that's not going to have anything to do with the other predicted distances, when we know that several other predictions were made about the distances to other galaxies and other stars based on where our projected distance of the North Star was. It's a house of cards.
Joel, the mainstream science, if you don't agree with them, you don't get published. So mainstream science tells us it's 93 million miles away. But during one of the recent solar eclipses, a bunch of truthful, honest, researching amateur astronomers said, "Hey, they did the math, and there's something wrong. The eclipse doesn't work. The sun has to be farther." And I forget the number, but it was significantly farther. And so all of these chat groups, these articles started popping up, and then they all disappeared. Inside of a couple days, bam, you can't find any of them. It was completely squashed off the internet. And wait a minute. There's something wrong with the eclipse and the shadows and everything. It didn't line up. And that was just squashed, and nobody heard about it.
That's interesting.
It is interesting. So I got an okay and an interesting.
Would you be able to acknowledge that, again, this is why I say it's theoretical at best. I'm not saying that the theory can't work, right? It very well could, but we can acknowledge that the observations on their face are not proof of themselves. In fact, you even stating that is a literal begging the question, or also known as a reification logical fallacy. If an argument is logically fallacious, then that means it's not good support for that claim. Not necessarily that your claim is wrong, but just that argument is not a good argument for that claim. So when all of your arguments pretty much are like that, it's flat earth or fuel.
No, I don't think all of my arguments have been like that. Not all of them. But yeah, it is a what'd you say the specific name of that fallacy was?
Reification.
Reification. Yeah. So, yeah, I mean, it's hard. It's I could scrub through this whole video and watch it back, and I'm sure all three of us have made plenty of logical fallacies in the stuff we said. So it's kind of really, really hard to avoid. But yes, and to your point, it doesn't necessarily make it valid. So I guess it is a sort of pleading the question or begging the question. But I guess that if I acknowledge that, I also like if you guys could maybe acknowledge that if on a globe model, those celestial movements would make sense if it was a globe.
Which one
specifically? The rotation, the celestial rotation.
Sure.
It would make sense on a globe.
Yeah, I'd give you that.
Okay. Yeah. All right. Well, I think this was productive. It was very involved, very in depth.
There was a third question I wanted to ask you. The one was axial rotation. No one's ever measured it. The curvature, no one's ever measured it. And high pressure next to no pressure. Have you ever seen or heard of a test in a lab or in nature that can have high pressure next to low pressure without a physical barrier in any orientation?
Hold on. Is the question high? So the question's high pressure next to low pressure.
Yeah, without a physical barrier.
Hold on. Let me see. I'll write this one down too. I mean, but the thing is, when you start talking about these things, you have to start using things like Boyle's law and fluid mechanics and all this stuff that is mathematical, so it's hard because when I sort of like start responding,
I don't look at it that way. Math is not empirical evidence.
But when you're talking about these concepts, the way that we understand how things interact, how things high pressure and low pressure, why it goes.
Here's an experiment you can do. Get a cube, a box that you can suck all the air out of, right? And carry it around with you. Let's say it has a little trap door that can be opened on the side, on the top, on the or the bottom, right? Is there any place, any altitude, any place in this world where you could open that and it wouldn't equalize instantly?
Not that I'm aware of.
So how do we have a high pressure atmosphere next to space, which is no pressure, not even low pressure, no pressure, like insane?
Well,
right?
you know my answer to that.
Gravity, right? So you've seen the train car that they suck the air out of and it collapses upon itself,
Yes.
right?
Yeah.
How come?
I think we've all seen those videos now.
If you did it the other way, you agree it would explode, right?
Yes, yeah.
So how do we have spacecrafts made out of aluminum? How's the ISS up there, which has high pressure in a no pressure, not even low pressure? How come it doesn't explode? Because the vacuum chamber we have here on Earth has walls 10 feet thick out of steel and concrete.
David, the hard part is because then you have to start quantifying. Okay, how much pressure is in here? How much pressure is out here? So you start getting numbers. And then you have to start using mathematical relationships to describe why something would or would not
Forget
happen.
that. Show me in reality.
So that's what I'm saying, Dave.
Listen,
I'm saying
Google
it's
Earth.
hard.
Google Earth showed you using math how the stars should rotate. Reality shows you something else. That pilot didn't use any numbers. He filmed reality, but Google Earth used mathematical equations and numbers and everything, and it worked perfectly for a globe. But reality. So show me in reality. Don't show me in Narnia math, right? Show me in reality. Take a box of vacuum, find a place where you can open up in any orientation that little window, and it won't equalize. And the answer is you can't. Nowhere. Not in Death Valley, not at the top of Mount Everest. Nowhere. It'll equalize instantly. That shows you that we are not on a globe. We're not on a globe. I don't believe space is a vacuum.
But
okay?
So if I was to show you what pressure was in a spacecraft, for example, and how maybe it wouldn't overcome the structural integrity of the outside of it.
Let me interrupt. All right, go on YouTube and search vacuum chamber. Okay, they explode. Anything you put in there explodes. When they put a soda in there, it explodes. Okay. When you open up a soda can, it equalizes instantly, right? Get a vacuum chamber and put something in it and suck the air out. It's going to explode. Okay. It's going to explode, right? But the space station, no problem. Their seals work perfectly. Everything works years and years and years. They run around in gorilla suits up there. They got a meteorite, a meteorite, a mini meteorite, put a little hole in it, and they fixed it with duct tape and gum. Okay. They're mocking us, Joel, and you're buying into all of it. Okay. Listen, you are a super book smart guy. You're a nice guy. You're super book smart, but your book is Narnia. You're literally living in Narnia.
I'm not sure how I could respond to that.
Because you know what? Narnia is kind of a nice place. It's kind of fun there, I heard.
Yeah, I would agree. But
I wouldn't know though.
No, of course not.
Well, what do you make of the? I mean, I know it's one thing to say that we just disagree with your beliefs, right? I mean, that's one thing. But what about when you have the people, I won't even call them the so-called elite, but like some of the people who have come out with some of these theories, like Kepler, saying that we need to, or sorry, was it Kepler or Hubble, that said that we must avoid the unique position in the universe at all costs. Such a position is unwelcomed and would only be accepted as a last result, as a last-ditch effort to explain a phenomenon. In other words, what he's saying is we will make up anything, literally anything, including magic bendy light, in order to save a model that will mean that we can explain away some certain observations. Observations, of course, that we're not moving, that we're at the center. And believe it or not, observations that we are, in fact, not curving. Again, those would be radar. We have radar propagation over 10,000 miles, and it apparently operates in the manual off a line of sight, meaning you point and shoot where you think the target would be. There's no calculation for bouncing it off of the ionosphere. And we even have radio waves that go over the 100 megahertz broadband, which means it goes through the ionosphere. We have clocked those at over 2,500 miles. These observations alone, by themselves, destroy the curvature claim by the globe. And so we don't have good evidence of its curving. We have evidence that it's flat. We have no, as you even admitted, no evidence for the celestial model that doesn't beg the question. So there's no.
When did I admit that? Oh, that doesn't beg the question.
Right. Reify. That's why you don't know how to answer when we accuse you of living in Narnia, right?
Yeah, right. But that you just, I granted it to you when you just said that, because you said we have observations of this stuff happening.
Right.
So you were you doing the same thing, but I gave you that because, you can't always avoid that. It's a very particular fallacy that's one of the hardest to avoid, besides like the fallacy or something like that. But, So
sure.
you said the same. I need to say that you made the same claim. We have these observations as evidence for the flat Earth, and that's kind of almost exactly what I was saying.
But the difference would be between, and I could give it to you that that's a reification, right? Because just because it shoots as if it's flat doesn't necessarily mean that it's flat, right? It just can hint at that, right? So I would give you that. Yeah. But the difference between our observations would be, again, that we can recreate ours here on the ground. The things that prove out your observations demonstrably are probes, NASA, again, everything that relies on the accused or reifies the issue.
Well, what about astrophotographers, like amateur astrophotographers?
They take pictures of the sky. What about them?
Well, I mean, because they use a lot of these theories and methods, and they use these star trackers, and they use...
So what they use, so the only thing that you need to know in order to be an astrophotographer really is the cycles, obviously, of the celestial bodies, but then also you just need to know how much they move in a day, which is about 1 degree per hour. So, I mean, as long as you know that, I mean, you don't have to do advanced these calculations, this assumption, right, that you have to know the layout of the cosmos as NASA and the mainstream presents it in order to take pictures of the things up there it's actually ridiculous when you look into it. It's not even claimed that that's the case.
Joel, what happens when you go back and you decide to look at that mountain, that 700-mile mountain thing, and you can't come up with an explanation that works on the globe? What would you do? What are you going to do then?
Well, that's hard because it's very hard for me to just not accept no explanation. So I mean, I feel like I would keep trying. And
here's the thing: that observation, although it's not easy for anybody, but anybody could go there and do it themselves, right? It's not. We don't have to go to space.
You could do everything I showed you yourself too.
No, you can't. You're looking at things that you can't tell. Right? If I didn't move that train forward, you can do all sorts of measurements, and you could say that light was 250,000 miles away when it was only 1/4 mile away. And you could say it's spherical, but when it wasn't spherical. You can say anything. That's not... This is something we're viewing, a terrestrial object that we know where it is. We know how high it is. We can go measure it from another terrestrial place. We're not looking into Narnia. You're looking at Narnia.
Well, things like Jupiter's moons, for example, like you can watch.
Can I call them the light that we call Jupiter? The little lights that are near it.
Yes, I know, okay. Dave, but we're trying to be charitable to each other's positions here. So you can. Jupiter rotates once every 90 minutes, which is insane to me. But you could watch it rotate. I mean, it's such a big planet, but it's rotating so quickly, and you could watch its moons in a telescope rotating around the planet through the night.
I'm with you.
Yeah.
I'm with you.
So
let me ask you a question. Jupiter, what's Jupiter made out of?
Yes.
Spectroscopy should tell you. It's made out of helium and hydrogen.
Not necessarily, because it's not emitting light. It's a failed star.
So what basically. But it's not. It's like 98% hydrogen and helium, I heard.
Yeah, well,
is that right?
I don't know.
Spectroscopy should tell us. It's right here. We're not looking at it. It's not trillions of light years away, or millions of miles and millions of light years. It's right here. So the spectroscope. I'm trying to say both words at the same time. It should be able to tell us what Jupiter is. It should be able to tell us what Jupiter is. Okay. So mainstream science says that it's correct me if I'm wrong, Skylar, it's helium and hydrogen. Is that right? Am I right on that?
That sounds right. Yeah.
I don't remember.
So helium and hydrogen kind of defy gravity here on Earth. They also tell us that Jupiter has more gravity than all of the other planets combined. How much helium and hydrogen does it take to create more gravity than all of the planets combined?
A lot. Quite a bit.
And so more of something that's lighter than air. It doesn't make any sense. And then if you were on Jupiter,
that's lighter than oxygen and nitrogen. But yeah,
how NASA says that from Jupiter the sun would be very small. It would be like a quarter of the size. It'd be like a large star.
Sure. Yeah.
Okay. So you have to believe if you're on Jupiter and it's a gassy surface, I wouldn't call that very reflective. I'd call it kind of light absorbing surface. And the sun is really small and it's far away. You have to believe that faraway sun is lighting up the gases, reflecting off of them back to us. And it wasn't yesterday, but the last time I saw Jupiter in the sky, it's the brightest thing in the sky next to the moon. Okay. Yeah. So how is that light getting intensified, reflecting off of that non-reflective surface, traveling millions of miles back to my eye, not getting any dimmer, getting brighter? How is that possible? How come when I look at a rock on the ground at noon that's much closer to the sun and much more reflective than a gassy ball, how come it's not shining bright in my eyes? Because I'm right next to it. Okay. It's not as bright. When you look at Jupiter in the sky, it's as bright as the sun. It's just smaller. It's a light. It's as bright as the sun. It's just smaller. Right. But I should be able to look at a rock on the ground and it should be brighter than Jupiter, but it's not. It's not.
Make God great again says Flurfers just don't know how time traveling eyesight works. Obviously, Dave, we probably should just pack it up, call it a day.
Okay.
I'm just kidding.
I don't understand. Like, it's not getting brighter.
Let me ask you a question.
It's just reflecting the light off of.
Is the light reflecting off of this blinding you right now?
No, it's not the sun reflecting off of it.
Should. Now, if the sun was
unless
over
you're
there,
outside,
hold on.
yeah.
If I was outside and the sun was over there, it would still just look like this. And this is actually I'm pretty fucking bright in here. Okay. The sun reflecting off of this, you can just see it. It's not a light. You look up at Jupiter, it's a light, right? But you have to believe that a distant sun, a smaller sun, is reflecting off of a non-reflective surface, traveling millions of miles to my eye through my atmosphere, and I could see it as bright as the sun. I'm sorry, you're not thinking if you're believing that's what that is. The only reason that you're defending it is because it has to be that way, because that's the way it is.
Well, I just don't think that position that you're describing is accurate, because.
All right, explain to me how we see Jupiter as bright as the sun. Well, it's a bright light in the sky. It's bright light in the sky.
It's not nearly as bright as the sun.
Okay, but it's brighter than any star. It's bright. It's literally a light in the sky. How is it lit up? Explain to me how it's lit up.
Well, because it's reflecting what's showing behind your screen there.
It's reflecting the sun.
Yeah.
Okay, so how come when I look at a rock, I'm standing next to a boulder here on Earth, that's a smooth boulder, and it's kind of reflective. How come it's not as bright as like Jupiter is bright? It's literally like a small piece of the sun. It's like a small piece of the sun.
You know how big Jupiter is.
So you're not explaining how
I'm saying
that light is intensifying.
Well, no, it's not intensifying. What I'm saying is you have a massive, massive planet, a planet.
It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter because the sun. Hold on. Let me just finish this point. They say the sun's 400 times bigger than the moon and 400 times farther. Therefore, it's the same size. So if I look at a rock that's this big and I'm 5 feet from it, okay, well, Jupiter is so far away that it looks smaller than that. It doesn't matter. I'm right next to this. The sun is shining on it. It should be blinding me, but it's not. And the sun is closer to this, right? It should be blinding me. That argument alone completely destroys the light in the sky being a gassy ball planet that they tell us.
What are you seeing when you look at it?
As Skylar said before, I don't know. I think it's something to do with creation. I think we're all part of this living system, and those lights in the sky are part of this system. That's why astrology is what the real elite use, and astronomy is for the masses to keep them believing in space.
Well, I certainly don't believe in astrology, but
well, that's of course because you believe in astronomy, which is complete and total hypothetical BS with being nice.
Yeah, but like so Venus, for example, is much brighter than Jupiter. I'm sure you've seen Venus in the morning when it's.
I have. I saw Venus last night. It was right next to Mars, and it was also very bright. Now Venus, you could kind of argue, is closer to the sun and it's reflecting, but Jupiter makes no sense. Jupiter makes no sense.
Well, it kind of because you can't see like Neptune or Uranus with your naked. Well, because they're not what they say, right? They're not what they say. But then what are they? I guess if I were to accept, okay, they're not planets, then what am I supposed to do?
That's not.
I guess what do you do
I
with
don't
that?
know. I'm not responsible for coming up with the answer when you don't know what something is. I don't have to come up with a replacement model. But if we look at Jupiter, hold on a second. This is what I want to show you. This is from this is from NASA, right? Why isn't it so bright? How did they get it? Did they turn the aperture down?
I would need to know the exact source for that. I don't know.
Actually, I'm sorry, that's the wrong one. That's a pond with ducks.
Nice.
That's not what I was doing.
That's good. Yeah.
Come on. I said you have to have a joke. Okay.
Yeah, that's funny.
All right.
It's even funny because
that's real,
here's Jupiter that NASA has. I'm trying to find the one. Oh yeah. So this is a space probe that took a picture of Jupiter. How did they get? What did they have, a solar filter on there? Because Jupiter.
What did you say took that picture?
This is from NASA, from some Voyager or whatever. Took this 2014 and 2016.
So it was a passing by.
Yeah, but again, you have to believe that this is real, and none of the clouds changed over 2 years. Every cloud is exactly the same.
Are we just gonna breeze over how those look literally identical to the little miniature
That's what we're talking
Jupiter?
about. The one I just showed.
Yeah, it's identical, and these stuff like this, and the Jupiter's not the only one. They have one of the moon too. I've heard that from.
Well, Skylar, they use this picture to make that model. Come on, it's not the other way around. That's crazy.
I do think you're right. I do think I don't know. I'd have to look at exactly. I'd have to see what they said about those images specifically to see.
I'll tell you what they said. They found out that Jupiter has a magnetic core because they filmed the Northern Lights.
Yeah.
That's crazy. Come on. Now let me ask a question. Did I put this in there, or did NASA put this in here? Do you know? Can you prove either way?
No, I don't know.
Okay, but
that's what
when
I'm
you
saying. I'd have to look at it myself.
So if I put it in there, did I do a good job?
Sure.
Really? That's good. That's believable. So if NASA put it in there, then it has to be real. Do you see the bias that you have?
Not see how I'm not just accepting it though. Like I'd have to see.
I appreciate that.
You can see both of you can go and look at Jupiter, and it looks just like that. Is what I'm saying.
It looks just like this. This is the new picture of Jupiter that NASA just gave us. All right? You believe these are paintings.
It actually doesn't look like what you're talking about unless you use some digital imaging and rendering with it, right? You're not going to get Jupiter.
No, that's not true. You can see it.
You can see some blurry. You can see some blurry bands and a little. I'll give you. You can see a little spot and some blurry bands, but nothing to the detail of what NASA's claiming.
Well, with a legitimate telescope, you can with a big Dobsonian 12-inch telescope. It's just purely optics. It just has two mirrors, right? Three mirrors.
Joel.
And it can look like that. You can see it's not just blurry bands. You can see the detail and the red dot and everything.
So Joel, if you do the research and see that the 2014, 2016 photos are both claimed to be from NASA and all of the clouds are the same, what will you do? What's your excuse? What will you say?
Well, I'd have to see what they say about it.
Let's say they say these are two separate pictures. The second one showed that there's northern lights. Okay. What will you do? Because you now have evidence that they're lying because all the clouds are the same. When they show us this, the clouds don't say the same. This is just over a couple of days. Okay. Right. The clouds are moving, right? But they showed us 2 years apart. The clouds are the same. So I'm not saying that, you have to do your own research. When you find out that is both official from NASA, can you completely say NASA's a complete and total fraud and throw out everything they've ever given you? Or are you going to make it?
Well, I wouldn't go to that extreme because that would be a slippery slope fallacy, which I'm sure you're aware of, Skylar.
But it's
you can't throw the baby out with the bathwater.
But it's the burden of positive claims and letting things pass through the lens of empirical. Of what can be empirically verified and what can't, right? We keep having to, on the globe side, rely on the story from people who came admittedly from Project Paperclip. If you don't know anything about that, you should definitely look into it.
I know about it.
Yeah, it wasn't just America, though. That's actually what people don't understand. It was America, China, Russia. It was all the big countries took the Nazi scientists and then you employed them in their own scientific programs, not just the space program, right? So for us to just blindly agree that, okay, what they're giving us is factual when they do show us like horrible footage like this, like you can make stuff like that super easy today, and all you need is a little bit of theater magic to do it back in the day, right? If you take in even 1 year of stagecraft, then a lot of the magic of NASA just kind of falls away.
Yeah, I think again, well, I take things on a case by case basis. So like, I'll look into the mountain things. I looked into the inverse square law thing. I'll look into the high pressure versus low pressure thing, and then I'll look into the 2014. So did you make those images, or
no? Those are from straight off of NASA's website.
So you didn't make those. Okay. So yeah, I'll look at those and I'll see what they say about them, and then I'll also reference those against other amateur images that we have. But yeah, no, Skylar, I did need to make sure that you understood that we can see Jupiter with a significant amount of detail just with.
So yes, let me point that out. Yes, you can. And Jupiter is actually a train with 8 different lights on it. Okay. I mean, you don't know what Jupiter is. You can see it. It doesn't mean it's millions of miles away, that it's a giant gas ball made of helium that has more gravity than all of the other fictional planets. Okay, you're believing a story and using it to reify your belief. Basically.
Yeah, I guess in general, but doesn't mean the story is necessarily false, I guess. So we all accept a narrative perspective of reality ontologically.
Okay,
so
quick question.
You have to start somewhere.
Quick question about Jupiter for clarification. The method that you use to get the clear picture of that, is that similar to the method that you use to also get the clear pictures of Neptune? Where you have to allow so much photons to come in to build out the picture, and so it doesn't give it
long
to you.
exposure.
Yes, exactly. It doesn't give it to you instantaneously, right?
No, I'm saying with a big enough telescope, if you're getting a picture, it's different. But if you're using a telescope for direct observation with your own eyeballs, or even directly into a camera, you can see a significant amount of detail, like Dave said.
So I mean,
and
I
then
guess
you can also see its moons around it.
I can agree. I'll even give you the moons. I've actually seen amateur photographers with cameras take pictures of the moon. So I'm not saying that you can't see that. Again, I was talking the insane detail that you're seeing between the different colors in the clouds. Like that only comes from NASA. And any time that I've ever seen anything like that from any amateur was because they had the long exposure. They had it digitally rendering through a computer. And in my mind, there's no way to verify that the program, the software, is not actually just building the image of what it is expecting to see.
I mean, I'm sure you could do it yourself and try it. I have an astrophotographer friend who took it up in New Mexico, and he's
like
done
build
it himself.
Build the software from scratch and everything, huh?
Well, I don't think the software's biased. It only takes in what you puts out what you put in, I guess. It's not going to do something so like off, where it just flips from one image to another. You have to meticulously yourself hand.
Well, if I was just saying, if I was at the top and I wanted people to believe in this thing, I could potentially put out a program that just gives people the proper, quote, correct images of what they're supposed to see. You wouldn't expect it to be off because it's programmed to be right. But I'm not a coder. I wouldn't,
Hey, Dave, I think is one of those things that that's put in there. I think one of those. So those are actual objects. I think that it's using, right? At least that software. It's using actual images of things, is it not?
It's using it's all CGI, all of it. It's using CGI images as CGI images. Okay.
Oh, I see.
You believe that they're all real.
Oh, I can't really tell through the.
I
thing.
once
I was just
once
curious.
took the deep star field that they did a time lapse, of a piece of the sky the size of a grain of rice, and they saw like 1 million galaxies. You know what I'm talking about, right?
10,000 galaxies. Yeah.
Yeah, 10,000 galaxies. I took that and I put it into my film editor, and I zoomed all the way in on the smallest area I could, and then I did the effect where it just starts panning out slowly, and I made like a 30-second video of it just panning across, and the stars are going, and then I posted it. So it looked like it was from NASA. And I got into a week-long argument with Globers saying that, no, it's real, and telling me how they did it and everything. And then finally, when I revealed it, they all went silent on me. So
it's kind of funny because on Facebook, I'll call out, there's a lot of space. Well, this probably sounds funny coming from me, but there's a lot of legitimately fake space stuff that comes out, and I'm always the first guy to comment that, and everyone's like, oh my gosh, it's so beautiful. I'm like, wow. It's like, no, this isn't real for X, Y, and Z reasons. And
you're halfway there. It's a huge niche that's actually muddying the waters quite a bit.
Yeah, it's really unfortunate for, I think, both of us, honestly.
Well, we're not the ones with the. Honestly, it's not so much of a problem for us because we don't have the positive claim, right? We're not claiming that the Earth is a curving, spinning, wobbling, tilting space ball. Which, I mean, we didn't even get into, since you brought up rotation was brought up briefly. I mean, we didn't even get into all the different wobbles that the Earth has been experiencing over the last several years that they've predicted or is somehow required for the model to work, including
we could get into that next time.
Yeah, for sure.
So I want to bring up one thing. They have Earth-based telescopes here that take these deep field images, and when they took the deep field image, they said that the telescope is mounted on a cement block that's 10 feet thick, a huge cement block, and it's perfectly leveled or whatever. And the operator during this 10-hour exposure has to walk around in socks because the vibration of his shoes could ruin the entire exposure. Right? You've seen the documentaries on that, yes?
I didn't watch the documentary.
Yeah.
Yes.
So they talk about that, but then you have to say, well, while he's worrying about the vibration of his feet, the Earth is spinning at 1,000 miles an hour. It's orbiting at 66,000 miles an hour. It's chasing the sun at 500,000 miles an hour, and the entire galaxy is moving sideways at millions of miles per hour. And how does the tiny vibration from his foot make a difference? And then you look at the Hubble. The Hubble telescope does these long images too. It's doing everything that the Earth is doing. Also, it's traveling 17,000 miles an hour around the Earth while the Earth is going around the sun. So it's moving in 5 different directions at once, and it's able to hold itself steady on a grain of rice-sized piece of the sky to take a deep field image for hours and hours. I'm sorry, that's a religion. That's a ridiculous story.
Well, what's the explanation that you've heard for that?
The explanation is it's fake. There is no Hubble telescope.
No. What is the explanation?
They won't address it. They don't address it.
Oh, no one's addressed that with you?
No one will address it. I know exactly what they'll say.
Next time too.
I know exactly what they're saying.
Yeah, so that's what I'm
perfectly,
asking.
Or it's perfectly orbiting around the Earth. It's perfectly matching the spin of the Earth, the orbit of the Earth, the speeding up and the slowing down of the Earth. I mean, it's insane.
So I guess the question is, why would I don't want to get into this now. We could do that next time because that's another whole topic. So just like Earth's rotation, I guess we could get into that next time.
Well, you can, but no one's ever measured it. Okay, no one's ever.
No, I'm saying an explanation of why you wouldn't feel it and like how that all would work, like the mechanics of that.
Well, that's the thing. Like you can explain away the observations literally all day.
Yeah, but what's the counter explanation? I guess like what's wrong with the explanation?
Oh, well, here's the thing. It's explaining why we don't experience any movement. I don't need to explain like a problem with that. It's explaining away an observation. The observation is that we aren't moving, but your side wants to invoke that we in fact are. So in order for that, you have to beg the question and create a mechanism for that. We have no need to do that because we're not asserting that we're moving.
Yes, but you are asserting that the explanation doesn't make sense. And what I'm asking is, what about the explanation doesn't make sense? But that's what I would like to get into probably in a future podcast, because it has been 2 hours. If you guys
all right,
didn't
Joel,
realize.
any final comments?
No, I mean, I think it was fun. We touched a lot on a bunch of different things. A lot more than I think I expected, but I think it's fine. I think it was a fluid conversation. We were never bickering or like kind of.
If you had to pick your one best proof the Earth is a globe, what can you pick one? Or
I would say the celestial movements. Yeah,
the movements of the lights in the sky that don't.
Well,
make
you
any
could
sense.
call them lights in the sky, but you know.
Yeah, you can call them stars that trillions of miles away.
You guys did acknowledge that it did make sense on a globe if the globe was real.
No, we acknowledge that some of the movements could make sense, but we wouldn't be able to observe them because we would all be dead. All right. And you're I'm going to think about it because it's amazing that light gets dimmer and dimmer and dimmer and dimmer until it just gets to that dim point and then it just goes forever. It's amazing.
Well, why would you expect otherwise, I guess? Like what?
Because light spreads out and it keeps spreading out until it's so dim that you can't see it. And that happens very quickly.
Well, yeah, until your eyes can't see it, but it's still there. Like, if
we can still. So how are we seeing stars that are hundreds of trillions of miles away?
So like in a galaxy or something?
No, like stars in our solar system. Well, 100 billion miles away, whatever. We can see other galaxies that are 200, as you said, 200 light years, right?
Andromeda is 2 million light years away. 2.4.
2 million light years. How many miles is that, dude?
Well, so I guess what's stopping those photons from that galaxy of coming to Earth?
They're not nothing. They spread out. They spread out. They spread out. They spread out. They like this intensity of light here, 10 feet away, it has to spread out and fill this much area, and then 20 feet away, it has to spread out and fill a bigger area, and it becomes less and less and less.
Right, but it doesn't become non-existent. I guess it doesn't go. It doesn't.
It just goes forever, and you could see things trillions of light years away.
But what's wrong with that? Like what? You know,
it's because it makes no sense. That's why.
Why doesn't it make sense?
No, here's what doesn't. This is what doesn't make sense.
How big can you blow up a balloon before the plastic's gone? Can I blow it up forever? Because the balloon's going to get thinner and thinner and thinner. But in your world, after it gets to 10 feet wide, it can go to 1,000 feet wide and 1,000 miles wide, right? At 1,000 miles wide, you couldn't find the surface of the balloon because it would be gone. Just like light, just like sound.
What were you going to say, Skylar? If the photons are spreading apart, then at what point are the photons so spread apart that there's not a photon to hit your eye?
It's not that it's because of the nature of light that's hard to answer, because you got to think of like just rays of spherical light coming off of something.
Is light photons? Is light photons?
Yes.
If there was no photons hitting us, there'd be no light, right?
Correct. Yeah.
Okay, so you have a surface of a star, and it has X number of photons on it, and as that expands, those photons that are all side by side, they're all touching each other. They get more and more spread out, exponentially spread out. Okay. At what point will a photon completely miss Earth?
I'm not sure. I don't know.
Not far at all. Do the math, and you'll see that it's not far at
all. What I was going to say is I think it would have to be a pretty far distance, and I think the math would reflect that.
Like what, 100,000 miles?
The problem, Dave, and I say this with charity and respect, but even if I did do the math, it's almost a waste of time. And you know why? Because once I present the math to you, it's like there's nothing I can,
Math is not empirical evidence. Math is not empirical evidence.
Yeah.
Let's try to keep our feet on the ground.
It's not charitable to say do the math when you won't.
Well, I'm saying if you do the math, it won't work out because the photons are become too far apart. Okay.
Well, that's what you said about the inverse square law, and it did work out.
Well, no, it worked out in math. All right, you're right. It doesn't work. Let's just stay here on Earth. Explain the observation away of the mountaintops. There's no curvature calculator. Even the worst Globy Pro calculator puts the tops of those mountains 20 miles below the curve.
No, I'll look into it. I'll see
Okay.
Whoever this other Joel guy was, you seem to want him to check
Oh my
it
God,
out.
it was there was two Joels, and it was crazy. It was crazy.
That was funny. But
all right,
all right, yeah.
Thanks, Ben.
Yeah, absolutely. It was fun. Nice to meet you, Skylar.
Yeah, Joel, thanks for coming on. It was very nice to meet you. Just to let you know, if you ever want to dip your feet in this again, I do an open panel usually tonight at 10 p.m., but we did this instead. So I was definitely happy to change it up a bit, give the audience a little something different. And I know
What's your YouTube? You got YouTube?
Yep, Troubling Tribune.
Oh, it's just Troubling. Okay, cool. All right.
Yep,
well, awesome. Yeah, I hopefully it was sort of productive. You know, it's swapping perspectives and whatnot, and giving our sides, and that's what we were here to do. So,
absolutely. All right.
Hope you guys enjoyed it.
If the Globies, anti-flat earthers, could be as nice as you, well, life would be amazing. Life is amazing.
Certainly,
it'd be more amazing.
That's Dave. That's why I told you I even started doing this in the first place, seeing how you were treated.
The problem is that there's anti-flat earthers that will literally make just bad, bogus arguments that now genuine people digging through this stuff have to then peer through. And unfortunately, it can be kind of easy to fall into the bad information. So,
well, that's on both sides, I think, for sure.
Absolutely. So on any side, you're going to have misinformation, as it will. So always important to do your own research.
It's getting worse. Yeah, I agree. I'm a strong proponent of that. So. Alrighty, guys. Well, you have a blessed night. I actually like your shirt, Dave. That's actually kind of cool.
Thanks. It says something on the back, does it?
No.
You can find that on my new T-shirt shop on the flatearthpodcast.com. Hit the shop.
Oh, you made that shirt. Nice. Okay.
Yeah.
Nice.
I have a whole bunch of new shirts and new printer. They're much higher quality printing, and they're awesome. So check out the shop, everybody. It's also on your app in the shopping cart button.
Nice.
All right.
Alrighty, guys.
Everybody go check in your app, and if you don't have it yet, you're definitely going to want to go to the Flat Earth, Sun, Moon, and Zodiac Clock app by Blue Water Bay and use your referral code Tribune so they know that Tribune sent you.
Yeah.
Nice.
Also glad that we were all able to avoid the ad hominem fallacies. That's always nice in any kind of disagreement.
We almost poisoned the well a few times, but I think we did a pretty good job.
Yes, I agree. So anybody who's wanting to comment or whatever, like I ask that you just please, be respectful of both everybody.
The chat was actually pretty was okay. Flat earthers are some of they could be quite passionate. They become passionate, and I used to do it too. So sometimes I do too.
Alrighty, guys. Well, you have a blessed night.
Alrighty. If you want to check out the outro, we're gonna play some an epic outro on our way out. So for you guys just joining us, if you want to stay for just a moment, it'd be absolutely awesome. Dave, do you have anything else that you wanted to add on before we call it the show?
No, that's it. I'm good. Thanks.
Awesome, man. All right, you guys have a wonderful night. I will see you on the other side. Peace.
Peace out.
All righty, guys. What an awesome conversation that we just got to have there. Let's move it on over back to where the heck is the theme page? There we go. Perfect. Awesome, man. Joel does indeed love space, but we definitely liked having him on. Great conversations. Hopefully we can have him on again and continue on. Maybe go for a trilogy of sorts, if you will. But while we go ahead and wrap it up, I do want to shout out just a couple people over in the Rockfin side as well as the YouTube. Been doing a lot of work, keeping it real busy. We got 25 legends over there supporting on Rockfin. There is a link in the description if you guys would like to subscribe if you have an account already, or if you don't, what better time to go and check it out, right? There's tons of content creators out there doing some great work. There is Jaronism, Karen B, Mark Sargent, myself, Mellow Dome, and many, many more. So if you want to know, you really got to go. But to shout out just a couple people, we got Willie, Nanny, Lord Byron, much love, as well as Fishhead Montana and Lord Byron, Roger Meadows. Alrighty. Lots of back and forth. I'm not going to try to scroll through the whole thing. John Osborne. Awesome. If I missed anybody, I'm the you are still appreciated. All right, let's head on over to the YouTube. All right, many thanks, Skylar. This was a great stream. Thank you, Benny Boy. It was a lot of fun doing this. We got Jesse Palmer, True Niece, Singeman, Lord Racer, Dither. It's hard to pronounce Dither, so you just naturally want to say Dirt because of all the anti-flat earthers out there. I do apologize. We also have JK, Jess Palmer, Sovereign Soul, Unchained Mind, Dr. Law. How is it that you are not a member? That's crazy. We have Justin Johnson just giving out tons of memberships. Absolute legend, putting the entire tribe on his back. We got Chillin', Joshua, Sarles, Thrash, List, Smith, Bill Wheel. By the way, we also have a members-only stream coming tomorrow night at 10 p.m. We are doing an Ask Me Anything, and I will be joined by my lovely wife, Miss Tribune. So it'll be a nice chance to get to know us a little bit better. Only have the members chat and members only viewing to avoid the trolls. But we do appreciate everybody being a part of that. So if you want to join up, now would be a great time. Also get your absolutely sick emojis. We got the mind murked emoji and the True Earth cosmology. There's many, many more. As you know, one way to know, and that's to go sign up today. Rob Glow, much love. Mellow, awesome. Rob Glow and Mellow. Martin Haley. We got Shifty Eyes, Shady, Donald Piaskic. Welcome to True Earth. Awesome. Sunglasses emoji. Miss Tribune, what is up? Oh man, I can't pronounce that. Earthica Stashi. Probably butchered that. Sorry. Joshua Sarles again. Justin Johnson. What is up? That's super funny. You guys are awesome, man. All right. JK, I want to see a flat beard on Dave Weiss. How many votes did we get in for that? How many threes did we have in the chat for Dave Weiss growing out a beard? That'd be pretty interesting to see. All right. So if I am missing anybody, again, I do apologize, but there's so much back and forth. So it is what it is. We are going to go ahead and get things closed on out, but it is taking me just a minute to find what I'm looking for. Where? All right, guys. Much love to all the supporters, all the love, all the thoughts and prayers. We do appreciate it. And I will be seeing you guys either later tonight, right? For Witsit's got a show going on. We'll be in the chat. We may join the panel. Who knows? We'll see what goes down. And then we will also see everybody tomorrow night for the members only stream. It's going to be awesome. But until then, I wish everybody a wonderful night, morning, evening, regardless of where you're at on the plane. And I'll see you then. Peace.
discord.gg/flatearth.
Sorry.
Yeah, well, Adam was speaking, so you have to wait.
I'm sorry. I looked it up.
Actually, I don't mind if you would like to continue the conversation with Brandon.
Brandon, what did you say?
The device is called a decay. No joke. I looked it up.
Brandon, post it in the live stream voice text.
I can't post pictures. I'm not on my. Yeah, I don't have the permission. Let's see. I don't know why, but I just don't have the permission to. Wait.
Right. Hang on. I'm going to give you that permission. 1 second. Wait, just a moment.
Okay, I got the plus on there, so let's see.
All right, I gave you the permission. I'm actually going to give you the globe Earth roll back again. I don't know why it's not on you right
now. Let's see.
Go ahead and put it in live stream voice text.
I gotta look it up again.
Shout out to Shekel. What's up, Shekel? Just see you in the chat, bro. Hey, we sent there was a guy named Ray 2 that came into our chat yesterday. We sent him your way over there to the Muslim server, bro. Jedi, are you there?
Yes, brother, I'm here. What's up?
I don't know if you heard, but Brandon's going to produce a device that can measure curvature. He said it's one that can measure football fields, so he's going to drop it in live in just a moment.
How much curvature is he expecting on a fucking football field? Like,
well, I mean, this is writing. Spake, this is writing off the back that the conversation we had previous. Oh, there you go.
Yeah, that's a picture of it. The second one, the one with the wheel.
One with the what?
Brandon, I'm face palming so hard right now at your evidence.
Oh, that's a fucking meter stick thing, man. What the fuck?
That measures land, though.
Well, that's what fucking that's what people use if they're fucking measuring a back garden or some shit, man. It's not going to measure
That's what we were talking about.
I mean, it's only going to measure like width for that. It's not going to measure convexity levels, brother.
We weren't talking about that, though. We were talking about distances.
No, we were not measuring distance. We're not talking about measuring. I told you we're measuring the curvature of the Earth. And you're like, yeah, I know a device that measures football fields. I'm like, how's that?
Well, that wasn't on circular, but you know.
You can measure like the width or length of a football field, but you're not going to be able to measure how much curve there is over a distance, bruv. Come on, man. You gotta grip it yourself.
Yeah, that's not where I went. That's okay.
Why would you bring it into the conversation?
For that pool, but I mean, my mind went somewhere else.
Brandon, you went somewhere else because you. Listen, man, we were talking about measuring the guy was.
I get distracted a lot. That's why.
That's not that.
I distract myself.
Did you even, Brandon? Did you even Google? Like, what's that say? The device used to measure the curvature of the Earth. Is that what you typed into Google, and that's what you came up with?
Probably.
Well, I was
What's the rest of that Google search?
That's what I was saying. That's what I was going for. But the rest of it was football field. It's not full for
No,
sure.
dude. No.
I don't know
Look,
if it was.
Listen, Max was here for the whole conversation. So even if you're distracted, everybody in here heard what.
Yeah, I don't know if I said measures curvature. Then.
All
I'll
right.
admit that.
See? Why is it so hard to admit that? When at first that's the only thing I want you to say.
The football field was off, and that was my fault.
And then it hit me. What's wrong with this picture? Hello everybody, P-Brain here. I got inspired to do a video. I'd been discussing on a couple of my videos about this notion that the sun would never make it to the horizon, and I had a couple people show me diagrams, and I hadn't come up with a really good illustration to completely debunk this idea until now. So that's why I got inspired to do this video. First of all, let me just say I don't know how high the sun is, so I'll just go with the 3,000 miles that many flat earthers use, and that's what I'm going to use for this video. This guy sent me this picture, and he's got all the maths included, and it looks good, you know. At first, I had a little tough time with it because there's a couple things true about it, right? It's showing the sun traversing over the ground, over the flat earth, and it's parallel to the ground. So it had that going for it. And it's showing that when the sun is further away from you, it angles down, just like perspective. Same as this guy, Daz the cameraman or something is his name. He has a video out and he shows this picture. And it's the same thing. It still shows a parallel sun to the ground. And instead of moving the sun, he's moving the observer. But it's the same diagram. If you flip it upside down, it looks identical. Anyway, so it's the same notion. So I was a little bit perplexed. I was like, wait a second, you know, makes you start to doubt. But I mean, I know it's wrong, but I was like, wait a minute, it's got perspective. It's so I thought. And then it hit me. What's wrong with this picture? What's wrong with this picture is that they are attempting to calculate visual angles to the sun from a non-visual, non-perspective drawing. So the drawing is not taking the visual perspective of the observer into account, and that's what's wrong with this diagram. You see, you cannot calculate visual angles to convergent positions, which is where the sun is from the observer, by using non-convergent parallel lines, which is what they're doing in the diagram here. They have two parallel lines and they're drawing visual angles to it. It's true that this drawing is an accurate representation of actual relationships and positions of the observer to the sun, but it's a non-perspective side view representation. So this diagram is not accurate at all as it relates to the perspective of the observer. So if we add perspective lines, we get a completely different picture. All right, take a look at this wall of lines. Now, this wall is not an illustration. It's not a cartoon. It's a photo. It's reality. Okay? This that they put up here, although it has a lot of truth, you know, in it, showing the parallel sun and all that, it's nothing but some geometry. I mean, they're showing us some angles, but it has nothing to do with perspective and how we would see the sun. So it's bunk. So in this next slide here, I'm going to superimpose these lines, the perspective lines, over on top of this. Okay, here we go. All right, and as you can see, the way they're representing the sun as staying parallel to the ground is not correct. The sun would follow these perspective lines, and what they really are is spatial planes, right? They're invisible spatial planes that are around your z-axis. Now your z-axis goes from your eyes, a straight line out from your eye in any direction. Okay, that's your z-axis. So anything parallel to that will start to converge toward that focal point or the horizon, right? In line with that z-axis. Everything does. Any lines going away from you are going to all converge. Yet this diagram that they show us, saying that these are the visual angles to the sun, have no convergence. The lines are parallel. See, look at these parallel lines and look how they converge. They completely go against this geometric drawing or these angles and these formulas, they don't work, friends. So anytime someone brings this up, bring them to this video, show them this picture, and this is the reality. The photograph is a reality. That's how we see everything. So this representing the sun is going away from you parallel to the ground, and then calculating your angles to the sun based on that is wrong, and it doesn't work. Okay, and quickly notice with this line of converging parallel lines or planes. Notice how the higher up they get, or the further away they get from the yellow line, which is your z-axis, notice how they orient themselves more and more vertically and less horizontally. Also notice how all the lines converge at the same point, the vanishing point. It doesn't matter how high they are, they all go to the same place, which, interestingly enough, means that no matter how high that object is going away from you, it visually goes to the same place. Okay, here's the wall of lines again. Notice that these are true perspective lines. These are parallel lines, but from the observer, which is this little guy down here, this is what these parallel planes or parallel lines would look like. They just happen to be represented by these wooden planks, right? But that's actual perspective. What they represent as the sun up here traveling parallel to the ground is not perspective. Yet they are calculating angles based on a non-perspective drawing, right? Their maths are based on non-perspective lines, right? Two parallel lines. Well, you can't, because that's not the perspective of the observer. The observer sees these lines, the converging lines. So as you can see, this is the reality, the one here where the sun travels down. The green sun's here traveling down. That's our reality. Now, here's another interesting thing. The reason, too, that their sun will never reach the horizon in their calculations is, notice this, these spatial planes, as I call them, represent height or altitude, right? Look at their sun. It's crossing height lines, right? Because each one of these lines is parallel to the ground, even though they appear to be converging, and yet they represent different altitudes. So look at their sun. It's traveling higher and higher and higher and higher and higher in the sky. Well, of course it's not going to, this is why they think that the sun would be visible 24/7 on a flat Earth, and why the sun would never get to the horizon. They don't understand perspective. They don't get it or something. I don't know. But anyway, you can see the proper use, and this has everything to do with the observer standing down here. This is what he sees. The sun following the convergence lines and coming down. And these are both the exact same distance. And you can see the time stamps on them. So each sun is about 1,000-mile journey. It's traveling. And it goes below the horizon visually. And keeps going below the horizon from the observer. Like I said, this is a photograph. This is real. This is reality. They've just showed us nothing but a bunch of angles. Showed a couple lines and drawing some angles. Oh, hey fellas, nice geometry, but it's not perspective. That is definitely not the perspective of the observer, and that's what counts. Debunk 100%. Their maths don't work. Their calculations are wrong. The sun will in fact set on a flat Earth from the perspective of the observer. All right, thank you so much. Bye.
Most fucking Americans don't really like flat earthers. They like planets and spaceships and stuff like gravity too. Most fucking Americans believe they're NASA and they're JAXA and ESA and some dude named Musk. Most fucking Americans don't like to worry about the spinning because they say it does it so slow. Most fucking Americans have an education and think the globe's real because they took science and got a B. Most fucking Americans love their sticks and their shadows and their well holes and their gyros. No. Most fucking Americans don't like to launch rockets without using fisheye lenses to make the flat earth round. Cause don't it make a flat line curve? And that's all I got, man. How do you like it? Hey, far out, man. Yeah, that's a good song, man. Well, I wrote my own one while I was listening to you sing yours. You want to hear it? Oh, yeah, man. That sounds pretty awesome, man. Let's hear it. Yeah, man. It's kind of like a protest tune. All right, man. Here we go. Globers! Globers! Hey, you like that, man? Oh, yeah, man. That's pretty far out, man.
Have you ever looked away from Earth into the black void?
Because you can see the stars.
Oh, yeah.
We were never able to see stars from the lunar surface or on the daylight side of the moon.
It's not a black void. I mean, it's black, but there's all kinds of polka dots.
Space is fake AF. Space is fake AF.
There's more than stars. You can see planets. You can see moons.
You see the gas.
The sky's not the limit. We fly to the moon in another second, but we haven't been back since 1972. Destroyed all the papers and blew up the Challenger crew, except for the twinsies. Space is fake AF. Space is fake AF.
Look out into deep space away from the sun. It's the darkest black you can imagine.
Hey, space boy, you broke my rocket man heart. Where are the stars? Is it bright or is it dark? The vacuum of space, oh, the tomfoolery.
What happens if you get a leak on that? You have a leak.
Debunk my bubble.
It's hard to comprehend.
Space is fake AF.
Two little bitty O-rings.
Space is fake AF.
It's not what you think, homeboy.
Space is fake AF.
It's all just start doing this.
Space is fake AF.
Research Eddie Bravo. You just have a leak, and what you would do is lose air.
Chemtrails, NASA shells, dollar bills, pharma kills to keep you ill. It's like this. It's like this. Tainted blood, no one's flood, pyramids, Masons run America. It's like this. It's like this. Godless healers and tricks. I'm worshiping a church, but they never listen. Genesis tell you why you live, and they pay the tithing, but they do not pay attention. Godless healers and tricks. I'm worshiping a church, but they never listen. Genesis tell you why you live, and they pay the tithing, but they do not pay attention.
1, 2, 3, 4. I told you so. I told you. I told you so. I told you. Remember when I told you about 9/11? Remember when I told you about Building 7? Remember when I told you about the fluoride in the water? Yes, I did. Remember when I told you about the New World Order? Remember that? Remember when I told you about the chemtrails in the sky? Remember when I told you that NASA was full of lies? Remember when I told you about the ultra mind control? Well, I just want to say that I told you so, yeah. Remember when I told you about 432 hertz, that is, and what 440 can do to you? It hurts my ears. Remember when I told you about the vaccine agenda? Yes, I did. And that Michelle Obama is a transgender. Yes, he is. The dinosaur fraud, the climate change scam, and yes, Sandra Bullock is also a man. Remember when I told you that there ain't no globe? Well, I just want to say that I told you so. 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 Yeah. Remember when I told you about the TV flicker rate? And how it puts your brain in an alpha state? Remember when I told you about germ theory? Remember when I told you about gravity? Remember that? Remember when I told you about Paul McCartney? Remember when I told you about direct energy? Remember when I told you about Monsanto? Well, I just want to say that I told you so. 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 Yeah. Remember when I told you about the mainstream media? Your so-called celebrities and pedophilia. Remember that child trafficking and that adrenochrome? Remember when I told you about the Georgia Guidestone? Remember when I told you about the false flag operation? Remember when I told you about 5G radiation? Remember that I told you that? Well, I just want to say that I told you so. I told you so. I told you so. I told you so. Yeah, I told you so. Yeah. But you didn't listen. I told you so. I told you so.
It's rock, yeah. It's rock, yeah. It's rock, yeah.
We the best music.
It's fun, yeah.
Another one.
DJ Khaled! You gotta make your mind up. I gotta ask you, bro, just how'd you find us? I got flat earth on my mind, is that a crime, yeah? Don't wanna go back to days when it was a globe. The curve is my priority, and I'll put that over everything. And the globe ain't shit, and there ain't no space. Waiting on gravity, validate. Half gas pressure and less contained. They say gravity, but you can't bend space or time. Sometimes it's sunny, but sometimes it don't shine. The globe don't exist, it's only in your mind. Someone let go of the space globe. Let it go, oh, that glow. Oh, let it go, oh, that glow. Let it go, oh, that glow. Oh, let it go, that glow.
I let it go if you say that there's curved in that shit better show. Don't try to play like I'm slow, cause I've been running the block and I know there's no glow. Ask for proof when I give you some more. And I'm proud of myself cause I used to be glow. Now I just hustle and grind and flat smack into all of my muscles or so. Asking me say it's a ball, he ain't got no proof at all. Keep asking why did it fall, don't try me, it's gonna end up in a brawl. Brenda's clocks like a dog, see too far less than some fog. Ask for curvature measurements, making go claims with that no evidence. Globe's too big, can't see curve, hopped in a plane but you still ain't high up. Red Bull jump, no curve, can't see none. Parallel rays with some shadows and a stick up. Think you measure shit, no hiccups. You know it's some bull that they whipped up. This is flat as little baby, it's CB, I ain't got no choice but to tell ya.
They say gravity, but you can't bend space or time. Sometimes it's sunny, but sometimes it don't shine. The globe don't exist, it's only in your mind. Someone let go of the space glow. Let it go, oh, that glow. Oh, let it go, oh, that glow. Let it go, oh, that glow. Oh, let it go, that glow.
Alrighty, MIDI HC. Yeah, that's a funny name. Welcome to the 24/7 Flat Earth Discord server. Thank you. What brings you here? And be honest, what shape do you think the Earth is? I'm just here to troll. The world is a stage, Shakespeare. You think you live on a fake sphere. There are no curvatures, ain't there? That means it's not an oblate pair. NASA's lying, it's obvious, yeah. Look at the bloopers so sloppy, yes. Like they're not even trying to fool half the audience, yet they'll buy it up. You say you're woke, but it's diet, yeah. Want to debate, do not try it, yeah. Leave them unpacking and crying, yeah. Take out the rinse and then dry it, yeah. If you got proof, then provide it. You are VC verified, and either you're seeking the truth or you will just go into hiding. Give it me to bug FE, give it me gravity, give it me philosophy, give it me pure comedy, give it me to bug FE, give it me gravity, give it me philosophy, give it me pure comedy. You gotta admit, sometimes this is just pure comedy. I mean, you know, don't get me wrong, we're looking for some evidence for this globe theory, but it's pretty funny.
What is gravity?
You have no idea. Okay, next question.
Wow.
Hey, yo. It's Chocolate saying. It's 2021. Told y'all it's a wrap for this globe. Check it out. Way too many reifications of privation. Secular thermodynamics violations. Fuck all these fake as apparent deviations. Globals always flapping their gums, no demonstrations. The Black Swan murdered the ball with simplicity. Pretend the clowns aren't they all, no specificity. Get with me. Get that geometry your model needs nowadays. Mostly I sound like your on your knees. Copper bleeds, been a wall to ever show for, nevermore. Been a rap for your multi-line or scientific, or a sticker that they're prolific. Crumble at the thought of flat earth, that's just terrific. My hypothesis, you know, paleo genius. You thought you had it all, so no. Like a seamstress, you never see this. You ain't chillin' peeping the Gleasons. The globe model so fucking dead. So many reasons mad at me, cause your fairy tale of gravity is rapidly becoming a motherfucking fatality. Independent variable, no physicality. Factually, you're dealing with no type of reality. A tragedy, all of the pseudoscience of fallacy. Sad to see that was surrounded by such banality. Globe charts step in the court for their arraignment. Gas fucking off all day, no containment. It's automatic, you sound like a fanatic. Your heart's beating out of your chest, no need to panic. Problematic, anytime there was Socratic. Defining terms for you is like dust to an asthmatic or a crack addict. All tuned up like a mechanic. State you're leaving in when you're done, it's so tragic. You're in the sneezing, all snotty nose the wheezing. You globe charts wind up like sub-zero freezing. Ain't no reason for you not to remain calm. As my nigga hit you with the 3-point palm. Instant exploding paradigm technique. Backslapping your beliefs into enigmatic sweet. You points obliterated, finished, unable to speak. Have you looking like Don Petty catching a leap? Your whole squad left sounding comatose. I hear Michelle Dollar keeps rocks in the head. She keeps her family close. Some of y'all think y'all the best things since butter toast. When it comes to FB, prepare to catch an overdose of intellectual honesty. The clear lack of thinking of you balls never cease to astonish me. I gotta keep it real and be honest, B. It's quite possibly the dumbest thing I heard since the cosmology is often seen as a philosophy, mythology, but actually it's a prophecy of religiosity. Get all your skills and your weight up. It's crunch time. Your whack model getting it ate up like lunchtime. How in the hell could we establish a baseline? Most of y'all trolls are just here to waste time. I'm not aware of what y'all hearing through the grapevine, but you must be out your mind selling space-time. A mathematical construct of imagination with absolutely no experimental validation. Before the story begins, you need a foundation. Curvature of the earth, that's the conversation. And since the shit up and disappeared without a trace, I'd say it's also time for you to say goodbye to space. Tall tales about vacuums and empty place, all the while breathing air. That's just not the case. You best get out my face, cause I can guarantee you that the very air you breathe immediately fuck off the space. We understanding no requirement for your compliance. You understand that you are standing in a room of giants. I admire that you're usual in your defiance, but won't you join us in this funeral of pseudoscience? You in the mood to try us? Go ahead and test your mic. These motherfuckers think they're moving at the speed of light. How about the speed of sound? 250 miles above the ground to see that ISS is going round and round. Please don't even try, son. It's been a rap since you gave up hope on your geometric horizon. In the trenches hoping and praying we don't get wise and realize you're smoking more of the grass than Neil Tyson. Oh, speaking of that clown, I wonder how much longer he can keep a push of this in the background. Never debating, always up for the back down. Playing in fear of the gravitational smackdown. This little circus won't last long. I'm betting you the type of clown that sits at home alone with a mask on. Thinking you debunked an argument like the Black Swan. Never knowing that your radius could be that wrong. Oops, I really meant to say dead wrong. Implicitly, we've been falsified the globe empirically. Need you to listen, G. It's not logical to postulate you live in a sphere with no sphericity. It's the epitome. It's not a mystery. The globe model's all wrapped up in stupidity. It's quite simple, see. It's probably not the move for you to spew your rhetoric here or religiously. Maybe officially. One day you might find yourself vividly in the middle of an epiphany. Lyrical symphony. It's been a pleasure, but our times have both come to an end. Synchronicity.
Flat in this bitch, globe confusion with the drip drop. It's flat everywhere. I got facts up in my Ziploc. Flat up in this place, no globe model, that's for kid bops. You ain't on flat earth, you can kick rocks, okay? Flat, hey, flatten, smack, smack. Flatten, smack, smack. Flatten, smack, smack. Flat, 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 yeah. Globe got no curve, bitch. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, flatten, smack, smack, flatten, flat, smack, smack, flat, flat, smack, smack, flat, flat. Yeah. Globe gone flat, got no curve, bitch, I'm flat. Turn the globe into a ghost punk, bitch, yes, I'm flat. Hey, take it off, yeah, globe off, yeah, live stream, yeah, everybody here, bringing up air, gas pressure, yeah. Flat is my fate, the globe is gon' hate, the truth I chase, and it don't break, we just killed space, yeah, it's all fake, back in the safe, now hit me that tape. 10 toes in the mud, measured earth, and it's flat, yeah. Glober dunked on in its fields, and that's facts, yeah. I ain't tryna fight you too emotional. Now take this flat smack like it's supposed to go. Made it out the globe, had to bounce right quick. Wonder how I drop out, learn to count like this. Got a folder with no earth curve where I keep my shit. Hit a bay first with a laser, ain't no curve in this bitch. Okay, I'm flat. Hey, flat, smack, smack. Flat, flat, smack, smack. flat, smack, yeah. Globe, no curve, turn that flat into facts. Turn the globe into a ghost punk, bitch, yes, it's flat. Hey, flatten, I'm smacking, flat, smack, yeah. Flat, smack, yeah, smack. Globe gone flat, got no curve, bitch, I'm flat. Turn the globe into a ghost punk, bitch, yes, I'm flat. I'm a globe destroyer, yeah. F.E. Doyum, Doyum globe spoken ass nigga, in the live stream joking, took his globe like it's stolen, broke brain can't focus ass nigga, Pause about, we got a caller, nigga, he gon' chop his head off. Can't run the game around here, bruh. Cause we're hang no sphere, bruh. Lil nigga, do you got a problem? What? Lil nigga will come and solve it. Yeah. Facts coming in, can't stop it. We getting to the money, y'all jogging. Yeah. Good times represent victory. To the same globe's just dead to me. God. A washed up blurf don't mean shit to me. Nothing. I'ma surf off the curve in a Tiffany. Globers do nothing for me unless you leave in BC where the curve be. I'm flat gang, savage free. Globers get smoked just trying to diss me. Okay. Yeah, flatten, I'm flat. Yeah, flatten, I'm smack. Flat, smack. Flat, yeah, globe gone flat, ain't no curve, bitch, it's flat. Turn the globe into a ghost punk, bitch, yes, it's flat. Hey, flatten, I'm smacking, flat, smack, flat, smack, yeah, flat, yeah. Globe gone flat, ain't no curve, bitch, it's flat. Turn the globe into a ghost punk, bitch, yes, it's flat. Yeah, CB, you know me.
Why would they lie? 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 Why would they lie?
I know you've been hating this, but how about that radius, huh? What is he saying though? Broken geometry. Okay. I just pointed out, now you're at hominy. Went to your mommy be trucking and driving, globers be wildin'. They went out of style. 8 inches per mile squared, never been measured out in the wild. Why would they lie? That's what they cry when it just can't be denied. Defending the government, slave till you die. You ain't got no reply.
That stuff is flat.
Who told you that? Like I can't trust my eyes? There ain't no curvature, and the swan is black. But nice try.
Why would they lie? 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 Why would they lie?
Once you go flat, matter of fact, you never go back, you never go back.
Why would they lie? Why would they lie? Why would you ask such a question? Coming here crying to ask why they're lying? Dude, may I make a suggestion? It seems to me in your mind that you could use some introspection. Instead of advancing your thinking, you're headed straight to a sad state of regression. People keep thinking it's our job to find them the model that they've been requesting. Meanwhile, they're walking around every day in the world never ever suspecting that the very own senses a human possesses have never attested. Something that's absolutely and completely reversed to the world manifested. How can you think that a person like me could take someone like you even serious? Why would they lie? Why would they lie? Bro, are you fucking delirious? How can we even engage in a true conversation if we can't surpass this? I'm gonna need you and your little fundy friends to pull their heads out their asses. Why would they lie? Are you fucking high? You really gotta be kidding me. The world that you've known, all on its own, has been nice and flat since the beginning, see? No 8 inch per mile square, that's why y'all scared to have this become mainstream. So as a result, we transform into nightmares, waking folks from the daydream. So, proceed to ask why they are lying without verifying your story. And at the end of the day, maybe all I can say is that y'all fucking bore me. Why would they lie? Can't even deny. You're sounding just like a baby. Maybe a hero is all that you need. Maybe else somebody save me.
Globe abortion, all applauded. Cheers, big heads, small, enormous. From cradle to grave shall be like tortoise. NASA Tower lies every day is exhausted. Nothing more boring than the stream they recorded. Yeah, that looks real, is that a joker talking? Composite my nuts is not a bore you foreskin. Ignoring, distorting the facts where they store is. Entering your mind irrespective of a warrant. To say levels curve we expect from a zealot. Spherical excess, now we don't want it. Delusional puppet digesting the stomach. Without any warning, hick on the shoremen. Are you a moron who's not that important? Similar to Karen, always reporting. Endorsing the fraud and effects without cause. Manifest force from a pseudo source. Reversing the curse of what you've been taught. They've been rehearsed in the dirt, but they still fall short. Imaginary planetary alignment coincide with space warp. Astronauts monetary paid for. Submerging the water while they claim that they orb. It's a circus show, clown circle in the globe. Why would they lie? Obvious the creator. If the glove don't fit and the earth don't turn, that's a whole lot of that they have to learn with the horizon swan. We eliminate the curve. All our eyes are on only what we can observe. Global lies are wrong while they're hiding flatter. Keep my spies like on hide for the research. You rely upon priest and pirate like a bird. With your lying glove, preach religion like a church. How should they die? How should they die? Why would they lie? Why would they lie?
Why would they lie? Why would they try? I got the math and science on my side. I'm running circles, it's easy as pie. Your reification is all falsified. The education is all just a lie. Don't need to replace it. All I need is you to face it. All I got is time and you just waste it. This is a gift staring you in the faces. Where you gonna get the truth from? If not from us, then who you dum-dum? Made the bed of your demise and chose to sleep to count the sheep since 9 to 1-1. Never been a fighter, fact of life, a choice of wrong and right that I would never run from. State the truth, defend the youth and stop the coup. It's just a job that got to get done. Why would they lie? Why would they lie? Why would they lie? Santa was real, the fairy was real. Why mama lie? My brother died, healthcare was bad. Why mama cried? The system is broke, your son is woke. I'm setting this shit on fire.
Why would they lie? 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 Why would they lie?
Why would they not? The plot and derive by watching the sky and they know it's a clock. They picking both sides and listen with lies. The people pretend that they pick who they got. The people divide and then they disguise and now they devising a plot. You ask why they lying from behind closed eyelids. You disguising an iris that's lifeless. You're denialist, but this lie is why you're a nihilist. Guess you're lying for the pride then. They enticing the brightest to get deprived in contrived confinement. Lie about what the meaning of life is. Get a degree in a 9 to 5 shift. Only way that you'll survive this. What's that mean? They have to bribe them. Yeah, it's tragic, their only tactic when the model under attack is asking where a map is. If they lied about the earth, what you even asking? Weaving past them, leaving blasting. Everything you believe is backwards. Occult belief is practice, that's what they achieve in masses. Yeah, it matters, you believe what masses. Massive incoherent magnets have a weak attraction. That's electrostatics, they always invert it backwards. Wonder what's the verdict, pastors? Religious zealots preaching, talking past us. Sent a blitz right up the middle. Who can block the fastest? Falsify the radius, you cannot walk right past it. Yeah, they truly think they got the masses, but God's got the backing, so they can't stop what happens.
Why would they lie? 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 OG. Why would they lie? I'll tell you why. They don't want to see you survive. They don't want to see you get live. Love on your queen till you hire you some kids and provide. They don't want to see you revive. Take an L, then come back harder than ever besides. Packing that hammer on side. I cannot help it, bro. Second Amendment on mine. They won't label you a felon. That way you can't get your hands on protection. That way they come in and fake an election. If they want to seize your assets, you can't stop or arrest them. That way the hood is simply a reflection of the design that they predestined. If you don't like it, they pop off your top like your last name was Kennedy in Dallas, Texas.
Captain.
Falsification. Grace Leonidas, 24/7 Discord Flat Earth. Welcome to the arena, gladiator. You wanted an edge? Our spears are strong, a formation of edge. It's time to push it to the ledge. Your fallacious sword will shatter on our shield. The Spartans victorious upon the battlefield. Only by the spear of truth can you make us yield.
This is where we hold them. This is where we fight. This is where they die. And these shields rise. This is Sparta.
The specificity of your claim requires you to step up your game. It needs to be substantiated, authenticated. Don't just sit there, get it correlated. Stop getting frustrated while vaccinated thinking you're educated. Are you really illuminated while being acclimated clowns, subjugated with unabated propaganda permeated? Your arguments are constipated, your history is misstated. All your proofs are long awaited, your counters are unrelated. You're just pontificated and obfuscated. Sorry, friend. Are you medicated?
Calm yourself. I am sorry, my friend. But not all of us were meant to be soldiers.
It is clear you're aggravated when a fallacy is generated and a Spartan denigrated. Next time, try to reformulate it. But since you got moderated, it's time for you to get re-educated. Here, sophistry gets dominated, arguments decimated. Don't just sit there being domesticated, accepting being indoctrinated with vile claims and substantiated. That's madness incorporated. Be sophisticated and underestimated, unaffiliated and rejuvenated, stimulated and motivated, get animated, activated, rehabilitated with your mind repopulated, not automated and sedated, blindly opinionated and physically degenerated, with hearts exasperated and minds overestimated. I call that being uneducated.
Spartans! What is your profession? You see, old friend, I brought more soldiers than you did.
It's not complicated. Globe model was evaluated, radius invalidated, Black Swan reverberated, percolated, and penetrated, and the globe deflated. Do you understand what is communicated? Light attenuated, perspective appropriated, density understated, entropy violated, Saros cycle assimilated, and the Coriolis conflated. Or do you need it illustrated, perhaps translated? Is it really necessitated to be restated? Gas dissipated, yet container is ventilated. You should feel liberated, it's been corroborated. Religion has evaporated while blind faith was annihilated. Do not be humiliated. This was dictated, slated and fated. Now outdated, antiquated, needs to be updated. And thoroughly investigated with science invigorated. Its potential unmitigated. Be elated, elevated, fascinated. Don't you feel exhilarated? It's long been belated. It's something to be celebrated, not debated.
Find trust.
This was all premeditated, all of it orchestrated, perpetrated, perpetuated, all of us regulated, designated, and desecrated. The whole world manipulated. We were told it rotated, that it was calculated and demonstrated, when it was really estimated and speculated and fabricated and misappropriated. The lies are completely overrated. It's time for the truth to be reinstated.
Go spread the word. Let every Greek assembled know the truth of this.
Let each among them search his own soul.
And while you're at it, search your own.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9.
It's the 10 black commandments. Yeah. This globe, you can't tell me about this earth. Can't tell me nothing about this curve, this speed. Where my real truth is. Truth is on the beach. I ain't forget about you, brothers. My Nikon beauty shooters. Shout out to the lobby. I've been in this game for years. It made me an animal. It's rules to this. I wrote me a manual, a step-by-step booklet for you to get your game on track. Don't let your way get snatched. Rule number uno, speak on what you know. You shouldn't make claims unless you know for sure. Otherwise you're telling lies. And if that man catch on, then your ass is gone. Number 2, never let them think the earth move. Don't you know them pendulum tricks are not science? Yeah, take it from your highness. They need to be set up from high up and kicked or fired up. 3, never trust nobody. Your science guys will set that ass up properly gassed up. Fallacy to throw it up. Shit for the fast buck. They be lying in the comments, just confuse that ass up. Number 4, know you heard this before. Never get high on the CGI. Number 5, never speculate on the unknown. I don't care if they fight with an ounce, tell them bounce. Number 6, that goddamn citation, get it. You think a globe be backing up the claim and forget it. Number 7, this rule is so underrated. Keep flat earth society and the server separated. Shadows and sticks don't hit, it's bullshit. 2021, man, that shit's archaic. Number 8, DC checking 1 or 2. Stop typing and get a mic or something to speak through. Number 9, should've been number 1 to me. If you ain't trolling bad, get your ass in VC. If the team must get you slipping, they ain't trying to listen. They be pitching your ass out, straight out to cog this. Number 10, a strong word called a measurement. Strictly for honest men, if not, just watch them spin. If you ain't got the globe proof, say hell no. Flat earthers want that proof, rain, sleet, hail, snow. Follow these rules, you'll smash globes until they break up. If not, 20 for trolls who won't wake up. Truth hits your mental, watch your mind shake up. You was sleeping, now you about to wake up. Snacks in the back on your way up. Bathrooms on the left, urinal caked up. DJ on the way, about to play something. Chairs good, stogies lit, feet up, 24/7. Discord. CD. Yeah. Shout out to the mods, golds, silvers, values. Lobby gang. Yeah. It's your boy CB. B. In the lobby. Catch me in the live stream. 24/7. Shout out to India, CJ, Baba Yaga. Yeah. Nemus. Effie in the house. Tell him bounce.
Grace 24/7 Flat Earth Discord with Robert Tarr on the beat. Shout out to Gemsy for his tireless service and great ideas. Judgments have a way of festering until you become what you hate. So don't hate and don't judge. Understand and transmute hate into love, rising above the cycle. Don't be the cycle, break the cycle, and be free as you were meant to be, operating empirically, embracing your destiny, living in reality. The globe is a no-show, the Antarctic a no-go. The seafloor plateau, you don't know what you don't know. The story I just so. Title knows, uh-oh. Status quo, no photo, the only curve is a GoPro. Fight the flow, the fallacious combo. Metal judo, be a FE commando. With knowledge as ammo. A 3-point KO. Lost your wig, bro? It's a belief, yo. Celestial navigation, relative to the location. It's called exploration, using the constellation for thousands of years without deviation. Not possible within orbital imagination. It's a faulty conceptualization. Your ears are not just for decoration. You feel no sensation. The vestibular operation proves there's no axis to rotation. All sight has limitation. Perspective is our vision. We see by light propagation, but light has attenuation and diffusion, so seeing forever is a pure delusion. Space is a privation, not a bendy dilation. Einstein's melt position is a dated apparition. FE has no competition. Its opposition is only repetition, a supposition, and superstition, or all around false decognition. Welcome to the globe deposition, the lie abolition, or the truth petition. Don't give up your critical thinking of your own volition, even if it has become tradition. That is submission to the mathematician, the sophistic cognition tactician, bringing you the war of attrition and the contradicting redefinition. Become like us, a logician, a sophistry demolition technician. Requisition your intuition, transition to erudition. But be quick, the mission to dumb down the population is so close to fruition. We pay our tuition for our own indoctrination with lies and omission, when learning the truth should be your ambition, regardless of the optics and previous conviction. That's the true ammunition, the power of the truth coalition, on a sacred mission, restoration from sedition, a disposition of the Most High's opposition, of the very same wardens that guarded your mental prison. There is no addition, no prize of admission. We get no commission and all the suspicion. But there's one condition, be honest. This is not a competition, it's a collaborative exhibition, a recognition of rhetoric superstition, with 24/7 repetition, a non-stop globe demolition. I have become a globe funeral mortician.
Check 1, check 2, check 1, 2, 3, 4.
Look what they're chatting about. They're chatting about. They're chatting about. Look what they're chatting about. they're chatting about. They're chatting about. Flirt, you should watch your mouth. What? You should watch your mouth. You should watch your mouth. Flirt, you should watch your mouth. What? You should watch your mouth. You should watch your mouth. They say, we are immature, like jumping on the couch. They say, we are immature, like jumping on the couch. Flirt, you should watch your mouth. What? You should watch your mouth. You should watch your mouth. Flirt, you should watch your mouth. What? You should watch your mouth. You should watch your mouth. They say, we are immature, like jumping on the couch. Look what they're chatting about. They're chatting about. They're chatting about. Look what they're chatting about. They're chatting about. They're chatting about. Flirt, you should watch your mouth. What? You should watch your mouth. You should watch your mouth. Flirt, you should watch your mouth. What? You should watch your mouth. You should watch your mouth. Tell me the reason for all of this season. Tell me the reason for all of this season. You should watch your mouth. You should watch your mouth. Watch your mouth. You should watch your mouth. Tell me the reason for all of this season. Tell me the reason for all of this season. You should watch your mouth. 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 Towers it flat. Towers it flat. What they're chatting about. Towers it flat. What they're chatting about. Towers it flat. Towers it flat. What they're chatting about. Towers it flat. Very clever. Towers it flat. Very clever. Towers it flat. Very clever. Very clever. Look what they're chatting about. They're chatting about. They're chatting about. Look what they're chatting about. They're chatting about. They're chatting about. Flirt, you should watch your mouth. What? You should watch your mouth. You should watch your mouth. Flirt, you should watch your mouth. What? You should watch your mouth. You should watch your mouth. Towers it flat. Towers it flat. What they're chatting about. Towers it flat. What they're chatting about. Towers it flat. Towers it flat. What they're chatting about. Towers it flat. Very clever. Towers it flat. Very clever. Towers it flat. Very clever. Very clever.
How long will we be getting live views, do you think, from the car?
Well, I think it looks so ridiculous and impossible. And you can tell it's real because it looks so fake, honestly. Like, we'd have way better CGI if it was fake. And you know, the colors all look kind of weird in space.
People just research what your eyes do. Research what your eyes do. As soon as you do that, then everything, all the pieces start falling into place. Then you'll understand what you're looking at. And these globies just don't get it. They're like, I'm like, well, it's scientific fact. I mean, you can Google it right now. I mean, look at how your eyes work. I mean, you're saying no, like we're taught no. Like, I mean,
the problem is, you know, I don't care if somebody doesn't believe me, but when you don't even look and then you tell me how wrong I am, and it's like, dude, and it's like, I mean, you've seen some of my shows, and I've seen your posts, and you just as well as I and others. I mean, we break it down really simple for these people.
That's exactly how. Schon gar nicht weit.
Everybody put your hands up.
I wrote this out in 2019, dropping it for the end of 2020 and Agenda 21 for the Flu World Order. So let's go.
this hip-hop and the truth can't be stopped. I'm a comment to the top so I can sip as I got. While we sip and collide, while the listen to bars tries to thought, Roddy's thought I gotta keep it behind bars. Now I love this hip-hop and the truth can't be stopped. I'm a comment to the top so I can sip as I got. While we sip and collide, while the listen to bars tries to thought, Roddy's thought I gotta keep it behind bars. Now I shatter glass, ceiling trap, metal with degree, orange tag on the beam, true troopers on the scene. And this could be the anthem when I'm claiming that fee for planting seeds all around me with the truth that I see. So step up and get rocked, and smack to get dropped. From the power that we got, from the armor we got. Everybody stand up, true troopers squad up. From Zenji, Marshall, back to Rob Skiba. This age-old concept destroys a global object. Evolution turned to rubbish like this Star Trek. 2019, focus cameras what we see. CGI images claiming to be what we be. No stars and no moon and no galaxy. Claiming space is real, flipping another 60. On this a green screen, alter reality. You blindly believe in programmed by the TV. And Neil deGrasse says the tiny ass is not large, well enough to earth and notice the track. To notice any curvature with that appears flat. So go and drop the mic and watch these globes react.
Well, these sticks and stones and these shadows alone to prove the earth is curved. So why don't you go wrong? The fat tarts alone, the bastard, you're wrong. The why can't I see China outside of my home? Show me the edge and now show me the dome. I got proof where we came from this bone. Poof, we grown from this explosion. From poop soup to monkey goop to homo sapien.
This is ludicrous. A flying space is the root of it. Pagan sun god worshipping ritual Jesuits. Sundog, Masonic, Nimrod, the Illuminate. Fallen gods take charge, then they end up rooted. Just before God cracks open up the firmament, you sound the trumpet loud. It's a turn of the permanent, and ain't no stopping. God's word is the ultimate. You're testing all things, in the end it'll be positive. Gospel to the opposite, hostile environment. The apostles stood for the Messiah, now we're honoring. So go and bound wonder, the true God of thunder, with more power, more powerful than any other one. So I shatter glass, ceiling trap, metal with degree, orange tag on the beam, true troopers on the scene. And this could be the anthem when I'm claiming that fee for planting seeds all around me with the truth that I see. So step up and get rocked, and smack to get dropped. From the power that we got, from the armor we got. Everybody stand up, true troopers squad up. From Zenji to carry weight to Rob Skiba. Theoretical philosopher, true trooper officer, radical tactical, even lateral to monster. Why bother globe god would even be on it with your worthless, pathetic, redundant, circular argument. Playground bullies with your loser asking tactics. Grade 2 attitude, high school antics, and I don't talk about it. I mean all about it. Cooking cows ain't got nothing. Verbal showers every hour that you want it. Teaming up with some of the most incredible. Streaming live shows straight to your telephone. I know what you know and what you refuse to know, and all my views are on mine and on mine alone. And time will show with all these lies they throw, and how they compromise your home and how your child will grow. Indoctrination, globe told operation, my control, occupation, stay woke and tell the nation while these kids is getting raped and killed in the pavement. While you meet in the street and debate out your enslavement, divide and conquer is what they gonna aim with. Religion, skin color, history, you name it. Mystery up and hidden from the public. Rebellion, the Vatican, and the Queen's got all of it. Locking away providence, God's documents, His promise to His creation, which is us, and we should honor it. Shatter glass, ceiling trap, metal with degree, orange tag on the beam, true troopers on the scene. And this could be the anthem when I'm claiming that fee for planting seeds all around me with the truth that I see. So step up and get rocked, and smack to get dropped. From the power that we got, from the armor we got. Everybody stand up, true troopers squad up. From Zenji, Nathan G to Rob Skiba. Let's place Jones. Right. Yo, I love this hip-hop and the truth can't be stopped. I'm a comment to the top so I can sip as I got. While we sip and collide, while the listen to bars tries to thought, Roddy's thought I gotta keep it behind bars. Now I love this hip-hop and the truth can't be stopped. I'm a comment to the top so I can sip as I got. While we sip and collide, while the listen to bars tries to thought, Roddy's thought I gotta keep it behind bars. Now I shatter glass, ceiling trap, metal with degree, orange tag on the beam, true troopers on the scene. And this could be the anthem when I'm claiming that fee for planting seeds all around me with the truth that I see. So step up and get rocked, and smack to get dropped. From the power that we got, from the armor we got. Everybody stand up, true troopers squad up. From Zenji to Johnny P to Rob Skiba. And I would like to end with some of these, so please, geez. 50 years of NASA-derived technologies, web-based mapping the world at your fingertips. CGI cartoons, spaceships made out of paper clips, curtain rods, tin foil, scotch tape, and bacon bits. This is how it sounds when I see you be faking it. Paper mache while you laughing in my face, telling me you got robots searching out up in space.
I'd go to the moon in a nanosecond. The problem is we don't have the technology to do that anymore. We used to, but we destroyed that technology, and it's a painful process to build it back again.
Prosthetics again, health and medicine, I'm throwing what again? Just a minute on Pettit said some shit again. Now they admit it can't go the moon, my friend. I don't get it, this is ludicrous, every bit of it. And if you're new to this, stop the track and get in with it, cause we be winning it. True trooper who be killing it. Globe gob, little toms, acting like Olympic kids. I wipe them on some little bombs, tighten up the kitty bits and give them the globe and distract them like it always is and throw them off the edge. It's the only thing they know of it. Who you kidding? When you acting like a little bricks, dissing my music, stuff that I might can see real it is. It's just in my name, and Robert Mrs. Beware. Nothing but a flat tall bombard me an idiot. The joke's on you, throw your real tough talkers. Someone already told you globe model was caca. Flat earth experts, I'ma hit you where it hurts. Between the skirts of full retard and dippity dirt. Belong call cruise dirt. See the stars you serve, the globe Mars be hurt. Flat top me birth, before your meme and lurk. The 3D band to work, to vote a clan victory. To here we go, we'll birth, so let's go. I'ma jump off the ropes, I got a choke hold on this globe, choke on my school. Shatter glass ceiling, strap metal with debris. Orange tag on the beam, true troopers on the scene. And this could be the anthem when I'm claiming that fee for planting seeds all around me with the truth that I see. So step up and get rocked, I smack to get dropped. From the power that we got, from the armor of God. Everybody stand up, true trooper squad up. From Zen G back to me to Rob Ski Box. You globe callers ain't gosh.
Good morning, Nathan.
Morning, Brenda. How are you?
Ready to get destroyed again?
Ready to be lit on fire, Mrs. Perlman?
You mean you came in ready to be destroyed again? Yeah, we accept that, Brenda. Hi, how are you?
We got our torches ready, straw man.
I've destroyed your argument every single time.
Oh, what a way to start a morning. Yeah. I love this. Here's 2020. Chocolate scene. It's coming at you. Yeah. My squad blazing through like low arsonists. Y'all get dissed, annihilated off the list of a long line of globals who will just insist we're living on a spinning ball that does not exist. As I sit back and wonder why they persist, like some pissed gorillas living in the mist. Always lacking evidence, they just get dismissed. But here's the twist, they won't cease and desist. Their illegal activities seems all they got are fallacies. Begging the question and never saying please. Claiming flat earth is only archaic, while you sit back and paint these mosaics or Aristophanes. Like what the fuck, bro, it seems profound. 2,000 years and still sight 6 to the ground. Meanwhile, what's really going 6 feet deep is the value of your radius, it's RIP. Rest in peace to your little RADIUS. It's just a fantasy. Can't you see that your little globe theory is about to be in the fucking GRAVE? Come on. Keep it moving. Yo, I'm really trying to ascertain how insane it is to endure the pain that would make a grown man out loud exclaim that a body of water could somehow maintain the outside of a ball. Now that's insane. Even Isaac Newton said that he would not feign a hypothesis for this bullshit campaign of a force that's only a force in your brain. Don't complain cause I'm not trying to pull your chain. This ain't no game, it's often claimed with thoughts in vain to not go against the grain. It sounds profane, the cartoon world will not sustain. Its reign has been now deemed as inhumane. Me and my fam only wanna help you be attained and reclaim your sense of home and your domain. Your life has been spent on the top of a plane, yeah. In the year 2020, it seems the case. Heliocentrism as it starts to race. Globetrotters scrambling just to keep the pace while still telling folk tales about outer space. Kinda funny you think NASA really got your back. Astronauts in a vacuum, yo, that's all an act. In fact, they only do it to control your mind. And to not see through it, yo, you must be blind. In due time, it will all soon be revealed. Little water ball is losing its mass appeal. On the real, doesn't matter how bad you feel. Fact of the matter is that your face been sealed. Death of the globe model is now at hand. People seeing through the lies all across the land. From Eli to NY to Jin in Japan. It's a rap time, throw the magic ball in the can. Come on.
Had to make a song for the Globers, they ain't even know what they told us. And got flight smacked in October. It didn't go as smooth as he hoped for. Earth don't move, didn't notice. Heart gone cold, get a frozen. Need somewhere to cry, we got shoulders. Refraction can't move mountains, flat earth move boulders. Kick 3 points, we got holders. Midwest when it be snowing. Better wake up, need the Folgers. Got the win in hand, no folding. Earth don't move, I told him. Global stay mad, head exploding. Hold up. Now flat earth got exposure. All we doing is exposing Globers. Get him, Sasha. Listen this. Andy and Crypto got fish and chips. Netflix and chillin' out with your chick. I told her the earth is as flat as it gets. Once you go flat, you don't go back again. 40 so curve on me, left, right, they hit. Flash met the Glober, got Mac right and quit. Globers all over by the sounds of it. It's a limp dick just like Sally's bridge. Got them cold cuts just to need a fridge. Flat earth jab, get them needles quick. Platform, Hill House, you can clearly see it. Globers gonna need to concede and quit. Evidence, but no, we ain't seen it. Dirty globe, we cleaned them. Flat earth laser, we beamed them. Shout out to Dave, listen all the fakes. Yeah, Globers be slaves. Stay in them caves, homies got played. Yeah, space is all gay. Yeah. Globers getting paid, stop the globe and press play. It's flat up in this place. Take my facts and I spray. He fell to his knees to the globe he prayed. CJ, Indio, Globers be acting silly though. Probably flex make it a million. You goofy some makes a million. Central, Martov. Globers be acting silly though. Probably flex make it a million. You goofy some makes a million. Vladdy, Kiwi. Globers be acting silly though. Probably flex make it a million. You goofy some makes a million. T-Watt, Timbo. Globers be acting silly though. Probably flex make it a million. You goofy some makes a million. You know what I do at the end of the song? Shout out to all of my dogs, yeah. Yeah. And a special shout out to Lobby Squad, yeah. CB. Yeah.
For the Glober to move over, there's no rovers on Mars, or the moon, or the stars. Space is fake, he's scoping hard. This is fate, we came this far. This debate, yeah, this is ours. You got hate up in your heart. All the games, they fall apart. Watch me paint, yeah, this is art. I took my aim, yeah, this is war. There's no curve down on the floor, yeah, there's no globe there anymore. It's okay to share your pain, cause yeah, I've been there all before. Join the server to debate, but this is dancing with the stars. Too much food up on your plate, the flat earthers, they took your lunch. If you didn't watch the tape, then you'll get knocked out in round 1. That's just what will come your way if you don't learn about debate. Yeah, I was just like you, on the globe back in the day. And I thought the earth was moving, till I learned that space was fake. Now I know it's not a globe, and you can't tell me about the shape. But you thinking buildings moving, that the gas is uncontained. Said you never had the proof, you should learn to feel ashamed. Cause you said the curve was there, but then you hopped up in a plane. Flat earth, it took me years, I'm not expecting you to change. Yeah, I know it takes some time and you won't get it in a day. Now you at the starting line and now it's time to run your race. And the globe is in the past, the globe earthers in last place. Man, when you tell the truth, they'll throw some shade up in your face. Do not worry about the trolls, no, they can't get up in your way. Now we in the live stream, flat smacking every day. And you need to say shit. Better back up all your claims, I won't take no fallacy. Cognism if he plays. No, it's not a disc, yeah, flat is not a shape. If I say the earth don't move, you'll get banned all out of place. Take the flat pill, yeah, do it with some grace. Don't get mad at me, no, you can't go to space, cause it's on the TV, yeah, outer space is fake. Now we in the live stream, flat smacking every day, and you need to say shit. Better back up all your claims, I won't take no fallacy. Cognism if he plays. No, it's not a disc, yeah, flat is not a shape. If I say the earth don't move, you'll get banned all out of place. Take the flat pill, yeah, do it with some grace. Don't get mad at me, no, you can't go to space, cause it's on the TV, yeah, outer space is fake, huh? Another track is still flat.
What is the What is the world that we're living in now that we know we're not spinning? What is the world? What is the world that we're living in now we know curvature's missing? What is the world? What is the world that we're living in now we know flat earth is winning? What is the world? What is the world that we're living? It's like a brand new beginning. We know that most of y'all sitting there wishing, probably just itching for us to go away, completely dismissing things that we say like our minds have gone missing. Meanwhile, you're really the only one shifting reality as if it was switching, like it was some type of fantasy pitching. Next up the bat, but you wind up just whiffing. Nothing but air, you just can't do no hitting. Running around saying that water's sticking to outside the balls, your logic is slipping. I understand that you might think I'm tripping. Pay attention to the words that I'm spitting. Only thing that really needs any fixing, your view of the world and the way that you're thinking. No need to go always screaming and kicking. No reason to think that Earth might be tricking. If it was spinning, then we would see drifting. If it was curving, the ships would be sinking. Logical fallacy, keep on insisting. Probably just listen. How about you try some form of consistence? Ships disappear due to angular distance. Makes a lot more sense that the curve's non-existence. Why the persistence? Why the pursuit of unending resistance? Fighting a war like a soldier enlisted. Really seems as though you got it all twisted. Why not just be a bit more optimistic? Lies you've been told, the veil has been lifted. Now you've been gifted, given permission to take a position, not in opposition to the world that we're living. Create ignition, start up the engine. Choose to accept it now, this is your mission. Tell us why the damn curvature's missing. Maybe just call up a mathematician, give him a listen. Have him tell you about his presuppositions. Talking about how it's not superstition, a vacuum and air pressure juxtaposition. Make a decision, tell us how this model came to fruition. You have the right to enact your volition, right up to the day of mental acquisition. All I could do is provide ammunition. Can't take the heat, stay the fuck out the kitchen. Judgment day or to the last demolition. You can see this as an act of attrition, on the condition that after admission, do you a favor and start the forgiving. Then go out and share your newfound position with everybody who's potentially victim, falling for the global prisoner system. So many flaws, no woman can list them. Shout to my beautiful parents, I missed them. Taught me to think for myself, I could kiss them. Now to the day that I'm able to whisk them away in my arms, I will reminisce them. Yeah.
Yo, I've been hearing a lot of talk about refrigerators and whatnot. 2020. MIDI-HC. CI. Glovers be tweaking, they ain't been peeping the Gleason, thinking they proving the theory just cause they saw it on TV. Glovers be tweaking, they ain't been peeping the Gleason, thinking they proving the theory just cause they saw it on TV. Glovers be freaking out when they act like they're speaking about some test for you to do to prove all of their doo-doo.
Oh, hell no.
No. It doesn't work that way. If you're gonna make a claim, you gotta back it up.
Prove it.
Or we just throw it away and call it a day.
It's a wrap.
They tweaking and peaking, looming and sinking, got them all reaching. Did you just say atmosphere? You ain't got no sphere. Get this globe head out of here. Black Swan, nightmare. Turns out the horizon is over there.
Look at that.
Glovers be like, yeah, but it's just not fair.
You don't see the curvature of the earth.
Cause the earth is not a sphere.
Got him.
If you ain't been peeping the Gleason, but you still asking about seasons, I got a million reasons why I think you're not a genius. You tweaking if you ain't been peeping the Gleason. Got these globe heads sheeping and weeping while we out here speaking and preaching. Peeping the Gleason, you ain't proved shit, you a bad debater. Serving up another red herring, someone get a moderator. Second law thermodynamic violation, refrigerator.
Wait, what?
Natural phenomena observed, please.
The Terminator will now terminate ya.
Glovers be tweaking, they ain't been peeping the Gleason, thinking they proving the theory just cause they saw it on TV. Glovers be tweaking, they ain't been peeping the Gleason, thinking they proving the theory just cause they saw it on TV.
You are sitting in a second law of thermodynamics violation in your ball-tart spinning space monkey religion.
Okay. You happy with that?
No. Are you happy with that?
Yeah, I'm thrilled.
We just showed that the ball-tards are actual science deniers.
Join discord.gg/flat earth and enter a VC check-in room, and someone will come along to VC Riffia to get involved with the conversation about Earth.
Enemy spotted.
Persico Part 3. The Doctor 9783222S 50K failed bet, and Camille.
Creation Bear. I just wanted to answer your question you asked a few minutes ago of why non-flat earthers come here. And I can only speak for myself, but I come here because I hear flat earth claims, or I want to more understand what flat earthers actually believe than compared to like what non-flat earthers do when debunking or talking about flat earthers. But I do have a question if everyone can remain cordial, and I would like an answer. That's okay. Most of the time when I come here and ask questions, I get like 6 or 7 people yelling at me. So I would just like an answer. So I don't know who's listening, so I won't start unless there's, I don't know, confirmation.
Just go ahead, brother. Go ahead with your question.
Alright. So, from what I've gathered in this server, and what generally flat earthers believe, the only thing everyone can agree on is the Earth is not round.
What?
Like, because I've asked other questions, and mostly that's what it comes back to.
I mean, that's one of many things, but
Okay, I've just heard conflicting reports about stuff, so...
Also, not really much of a belief that we're offering here. We don't have really a belief to offer you or anyone.
Well, what do you call...
Yeah, can I just say one thing? I find it funny that you say that, because, you know, there's so many different types of people in this world, so people believe or think different things. But in my experience here, I've found that there are so many different beliefs related to the globe. Like, so many people come in, well, I think it's this. Well, I believe it's this. And it's all different versions of the cartoon ball. And I'm like, what? Where are you guys getting your information from? Because you could just Google the freaking circumference and radius and shit. Like, and I'm not talking about you specifically. I'm talking about some of these other people who come in here. It's like, what the hell?
Well,
they bring your own globe day some days.
Yeah, that's why I'm specifically trying to set a baseline. I don't want to assume any of you believe anything, because I know you guys believe different stuff depending on the person. But can we all agree that you believe, you believe the Earth is flat, and I won't assume anything else?
I wouldn't say that's a belief. Like, in the same way that when you measure your height, you don't just believe how tall you are. You can know certain things.
Okay, so you know the Earth is flat.
Oh, depending on what you mean by that. I mean, some people don't really understand what flat means.
I mean, you think that it's a fact. Or you know it's a fact.
It's like your height is something you can measure and know. It's not like a belief you would offer to someone.
Okay, so you know the Earth is flat then. You've measured... Like the height thing. I don't know. I'm not saying belief as in like a religious belief. I'm just saying in your brain, Earth flat. Like that. Like, I don't know how to say belief or
that's
fact or no.
That's kind of a given, isn't it, when you say?
Yeah, I'm making sure, because I thought other stuff was a given about this community, and I come to find that wrong. So I'm making sure we're all on the same page.
I'm speaking for myself real quickly. I'm going to speak for myself. Yes, I know it's flat. Carry on.
I know it's flat also.
Okay. So
this is non sequitur, but CV, your mic's not coming in very clear for me. I can hear everybody else good, but with you, it's really low. Is all.
Cops or
But
something.
yeah, I digress.
I think CB is running from the cops or something.
I'm at the library, so I'll try to speak. I'll try to speak into my mic a little bit better.
Yeah. Okay.
He's on the lamb.
So I brought up before, which I don't want to get into an argument about it because I already have like 3 times. I already know the answer. So I'm not trying to say that the Aristophanes experiment proves and measures the circumference of the globe. That is not what I'm saying, and that is not what I would like to be disproved.
Oh, good. Then we don't even have to talk about it. You didn't even have to bring it up.
No, but okay. So, from my understanding, every time I've talked to people in the server, and we talk about that, it comes down to the Aristophanes experiment does not prove the Earth is a globe and you can measure its circumference because it works on a flat Earth model. It works on a flat Earth.
I wouldn't say that's something that you would present. That's not something like Eratosthenes is not something you would hear me present or someone in this panel like, okay, guys, Eratosthenes is how do we know it's flat? That's their claim. And
I have a question. And I don't mean to interrupt you. Christy Cow, can you see are you looking at the live stream?
Yeah.
Okay, like the actual voice text. Okay.
Yeah.
Sorry, CB.
So.
No problem. It's the folks on the Team Globe that will tell you that it also works on flat. But we don't present that as evidence or, we're not making a case with the Eratosthenes thing. So.
I may have spoken to different people, but most of the time when I bring that up, I get sent a picture. I'll see if I can find it.
It's inconclusive. I think that's what it comes down to. It's not evidence for flat Earth or anything. It's just that it's not very conclusive, and it's based on a lot of assumptions as well.
No.
You go into it assuming the surface is already curved. You assume the distance to the sun. You assume the parallel light rays as well.
Yeah, I'm not saying that it proves anything. I'm saying it does it do different measurements, like with making no assumptions about why the measurements are there. Do you get different measurements?
I mean, what exactly are we measuring? Because we're not measuring the circumference. You're just measuring shadows on the ground.
Yes.
And then
yes.
Trying to extrapolate that out to.
Yeah, I'm just saying the shadows on the ground thing. Nothing about the circumference. Nothing about round. None of that.
So then,
just what is observable.
It doesn't really cache. Like it's like a check that you can't cache. You see.
So what? Because I haven't gotten to my point yet.
Okay, sorry.
So that is commonly used. The people who believe in the globe commonly use that to measure this, to supposedly measure their circumference and to and extrapolate that to the globe being round, and that's assumed in the experiment. But but if you do the experiment, you get different lengths of shadows, and so the common explanation for it, everyone knows, I assume, here, is the Earth is a globe and the sun is super duper far away. Which, obviously, y'all don't believe. Why are we getting those results, like, if the Earth is flat? Because what I have seen when I ask and look into this is that...
What results?
The different lengths of shadows.
You can have that happen like in a room on a table with like a light in your room.
Yes.
Same phenomenon can take place within like a house. You can get different lengths of shadows on a table.
Yes, I understand that.
So is the table like curved in a globe? Probably not.
No.
So
that's not what I'm saying.
It's inconclusive.
I am not trying to prove anything about it being round. I've not said anything that it's round.
It's okay.
I'm not trying to
prove
what
you said. No, you don't have to repeat yourself. So, okay. Like, well, what about the results?
Well, you're bringing up the table being curved. Yes. So
no, but you can get the same quote results. Hold on.
This recording rendered to WAV file.
So, what is your intention for bringing it up? Because it's a conversation that's been thoroughly fleshed out. I would recommend you go to the search bar there at the top and just type Eratosthenes, and just while you're talking, you can kind of look through.
Because every time
there is 8,000 results and 322 pages of history of us discussing the topic. So
yes,
there's a lot of stuff there you can go through. But again, it's just even the people on the other side that aren't flat earthers will admit that it's inconclusive. So
I'm getting there, and that's not what I'm asking about.
Let's get to the end, please.
Okay. Well, every time I try and assume things, I just get yelled at. So I'm setting the baseline.
Quite literally in a library.
Yes, you're not yelling at me. I'm saying when I've done this in the past and tried to ask this question.
Alright, wait.
Okay.
Can I say something, man?
Yes.
Can I say something?
Yes.
Wait, let's not live in the past or worry about the future. We're here and now, bro. We're having this conversation.
I know.
You've been yelled at in the past or had to do that's okay. I understand that, but this is now. We're talking to CB now.
Okay.
No worries, bro. It's okay.
Well, go ahead. I'll let you make a case. I want you got time, so go ahead and make a case.
Yeah, I'm not trying to make a case for the globe. I'm not trying to prove that at all.
You've already said that. Just go ahead and make whatever you need to say.
So,
make your point.
Okay, so if it works on a flat Earth, then what I have been told is if it works on a flat Earth, then you need a smaller sun that is closer to the Earth.
No, who's claiming that?
That's what I've been told in this server.
From who?
Like the admins.
I'm hearing.
Yeah, like Mayhem and like the owner and like
we'll
3 or 4 other people.
I'll have to check in with them, but
well, how do I get access to the pictures that y'all have a bot for? Is there is it PDF storage? Oh, I'm not. I just want to see the pictures because I want to get the exact one that I get sent to me.
Some of them are being posted in the chat. There's been a couple that have been posted, some GIFs and some stuff. So take a look at the chat. You might see some of the stuff that is related. But because what I'm hearing, I have a clip from Vsauce. I don't think I have it.
I've already seen the video.
But that's what I'm saying. It's guys like that who are saying, well, if it was flat, then the sun would have to do this, this, and this. And it's like, that's not really what we're saying. That's not our claim.
I'm saying
should or would or could be doing.
I'm saying that is what I've been told. If that is not the case, then why is it happening? Why are we getting different shadow lengths?
Well, again, I hate to bring it back to the room and the table. You can have that same experience on a table. So I think overall it's just something that's not very conclusive. I am curious why it's something you're leaning on at the moment, or maybe you just have questions, but it is a topic that's been thoroughly fleshed out, of course. So
every time I've heard it talked about, it's been disproving that it's a globe and not proving that the Earth is flat.
Of course not. It doesn't prove. It's not evidence for the flat Earth, brother. That's what I'm trying to tell you. It's inconclusive for both sides. It's not evidence for either side. If it's based on first of all, it's based on a lot of assumptions. So
I'm saying not taking those assumptions into account. But you
can't just discredit. You can't just disregard the assumptions.
I can't just use observations.
Because you can have that same observation in a room on a table.
Yes, but not in a room on a table.
Yeah, in a room on a table.
Yeah, but
post from Donato at 47 minutes past the hour. And I think there's another one too. I'll see if I can find it.
Yes, I understand that they assume it is 93 million miles away. And I didn't say the globists are right. I want to know what the flat earthers think is going on.
You're measuring shadows. I think you're measuring shadows is what I think is going on.
So why are the shadows different lengths? We don't know.
What do you mean? Like you have
lengths where the sun moves, the shadows get different lengths.
No, but at the same time.
You're not in both places at the same time.
Yes, but you can have two different people.
So how would I get different angles in the picture I just posted? How would you get different angles in that? Would you?
With that picture.
What about
that? So the picture that was just posted, according to Aristophanes, this table is a ball. So that works if the light source is very, very far away, or
yeah, using that you can calculate the distance to the light source using that if you want to on a flat surface.
Yes. So how do we know anything about the sun? Like how far away it is or how big it is?
The sun is a complete unknown for you, for me, for everyone that's ever lived. It's
this goes overhead. This goes around overhead, goes away from us, comes towards us, makes light, and then it gets dark.
If I'm false, I'm not saying anything about a curve, Eratosthenes.
And I just said what the sun does.
Yes. So, yes, I doubt the lamp is very, very far away. So that's why you're getting that result on a flat surface. Flying. What I've been told in this survey is that you need a small localized sun for it to work on a flat surface. And I want to know, but is there a small localized sun, or is that not accurate to what this survey thinks is fact?
We're not making, we just talked about that. You just asked us about the sun. I said it's a complete unknown for everybody. So we're not the ones making claims about the sun should be this and should do that, should do this. Well, it's guys like Vsauce who are saying, well, if it's flat, then the sun has to do this.
Look at the meme from Donato right now. So that is flat earthers saying that you have a smaller localized sun.
No, well, that's not, bro. We're not saying
what does that mean?
It's like that. It's just because no, dude. You gotta. A lot of this stuff is rebuttals to things that globers say. Oh, if the Earth is flat, then there would be sunlight everywhere. And it's like, okay, well, how about this? It's not. We're not saying that this is what it is. Oh, this is just a meme, dude. So we're not making the claim that this is exactly what's happening. We don't know what the sun is, or where it is, or how it is, or any of those things.
Yeah,
making claims.
It's about sharing the realm of possibility, because people will be like, "Oh, it only works this way," and hold the light bulb up. See, that's why flat Earth is impossible. And it's like, yeah, but the realm of possibility exists too. So, hey, check this out. And the dog's like freaking flexing with a little light bulb. I'm just saying, man.
So
a lot of this stuff is rebuttals. You got to keep that in mind as well, Prissy. We're not actually coming out making claims saying, "Well, Eratosthenes proved this." We're making a rebuttal. Often to the claims they make. So they say, it only works on a globe. We go, well, here's some other options. So we're not making a claim that this is what it is.
Every time I've tried to ask a question, it has just gotten to, no, I'm saying something different, bro. It has gotten to, we don't know, we're not making a claim. But in saying something is wrong, what's right then?
You don't have to. Falsification is independent of replacement. You don't have to replace.
Okay. But is there any proof for the flat Earth, or is there only disproving that it's a globe?
No, of course there is. It's called measurements, and obviously, like doing things about the sun isn't having anything to do with the surface of the Earth, or measuring shadows and then extrapolating that out to more parts of the Earth that hasn't been measured. So yes, there's proof. There's positive proof, but a lot of the things that we deal with is the claims that are on the table that the Earth is spinning, curving, and in a larger space. Those are the claims we try to address. Like if your neighbor said, "Hey, I won the lottery," and you go, "Yeah, no, you didn't." You don't have to come up with a new claim, and you're just simply addressing his claim. So that's typically what we're doing. If you've been in court before, if you're familiar with the court process, only one party can hold the burden at one time. not that both parties hold a burden of proof. So that's kind of how this works as well. The positive claim is that the Earth is a globe spinning and all that stuff. So we're just addressing that positive claim. We don't have to make new claims and say, oh, well, our version is like this. We don't typically do that here. So
what I have been told is that there's no claims about the flat Earth other than that it's flat. Is there claims from the flat Earth about anything else?
Not. Well, I wouldn't say that's a claim. It's just the observation. We're not saying like, well, I claim it's flat, because you can go outside and observe that.
Okay.
And then you can measure the surface, and then if it measures flat, that's what it is. If you're 6 foot tall and you measure you're 6 foot tall, then that's what it is.
So why is it a claim when I say the Earth is globe, but not when you say the Earth is flat?
Because you need to measure it to be a globe. Go out to the sea level at a beach with your friend, go 10 miles, and measure a 66-foot drop, and then I'll become a globe earther.
Okay. So I'm not trying to prove that the Earth is the globe. I want to see.
You don't have to say it anymore. We got you.
I know, but you aren't telling me any claims. You aren't telling me any
we don't
evidence.
Have to. Well, you're not asking for evidence. You're
okay, can you send it to me?
What are we doing here? Because
I wanted to find out that
now you're like,
I wanted to find out if flat earthers believe that the sun is small and localized, or if there is a different explanation for why the shadows are different lengths. If there is no claim, then my question is answered with there is no claim. Moving to the next thing, what are claims flat earthers make about the Earth being flat?
Why do you want claims? So you should say, well, if you have measurements, I want to see those.
That is a claim.
No,
or
it's
you
not.
could go out and measure it yourself and come up with your own claims. It's easier
because
to
I got
do.
shit to do.
Here's an example. You don't have to do it tonight, brother. You've got your whole life to go take a vacation and go to the beach or a lake and do this. It doesn't have to be tonight or tomorrow. But here's the difference, right? If you tell me that you are 7 foot tall, okay, there's our claim.
Yeah.
If we go and measure your height and you're not 7 foot tall, then we have a problem.
Yeah. Then you prove that I'm not 7 foot tall.
That's exactly what's happening. The Earth is claimed to be a certain height, 959 in radius. So we're going out and testing that, and it's not true. We don't have to give you a new claim. Oh, it's actually this height. It's just that.
When you measure me, do you know what height I am?
Of course, we know now. It's not that we have to make a new claim at that point. Now we know. We measured you. You're actually 6 foot. So that's what it is.
So what would you call my actual height? If it's not a claim, what is it?
It is what it is.
It's a fact.
Okay, so what are
it is what it is.
So what are the facts about the flat Earth?
Water is flat
of the
level.
Earth measures flat. Yes, the surface of the water, especially, is flat and level.
So when we measure the Earth, is that the Earth in entirety?
No, that's not required to measure the Earth in entirety. Just like with the Eratosthenes thing, they didn't measure the Earth in its entirety to get the claim of the circumference. So that requirement that you have to go step to step every single part of the Earth, that's not required. Let me give you an example, okay? So let's take like the hood of a car. I mean, most hoods or bonnet, if you're across the pond, I would say generally they have curvature to them, unless you drive like an old Cadillac or something, right? So generally the hoods are curved. So now let's take that hood and blow it up to the size of like a state or a country, very, very big. So now you want to test and find out whether it's curved or not. All you would need to do is have some type of straight edge over the top of the surface, and you're looking for any deviation away from that straight edge. Any deviation whatsoever means that it can't be flat. So that's what you're measuring. You're measuring for deviation. You're looking for curvature. There's no requirement to measure the whole Earth to find out for that. And I'll give you one more thing to chew on here. I'm sure the guys want to chime in as well. I do recommend people just like take 30 seconds to a minute and look around you, whatever room you're in or wherever you are. Just look around at all the surfaces around you. I agree, there's a lot of flat surfaces in here, but there are only two options here. Surfaces can either be rounded or curved in some way, or they're not. So the same thing applies to reality in the water. It's either curved or it isn't. So if you go out and measure the Earth, measure any deviation whatsoever, there's your curvature. It's over. You don't have to measure the whole Earth to know it's curved. But the same thing also applies in the reverse. If you go out and measure lack of curvature, especially based on the claimed size that they claim, then it can't be curved. So this idea that you have to go measure every inch of the Earth is not required.
Okay. So what if over a long enough scale that, because if it's bigger, then the angle will be less dramatic, like the drop, right?
I mean bigger, because the globe's already claimed to be a specific size, just like if you were 6 foot tall, then there has to be 72 inches.
Yes, I understand that.
You can't say, well, what if I'm just bigger?
No, I mean, if...
claim is what it is.
Okay. So, what if you are not gathering a large enough data set, you are not measuring long enough?
Again, I just told you. Oh, sorry, I just explained to you. There's only 2 options for surface description. Did you look around you? I mean, do you see what I'm talking about?
When it is on a smaller scale, it can be perceived as flat.
Hold on, sir. Just saying that there's only 2 options here. I would say it's a true dichotomy unless you disagree and are able to present a third option.
Okay. I'll present a third option.
It's just a logic problem. It's a true or false statement. You can't have maybe.
No, I'm not saying maybe. Did you hear me say maybe, bro?
See, I want to see that third option because I would say this is a true dichotomy, and I've spoken to lots of globe earthers who would agree that it is also a dichotomy. So, what would the third option be then?
The third option would be over a smaller scale.
Oh, that's not what I'm asking.
It can be perceived as flat.
That's what I'm asking. That's not what I'm asking. Surface description. At a table in front of you, your computer, these things are surfaces, right? So the screen of my computer here is a flat surface. The backside is rounded. That's the third option. Spoiler alert, there is no third option. Those are the 2 options that we have. So now in terms of size and scale, it doesn't matter. Again, I gave you the example of a hood of a car. If there's any deviation whatsoever, cannot be flat, period. So if we went out to reality at any scale, small or large, if there was any deviation, it cannot be flat, period.
Okay.
So the same thing applies in reverse.
I'm sorry, but
there's lack of curvature.
You don't even have to defend like a small scale example, because there are big scale examples that show no curvature of the Earth. We have
Can I see them?
Sure, a second.
Okay.
That's what you got to keep in mind, though, Chris.
Because I don't want to get a boat or walk. I want to just see the evidence.
Don't be lazy, but like, so
have you done it?
Yes, I spent a month in San Diego, California, at the beach doing long distance observation. So yes, I did take time to go out and test.
How far did you measure?
Okay, that's actually a good question. I was going to talk about that. So just like with your height, right? Claim to be 6 foot, there has to be 72 inches there. So same with the globe, they're claiming it's a radius of 3959. So that means that at 1 foot off the ground, the geometric horizon has to be at 1.22 miles. So there, you're saying like, oh well, you have to go to a bigger scale. 1 foot observer in a 1.2 mile horizon. That's not hard to test. You can go to a 5 mile lake and bam, you can test that easily. So for me at the ocean, it was like you can do like 20, 30, 40 miles, and that's plenty to test the claim. Oh, go ahead, AI.
Right. So transversely, the question will be asked to you when you say you need a bigger scale. You need to know what scale the differential is going to be pronounced or noticeable. So, for example, you could argue at a micro scale, you wouldn't notice it. But eventually, right, there's going to be enough of a differential to where it's ascertainable by either our senses or machines that we use for measuring. So I would submit to you, just like our friend said here, that over certain distances, the scale is so pronounced that it'd be easy to measure with the precise types of instruments we have, such as lasers and other types of things. So it's not true that we don't have the tools necessary. Okay, so let's talk about it. University of Kansas, right? Went out and measured Kansas, the entire state. They determined that Kansas is literally flatter than the flatness scale of a literal pancake. So the state of Kansas, the entire state, is flatter than a pancake. So it is not true that we don't have the tools necessary to determine whether this curvature exists or not. Now, keep in mind that we all understand that land is land, right? Land could be higher than another part. It could be lower than another part. You could have ups and downs, hills and valleys. However, we all know that the surface of water, right, is flat and level. We all know that. We all experience that. So if that's true, then all you have to do is measure the water of the Earth. And if it's not curving, then the entire Earth that's covered in water isn't curving because it's going to have the same equipotential. So if 70% of the Earth is covered in water and water's not curving, then ipso facto it cannot be a sphere. I rest my case. Ad infinitum into the future and ex ante into the past.
Okay.
It's just like the hood of the car. It can't be doing both things. That's why I said it's a true dichotomy. There is no third option. The hood is either curved or it's not. So that's what we're testing for. We're looking for either one of those two options. So if it's doing one, then it can't be doing the other. So.
Well, the third option is just hope, I guess. He hopes.
Cope.
No, I'm
But
saying...
I also said, like, I typed in the chat as well. So the claim is that the curve is at 1.22 miles at 1 foot. So we don't need to move the goalpost back hundreds and thousands of miles away from the claim.
So how big is the drop at 1.22 miles?
You mean?
So what is the claim? What do Globers claim? How far would it drop at over 1.22 miles?
It's
How far would it drop?
miles squared, so you just do the math.
So what I found is at 1 mile, there is a drop of 0.67 feet. At 1.3 miles, there's a drop of 1 foot, not...
Hold on, dude. You're not clarifying what you're doing here. Did you find that mathematically, or did you find that out in the world?
Okay, I forgot. Do y'all not believe in math again? I forgot that part.
What?
Okay, one more time.
Well, you said mathematically or out in the world. Would mathematically
hold
be
on,
wrong?
friend. Hold on. You're telling me that you found something, so I'm just asking you where you found it. For example, if you do some math equations, you can find that if you apply a certain radius to a circle and you apply the circle segment formula and you do the arc distance and all that you could find a certain amount of curvature in that arc. That exists in the model that you're applying the math to. So you found the correct answer versus I found an egg under my seat in reality. Okay, one's happening in math, one's happening in reality. I just want to know which one you found it in.
Okay. I found it in math because I have not personally, nor have I been shown this experiment being measured in reality by you or globe people.
Well, enter the Black Swan. We can talk about that. And yeah, you're using the word experiment incorrectly.
We cannot talk about the Black Swan.
You absolutely can.
I've talked about it for 3 hours.
Ooh, well,
it's awful.
Why don't you hold on? Why don't you give us a quick breakdown of the argument, just in your understanding?
The Black Swan oil rigs are supposedly some distance apart, and one should be over the horizon, and one should not be over the horizon. But you can see
talked about it for 3 hours.
Oh my God, he did not listen at all.
This is what
I
happens.
don't have the numbers.
Oh shit! Hold on, Prissy. This is what happens every time. You guys go, "Oh, I've spoken about this. I've seen it so many times," and then we go, "Okay, well, what does it mean then?" And you guys always get it wrong. So how is it that you spoke about it for 3 hours and you still don't understand the argument?
Because the majority of the time, when I was trying to bring stuff up, no.
How did you talk about a topic for 3 hours and you didn't come out learning anything new?
Okay, give me in like 5 sentences. 5 sentences, like write it out.
Painful. I'll give it to you right now, friend.
Okay.
Okay.
Wait a second. Why are we talking about the Black Swan when all I want
is exactly what you're talking about?
Dude, you just asked somebody to give it to you.
Hold on, Prissy. But AI.
I didn't ask about the Black Swan.
Keep in mind, Mr. Prissy, you're not the only person here. Okay.
I
There's other
understand
people
that.
that want to know the answers to these questions, right?
But the answer, I want
a record of someone doing this.
That's called
measuring
What
the
is this,
drop.
dude? Hold on,
Measuring,
friend.
measuring.
Yeah. Let him say what this is. All right, what's this?
Why are you muting me? And then you said, let me speak, bro. Okay, so we're saying when you measure in reality, when you measure the ocean, there is no drop. Is there or is there not a drop?
Okay, so
when you measure,
okay, so you're asking,
No.
you want, dude. If someone says, so you're saying, you got to let them finish what the so you're saying is, then you answer. That's usually how a conversation works.
So,
because you don't know what I'm saying to be able to interrupt me yet, do you?
I would like to know. You guys just told me that there's no drop over distance. Right? There's no drop over distance. Measurably so. So can I see someone trying to measure it and not get the results?
Well, we can enter the Black Swan.
No, that's not someone measuring it.
That is, dude.
If you have
hold on.
How can you say that if you don't understand what the argument is?
Dude,
because
we're devolving into chaos, friends.
You don't know what the
friend. Prissy, zip it, friend. Okay, let's be clear. The Black Swan is about the location of the horizon, not about drop over distance. Okay. A measurement of drop over distance would be more accurate, the Lake Idsa laser test. So the Black Swan, what it proves unequivocally is that the horizon is not the geometric edge of anything. It's just an optical effect, which we already know because that's literally the definition of a horizon. The apparent location where the sky field seems to meet the ground. Mm-hmm. So we know that the horizon is not the edge of a sphere. We know that it's not the things that blocks things from the bottom up because it's in different places. And we can get bottom-up obstruction appearance without any curvature. So that's neither here nor there. What you're asking is a methodological measurement using an efficient methodology that either affirms or debunks the drop over distance. So here's what you do. It's very simple.
That's
Try to follow along without interrupting the best you can. Okay, so here's how it works. Use a laser transit. Laser transit is you set up a laser, you level it, you shoot it, you account for all the deviations like millirad divergence, ambient refraction, and all of those things. Okay? You have a target on the other side, and you do the variance of that distance to the target, and you get the laser on the target. So that variance plus the variance of the distance of the target to the ground gives you the maximum differential between the laser and the ground over the distance of the laser. We use this all the time in construction, right? We put a target over there, we put a laser over here, we see the difference. We go and then we either add earth, lower earth, grade the earth, whatever. Very efficient method. So lo and behold, a team took a laser that they constructed sufficient to the task, an aiming device sufficient to the task, a leveling device sufficient to the task, out to Lake Idsa, set up their story target 25 miles away. That's over 285 feet of drop off the angle that it should be, right, if the Earth was curved. So the target should be dropped 280 feet below the line of the laser if the laser continues leveled. Plus or minus refraction, plus or minus the millirad divergence, you're looking at a swing of approximately 5 meters, approximately 15 feet. So you're looking at 270 feet. Okay, we're talking 2 orders of magnitude, right? So, lo and behold, they shot the laser. They panned the laser across Lake Idsa. Okay, so horizontal pan to a short distance target, a medium distance target, before they finally targeted the long distance target. They hit all the targets. Now, the final target they hit, they actually have a recording of the beam entering the camera. And lasers have a Gaussian profile, which means you can actually apply mathematics to what you see of the beam, and it will tell you whether the beam is pointed in different directions or straight on. When applied, it shows that the laser is essentially straight onto the camera, which means they successfully shot a laser 25 miles with a 270-meter swing and hit the target. Meaning, okay, if we know we leveled the laser on one side and we received the laser on the other side, and the maximum divergence is approximately 15 feet, with all factors considered, then that means that the maximum swing in between those 2 points, right, is roughly an absolute maximum, being extremely liberal, 20 feet. So when you're supposed to have something 270 feet and you measure it 20 feet, then the thing that's supposed to be there that's 270 feet isn't there. Essentially debunking the claim that there's a big hump of Earth curve from which the target is falling away. So yes, that has been done, and we have a PDF and a video for you, short documentary about an hour long and a shorter version about a half an hour, which takes out a lot of the fluff, and a document that you can read. And this is just one of many tests. For example, Dr. John D., PhD in optics, did a similar test over a shorter body of water, which still should have pronounced curvature. He used dual band lasers, because lasers refract at different rates, which would allow him to see the different in the laser bands and decide how much he's off on the target. He also received the signal at the other end of the water, disproving the big hump of Earth curve water in the way. And the list goes on. In fact, we have a wiki of over 100 observations, which includes laser tests like this that you can read, and we'll post that link for you as well. Also, we have the United States military, right? Hired a university to test a tri-band laser over 120 kilometers in the Hawaiian Islands, to which they were aiming at a telescope, 4-meter telescope. Now, the telescope received all 3 beams. Now you say, okay, yeah, that makes sense. All right. Why wouldn't it? It's a military laser. But here's the problem. When they applied the data into a post-firing methodology to see if refraction worked or not, they found that the models of refraction didn't fit. Right? So in other words, we know that lasers refract at different rates, and if the Earth was a globe, they should do one thing. The guy wrote a thesis paper, okay? Keep in mind, this is sanctioned by the government, done by a university on the government's behalf, and put into a thesis paper by a PhD level. He found that the alleged refraction that should exist if the Earth was a globe doesn't account for what happened, because if it was true, then the laser should have never hit the target. But they did hit the target. And the list goes on and on and on. This is just about 5 examples that I've given you. Now, this all corroborates the fact of experience, by the way. This is corroborating the fact of experience that we all experience wherever we go, that aggregate bodies of water are flat and level. So much so that it's become an axiom of human mythos, right? Throughout history. Every society has a saying: water finds its level, water seeks its level, water lays level, water will always become level, and on and on and on. This is human experience, friend. Okay, giant curved water floating in the middle of space is not human experience. That is antithetical to what we experience. We have to be told the story. We have to be shown images, which we can't verify. We have to have appeals to authority. We have to have logical fallacy stacked upon logical fallacy in order to convince us, antithetical to what we experience, that the Earth is a giant floating space ball. We experience the Earth as flat and stationary. And that includes the entire water of the surface of the Earth. There's no direct evidence to the contrary. There's no direct evidence of surface curvature that's demonstrably measured. There's no validation of the claims of the people that allegedly went to space and saw the Earth in its totality. It's basically hearsay or an anecdote at best. There's no way you can validate any of these claims. So I would submit to you, friend, that the Earth is exactly as it appears to be, Level, flat, and stationary. What say you?
Thank you for answering my question. I would like, if I don't know if you sent, I like video, and like I pretty much just want all the sources you just cited, because you said you have like the videos and the documentaries and stuff. I would like to watch those. And that's exactly what I was asking for.
Well, I did post the FE core at 22 minutes past the hour, so I've got a little background noise. And then someone posted a laser test 19 miles from globe pressure at 13 minutes past the hour. There's a couple more as well if you need it, but yeah, let us know.
Yeah, I would like the experiment replicated and the reasons for it. Well, the reason for it is there's the slap, but I guess like whatever information you have, whether it be videos or documents, I would like them because I would like to look at them rather than just
We
trusting
posted the PDF. We posted the video very recently. I'm going to post you the military thing here shortly.
I got the PDF. I got 2 videos.
Yeah, and of course. Oh, go ahead, BB.
Oh, then that was me. I was just saying I got a couple videos. Some fucking guy I've been seeing on YouTube lately has been like smashing my faith and everything. So I don't know what to think. Again, I'm back and forth.
No.
Go ahead, send them to me.
He wants the videos. He wants, yeah, sure, but focus on the videos about what we talked about.
Oh yeah, that's exactly what I wanted to find.
Yeah, for sure. I think like, you know, it's okay to take some baby steps. You know, set an obstacle and step over it. I think Sonny always give him credit for this infinite toolbox fallacy that some people seem to have, where they're like, "Oh, I need all the tools before I begin." You can do some things first. You know, you said like, I don't need a boat, or I don't want to get on a boat. Well, you don't have to get on a boat. You know what I'm saying? So you you do your homework here, but at some point, go out to the field and see what you can test on your own.
Yeah.
Regardless of your position, you don't have to be team flat Earth or whatever to go out and test the Earth. So,
which I'm all about that too, and having receipts like this, and also either doing your own research or trying to observe it. But I am. Sorry, I just got a DM from someone. I'm all about having receipts for it, and what I try to do. First time I joined the server, I've been talking here. I know I've talked to you, CB, before. Probably past like 3 months-ish.
Yeah.
Like every once in a while, I moved, so I've only been here like once in the past month. But I was here for a few weeks in a row. And it genuinely came from curiosity of, I would see stuff like Professor Dave and Fuck the Flat Earth and shit like that. And so, which obviously, like, rage bait, seeing, I'm like, I want to know, I have more faith in people that they have better claims, because some of the people he was arguing with, I'm like, he didn't seem very prepared. I have faith in people that there's more receipts or there is a better explanation than what he is disproving. So I tried to find a community of people who actually do that and not either cherry-picked results or like from biased source. Obviously, Professor Dave and Fuck the Flat Earth are biased already. So if I'm gonna watch Bias to the Globe, I would also like either biased or I would like information from the other side. So that's why I came here. But the first or second time after I was talking, I got hit with the globe tag, or the glober tag, which it's factually accurate, like I am a glober, but I, depending on how I conducted, pretty much, if I say anything sometimes, and like if I join in on a discussion with 2 people, or I try and ask something, some of the people, depending on what time of day, because
obviously it's 24 hours.
Yeah, you got
So I
some
noticed
shifts.
depending on
You got a
who's
couple
in
different
here.
crews. Yeah.
Yeah. So there's some that are super chill and talk to me like what just happened, and sometimes it gets a little heated like this, but like other times it's like I'm trying to get a word in and they're just saying shut the fuck up and muting me and then like kicking me from the call. And so that's why I conducted myself so cautiously at the beginning, because I wasn't sure which crew I was getting. So I didn't want to start out guns a-blazing. Because I really do just want to get the other side. Because obviously, I've been in the public school system, and people know the arguments for the globe. But it's not as easy to find the arguments for the other side. And especially not if you're looking through bias sources like Professor David stuff. So I wanted to get it straight from the source. And so whenever I come here, it's not to fuck around, because a lot of people with the tag Glober come here and fuck around or just like ask the same question and whatever. And so, but I am here
to be fair to the people, right? But to be fair to the people that come here, many people do not know the arguments for the globes. They know the names of the arguments, and they just recite the names of the arguments as if that's proof in itself. For example, seasons.
Yeah.
Okay, what do you mean by that? Well, seasons. What else would I mean?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Those are the buzzword earthers, yeah.
And that's what I would see, like, if sometimes I do my research on one topic, I come and try and talk about that topic, but then we kind of get off course. Like, that's why I didn't want to talk about the Horizon and Black Swan and stuff, because that's not, like, I specifically wanted, like, this thing, and if I don't have an argument prepared or sources already looked at, I don't want to, like, argue about that, because then I'm talking out of my ass. So, if,
absolutely, friend, but I just want to categorize the Horizon argument. So, essentially, the Horizon argument from the globe side is that a horizon can only exist on a globe-shaped object because the horizon is the hump of Earth curve in between you and what you're looking at. That's the claim that they've made for thousands of years.
Yes.
Lo and behold, fast forward to the present day, and it's easily disproven that the horizon is a geometric edge of a ball. It's easily disproven. The horizon exists in the category of optics and optics alone. It's not a geometric location of anything. This is known, one, by the definition of horizon, and two, by simple demonstrations that the horizon is in multiple locations, meaning it can't possibly be physical. So, by demonstrating something like the Black Swan, no matter how a glober argues against the Black Swan, they must concede that the horizon, regardless of whether they agree that they've conceded this or not, they must concede logically that the horizon is not a physical location. There's no other way. And that's just the point. So globe says horizon is proof the Earth is a globe because it must be a physical location. Somebody comes along and says, no, it's not a physical location, therefore you can't use it as the necessary proof of a globe. That's sufficient in itself. No other explanation is needed. Simply disproving the claim that it's necessary you must have a globe to have a horizon, right? Or that the horizon is this or the horizon is that. If you disprove those claims, then they're disproven. You don't need to fulfill any other task. You don't have a burden of proof to replace it. All you have to do is disprove the claim on the table.
So, I have... Yeah, so... Other times when I joined this call, sometimes it goes like this, like the first couple times. Sometimes it didn't go like this. Sometimes I was being So I notice, which both sides do this, but you don't... It's very hard for either of us to give up an inch of like, so you believe this, yes, because you think it's a trap, and I think it's a trap when I get asked that stuff here too. Like, so you believe this, and you're like, well, not really, and so it's like, nobody wants to confirm or deny anything, and then we just don't get anywhere. And so,
well, I could maybe address that just really quickly before you continue.
Oh no, you're good.
I have this idea. I dubbed it BYOB, right? Maybe you're familiar with like bring your own booze.
Yeah.
So one of the things is people will come here and they'll do this BYOB thing, where they'll bring their own ball.
Mm-hmm.
So like the globe claim is on the table for everyone to see. So people can't come here and be like, well, my version is like this. So I think it's just trying to hold the claims accountable. So I think like when we ask you like, do you believe that the Earth moves or whatever? I ask people if they think buildings move. They'll be like, well, the answer is yes. So period. So
Yeah.
it
So
doesn't necessarily work the other way around because we don't claim isn't.
Yeah. Your stance has not had the time to develop, and like it's not as concrete as in consistently what it is. So every time I come in, I need to make sure what everyone's version is, because if I argue against something y'all don't believe, like the flat Earth model map or like something like that, then that's no point because y'all don't believe it. So what am I talking about?
Essentially swatting the beehive, and they're all gonna come out and sting you.
Yeah. So the first two times I was like, oh.
I have a question.
If you hold on, buddy. Hold on. Somebody with a horrible mic is trying to cut in, and their mic isn't strong enough. So we're gonna have to yield the floor so they can say what they want to say.
Not sure.
Can you hear me?
Is that right?
Go ahead, brother.
I just wanted to know if he knows the difference between a belief and a fact yet.
So, yeah, first time I joined, I got this, something similar to this, which is what does science actually mean and what does an experiment mean by definition. And every time I've tried to go back and forth in it, we have disagreed on the interpretation of the dictionary definition.
Well, I did notice that you were using the word experiment a couple of times pretty loosely. I think that we can get to that, but I think that it's important to understand that.
I try not to use the word experiment because of we're not speaking the same language.
Well, all you have to do is say test.
Yeah.
Or, you can say test, that's totally fine. But when you say experiment, that's something very, very specific.
Yeah.
Science as well. People will throw around the word science willy-nilly. They'll wear it on their chest like a freaking Boy Scout badge or a pin at Whole Foods or something like that. It doesn't work that way. It's something very, very specific. So you can't have an experiment unless you are going through the scientific method. From my understanding, it requires a hypothesis, you need an independent variable, etc. So I don't have that.
Well, you can, but here's the problem, friends. Okay, check us out. So when you use a word that's specific in a field to that field, in a venue that's talking about that field, and then you meet it in one sense that doesn't agree with the other sense, you have a tendency, whether you realize it or not, to exchange the word mid-sentence, mid-argument. And here's the problem when it comes to science. A scientific experiment, right, validates or invalidates the cause of an effect or the null for the cause. So you validate or invalidate your hypothesis. So that gives you a systematic way of determining the truth of that statement. Is this validated or is this not validated? So when you try to apply the ethos of that process to something that isn't undergoing that rigor, you're borrowing the merit of one thing and applying it to another. And that causes the audience to hear, this thing is validated. This thing has been scientifically experimented on. Therefore, the conclusion is true. And when you allow that to happen, that's when you do your audience and yourself a disservice. Now, this happens all the time in science, and the reason for it is because science is rigorous and it produces valid results. So what people do is they borrow the term science to apply that rigor to their results when they haven't put their results through science. When you do that, that is known by definition as pseudoscience. You're attempting to present what you're doing as science when it isn't science.
So I understand that, and that's why sometimes I try not to use words like experiment or science or anything like that, because I did obviously slip up in this one and say experiment instead of something like test. But I want to know what the proper word, because some words are used improperly in casual conversation, but you both get what you're trying to say. So, like, I believe 1 + 1 is 2 versus I know 1 + 1 is 2. Both, if I said either of those, you probably just take it as I know 1 + 1 is 2. So
no, I would actually think that there's something wrong if you only believe that 1 and 1 is 2, because you can take two cans, one can and another can, and then you have two cans. So
okay, so I would like to know if belief is not the correct word, what's in between? Like,
I got you.
Like, I know it. I know it.
Yeah.
I know it, but we're disagreeing on it. So if I say I know it and you know it, we can't both know it, because that would imply they're both factually correct.
Let me help you out. Let me help you out here. Because same with the experiment, you can just say test, and same with, if you don't want to say belief or knowledge, you can say, well, in your view, or is your position.
Yes.
That's a better way to go about it. So
Instead
in your
of-
view, is it this, or is your position this, instead of saying, like, do you believe? Because then people are going to be like, well, belief is a certain thing.
Yeah, belief has tied to, like, faith and not as much evidence and stuff like that.
Dude,
So, okay.
Dude, belief has 3 common colloquial connotations and denotations. So at any time, you have 6 permutations of what you mean by belief every time it comes out of your mouth. Do you realize that?
Yeah.
So that means the other person could take it at least 6 ways, formally, let alone the informal definitions of belief.
Yeah. That makes sense. So I'll make sure to take that
3
one
things you
out.
can say, like, do you see it this way, or how do you see X, or what is your position on X, or in your view is X blah 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 blah. That's a better way to get around people grilling you on, like, well, belief.
It's still a belief.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, but I get
it's just an easier way to avoid. Same with experiments. You said it earlier like 4 times, and I think somebody in the chat was like, "Bro, it's not an experiment." So
yeah,
so you can avoid that by being like,
you can say now that you're 6 foot tall, and everybody else can say, "Okay, we believe you."
Mm-hmm.
But when we see you in reality, you are 4 foot tall.
Mm-hmm.
That means we should not believe you. You know, we needed to check if you are really 6 foot tall.
Yeah.
Right. So here's how it goes, brother. I'll give you a great example. It's very easy to follow. Almost everyone's experiencing this in their life, so it's simple. So you go to a lake or a pool. You want to get in, but you want to know before you get in if that is cold water or warm, because you don't want to just jump into some freezing cold water.
Yeah.
So you ask homeboy who's there, who's been in the water. You ask that homeboy, "Hey, is the water cold?"
Mm-hmm.
And he says yes. Now, if you accept that, then you believe that the water is cold.
Mm-hmm.
Okay? You won't know that the water is cold until you go in.
Mm-hmm.
So belief, in its most simplest form, is just accepting that something is true. You just accept it's true. Okay, it's true. The water's cold because you said so. Then you go in the water and you know it's cold.
Mm-hmm.
So the one thing, you have reasons why you believe the proposition to be true, because homeboy was in there and he's felt it, so he must be telling me, right? But he could be lying.
Yeah, or his cold
you're not
is not your cold.
100% sure. Yeah, exactly. So until you experience it or validate it, right? So for example, you don't have to get in. You could also use a thermometer.
Mm-hmm.
You could put a thermometer in the water, and the thermometer reads a reading that is cold, and you say, okay, so now I've validated that it's cold.
Mm-hmm.
Thermometer is rigged.
All right. So
actually, I have a clip for that. But go ahead with your question.
Thank you for giving me resources to continue learning about this position or this thing. So I'll go and watch those now. So
Cool. Well, that gives me a chance to play the clip about the breaking the thermometer. Whoever just said that, that's so funny.
all right, I'll see you guys later. I'll watch all this stuff now. Bye. Have a great rest of your day.
What is your profession?
Old friend, I brought more soldiers.
spotted.
the oceans, there's actually a great proof of a flat Earth in the oceans. There's something called the abyssal plains. And if you look under the greatest parts right in between the continents, there's something called the abyssal plains, and it's the longest, flattest surface that they've ever measured is under the ocean. So it's not always lumpy and full of craters and stuff.
I think it's 70% of the ocean is abyssal plain, and it's flat for, you know, as far as you can go. You can have two submarines on the bottom of the ocean. They send out sonar, which goes in a straight line, hits something, and bounces back, and they can see each other 100 miles away. There should be a mountain over a mile tall in between them. But you know, you'd have to believe that sonar goes over the mountain, hits the other submarine, and then comes back. That doesn't happen. That's provable nonsense. So the fact that a submarine on the bottom of the ocean can see another submarine 100 miles away proves that there is no curvature down there. Also, a boat on the surface can see another boat, can target it with a laser over 100 miles away. There should be a hump of water over a mile high in between them, but there's not.
What makes you think all of the curvature that you see on this planet, as far as mountains and valleys and uneven terrain and things of that nature, what makes you think that you're going to be able to see curvature in the Earth? I want to say something real fast. I want to touch on this subject I was talking about, as far as when I said earlier that, you know what I'm saying, about Beverly Hills and why you can't oversee the Sepulveda Pass. Now I'm going to show you something else. Now, earlier you said that the ocean itself is what you guys, the flat earthers, use to determine whether, you know what I'm saying, the Earth have a curvature or not. Yet you also said earlier, you also said earlier that water always what?
Finds its level.
It always finds
Large
its level.
bodies of water at rest find its level.
Find its level.
At rest.
At rest.
Remember the at rest part.
Okay. Now, what you're not taking in consideration is the surface of the ocean. You're looking at the wrong thing. No, listen.
No, that's all we're
Let me finish what I'm saying. You're looking at something that's always going to level itself off, as opposed to looking at what's actually the surface of the Earth itself, because that's what we're speaking on. We're not speaking on whether the Earth is this or that or whatever. We're speaking on the Earth itself. So if you're trying to use these telescopes to determine certain things over a body of water and talking about, well, there's no curve in the water is going to always level itself out. But you don't know if the surface of the Earth, that's where the water is actually on top of, it's curved or not, do you?
See, first of all,
doesn't water take the shape of a container?
Exactly. And
Water
second of
doesn't
all,
take the shape of the bottom of a container. It
all
levels
water needs
itself
a
out.
container.
It levels itself out, but it fills up the container and then it finds level. So
Y'all talking about the surface of water and it's always level, but that's not the Earth itself. We talking about the Earth. We're not talking about the surface of water.
Okay,
the Earth is curvy.
The water would not be able to be level if it was on a curve. What do you not understand?
So when you're looking across that extensive plain of water where there should be miles of curvature, and you can see the land at the other side of the other side of the ocean, which is at the same level that you're at, and there now we're talking an expanse on the ball, you know, on the Earth on your ball. How come the land on the other side of the ocean is at the same level that we're at? It should be miles below me, but it's not. It's so simple. It's so simple. I don't know how people cannot see it, other than they've been programmed since they've been a child, and their inner child is like, "Don't take my ball away! Don't take my ball away, please!" Okay?
Those balls.
Earlier, I said that when you look over the regular terrain, you can't tell it's a curve because there's too many mountains, hills, and valleys. Correct? So you guys said yes. So we have to use. Let me finish. You said we have to use the ocean because the ocean itself would show and prove your theory that there is no curvature. Correct? Okay, so then I said that.
On the land, you should be able to see
Can I finish,
curvature.
Lord? I just sit here and listen to you for 20 minutes. Can I just give 3 minutes?
Go ahead.
Thank you, God. So when you guys were showing that you was using the ocean because the ocean was showing proof to you guys that the Earth does not have no curvature on it, because constantly, as far as you can see, you guys use what you call atmospheric density. So therefore, the image is always straight and you can always see forward because of the simple fact that the water's going to always level itself out. And that being that we both said that the water's going to always level itself out, no matter how far you look, there will never be no curvature because you're looking at the wrong thing. You're looking at the surface of the ocean as opposed to the bottom of the ocean. Let me finish. Okay, so the bottom of the ocean is where the actual curvature is, because the bottom of the ocean is the actual land. You're looking at something that's going to always level itself out, being water, as opposed to what we're actually supposed to be looking at, which is the actual. Let me finish what I'm saying. Can I finish? Thank you. And this is how we know this to be true. If your theory that you say that we're using the surface of the water as a point to show that the Earth isn't curved, well, how can you use the surface of the water if the surface of the water is going to always level itself out? You're looking at the wrong thing. What you're supposed to be looking at is the surface of the Earth, because the surface of the Earth, which is the bottom of the ocean, is the actual.
Do you know what the bottom of the ocean looks like? You show and prove, because all we can do is see with the level of the surface, like the God said, the surface.
Come on, man. Let
We
me
know
have
what the
this
surface
one.
looks like.
Let me have
You
this
know what the
one.
bottom
First of
looks
all,
like.
I've been out to sea
No, you
before. I'm
don't.
out here in California. I've been out to sea before.
You've been at the bottom of
I've
the
been
ocean.
out to sea before. And one
Across
thing,
the
let me
whole
finish.
world.
Let me finish what I'm saying. Let me continue on your build. I've been out to sea before, and I know for a fact that if I jump out the ship, right, I'm going to drown. Why? Because the ocean is deep. And being that the ocean is deep and it holds all kinds of wildlife and animals and whales and sharks that I've seen before, I know for a fact that looking over the surface of the ocean does not show you the surface of the ocean. I know for a fact that looking over the surface of the ocean does not show you the surface of the ocean.
All right, are you done?
Wait, what?
Let me
Please,
everybody
you don't know
mute.
how
Everybody mute.
nonsensical you sound.
Everyone mute.
I'm sure.
Listen, no offense, dude, but that is the dumbest shit I have ever heard, ever.
Like, seriously.
Anywhere.
Like,
that is
seriously.
so freaking dumb.
Wow.
They tell us that the 70% of the Earth's surface is water. So you believe that the water goes flat for 70%, and then all of a sudden the Earth bends underneath? We
Yeah, at
can
the
sit
bottom.
here
There's no
and
such thing
I
as
could
all of a
look. I
sudden the
could
Earth
look at
bends
land.
underneath the Earth.
I
All
could
of a
look
sudden
at
bend
land
nowhere.
100. I could look
You're
at
right.
land
It don't
100.
bend nowhere.
It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. You can dig a hole with all sorts of shapes on the bottom, fill it with water. It's flat because that's it. You can't have flat water, land, and then expect that land to finish the curve of the ball. That's ridiculous. The Earth has to curve. A round ball has to curve. The surface of the water has to curve at an even rate all the way around. Okay.
Surface on what you just said. Now, what you just said is, I'll give you an example. Let me ask you a question. On an apple, right? On the skin of an apple, right?
Here we go.
Does the skin of the apple have moisture inside of it?
Moist?
Have moisture inside of it?
Is that moist? What are you talking about?
Hold
What
on,
does that have to do with
Let me
anything?
finish what I'm saying. Let me finish what I'm saying.
Is it the skin of the apple that has the moisture, or is it the skin coming in contact with the moist meat of the apple? Which one is it? Do you know for sure?
Yes, I do.
Or are you just trying to be
No,
fake
I'm
smart
not trying
right
to be
now?
fake smart. I'm being real with you. The skin of the apple has moisture in it, correct? So let me finish what I'm saying. So being that the skin of the apple has moisture in it, does that moisture that's on the skin of the apple fall off the surface of the apple?
It's not on the surface. It's inside the fibers. It's not on the surface. See, that's technology. I don't like bullshit like this. Stop coming with fucking retarded ass arguments.
How's
It's
that
retarded.
How's that retarded?
Wet the fucking apple with water and see if the water sticks to the outside. Does the skin have water in it? Does it have moisture? Come on, man. Stop with these stupid ass arguments, man. Because it's disingenuous. I
How's
don't
it
like shit
disingenuous?
like this.
How's it disingenuous?
Come on,
I
go
just
ahead.
asked you a simple question. Does the skin of the apple have moisture
You're
in
not
it?
that stupid.
You can't be this stupid. You can't be.
Come
cannot
on,
be
man.
this
You
stupid.
guys sound stupid as hell. I'm not gonna lie to you. Anytime you go sit here and tell me that you're looking at the surface of water instead of the actual surface of the earth itself, you sound dumb as hell because you already know that water always levels itself out. So I don't even know why you would use that as an argument. That's retarded.
This is why I had
Actually,
to kick
I
people
did
out last
participate.
time because I can't talk to people like this. Like when you're just saying retarded shit like this, I gotta go. Yo, priest, I love you, God.
But when you live on a ball, there's a vacuum over it. The molecules stay magnetically pulled to the Earth's surface because the Earth is magnetic.
Can you show me that in a lab?
I can.
Oh, you can. You can show me how water will stick to an apple inside a vacuum chamber?
Correct.
The water
I
boils
paid
in a
good money to
vacuum.
see that.
Okay. How much would
You
you
know
pay?
water boils in a vacuum?
Not enough to fund your
Bitcoin.
experiment. I know that.
You know that water boils in a vacuum. Guess you didn't know that. You know what sucks is it's going to take me all day to edit out all of the idiotic statements that you made and make a short clip. I'm going to make a short reel of all of the dumbest shit I've ever heard. It's going to be amazing, but it's going to take me all fucking day. Listen, no offense, dude, but that is the dumbest shit I have ever heard, ever.
Like, seriously.
Anywhere.
Like.
I wanted to say one other thing too, real quick, that I wrote down. The show that I mentioned when we talked about NASA, and I told, because I got a lot of people who asked me about it, was I talked about if you look at the names of all the NASA missions, it's literally telling you a story. And it goes, a Colombian enterprise to endeavor for the discovery of Atlantis, and the Challenger shall be destroyed.
Damn.
That's literally what all the missions were for NASA. Again, these are Masonic rituals. This is nothing real. This isn't real science.
Say that again.
Yeah.
You just blew AD away. What happened? What just happened?
I'm a type.
You break them down, right? Columbia, Enterprise, and if you put them all in order, it says a Colombian enterprise. You should all know Columbia, right? Like the District of Columbia, what it means to them, Diana. A Colombian enterprise to endeavor for the discovery of Atlantis, and all challenges shall be destroyed. Okay? So that's, again, this is all esoteric.
I like
it.
And,
so I wanted to add that. I forgot to add that last time I was on the show.
You come up with that, Vinny?
But yeah.
Dude.
I mean, I've been talking about it for a while, and I remembered to write it down this time.
Good evening, everyone, and welcome to Rice University for a debate between Dr. James Tour and Mr. Dave Farina. The topic, are we clueless about the origin of life? My name is Alex Latham, and I am a graduate student affiliated with the Tour Research Group. I will be serving tonight as a timekeeper for the debate. Some quick logistics before we get started. In case of emergency, there are 3 exits in this room to either side of me and one in the back. Please only use the exit here to either side of me in case of an emergency. If you need to use the restroom during the debate and you are able to use the stairs, please exit through the back door so as not to disrupt the stage. The restrooms are located in the main building just around this way, down into the door right on the side of this building. You go in, take a right, and you'll see the restrooms very soon. In order to limit disruptions, we ask that you please silence your cell phones and mobile devices. We also ask that you please not distract anybody up front with any kind of photography, videography, flash photography especially. This event is being live streamed, and the video will be available for free after the event as well, so there really shouldn't be any need for pictures or videos. We also ask that unless you need to step out, that you do not stand up, because that would be pretty distracting as well for the live stream. We would like to thank Rice Events and those helping with the live stream and sound for making this event possible tonight. We would also like to give a special thank you to Mr. Farina for being here and giving his time this evening, being willing to visit Rice University for this debate. Now, the moderator for tonight's debate will be Professor Wayne Guida. He is a professor in the Department of Chemistry at the University of South Florida in Tampa, and a collaborating member in the Molecular Medicine program at the H. Lee Moffitt Cancer Center and Research Institute at the University of South Florida. Professor Guida has also served as president and CEO of Schrödinger Incorporated. He was the executive director of chemical technologies at the Novartis Institute for Biomedical Research, formerly known as Ciba Geigy Pharmaceuticals. There, he supervised a group of scientists engaged in molecular modeling, protein X-ray crystallography, protein NMR spectroscopy, protein biochemistry, high-throughput screening, analytical chemistry, and organic synthesis scale-up. Professor Guida's current research interest involves the design of STING modulators, that stands for Stimulator of Interferon Genes, for the treatment of cancer, autoimmune disease, and anti-infectives. Please join me in welcoming the moderator, Professor Wayne Guida.
Thank you very much, and thank you, Alex, for the introduction. It's a real pleasure to be here tonight. I'm glad that Dr. Tour asked me to do this. We have an amazingly good audience here. I think just about every seat is filled. So first, let's just start off by welcoming to the stage Dr. James Tour and Mr. Dave Farina. Okay, so both of you make sure you're at your neutral corners. To my left corner of the ring, weighing in at, no, I'm not going to do that. To my right is Mr. Dave Farina. He's a scientific communicator who hosts the YouTube channel Professor Dave Explains. To my left is none other than Dr. James Tour, who is the TT and WF Chow Professor of Chemistry right here at Rice University. Okay, give me a moment, if you will, to describe the ground rules. So the way this is going to work is Dr. Tour will have the first 10 minutes to make an opening statement. Then Mr. Farina will have another 10 minutes to make an opening statement. After that, Dr. Tour will take 2 minutes to ask a question of Mr. Farina. Mr. Farina will have 5 minutes to answer that question, and a dialogue is permitted during the answering of the questions. After that, Mr. Farina will have 2 minutes to ask Dr. Tour a question, and Dr. Tour 5 minutes to reply. And this will go back and forth like that till 8:30. We will make sure, Alex and I, that they stick to the time. But my role is beyond just that of a passive moderator. I mentioned timekeeping, but in addition, if I hear during the debate something that, in my opinion, is not correct chemically, I will render my opinion. But I'll wait. I won't interrupt either of the debaters. I'll wait until there's a pause. Then what will happen at 8:30 is we will end that part of the debate, and we'll go into a question and answer session where members of the audience can ask questions, and I'll explain exactly how that works when we get to the 8:30 time point. So once again, let's welcome the two debaters.
Thank you. Before we get started, I want to do something. Got a gift for Mr. Farina. Now, I was thinking, what could I get such an amazing person? And I've got you something that I am sure you do not have. This is something called laser-induced graphene. It was a process we developed in 2013 where a laser can hit any surface that's made out of carbon, and in this case, it's paper. And the laser can write a pattern. So what you're going to look at is paper that has been converted into carbon. The carbohydrates have been converted into graphene through the laser action. And so here's what we've got for you.
Oh, that's very lovely. It's a nice gesture, thank you. Is this on? Thanks very much, James.
So I have 10 minutes for an opening statement. Mr. Farina, as my guest, welcome to Rice University. Unlike Mr. Farina, I have never been in a debate before. So if it appears that I am not a skilled debater, it's an accurate assessment. A major hurdle for the origin of life research is the origin and persistence of enantiopure molecules. The building blocks of the building blocks, as I call them. Enantiopurity means that one mirror image of a molecule prevails to the exclusion of the other. This includes 19 of the 20 amino acids, the monomeric sugars, the nucleotides, and the lipids. But for the sake of getting through, I am conceding tonight to my opponent all those small molecules in 100% enantiomeric purity. They are yours. I concede them to you for the sake of time. So let's address other issues tonight, since my concession has been granted and there's still much more ground to cover. I am here defining clueless. Oh, this has gone off. All right. Hold the time a second for me while I log back in here. Okay, they had to have me use this one because of the way the feeds are working. So when this logs back in. Okay, but I'll continue now, in any case. I'm here defining clueless in the context of my typical usage. Got to do it. I mean, this is just life, you know. I teach in this room, so I'm used to this. This just happens. Okay. So I'm defining clueless in the context of my typical usage. We cannot solve any of the 5 criteria needed to make a living cell. None of these can be solved. Mr. Farina has complained that I am a religious man. I'm not just religious, I'm deeply religious. Or as he puts it, I'm a, quote, super Jesus guy, unquote. While that's a label that I gladly embrace, and I believe that the Bible is God's word, I never appeal to that book of authority in my academic lectures or scientific discussions. Never, unless specifically asked about my religious convictions, like in a church or a religious podcast, I never couple those to my scientific criticisms of the origin of life research. I will not appeal to the Bible, to God, to miracles, to Jesus, to God of the gaps tonight. Often, origin of life researchers have a time of the gaps appeal, where they will say something to the effect, over millions of years, such and such happened. Those bedtime stories that are devoid of any precise chemistry may as well start with once upon a time. So I hope that my opponent will likewise not appeal to ill-defined time of the gaps arguments, and that he'll stay strictly on the scientific data, the data. As for me, I will stick to the data. The topic tonight is not about me, it's whether there is a valid hypothesis to make a living cell on a mindless early Earth. In discussing scientific data, it's not a matter of deception or lies. It is a matter of data interpretation. That happens all the time in science. It's hard to interpret the scientific literature data. And as I do with my graduate students, we learn from each other. They from me and I from them. I plan to address Mr. Farina as I would a graduate student seeking to learn from him tonight. The textbook definition for the characteristics of life is responsiveness to the environment, growth and change, ability to reproduce, having metabolism and breathe, maintaining homeostasis, and being made of cells and passing traits on to offspring. A valid hypothesis is one in which there is experimental evidence substantiating the proposed science. An invalid hypothesis is one in which there is no way to substantiate the proposed science. For example, my guest arrived to Houston from Los Angeles. A valid hypothesis would be that he flew to Houston on a commercial aircraft. That is a valid hypothesis because we can experimentally test the efficacy of commercial air travel. An invalid hypothesis would be that he drove here in a single molecule nanocar. Though that statement might be true, it is an invalid hypothesis since we have no experimental evidence for its validity. Nobody was present at life's origin, so we will never really know how life originated. But that's not what we're seeking to answer tonight. What we are seeking is an experimentally valid, verifiable hypothesis as to how life might have originated on an early Earth. We must see the origin of life research data, not their unsubstantiated claims, even if those claims are written in their research papers. Mr. Farina, please show us their data. Show their data. My contention remains the same. One day I presume that we will have a valid hypothesis upon which life might have originated, but as of today, we do not. And with each passing year, the cellular target that we must disclose becomes harder to reach due to the increased realization of its minimal complexity. A study in the Journal of Pragmatics in 2021 considered the trend of hyperbole in scientific publications. The authors Hyland and Jiang wrote, quote, "We trace the use of 400 hyping words which seek to promote, embellish, or exaggerate aspects of research papers. Our results show a massive increase in these items, and increases are most marked in the hard sciences," unquote. So while overblown statements are occurring in all fields, origin of life takes the cake. My opponent's favorite expert, Professor Lee Cronin, said in 2011 that he'd probably create life in his lab in 2 years. He did not. Another, whom he often cites, Professor Jack Sostek, then at Harvard, now at the University of Chicago, said in 2014 that he'd create life in his lab in 3 to 5 years. He did not. Professor Dimitar Seselov from Harvard University said in 2014 that life would be created in the lab in 5 years. It did not happen, not even close. Prebiotically relevant means that we are restricted to materials, procedures, and conditions that might have been available on an early Earth. These are the 5 criteria. These are the 5 criteria that have to be experimentally addressed in a prebiotically relevant manner in order to have a valid hypothesis for life's origin. We only have time for 5 tonight. Polypeptides, polynucleotides, polysaccharides, the origin of specified information, and the assembly of the above components into an integrated, functional, living system, namely a cell, not merely a random mixture of these. If my opponent is unable to supply all 5 criteria for life, then we're currently clueless on the origin of life. But since I don't think he'll be able to supply even one of the 5, it will show that we're not merely clueless, but utterly clueless. While some would like to portray me as one of the very few people that does not accept the hyped claims of origin of life researchers, I maintain that overconfident supporters of origin of life, like my opponent, are being abandoned by the origin of life research community itself. For example, Mr. Farina's own experts, whom he likes to cite, are now backing away from their own overblown claims. His often cited origin of life expert, Professor Jack Sostek, now says that aside from nature's construct of RNA, invoking of, quote, autocatalytic sets was never chemically realistic, unquote. Hence, the prebiotic relevance of autocatalytic sets crumbles. It's over, according to Professor Sostek. His often cited origin of life expert, Professor Donna Blackman, now acknowledges that there are no known prebiotically relevant autocatalytic reactions that greatly enhance chirality of a substrate. The increases are minor, so no need to waste our time tonight on autocatalysis. His own origin of life expert, Professor Stephen Benner, an enormous figure in this field, now says that any group of randomly synthesized RNA molecules would afford, quote, 10 million or 100 million more molecules that catalyze the destruction of RNA, unquote, than catalyze the copying of themselves, and, quote, this will never give you life, unquote. Hence, the relevance of random RNA to make copies of itself bites the dust. It's over, according to Professor Benner himself. Origin of life expert Professor James Shapiro now writes, certain questions like the origins of the first living cells currently have no credible scientific answers, unquote. Evolution kingpin Professor Richard Dawkins now says, quote, we know little more than Darwin did about how it got started in the first place. We have no evidence bearing upon the momentous event that was the start of evolution on this planet, unquote. My opponent's favorite origin of life expert, Professor Lee Cronin, now writes and says on multiple occasions that, quote, origin of life research is a scam, unquote, and, quote, there are lots of layers to the scam, unquote. A scam means a dishonest scheme or a fraud. It's beautiful. It's as if Professor Lee Cronin has been scientifically born again. Mr. Farina, I respect your courage to be here tonight. It's too bad that origin of life researchers are not here themselves to defend their own data. Maybe they know the shallowness of their own research, while the less informed cannot assess the shallowness. I'm looking forward to seeing the data with chemical specificity. That's what I will be asking of you, so I'm telling you up front. Not the overblown titles, not their outlandish claims, not the once upon a time over 1 million years stories, but the data to propose a valid hypothesis to the 5 criteria needed to build a living cell, thereby overcoming our cluelessness on origin of life. Thank you.
Mr. Farina, your opening statement, please.
Starting now. Hey everyone, thanks to Rice University for having us here tonight. We are here because of James Tour. James is a chemist and also an apologist who lies about origin of life research on the internet. It's quite the double life. In order to understand why he does this, we turn to his faith. James has admitted publicly that he is a creationist. He believes that God created life due to religious scripture, which to him takes priority over scientific evidence. From his website, faith and belief go beyond scientific evidence for this scientist. Anyone who thinks this is not relevant to the discussion is delusional, as James is openly admitting that there's no science that could ever be done that will convince him that life was not directly created by God. He is ideologically bound to denying abiogenesis. He sometimes pretends to leave room for it, as he did just now, to seem open-minded, but he isn't. He's totally dogmatic. Therefore, his opinions on origin of life research are irrelevant, as he is approaching the field not as a scientist, but as a preacher. Of course, James pretends his rhetoric is scientific. He will bring up his H-index and list of publications. Less important is the fact that he has publicly admitted that his students do all the work and he slaps his name on the papers. More important is the fact that none of his research has anything to do with origin of life whatsoever and does not qualify him in this topic, which is not strictly synthetic organic chemistry as he claims, but also astronomy, geology, physics, and lots of other areas James is clueless about. When it comes to this topic, James is a YouTuber. His embarrassing commentary takes place exclusively on YouTube or in-person events for science-illiterate Christians who share his biases and delusions. James knows that science is done through the primary scientific literature, and he knows that his inability to publish anything on this topic makes him completely irrelevant. That's why he regularly lies and pretends that he is published in this area, and his papers are ignored because of conspiracy. These papers are actually blog posts in Inference Review, launched by Discovery Institute propagandist David Berlinski, which is not peer-reviewed and exists for the sole purpose of making pseudoscience appear more legitimate. Jim's clueless ramblings do not even remotely resemble primary scientific literature, but he lists them among his actual science on his website anyway. Of course, when facing this topic, James somehow forgets what primary literature is supposed to look like. That's how he initially got into hot water, slandering Nobel laureate Jack Szostak. James was complaining about the prestigious journal Nature and what Szostak allegedly published in it, and how it doesn't meet the typical standards of the journal. He called Jack a liar multiple times, to the delight of his clueless, cackling audience. In actuality, it wasn't primary literature at all, but a web article meant for laypeople, and there were no lies or inaccuracies, as James continues to claim to this day. His profoundly unprofessional and defamatory behavior has only gotten worse, as he now regularly attacks prominent researchers in this field or blatantly misquotes and misrepresents them. And that's why we're here, to highlight Jim's fraudulence. There is nothing to debate. The question as to whether we are clueless about the origin of life is idiotic. We aren't. Apologists like James train viewers to regurgitate the ridiculous lie that there's been no progress since the Miller-Urey experiment of the 1950s. In reality, we have multiple viable prebiotic synthetic pathways to all the relevant biomolecules and their polymers, and systems chemistry is showing us how sets of these molecules can have evolved over millions of years to produce the first protocell, which we will discuss later. James knows essentially nothing about any of it, but pretends to for his viewers who take him on blind faith, something they are quite comfortable doing. So we will get to James fumbling the science in a moment, but first it is important to establish that James is a brazen liar and charlatan in ways that everyone can understand without knowing anything about science. For example, part of Jim's script is to complain about the primordial soup model. He describes this as lightning striking some water and molecules form a slithering creature that crawls out. This is the dumbest straw man in history. Yet he insists that all these textbooks say precisely this, and it is taught to undergraduates as well as graduate students. In actuality, the textbooks look like this. They contain summaries of much of the research we will discuss momentarily. Syntheses of biomolecules, ribozymes, autocatalysis, and other complex concepts. So he's just lying. He's trying to make science he doesn't like seem infantile and stupid. Another way he downplays the validity of the field is to pretend that almost no one is working in it. He claims it's a boutique field with no more than a dozen teams examining the problem. That's a lie. There are thousands of scientists working on this all over the world. He needs to lie about this because it's much more difficult to claim that thousands of scientists are all either corrupt or stupid, while only James knows the truth. A dozen is much easier to swallow, so he lies. He also pretends to be well-read in the subject. He isn't. He has admitted that he's read less than 5% of the literature on the topic, although in reality, over 3 million papers have been published since 2016, so he's read maybe 0.001% of the literature. More importantly, for the few papers he has read, the diligence he projects is a facade. As to anyone knowledgeable, he reveals a level of incompetence that is shocking for someone of his stature. Take, for example, this study by Stephen Benner, a researcher James regularly slanders. Here, Benner was showing nucleotide polymerization over basaltic glass to form RNA. James notes that Benner washes the glass thoroughly with hydrogen peroxide and ultra-pure water, and then throws his hands in the air about how this makes the study not prebiotically relevant because he is washing away trace magnesium that would impede nucleotide polymerization on the early Earth. In his profound ignorance, James neglects to realize that basaltic rock is specifically rich in magnesium, information that anyone who had taken Geology 101 would know. Furthermore, he wonders where, oh where, could one find hydrogen peroxide and ultra-pure water on the early Earth, as though its use makes the study not prebiotically relevant. In reality, these are used to destroy biological material like bacteria that would contaminate the results. So, in fact, the washes are done specifically to make the experiment prebiotically relevant. This example is crucial because James will focus much of his empty criticism on claiming that research is not sufficiently prebiotic. But remember this example where James was so clueless that he does not even understand what the researchers are doing and why. This is his primary tactic. He skims the supplemental section of a paper, invents a technical flaw out of thin air, and pretends it negates the results of the paper, and by extension, origin of life research in general. But it gets much worse. James regularly botches concepts not just in geology, but also in his own field. For an example, we return to Benner's research where he synthesized ribose in prebiotically relevant fashion. James doesn't like it one bit, and when confronted with a 13C NMR spectrum demonstrating the presence of ribose, he not only pretends the data is invalid, but he goes to town with meme after meme, cartoon after cartoon, childishly mocking Benner for his garbage data. Here's his laughing Spanish guy meme where the whole crowd laughs in unison at the idiot Benner who thinks he got ribose when it's actually a mess of a billion compounds. But the joke is on James as his pathetic commentary reveals that he can't even read a 13C NMR spectrum, something he should have learned as an undergrad. James compares the spectrum to that of pure ribose when the sample is ribose borate, a different compound, with broad peaks due to rapidly interconverting forms. The billions of compounds are actually just noise, as the vertical axis is expanded to highlight the wider peaks. This abject failure has been confirmed by every chemist I've corresponded with, from Benner himself to J. William Suggs, Professor Emeritus of Chemistry at Brown University, and many others. The idea that James can't do something that an undergrad could do is astounding, and whether his brain ceases to function when examining this research, or he is deliberately lying to a gullible audience with no clue what he's talking about, his credibility is reduced to zero with this example alone. So that's a brief summary of James Tour. He's a toxic individual and pathological liar who actively promotes science denial and slanders diligent researchers. Or in my case, he scours the internet for clips of me in music videos to commit character assassinations. Or unleashes a barrage of insults about how Dave doesn't know chemistry, even though most of his students use my organic chemistry tutorials to get through his unbearable course. He baselessly shouts hype when his own research is full of hype. He whines about being accused of believing in the God of the gaps when he objectively does. He publicly calls for the halting of an entire field of science he doesn't understand just to shelter his fragile, archaic faith. But today, finally, with no desk to hide behind, every tactic will be elucidated in real time, and he will be made accountable for his lies for everyone to see. I hope you'll enjoy it as much as I will.
We now turn to Dr. Tour, who will ask a question.
One of the things that we have to make in order to have life are polypeptides, where we take amino acids and these amino acids have to couple. And when they couple, it will form a dipeptide. This dipeptide is one of thousands and thousands and thousands that would have to form. If you were going to make a polypeptide, you'd need at least 100 of these for a very small polypeptide. Mr. Farina, show me the prebiotic chemistry that would do this coupling. Be my guest.
Okay. Yeah, I don't need the board. So this was my second prompt, so I guess we'll circle back to this. But yeah, you keep going, show me the references in your content. But so you're missing a mountain of research, literally a mountain of research that demonstrates this. So here's one: condensation of amino acids to form peptides in aqueous solution. So we've got sulfur-4 oxidative monool, carbonyl sulfide mediated prebiotic formation of peptides. There's another one.
That does not do it, and the two you showed do not do it. This is called asparagine, decay. They do not do it with these.
Okay, so what is Lehman's a fraud? Gadiri's a fraud? Are you calling them fraud? They published a paper, carbonyl sulfide mediated prebiotic formation of peptides. So if you're saying they didn't do that, you're
show me the
accusing them of
example
fraud.
in there. I studied this. I looked over every paper you put up.
You have never studied anything in this area. Are you kidding me? All you do is go, show me the papers, and then I show you papers. Here, let's see if I can find that one exactly.
Yeah, show me the one exactly that does this in a prebiotic fashion. Show me. It's not there. Okay. I'm asking you to come up and show me the chemistry.
James, I don't need to write on the board. I brought actual papers. This is actual research.
Okay, show me the paper. Show me in that paper this example. Okay, this is called.
This is the one you wanted, James.
Aspartic acid.
James.
This is called lysine.
James, look. This is the Gadiri paper. Here's the scheme. You want to go through that?
But
aqueous room temperature, you get oligopeptides. Okay, and it jumps to 80% yield with prebiotic oxidizing agents
but
like
not
potassium
with this,
ferricyanide.
because what happens is this would participate, this would
participate. Oh,
participate.
you want to do the side chain thing. Okay, well, we've got research for that too.
Of course, I'm speaking to the side chain. This is not glycine.
There you go.
That's not prebiotically relevant. That has nothing to do with prebiotic.
Okay, how about this one?
That sulfur compound was made separately in dichloromethane using HOBT, which is a coupling agent designed by human beings for solid phase synthesis. That's how they made the
Are you saying sulfur is not available prebiotically? It doesn't matter what solvent they use.
No, HOBT was the compound, that SH compound that you just showed was made in a separate reaction. That was in a separate reaction, and he describes that.
Okay.
I can show you in the paper.
Thank you. If you don't like that one, how about this Powner one? Powner jacks regioselective peptide formation. Acylated aminonitrile.
Right.
Wait, hold on. I got the scheme here.
It's not in there. You're going to look and look. It's not in there. I studied every one of your papers. Powner doesn't even use amino acids. He uses an aminonitrile.
That's a totally different paper.
Amino acid.
James, that's not the same paper. You're talking about a different paper.
There is no coupling.
Look, he got coupling with lysine, regioselective lysine ligation, the most selective peptide ligation that tolerates all proteinogenic side chains.
But
he did this
does not
with
do
all side
an
chains.
amino acid coupling. He's got.
What are you talking about? Prebiotic catalytic peptide ligation.
There's no amino acids there.
Yes, it's amino acids.
Okay, go to the equation of that. Go to the equation of that.
I don't have that one, but you're just lying. You're also shifting the goalpost, though. Because by the way, you pretend that there are no papers that show any peptide formation in water. I just showed you a ton. You're shifting the goalpost by complaining about the side chains.
How am I shifting the goalpost? These are the ones you've got to do. If you can't do it with these active side chains. You cannot.
But he did.
Powner didn't do it with the active side chains. He used an aminonitrile.
Okay,
there are no amino acids.
No, James, you're talking about a completely different paper. Peptide ligation by chemoselective aminonitrile coupling in water.
That's an aminonitrile.
That is a different paper.
It's not amino acid coupling.
I know that's a different paper. He takes amino acid. This is just a different. He's not going through peptide bond formation. It's a different, right? So you have peptides. You have amino acids condensing. That's peptide formation. He's figuring out a different synthetic pathway that doesn't do coupling, but it doesn't matter. There's a million of these, right? Condensation by wet-dry cycling. Chemoselective
Nobody has
aminonitrile
done
coupling.
this. I'm asking you for a specific reaction because half of the amino acids have active side chains. And these guys play this game of not including these ones that have carboxylic acids, not including the ones that have amines.
This is an
acylated. You can't do this coupling.
Acylated aminonitrile plus unprotected amino acid hydrolyzes the pH 7 to form a dipeptide.
Which amino acid? hydroxylated ones, never carboxylated, never deaminated.
All proteinogenic side chains. All
from aminonitriles.
James, I'm telling you, he did this with lysine. Okay, so the side chain thing is not a problem. So forget the fact that you can't handle that. Right, that peptide formation in water happens and has been demonstrated by about a dozen of these papers that I've shown you.
Only
now
with an activator, as you said in your second series.
Yeah, chemical activator. Prebiotically plausible chemical activator.
Your first series, you never said this. With an activator, you're not coupling free amino acids.
Okay,
yes,
we've reached
you're
the
not
end.
coupling
carbonyl
the end of the
sulfide.
5 minutes. Yeah. So I just have one quick comment going back to the NMR, and that is when organic chemists run NMRs, they typically don't run them with boric acid present. For a, if you're going to run a C13 NMR of ribose, you want the ribose to be possibly.
He was doing chemistry on borate minerals. That's why it was ribose borate.
So now it's your turn.
Sounds good. Yeah, we'll get back to the peptides in a second because that was my second prompt. But let me. 1 minute. Okay. We'll continue looking at research in a moment, but first I can't resist confronting James about some of these lies he's been telling, so let's list a few and get some answers. So first, the textbook thing. Primordial soup model is lightning and then a slithering creature crawls out, and that's what all these college-level textbooks say. Again, no, they don't. He made that up, like a liar. Next, this boutique field of a dozen researchers thing. Of the millions of papers that comprise this field, I went through a handful of the ones I've read and made this list. There are thousands more. Pretty dumb lie, huh? And let's add one more. When I had some scientists on my content to help expose James as a fraud, one of them was a friend of mine, organic chemist Bruce Lipschitz, who explained how James was objectively wrong about peptides being unable to form in water, as I just showed you, which I'll prove with about a dozen papers, or I did, and will continue to do so. This hurt James so badly that he spun a ridiculous lie about how I took an unrelated clip of Bruce and stuck it in my content behind his back. This was so idiotic that I had to get Bruce to make another statement specifying that I requested the clip from him and that I had permission to use it, though James did not have permission to share their email exchange. In his emails with James, Bruce explicitly states that he was responding to the claims James had made. There it is in red, but his viewers can't read, so they just ate up the fabricated story. Now, again, remember, I'm demonstrating conclusively that James is a pathological liar. This is important because James also lies about science that goes over most people's heads. So by proving to you what a liar he is, you are now primed to realize how he is lying about all the complex details of origin of life research as well. This way, you won't just nod your head and assume James must be right. So let's begin. Let's begin with the textbook thing. Why would you tell this dumb lie, James? Why would you tell this lie?
I think you've been taught things. Okay, so there is a primordial soup model, and there is no understanding of what's happening in this primordial soup. And you talk to people, and this is exactly what they see. They talk about the primordial soup model in all of these textbooks. That's your question.
This is the primordial soup model. It just means some molecules in water. That's what it means.
Look, you were absolutely clueless on
James.
Polypeptides. You never gave me the coupling for that reaction. I want you to notice, I'm going to narrate. This is my time
James.
now. I want you to notice he didn't answer the question. I invited him to come up to show me the chemistry, how this is done.
No,
he did not. He did not. And now you want me to say, so now this is the question. The question is, I just told you the primordial soup model is nonsense, and this is in these textbooks, and this is taught over and over again.
Turning into slithering creatures is in textbooks? Show me the textbook. Show me the textbook that says molecules form into slithering creatures.
Because this is exactly the model that the molecules come together. These form higher organisms that come out of the water.
Molecules form higher organisms that come out of the water.
Yes.
Show me the textbook that shows
I don't
that.
have the textbook. I showed you. There they are. There they are. The smelly soup model. There, you have the list right there.
James, I showed
That's
you.
from my video. You have the list.
This is what the textbooks show. Ribozymes, autocatalysis, all the things that you pretend aren't real.
Go back to my slide. Go back to my slide. There.
Yeah.
Go back.
No, this
no,
is
no, no, no. Go one forward. You show the text. All right. Now don't change it. Now, which textbook were you referring? Because I said right there, it says miniature C, prebiotic soup. Those are quotes from each one of those
And do they
books.
show
Is in there.
molecules forming a slithering creature? No, they don't, because that's a lie. And you're not going to run out the clock. How about the dozen people thing? Does that look like a dozen people to you?
What I meant by that, the number of people that are doing the complex organic Sutherland Pounder type synthesis. This is exactly what Benner told you.
No.
Benner told you
People
that
all
it's
over
a
the world.
very
Benner
small.
told me. I have
No,
hundreds
Benner
of
told you on the video that there's a small number of people that are still doing the Sutherland type of complex synthesis. He says most of the area
Origin
is
of
not
Life
doing that
community is a
anymore.
boutique community. It's a small number of people. It's a dozen people.
It was in
That's what you
reference
said.
to the number of people that are doing the complex Sutherland type
The
synthesis.
origin of life community. The origin of life community. You're talking about the field in general. How about the Bruce thing? This was pretty dumb, right? He just took one of the guy's videos and stuck it in.
Because when I
Why'd you do that?
contacted Bruce, Bruce said to me, I don't even know what you're talking about. I was unaware of
Dave
this.
asked me
He
to
said it
comment
in the
on
email.
some of your
You're not
writings,
showing the whole email.
and specifically about what we are doing. And does this show?
No, why don't you show the page? Why don't you show the page where he said, I had
this
no
show
idea that
prove
this
you
is
wrong?
there. Look, I published the whole email.
Yeah,
Yeah,
and
you're only
here
showing
he
the one.
says that I asked for the
No, but
video,
in-
and he's talking about you. And then here you go.
No,
and
you don't want to show the one where
just
he
took
said,
one of the guy's
I
videos
had
and
no
stuck it in.
idea.
I think he should
You're
apologize.
not going to address anything on life.
This was pretty. This was a pretty dumb
Let's
lie.
try
This
to
was
have
a really malicious
dialogue
lie.
instead of people shouting at each other. So maybe take turns.
I think an apology is in order for this lie, James. Pretty dumb lie. Pretty dumb lie to tell. I think we can all agree that we are establishing the pathological nature of his lying. Well, then you're blind. He just took one of the guy's videos and stuck it in.
Let's go back to the, we have 1 minute and 11 seconds left. 8 seconds.
Well, it doesn't sound like I'm going to get an
1 minute and
apology
11
from
seconds.
James.
Okay, as far as this, he says that I called Jack Sostek a liar.
Yeah.
I did. And Jack Sostek sent me an email. He said, you were pretty hard on me in that talk. And I said, Jack, I'd like to call you to apologize because I was wrong to do that. I said, give me your number. He gave me his number. I called him. We spoke about this. He said to me, Jim, if you would join us in this origin of life research, we would get this thing solved. We had a very
Why'd
good
you
conversation.
say this was a
You
Nature
totally made that up. Because if you had spoken to Jack Sostek, nobody made me apologize to him. I offered him my apology,
Let me
and
show
he
you
accepted
the primary literature, the journal Nature.
And I
Does this look like the
apologized
journal
to
Nature?
him.
And but you continue to call his work utterly, no, what did you call it? Ridiculous, utterly ridiculous.
Yeah,
About these
it is
structures,
utterly ridiculous.
Yeah, but
when
it's
he
not,
says he's going to
because-
have life in his lab in 3 to 5 years in 2014, and now he says, I can't even make the
Yeah,
RNA.
who cares? Who cares? You lied about this. Look, the structures are...
Oh, no. That slide, you can speak to Jack Sostek. He said to me, Jim, that slide was not well done. That was a copy from another article in Scientific
And yet the
American.
structures are
No,
correct.
Jack agrees with me. That was poorly done. There's no stereochemistry on
So
that sugar. When
it's
there's
an
no
article for laypeople.
stereochemistry,
Okay, I'm going
it's
to
not
call,
ribose.
I'm going to call a
If there's
close
no
to this
stereochemistry,
part of the
not
session.
ribose.
Let's move on. It's Dr. Tour's
2 minutes to
prerogative.
ask a question. Okay, my
to ask the
second question is,
let's also try to see if we can stick more to the science instead of diagrams.
oh, I would love
show-
to stick
Well,
to
that
the
was my
science.
only prompt for the
All
lies.
right.
It's important to establish that
Polynucleotides.
James is a liar.
Polynucleotides. You have to be able to make RNA.
Is that the sound of them making, are they making RNA right now?
You have to be able to take this molecule and hook it together many, many times to have a dimer of RNA, abbreviating the base this time as B, abbreviating the triphosphate as P3, What you have to be able to do is show me chemistry. I'm asking you specifically for chemistry, not a bunch of nonsense here. Show me the chemistry
Not a bunch
to get
of peer-reviewed
this
research.
reaction to go such that you get coupling between the 3' hydroxyl to this 5' site. So you need 3', 5' coupling to the exclusion of 2', 5' coupling to the exclusion of branching. Every article that you cited in your videos, every article that you could ever cite that shows this coupling, shows this scrambling, you get significant amounts of 2,5, significant amount of branching. And that's why this chemistry doesn't work, and that's why your own expert, Jack Sostek, even says that Benner's work, where he talked about this thing, was just hyped up. There was nothing there because he says he went with the hype. He did not go with the right coupling. Show me the chemistry. Show me this chemistry.
Okay, so first of all, this is completely idiotic. Nucleotide polymerization has been demonstrated on Montmorillonite clay for decades.
Yes, with 30 to 70% 2,5. I asked you for 3,5, which is what you need to have life.
You want to do me a favor here? I want you to read the title of that paper there. It's by your buddy, Jack Shostak. Done some research on this.
Yeah, I know. And Jack Sostek even says he cannot get it. Functional art, except for tolerance for non-inheritable 2,5. How much tolerance? How much? Montmorillonite clay is 30 to 70%.
What's the first word in that paper? Functional. So we're talking about RNAs that still have catalytic behavior, despite having a mixture of 2,5 and 3'.
His amount of 2,5 to 3,5 is not 30 to 70%. If you have a 0.1%, you're okay because you'll have runs, but not 30 to 70%. Show me the amount. Your guy Deemer never tells us how much is there.
James, look, the
and
research
Benner
shows
never told us how much is there.
Functional RNAs. So it doesn't matter how much 2', doesn't matter how much 3'.
Oh, it certainly does. And what about branching?
My God.
It's not there. It's not there. Nobody has ever done this prebiotically. You're going to be looking through your papers a long time. It's never been done. Without an enzyme, it has never been done.
You are completely clueless.
It's over. It's over. You can't make RNA, there's no life. You can't make RNA, there is no life. You haven't made peptides, you haven't made RNA. It's over.
James, nucleotide polymerization has been demonstrated for decades on clay. You are literally pulling this out of your ass. This has been done for decades. You guys, none of you people know this research. None of you people know this research. You're just blindly trusting him.
All right, let's try to have some civility, please.
The adsorption and polymerization of nucleotides on clay minerals has been demonstrated for decades. James is lying, and people who are cheering for him have no clue what he's talking about. You're just blindly believing him. I'm sorry.
Okay, let's look at it on clay. Here is the reference on clay. Here is the reference on clay. Here on Montmorillonite, what did he get? He got 67% 3,5, which means you have 33% 2,5 of the wrong linkage. 1 out of every 3 is wrong. Here he gets 75 to 80% 2,5. So now you have the vast majority 2,5. That's what you get on clay. It's right there, Montmorillonite clay.
And it doesn't matter. That's what Shostak showed in
1
this
out
paper.
of 3 doesn't matter?
No.
It matters tremendously.
The 3' to 2'.
No. If you have a fraction of it, you're okay. 1 out of 3, Jack Sostek would never. How much does he have there? How much does he have? Tell me, you read the paper.
It says functional RNAs.
I haven't seen that paper. You're bringing in other papers which we agreed you would not do.
James, you're presenting yourself as an expert in this field.
Because I don't know. I've not read that paper. You read it. Tell me, how much 2,5 does he have?
I don't remember every single detail of the paper.
You don't remember because you don't want to remember. You read the paper. You brought that in. We were not supposed to introduce any papers that had not been in our videos. That you agreed to.
James, here's what would happen, though. If you genuinely cared about this question, what you would do is you would go to Google Scholar and you'd put in some keywords and you'd find this Shostak paper.
You would not find that.
Hiding from it.
That has a trace. On clay, you get 37%. This says 80%. You can't have 1 out of every 3 be a wrong linkage. You would never code for a peptide with that. It's over.
How do you know? It says functional RNAs. You have no
Because it's
idea
a
what
trace,
RNAs do.
because it doesn't work.
Do you understand that
The
RNAs have
alignment is
catalytic
not right.
function? Do you understand that
No,
RNAs have
even if
catalytic
you have
function?
the wrong enantiomer, it doesn't work. Even Donna Blackman has said that in the papers
You
that
have
you
no
cited.
clue what Donna Blackman says. You quote mine her. You have no idea what her research is about. You just pretend to.
Okay, so there we go. I asked him to come up here and
Shostak
show me the
paper on
chemistry,
linkage
just like I
heterogeneity.
would do with a graduate student. I said,
Still
show me the
recognition and
chemistry.
catalytic
He
function.
did not.
I mean, you
Done.
can say that.
Done. You can't do this, you can't make
You
a
can
cell.
say
You
that,
can't
you
do
can
that, you
cheer,
can't make
but
a cell.
you're just
It's
lying.
over, buddy. It's over.
Wow. Lies and cheers. Amazing. Lies and cheers. Incredible.
So just from a chemical point of view, though, we would need to know what functional RNA meant.
Having catalytic properties.
I mean, because RNA has many functions.
It still has
so.
recognition and catalytic function. It lowers the melting point of the duplexes by destabilization, so separation can occur under reasonable conditions.
And what was the percentage? You got everything else written down. What was
James,
the
I'm
I don't
sorry
know.
that- I'm sorry that I don't have an encyclopedic
Benner's
knowledge
very
of
careful.
hundreds
He
of
would tell
papers.
us. It's
Okay.
in that paper because
But
that's what Benner.
you're basically calling
Sostek got
Shostak
upset
a
with
fraud.
Benner because he didn't do it.
But
Sostek would put that in the
No,
paper.
that's another great one. The Benner thing. Yeah, we're going to get to the Benner one.
Okay,
because
it's time to end that part, but I want to just pause. To have functional RNA, it has to do at least 3 things. It has to serve as messenger RNA, ribosomal RNA, and
no. Messenger RNA. Messenger RNA. You're talking about features of modern cells. We're talking about prebiotic nucleic
but ultimately
acids.
has to do that. So what function is my question? Did he show that it performed? 'Cause it has to at least perform one of the 3. Ultimately, it's going to have to perform all 3.
Yeah, I mean, it's replication. I'm not sure exactly in the context of the paper, but he's saying that 2' linkages don't matter. As though you people have any fucking clue what any of us are talking about. Oh, I know about RNA. No, you don't. You have no clue what either of us are saying. Deal with it. Answer the question. Anyone who thinks nucleotide polymerization to form RNA has not been demonstrated is clueless. It's been demonstrated by hundreds of researchers and is just
Show us.
canon.
Right here.
I
Here.
just showed you.
Do it. You got hundreds of examples. Show us. You won't come up.
What do you
won't
want
do
me
it.
to draw on the
You won't do
board,
it.
James? What do you want
You
me
won't
to
do it.
draw on the board?
Clueless.
Okay, well, let's go to the next round.
Yeah, that's why I brought a bunch of research James pretends isn't real, and you're all pretending to understand right now. Google? What?
Okay.
All right, let's go to the next round. Dave, you're next in terms of asking a question to.
All right. So we've been talking
Dr.
about peptides and nucleic acids, so I'll give a prompt on this too. So let's talk about biomolecules. Amino acids are ubiquitous and even form in space, and Strecker-like synthetic pathways have been known for decades. Amino acids polymerize to yield peptides. Again, James has humiliated himself even tonight, claiming peptides can't form in water, no matter how many references I show him. Here are some of the papers that we've been talking about. He keeps trying to talk about side chains because he hasn't admitted yet that this does happen. Peptide formation with prebiotic chemical activators. There are countless studies generating this. So the objections, like the reactions from side chains, I'm very sorry, but they have been addressed, showing regioselective coupling even for lysine. When he objects to this, he's just lying about what the paper is about. Then don't forget condensation by wet-dry cycling, as well as totally alternate synthetic pathways that don't involve condensation. Next, plenty of studies show prebiotic syntheses of nucleotides, and their adsorption and polymerization on clay has been studied for decades. These catalytic surfaces also protect RNA from degradation. This type of chemistry has been taken out of the lab and shown to work in prebiotic analog conditions, primarily hot springs, where biopolymers form efficiently and become encapsulated in vesicles. James ignores all of this research and just complains about aspects of experimental setup, like running reactions under argon, which is done specifically to avoid contact with the oxygen that wasn't present on the early Earth. Or he pretends prebiotically plausible reagents like DAP are not prebiotically plausible by only showing research from the 1950s instead of current research. He will wonder how nature knew to phosphorylate the 5' hydroxyl to get nucleotides, oblivious to research demonstrating that protection by borate minerals yields precisely that. In general, he ignores decades of research and just spews his script about how we don't know how to get these molecules. But we do, so let's continue talking about this.
Okay, so there were so many there. You know, this is called rapid fire so that you can't answer anymore.
I'm just showing you
all
all
right,
the research.
So you cited this paper where they used sulfur 4.
Okay.
This is not just water, it has activation. Once you activate, it is not amino acids polymerizing in water. As soon as you activate, it goes from being zwitterionic, to being not zwitterionic. It functionalizes on the carboxylic acid. That proton gets freed up. That proton gets freed up on the amine, and then it can do the attack.
You're describing
no,
mechanism
wait,
of
I'm not
amino
done.
acid
I'm not done. This
polymerization.
is my section. Let me get done here.
This is us talking together.
Alanine, phenylalanine, and serine. That is what he used. Alanine, phenylalanine. He had serine. He had the OH. He never used the ones that have the carboxylic acid, the aspartic acid that I told you. He never used the lysine.
Yeah.
This is the paper. That's why you couldn't get up, because this didn't solve it. I read the paper. It didn't solve it. Look at the list.
You claim
look
that
at the list
peptide
of,
formation
look at
in
the
water
list
was
of the
impossible.
ones that he used.
You claim that
it's
peptide...
not there.
James, you claimed that peptide formation in water was not possible countless
No,
times
it was.
in your
No,
content.
you said.
You never
said that
oh,
these,
it
no,
happens,
you
but
said
not
it
with
in your
lysine.
second series. You said with suitable activation.
Yeah,
That's the
chemical
key,
activation.
because they're no longer zwitterionic anymore. You said
James,
it was. No, you
amino
said.
acid,
You said
sulfur
peptide formation
trioxide,
in water
dipeptide.
was exergonic. In the very paper when you were showing Lee Cronin's work, where he showed delta G was positive, it was endogonic, you said it's exergonic.
No, I didn't say it was exergonic. What the
You
hell are you talking
absolutely
about?
did. You said
No.
it's exergonic.
It's endergonic. I know that it's endergonic.
No,
Look at
you
this
go
slide.
back to your video when you were discussing Lee Cronin's work, you said it's exergonic.
Nature does this with chemical activation, lowers the activation
and it goes
energy,
back the
and it
other way.
happens. And then the barrier is very large.
All right,
James,
you're
flailing
you asked
here.
me one specific question.
Amino
you
acid,
showed me a
sulfur
reference.
trioxide, dipeptide. What's wrong with that?
All right,
Explain
I'll
it to
tell
me.
you what's wrong. Don't move your slide.
Oh,
Don't
yeah.
move your slide.
Okay,
I'll
no,
tell you what's wrong. You look right there. You look right there at the first one is alanine, phenylalanine, serine, phenylalanine. None of them bear a carboxylic acid side chain. None of them bear an amine side chain. Don't you see how he cherry-picked this thing? So it can only... I'm not moving any goalposts.
Is this prebiotically plausible dipeptide formation?
Not,
Can you give that?
not the dipeptide I showed you.
For these
if you don't even have one,
these
if you don't even have
James.
one. Yes, this only gives you the, it doesn't give you the functional ones.
Amino acid, sulfur trioxide, dipeptide.
Only for half of the amino
water.
acids.
So what?
What do you mean, so what?
But you're not even conceding that.
You have to have 20
You're not even
amino
conceding
acids
that.
participating. They load the chemistry. They keep selecting the ones that only work under their conditions. They can't do it with the free carboxylic acid. They can't do it with the free
You
amine.
pretend that peptide bond formation in water is impossible. I've showed you all
I
of
didn't
that
say
research.
it's impossible if you have activation. You only said that in your second series, and you know it.
No, you've never
you
said.
know it.
No, you've never said with activation it's possible. You keep saying it's impossible, and you even play the clip of me going, "I have references," and then you just cut it off. And you continue to
Don't you
pretend that the research
understand?
isn't there.
Of course, I explained this to you. Even with Bruce Lipshitz's was proper activation in his.
Bruce Lipshitz's research was not prebiotically relevant. I never said it was. I was just having a chemist explain how you're wrong because it's useful.
No, but I'm saying the activation part was there. The activation part. Do you have another
what
specific
does that have to
question?
do with sulfur trioxide?
Bring up another picture.
Are you saying sulfur trioxide is not
rapid
prebiotically
fire.
relevant?
I only remembered this one. Do you have another question for me?
Huh?
You have another question for me?
The question.
Come on, bring it on.
There's no question. I explained a bunch of research about peptides and RNA that you're pretending isn't real. Right? You're just shifting the goalposts about lysine, and I'm showing you another paper.
Mr.
where Powder got
Farina!
it.
Here!
What do you want me?
Go! You don't do it! You just talk.
Why
Show
would
me
I
the chemistry.
Why would I try to draw
I told you I would
structures?
speak to you as I would speak to any
James,
graduate student.
if
And I would
I-
tell them to come to the
if
board
I
and
wrote
write.
this-
Come to the board and write.
If I wrote
Show me
this
the chemistry.
scheme on the board, would you suddenly accept it? Why are you so obsessed with me using
Because
chalk?
you can't show a chemistry that's going to give you the 3-5 to the exclusion of the 2-5.
You're
You mentioned
jumping
mock
around
mineralizite,
like crazy.
and I showed you 37%.
This is called the Gish Gallop, everybody. This is called the Gish Gallop. Oh, peptides? You got peptides? Okay, you don't get the lysine residue. Oh, you got the lysine residue? Well, you can't get the 2' linkages. Oh, they got the 2' linkages? They can't get this. This is his tactic. I'm showing a mountain of research that invalidates all of his objections, and he's just denying it. I don't care what any of you guys are saying. None of you have any capacity to read this literature, and you're just blindly believing James. You have no idea what he's talking about.
Let's close this session. I have a couple of comments. One is we'll have the opportunity for the audience to ask questions at the end, so we'd appreciate it if the audience would not ask questions at this point.
Yeah, that'd be good.
Number one. Number two, I want to make sure everybody in the audience understands the term exergonic and endergonic. So that has to do with the free energy change, the standard free energy change in a chemical reaction. If the standard free energy change in a chemical reaction is negative or exergonic, it means the reaction goes in the direction as written. If it's positive, endergonic.
Yep.
So just to clarify that.
And modifying the carboxyl moiety makes the reaction with the amino group work. That's great.
Okay, and then lastly, the argument that you guys are having, the debate, I should say, that you're having about the nucleosides, I don't hear anything about the stereochemistry.
I've already given him the stereochemistry of all small molecules. I've conceded that.
That's my third prompt, so
I've conceded
we'll get to homochirality. That's going to happen in a second.
But that is so important, of course.
Yeah, it's very important, but I conceded it so I can just get to these other things. Right. Okay, polysaccharides. I want to take two of these and couple them together just to make a dimer. That's it, just to make a dimer here. Make a disaccharide of glucose. What we've established here is that in this coupling, this is down. This is the alpha configuration at that center. We've also established that this hydroxyl did not participate. This hydroxyl did not participate. This hydroxyl do not participate. In order to do this biologically, not prebiotically, but biologically, you have to use an enzyme that has about 1,000 amino acids in it. So the probability of that forming randomly would be 20 to the 1,000th. I mean, it's just a crazy big number. If something's bigger than 10 to the 50th, you don't have enough time in the universe. Here, you wouldn't have enough time in a billion universes. Is there any chemistry that you can show me that's prebiotically relevant that would do this coupling? And you will say, oh, I argue that only enzymes can do this. You don't have enzymes because you couldn't make them here. You couldn't make them there. No enzymes. You're lost. We already established you don't have enzymes. There's no enzymes yet on the prebiotic earth. You couldn't make them. You're clueless on that.
Okay, time is up.
I showed peptide formation and I showed RNA formation, and this entire talking point is a non-starter.
When you can't do it with half of the amino acids, you didn't make it with the peptides. When you can't control that 2,5 linkage that's 30 to 70% 2,5, you haven't made any functional nucleotide.
Okay,
so you don't have those two.
You're calling Shostak a liar because functional RNA was the first two words in the title of the paper. So you are actively calling
You remember what I told you about the title of papers?
Again.
Remember what I told you about? It's a bunch of hype. That's why I said, Mr. Farina, show us the data. Show us the data. And you said you read the paper and you couldn't find
I showed you a bunch of papers.
You couldn't find in there how much 2,5 he has.
You just start
Shostak
shouting
is very
and then people
careful.
clap for you.
He would supply that number.
Okay, James. So check it out. You're completely unhinged and wrong about everything we said about polypeptides and polynucleotides. However, let's take that out of the equation, okay, because you said you're going to give me all the molecules, whatever you said earlier. Will you concede that this is a perfectly viable explanation for biologically relevant polysaccharides?
You only came out with that in your second series. In your first video on me, you said these just keep hooking on the end. Only when I nailed you on it did you come out in your second one and say, "Oh, I meant it had enzymes." Okay, with enzymes you can get it, but you don't yet have enzymes.
You're talking about peptides.
You don't
You're
have
just
enzymes.
lying about what I said.
That's why I put polysaccharide number 3 to show that you couldn't make enzymes.
You're wrong, and we do have enzymes. But if you'll grant me the enzymes anyway in this magical world that you've invented, where will you concede that this is a perfectly viable explanation for biologically relevant polysaccharides? Enzymes did it, just like they do today. Can you wrap your head around that, James?
Give me a minute to wrap my head around it.
Give you a minute to know what enzymes are and what they do?
Just give me.
If enzymes exist, can we get biologically relevant polysaccharides? Yes or no?
Here is the enzyme that do this. This is the enzyme that does this. It is 98 kilodaltons. It's 20 to the 842. That's 10 to the 1094 possible scenarios. If you have anything more,
is that the enzyme that does this today,
to the 50th,
or is that the enzyme
you don't
that
have
did this
enough
4
time
billion years
in our
ago?
universe. In 14 billion years.
Wow, big numbers, guys.
Yeah, big numbers. So this is the type of enzyme that you would have to have.
So this is an enzyme that exists today.
Yes.
And is the product of 4 billion years, or however many billion years of evolution. Not sure when this exactly came about. Is it possible that another enzyme that doesn't have this exact sequence could perform this chemistry? Yeah?
Well, let's take a look at that.
I mean, or you could just answer the question.
Let me tell you something. Let's take a look at that. This is a little molecule, right? This is a little 6-carbon molecule.
Sure.
You know how what it took to make this? It takes 11 enzymes, 4 of them unique, and 4 activators, and these 15 steps today to make it. You're telling me on an early Earth there was some enzyme that magically put this molecule together. This takes 14 enzymes.
You're talking about a monosaccharide?
This is
James, remember Benner's research?
Monosaccharide. This is 10 to the 65,000.
James, foremost makes sugars. Foremost reaction makes sugars. What are you talking about? You're talking about ribose?
Because they've never been able to separate those. They've never been able to use those sugars for anything.
What do you mean?
Because they're so contaminated. Name me one person that has one person that has made a stereo-controlled reaction to make glucose, and that could ever separate it from the mess that you get.
Why would they have to separate it?
Nobody.
Why would they have to separate it?
You have to separate it.
Why? You have to separate it in the lab because you need to characterize it because you're a chemist.
No,
Nature doesn't need to
take
do that.
it on to the next step. There's so many.
Molecules that are in a mixture can't do chemistry?
What did Lee Cronin tell you? In the foremost
I don't know,
reaction,
he's not my
you
favorite
get
scientist, like
billions
you say.
of compounds.
Yeah.
In seconds to hours, you get billions.
And that's why they do all this research on mineral surfaces because it tamed.
The mineral surface
taming the common
surface didn't take care of it. You want to get into what Benner did?
Remember the NMR spectrum? Remember the billions of compounds?
Okay,
and the NMR
you want me
spectrum
to
that you
address
can't read
Benner's
because you're a
problem?
buffoon?
Here's Benner's problem. All right, you want me to address that? We'll address it. All right,
Foremost gives you sugars. I'm sorry, James. I don't know what to tell you here. You're just in denial of reality, and it's unfortunate that you cannot read a 13th NMR spectrum.
Here's Benner's reaction to make his 4 compounds.
Sure.
Here's his reaction, okay? So here he goes through this. What did he do? Here's the experimental procedure. What he did is he silated it. He silated it with this NO-bis trimethylsilyl-trifluoroacidamide. He silated it, he ran, and then he filtered it twice. It was filtered twice before it ever got on the GC to filter out many of the things.
Because he's doing characterization, James.
No.
He has to verify
he's telling us he made 4 compounds. Here's the 4 compounds he says he made, okay?
James, do you understand?
But what do you think all these other peaks are? What are all these other peaks that he's even filtered out?
He got 5 different sugars.
Now, let's even just say it was 4. Let's say he just made 4.
This is pathetic.
No.
You're covering for the fact that you can't read a 13C NMR spectrum.
Here he gives his half-life. He gives the half-life of each of these compounds on his borate glass, on his colmanite. Here is the half-life. You know what half-life means? That in a few hours, half of it is decomposed. What did it decompose into, Steve Benner? I asked Steve Benner this very question. You said it has a half-life. What did it decompose into?
And then he never got back to you because he's tired of you slandering him on the internet?
You know what Steve Benner said to me? He
What did
said
he say?
nothing. He answered every other question but that. Then, so I wrote to him back in January. I tried to understand from him, how did he get that? Now, let's say he did have just 4 compounds, and he made 200 mers. That would give you 10 to the 120 different RNA molecules. 10 to the 120. Remember, 10 to the 50, 10 to the 90 is the number of elemental particles in the universe.
Okay, we're a little
in the
bit
universe.
These numbers are
This guy made
Dr.
10
Torres
to the
are
meaningless for
120
shock value.
different molecules. It's totally useless. Totally useless.
Have you seen this
is what
one
they
by
do.
Joyce?
We're a little bit over, so we need
Okay,
to go
I'm
now
done.
to the next
All right.
volley.
So, who asks now? Okay.
Is that me? All right. Let me get to my start. Okay. Okay, let's talk homochirality. Living organisms use L amino acids for proteins and D sugars for nucleic acids.
I've given you all the chirality. I've given it to you.
Yeah, this is my 2 minutes, James. Keep quiet. So first it should be noted that Dave doesn't know chemistry. Farina had to teach James the definition of homochiral. He was using it improperly. But more importantly, James either fumbles or ignores all the research in this area. This all started when I cited a singular paper talking about stochastic crystallizations of amino acids. In his content, James deflected to another paper, complained about EE and yield for a while, and totally ignored the data in the paper, referring to this train wreck as having a field day compared with my ability to actually discuss the paper properly. If James would like, I can get him up to speed on stochastic crystallization tonight. But to give a brief overview, we know that threonine and asparagine crystallize as one enantiomer. Research has shown glutamic and aspartic acid to do the same under metastable conditions, plus co-crystallization of all others in tandem with asparagine at yields and EEs James pretends aren't real. Beyond this, deracemization has been demonstrated via sublimation, so even racemic crystals can become enantiopure. Donna Blackman has done a lot of work in this area, so James decided to quote mine her like crazy in his content, pretending some things she said about parity violation somehow describe homochirality in general. In reality, her review, Spoilt for Choice, from way back in 2007, already summarizes many of the ways homochirality can have come about, which means we don't know precisely how it happened, only because we know of so many feasible options. Then there is research showing how homochirality can have evolved at the polymer level rather than the monomer, but still prior to the emergence of life, and then more research discussing homochirality after the simplest life emerged. Here is a handy chart depicting all the possibilities, so there are lots of places for us to begin this discussion.
Okay, I just want you to understand what the man has just done, and he keeps doing, is he's reading exactly the script from his YouTube video. He cannot speak chemistry on the fly.
I wrote this
He's
script
reading
for this
the
debate.
script from his YouTube video. That's exactly what he's doing. So let me answer this.
Because it's 2 minutes, and I like to pack
Look,
in a lot
I've
of
already
information.
given him the chirality. I gave it to him, but he has to come back to this because he's got nothing else.
Yeah, but you keep saying we're
All right,
clueless about
so
homochirality,
your
so we're
article,
going to talk
Spoilt
about
for
it.
Choice, what you said, your exact words, they're here on the screen. You said, Mr. Farina, you said, spoilt for choice, we know of too many ways that homochirality can have arisen to say for certain which one it was. Her own words, unquote. I got this from his YouTube video. Well, that's not what the title is. Let's read the title with me. Spoilt for Choice, Assessing Phase Behavior Models for the Evolution of Homochirality.
Wow.
He said the title was one thing and it's a totally different thing. Now, he goes on. Let's look at the paper. Let's look at the paper. Now, she says, she's giving here, she says, in this magazine, Chemistry World, which is not a mainline journal, she says they are talking about models and she's disagreeing with them. He says they are saying it's spoiled for choice. This is not what she's talking about. She's talking about phase behaviors here. So this is the magazine she was quoting from. And then she says, solution solid equilibrium, time is on our side. Dave says time is on our side means that, that time doesn't hurt us in synthesis. That's not what she meant. She's just using this as poetry in the sense that she says the next one, good things come to those who wait.
James, you said
so
you said show me the data.
Yeah, I'm showing you the data. What
you
she
remember
shows
when you couldn't
no,
read
what
this
she,
paper?
What
it was
she
really
shows
funny.
in her own paper, she shows two methods, a kinetic method and a thermodynamic
You're
method.
running out the clock. I don't know what you're talking about. I showed you
I'm
about
not done.
crystals.
I'm
I
not
showed you about
done.
coke. You're
I'm not done.
You haven't
The
started. You haven't
thermodynamic
said
method and the kinetic method. So here she says simply sublime. Are you going to say that that means something? No, she's
Yes,
just
it
using
means
the term.
something.
Now look at her
Deracemization-
references. So here's the reference section.
Do you know what sublime means? Do you know what sublime means?
References.
Sublimation.
Of course, sublimation.
Yeah.
That's exactly what I'm saying.
Okay.
Sublime. This is what she's saying. Simply sublime. It means sublimation. She's not. There's nothing deeper here. You're trying to say that there's something deeper. The time is on our side. You even said in the video, James has to understand that.
Crystals become enantioenriched.
Let's look at her papers.
You're
Let's look at the
pretending it doesn't
papers that
happen.
she cites. This is a review article. So we go to the exact papers. Here's her exact paper. She's using chloroform. She's using DMSO. How relevant is dimethyl sulfoxide and chloroform in a prebiotic
You're cherry
sense?
picking. A lot of people do this in
What
water.
do you mean I'm cherry picking? You put it under non-prebiotic conditions, you can get synthetic chemistry to go. This is from Donna Blackman's own paper. This is the paper she cited in the review. The review doesn't give you detail. Then you look up the other.
You're cherry picking one aspect of the
review. This is her review article. Let's
Remember
look another
when I said
paper.
he combs the experimental section for a tiny detail he thinks invalidates
Here
the
is the
study?
paper for sublimation. All right? Here's the paper she cites for sublimation. You look it up. This is a paper by Cooks. What you do is you take your material here, you take your material, and you put it in this...
what does it have to do with the origin of life?
Because we're going to see if it's really prebiotically relevant. You put it in a hot tube that's at 175 degrees, and right next to it, you put a collection system that's at minus 78 degrees. Yeah, on an early Earth, that's really going to be possible. And so you have something 175 degrees, something at minus 78 degrees,
trying to
and it's
demonstrate
sublime.
prebiotic relevance?
No, wait a minute.
You're
I'm not
trying to
done.
monopolize
So she
the
says
time,
it's sublime.
James.
She
She's
says
referencing a phenomenon that exists and then applying it to origin of life research.
In order for this reaction to
All
work,
right.
she says this is her own paper. This is your paper, the one she cited. She says, if the first enantiomeric imbalance was brought to Earth by fractionation of the organic space dust,
which is totally possible,
via sublimation, and then it landed in a pond and magically crystallized under these very stringent
What do you mean,
chloroform
magically
DMSO
crystallized?
conditions. You couple these two crazy hard things together, then maybe we could get it.
When the temperature
There
goes
it is.
down,
That's
things
your
crystallize.
paper. That's your
Holy
paper.
smokes.
Read the paper. Look at the experimental. Look at the references. It can't be done.
This is complete
It's
incredulity.
going to be coming from one thing to the other. Can't be done.
Do you understand that we can get enantioenrichment by co-crystallization? You're going all over the place just so that you don't have to talk about the papers I'm showing you. Do you see all 12 of these amino acids are resolving at once? It's stochastic, so it's random every time, and you can get very high EEs. Remember when you
I've
pretended these
conceded
EEs
it
weren't
all
real?
to you, but I'm telling you, these are under amazingly stringent conditions
But they aren't.
that are very
But they
hard.
aren't. But they aren't.
But they are. But they
No,
are. I
but they
showed you
aren't.
the setup. I showed you the setup.
You showed me something that Donna referenced as a proof of concept that she then takes into account for origin of life research.
But you have
It's a
to do
completely
that.
separate paper.
No, the sublimation.
She's saying this is chemistry that has been
Look,
demonstrated
I've given
with
you
some
even
apparatus.
the amino acids I cited in that paper. That paper, you
James,
got 1% of the pure material.
Let's
You got
put it this way.
1%. It's a
One
very
more
difficult thing. But
statement.
anyway, I've conceded
you
that.
have
to
made a 10-hour
you
course
keep,
on
you keep coming back
and
to
you say
this.
homochirality, we're clueless about it.
You
and
just said
don't
homochirality.
show
Oh,
any
there's the
of
word.
this
There's the word, homochirality. You used it over and over again in your videos until you talked to Donna Blackman. You used it over and over again. You have many references to homochirality referring to
in
small
your content,
molecules.
you talk about how we're clueless about homochirality all the time. That's why I show this to show you that we're not.
All right.
Crystallization,
Okay.
sublimation.
Okay, it's time-
These are
it's time to
processes
move to
by
the
which
next
this
round.
happens. Thank you. You can't hide forever, James. Can't hide forever.
Just a quick comment about homochirality and enantiomerically pure. They started as different terms, but chemical technology and not technology, but chemical nomenclature changes all the time. Blending now, people using homochirality, being enantiomerically pure.
I've never heard anyone say homochiral glucose and have that mean something accurate.
And we used to talk about stereospecific reactions and stereoselective reactions. Those have become blended now. They have very
Those also mean different things.
firm definitions. Very fortunately, you change what happens. That's already happened.
That's just an error, though, because they do have very specific definitions.
But organic chemistry is a language, and languages change, nomenclature change.
Yeah, but specificity and selectivity, different things. I think we should push back on people.
Stereoselectivity and stereospecificity.
Yeah, or
Okay,
regiospecificity.
can we get on, because we got to...
Yeah, sure.
All right. Specified information is the next piece. Specified information. We have to have some information for the coding in a cell. Here is Lee Cronin, your favorite counselor on origin of life. Here's what he says. He says, because there's some contingent information embodied outside the genome. He goes through and he says how people have claimed to have made cells. This is where he's explaining what he means by origin of life research is a scam. It is a scam. I say they're clueless. He says scam. Take whichever term you want. This is his favorite guy. He's come around. He's born again now. He says, but coming back to the scam is, if we just make this RNA, we've got this. You know this fluke event? We know how that's simple. Let's make the phosphodiester. Let's make ATP. We've got that part nailed. Let's now make another molecule and another. And how many molecules are going to be enough? And then he describes Craig Venter's work, which I talk about all the time. And he says, Venter says he made life. He says, not quite. He facsimiled a genome from this entity, and he made it in the lab. And then he put it into an existing cell. He said he had to take an existing cell that has a causal chain going back to Luca. Luca is the last universal common ancestor, not the first cell, but the cell from which all other cells on Earth are presumed to have come. He says there was something outside of this. He says you couldn't make a cell from scratch. He says, but even today, all of synthetic biologists cannot make a cell from scratch because there's something contingent information embodied outside the genome of the cell. This isn't Jim Tour, the religious guy, saying this. This is Lee Cronin, the non-religious guy, saying this. He's seeing what I see. This is what I'm saying. Where does the specified information come from, Mr. Farina? Where does it come from? Tell us. Here, take the chalk. Write it for us. Anywhere you want.
Take the chalk.
Write it for us. Tell us.
Don't show me research. Take the chalk. Please, take the chalk. Okay, so Venter is a synthetic biologist. He's not an origin of life researcher. So that is not actually terribly relevant. There's some overlap, but that's not how life began. So when you take extant life and strip things away, that is not directly addressing the origin of life. So you're taking a completely different field. Information is in nucleic acids and peptides.
No, that is like that.
Nucleic acids don't convey information? Are you joking?
There is no information there to give you the prescription you need.
What do you mean, no information?
Because what I'm telling you is it has what is called Shannon information. It's information from randomness, which is not specified.
The sequence of monomers
you need
is the
specified information. This man is seeing it. Even Benner.
The sequence
you want to
of
quote
monomers
what Benner
is the
says about
information.
this? I mean, I have that quote too. Benner sees the same thing that I'm seeing. He says it's informationless.
James, I find it hilarious that you continue to pretend that origin of life researchers are pretending that origin of life research is invalid. Don't you think that's a really dumb lie to be telling? You're definitely just pretending. You're taking, he's having a lighthearted podcast conversation, and you're pretending that Lee Cronin is going, origin of life research is stupid. All of my work is stupid. Why would you think anyone would believe that?
Okay, here he is. He wrote it. Here he puts up this tweet. Origin of life research is a scam. Somebody says, why? He says, because no one is really trying to actually answer the question or thinks it can be done.
Okay, so...
There it is, Lee Cronin.
Yeah, an origin of life researcher...
He's sitting in his office tweeting this stuff.
An origin of life researcher is admitting that his entire body of work is meaningless. That is really...
No, he's not saying his entire body of work. He's saying he's come to a realization of this.
If we're being honest, slightly arrogant.
He's come to a realization by looking at the data.
The
material must have come from outside
the
genome.
Everybody. Yes, Lee Cronin is pretending all of his work and that of all of his colleagues is meaningless.
He's your favorite advisor.
James.
He's your man. Over and over again. You gave him half of an entire video, Lee Cronin.
If I write not clueless, does that win? James, you're bringing up synthetic biology because you refuse to engage with the actual research of systems chemistry, which is my next prompt.
He's the one who said synthetic biologists can't do this.
He's a synthetic biologist.
He says
he's not an origin of life researcher.
Today, synthetic biologists cannot make a cell from scratch.
He's mimics of current extant life.
Yeah, nobody can do this. Nobody's good enough. Nobody's good enough for Dave. You ought to do it, Dave. Why don't you make it happen?
What do you mean?
The reason you don't do it, the reason you think these guys have everything is because you're very shallow in your understanding. You believe this
James,
nonsense
you
that they
can't
put
read
in
a
the title.
13C
It
NMR
said it in the
spectrum.
title, so it
You
has to be.
fumble
I
every
told you
single
the
paper
titles
you
are
touch.
hyped. They are hyped. Look at the data. I urged you in my opening statement. Look at the data.
Thousands of researchers, nothing but hype, and only James is right. That sounds really realistic, huh?
I'm done. I mean, yeah. You want to go on to the next one?
I've got one more prompt, and that's it, so let's do that.
Oh,
one.
I've got plenty. I've got plenty.
Yeah.
I got plenty of barriers you got to get by.
Well,
the
we
last one being assemble a cell for me.
Your prompts are all just clueless because I say so.
So we don't have a
Clueless
lot
'cause
of
I say
time, so it really is going to only be one more
Okay.
volley.
All right. Okay.
Just
Well,
me. All
Dave.
right. So finally, we get to the most important concept that James is desperately ignoring. This is the one that debunks his idiotic straw man, where he wonders why nobody can synthesize a living cell. After all, if abiogenesis was some molecules floating together and boom, life exists, why can't scientists do it? Well, newsflash, nature also didn't do that. What current science suggests is that RNA molecules with catalytic properties called ribozymes came about, and some of these became self-replicating. And then systems of RNA and proteins enclosed in vesicles complexified over millions of years until a protocell was formed. Of the mountain of relevant literature, here are just a few that show how ribozymes form cooperative cycles and networks, engage in self-sustained replication, and have been demonstrated to evolve by natural selection. James is allergic to discussing anything that invalidates one of his mantras: selection doesn't happen on the molecular level. This is objectively false, and it is the key phenomenon that led from systems of random biomolecules to the first living organism. In order to hand-wave away this research, James makes completely unsubstantiated claims, like how replicators can only copy 10% of themselves. Nope, fully self-replicating ribozymes were shown as early as 2002, in some cases exhibiting Darwinian evolution, with many other examples by various mechanisms since then. And as early as 2013, ribozymes catalyzed synthesis of RNA longer than itself. Every time James whines about aspects of modern eukaryotic cells that are a product of 4 billion years of evolution, like CISS, interactomes, or anything having to do with DNA whatsoever, he's just desperately avoiding this mountain of science. He's never read any of this literature. He can't even define the word autocatalysis, despite me having taught it to him. And why? Because self-replicating molecules that evolve by natural selection, that sounds just a little too relevant to the origin of life, now doesn't it?
Yeah, tremendous reading skills. I'm telling you, he's reading from his videos.
You
don't have to watch his videos. He just read it. The man cannot speak.
I guess the
chemistry.
research isn't real
He
because
has
I
people
wrote
writing
words
this text for him, and he comes in here.
I guess research isn't real because Dave wrote
so
words
let me
and
answer
read
your
them.
question.
You people are idiots.
In your latest video, you said, because I say, well, why don't you just take a dead cell and bring it back to life? Because at least everything is kind of there. And he says, oh, you know, and he says, but it actually has been done. He actually says the words, it has been done.
James, why are you jumping to a completely different topic? We're talking about systems
because
chemistry.
we're talking about cells. We're talking about bringing this back to life. This man stood there and said that they took dead cells and they brought them
he's
back to
talking
life.
about something completely unrelated. Do you wonder why? Because he cannot address this research. Because he's talking about something totally different. He is a gish galloper, like Kent Hovind. Hey, look over here. We don't want to talk about this research.
You have to take that and apply it. You want to apply that, you have to bring... You said that they took dead cells because the pig was dead,
James,
and so the cells must have been dead too.
Is this an
Let me tell you what we do in our laboratory. We will take a rodent that is dead, take its leg, and keep the cells alive for a week. It was never dead. You said after an hour it came back alive. It was never dead, Dave. Totally misinterpreted that article, like all your articles.
But back to what I was talking about, do you agree that this research shows replicators that evolve by natural selection? Because it does.
No.
Do you? No. Oh, okay. So Gerald Joyce is a fraud. You're calling Gerald Joyce a fraud right now? You should be careful right now.
No, because he doesn't copy DNA. How much of the DNA did he copy? You read the paper, I read the...
Fully self-replicating. Fully self-replicating.
No, he did not fully self-replicate it. There's not more than 10. Show me. You got the paper there. No, show it. No.
RNA enzyme, dude, these are completely fully self-replicating.
Without an enzyme, it has never been shown without an enzyme.
Do you know what self-replicating means?
Without an enzyme, it has never replicated more than 10% of itself.
An autocatalyst is a catalyst that makes itself. From the prefix.
Mr. Farina, you have the paper. Show us in the paper.
What do you mean, show you the paper? This is the paper that you're pretending.
Show me how much. Did he say that how much of it was copied?
Fully self-replicating. Fully self-replicating,
Not fully
James.
self-replicating. Not.
No.
It is not. Nobody has ever copied more than 10% without an enzyme.
But
I don't believe that.
But it is. Yeah. So let's see. We've got a lot of these. Okay, well, I already showed them. Yeah, self-sustained replication of an RNA enzyme. Cross-replicating RNA enzymes undergo self-sustained
how much was replicated?
Huh?
How much was replicated? How much?
James, fully replicated.
It is not fully replicated. No way. There is no way.
What we're seeing right now is James calling Gerald Joyce
of this
a
is
fraud.
replicated. It is not fully replicated. If it was fully replicated, he would have said fully replicated. It is not.
20-fold amplification.
They take a long bit and they duplicate this much of it.
James, how would it retain catalytic activity?
Even if they could duplicate the whole thing, you're
James
still
is
stuck
baselessly denying a body of work and pretending that no one will notice.
Where did
and
the
pretending that and hoping
come
you'll just
from?
believe him.
Where did it come from? You couldn't make it. And you can't assemble a cell and you can't bring one back to life.
Switch to something else, right? Switch to something else. Don't look. Don't look at this research. Don't look at fully self-replicating molecules. I guess if I write clueless a bunch of times, I won the debate, right? Should I write not clueless? James, I've showed you prebiotically plausible routes to all of those molecules.
All of these you did not show. I asked you specific chemistry. All you can do is write one word. You showed us no chemistry because you understand zero. You understand none of it.
Clueless.
Gentlemen,
you cannot address the research because you don't want it to be true, and we all know
I'm
why.
glad you have mind reading. In addition to all your talents, you can mind read now.
I guess Gerald Joyce is a fraud, huh? He didn't do it.
Gentlemen, this part of the debate has come to an end. If there is nothing else we can say, one thing we can say is that it has been a lively debate.
Yeah.
So let's give another round to our debaters for this session. But wait, there is time for questions. So if you have a question, you're going to have to queue up either on that side or that side, whichever side is closest to you. And please, we only have a half an hour. Please limit your question to a single question. Moreover, that single question should take no longer than 30 seconds. We want to get as many questions in as possible. Address your question to either Mr. Farina or Dr. Tor. Each of them will have 1 minute to answer the question. If it's addressed to both of them, it'll be 2 minutes total. If it's addressed to one of them, only 1 minute total. We don't have for dialogue in this part of the debate. We're going to start on this side, and then we're going to go back and forth.
Mr. Farina, you showed the formation of polypeptides. For the record, did the literature that you cited include examples of using unprotected amino acids that are functional with amino or carboxylic groups?
Yeah, I showed you the one by Powner.
I didn't see anything functionalized with amino
There was
or
no amino
carboxylic
acids
groups
there.
that
They
were
were
free.
unprotected. They were
No,
unprotected.
they were aminonitriles.
No, you're talking about a completely different paper, James. You're talking about a different synthetic pathway to get peptides where he didn't go through amino acid condensation. I'm talking about a completely different paper where he did indeed get coupling and there was no interference from side chains, even lysine.
See, you showed that one.
We
The
talked
ones
about
that
it
you
multiple
showed them,
times.
You showed the ones without, you mentioned hydroxyl groups. You didn't show something unprotected with amino or carboxylate. So I just wanted for the record to confirm on that.
No, I did. That one.
Specifically to amino or carboxylate. You did mention about hydroxyl, thank you for that. But for the amino and carboxylate, which are very reactive and very important because they're in a lot
Sorry, guys, I got a lot of
amino
slides here.
acids.
Can we make sure that these papers are
Here you go.
posted on this
Sorry.
YouTube video?
The most selective peptide ligation that
on this
tolerates
video.
all proteinogenic side chains.
Yeah.
All.
Now my
All
answer to
proteinogenic
that
side chains.
is thank you, what she said.
Right.
Next
Thank
question.
you for reminding us about the paper I showed that does answer the question.
Next question.
Okay.
Yeah.
Dr. Tor, firstly, can I write my question on the blackboard?
You have 30 seconds for your question according to the moderator.
So if it seems like you keep on saying that we don't know X, so what is your current scientific hypothesis as to the origin of life? And if it's not God, how is that, or if it is God, how is that not a God of gaps?
Scientifically, I have no idea. To say you have no idea doesn't mean that you're saying God of the gaps. Imagine a man in the year 1700. You ask him, are we going to have space flight? How on earth could he even know that? There was no flight at all, let alone space flight. Are we going to be able to land a man on the moon? He can't say. I am like a man standing in 1700 and you're saying, can we put people on the moon and bring them back? I have no idea. That is not God of the gaps to say you don't know. Everybody wants to say God of the gaps because they want to say that they're very close. And this is why these guys say that they're going to get it in 2 years, in 3 years, in 5 years. And it keeps not happening. And these guys are getting old and they're retiring. Benner keeps talking about his retirement. They're all going to die of old age before this thing is found. Their students are going to die of old age before we find this because we're very far away. Because each year the cellular target gets further away because we learn more about the complexity of even the simplest of cells. I don't know.
So my very brief response would be James doesn't know how life began, so there is a gap in his knowledge, but he believes that God created life because of religious scripture. So that's the God of the gaps. You can cry about it all you want. That's what you believe. Sorry.
Please make sure that when you address your question, to say whether you're addressing it to either Mr. Farina, Dr. Tor, or both.
My question is for both Dr. Tor and Mr. Farina. It's simply put, what is one thing that they admire about each other's scientific career?
Okay, let me start. This man has said multiple times that I have called him stupid. I have never called him stupid because I don't think he's stupid. I have said he's clueless on this topic. I have said he cannot read the scientific literature. That doesn't mean stupid. This man has become a musician, and then he went out, and in 2015, he started an educational site, which is huge. Stupid people can't do that. I admire him. This is an educational site, and I have never called him stupid because he's not stupid. He's not stupid. So I admire him for his educational site. And from what I understand, I'm not a musician. From what I understand, what people have said, he's an excellent musician. I admire him for that as well. His wife is here. He's a father. He has 2 children. I admire that a man can have a wife and 2 children and stay married and do these things these days. That is wonderful. That is wonderful. I admire that.
I admire the tenacity with which you stick to a script of lies. It's actually quite impressive. I never said Dave was stupid. I just said his content is a manure dump. I just said everything he says is wrong. I said he's clueless. I said he doesn't know chemistry. Although, again, who's used my content to pass his class? Anybody here? That's what I thought, James. He doesn't know chemistry, yet I'm helping your students. Isn't that interesting?
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Would you like to retract any of these statements?
Or
perhaps all of them?
On origin of life? No. Does Farina know chemistry? No.
I don't know
like
chemistry.
You have
I
a
don't know
script.
chemistry,
Anybody
yet I
can
have a
read a
very
script. You saw it tonight. The man could not speak without a script. He has people write it. You could do it. You could do it.
When
you
you
could do it
have
if they
2
put a piece
minutes
of
to
paper in
talk.
front of you.
You write and you speak.
Okay.
Efficiency.
Next
Efficiency
question.
means I don't know
He
chemistry.
can't speak chemistry.
Next
Every
question.
time I ask him a question, he's going through his, let me see what I can find
James,
here.
if you
the man
can't-
couldn't speak.
If you can't admit that every statement on there is complete bullshit, you are admitting your fraudulence
Gentlemen,
for everyone.
we want to make sure.
I'm not withdrawing any of those.
We want to make sure people have a chance to ask questions. Next question.
Dr. Tour, it seems like most of your critiques rest on so far unjustified assumptions, so I would like to give you the opportunity here to justify at least one of those assumptions. The very first one, your very first question to Dave, seems like you admit that you can form peptide bonds for some of the amino acids in aqueous solutions without protecting groups. You point out specifically lysine and arginine, and I would like to ask, why are you assuming that lysine and arginine and all 20 amino acids were there from the very first, the origin of life? Could you just justify that assumption for us? Why couldn't you have life from like just some of the amino acids that later
Spend
on
30
incorporates all
seconds.
20? Okay,
So my contest on the amino acid claims was he kept saying amino acids are simple to make in water. That's what he said in his series. But then, when challenged on that, he came out later and he said, when activated. When you activate them, they go from being zwitterionic to being non-zwitterionic. This is what I was getting at. So somebody coached him on this. Tour must be right on activation. Now, to your next question. Could there have been life with half of the amino acids? We have no idea. Even if I gave you half of the amino acids, now what? Now what? Let me tell you, because if you have 100 amino acids, the chances of getting anything with prescribed information is say you have half of them, is 10 to the 100th. Yes, it is. Now, the chances of that folding, a 100 mer, the chances of it folding are what? 10 to the 90. All right.
Okay.
So Leventhal paradox. One form. But Leventhal paradox. No way. The vast majority do not fold.
Time is up
They
for
don't
that
fold.
question. Next question on this side.
I was just wondering, what's your opinion on Tour just constantly yelling over you, not letting you speak, and just screaming the entire time? Okay, you could not say anything.
Hey, look at everyone
ruptured
doing
my
that right
eardrum.
now to the question, right? Yeah, you guys are all
Yeah,
the
and that's
same.
really all I want to say. I just want to know why. Why do you think he's doing it? Why is he just yelling over you the entire time?
Well, the more he yells, the less I can say and the less I can prove him wrong, right? It's a pretty obvious tactic.
Next question.
All right, my question is for Tor. So I was just wondering, when it comes to self-replicating ribosomes, which we talked about in step number 5, and there was a concept of if it was 100% or 10% or 20%. And so my question for you is, how could we set up an experiment to tell how much of a ribosome actually self-replicates, and so we can measure if it's 10 or 100, for example?
It's all been measured. These experiments have all been done. They will say they will make 7%. It's always less than 10. That's not to say it will always be less than 10. I presume that we will come to a time when somebody replicates a ribozyme. So what? Now how did you get this ribozyme? The first ribozyme, you have this 2-5 problem. You can't make the ribozyme. You can't do a duplication until you make one. And so here we have it. We can't make the first one. I'm just asking you for the first one. Oh.
Quick response.
Not done. Clueless.
The first fully self-replicating ribozyme was done in 2002 by Gerald Joyce. Not new chemistry.
It's not true.
Yeah,
Next question. Next question. This side.
Let it be known, I wrote my question out ahead of time so I could be intentional with my words and not waste everybody's time rambling. Dr. Tor, you spoke of making the charitable choice to treat your interlocutor as you would any
start
grad
over
student.
again.
Sorry.
I missed it.
Dr.
Say
Tor,
it more slowly.
Dr. Tor, you spoke of making the charitable choice to treat your interlocutor as you would any grad student. Considering the nature of your disagreement and the form of it, in the broader context of the relationship between students and advisors at academic institutions, what is the nature of this graduate student advisor relationship? And does this mean that you treat all of your graduate student mentees in the same manner as Mr. Farina?
I
like that one.
I often confront my graduate students. Often. If you don't like the way I teach, you don't have to work in my group. But I train them very, very well. If they're going to speak nonsense, I will challenge them every time. If they're going to speak nonsense, I challenge them every time. This is education. If it bothers you to be educated, then that's you and your generation. But I'm telling you, this is the way we educate. We challenge people and we challenge them to do well, and we will maintain those standards. And in my laboratory, in my group meetings, we will maintain those standards.
Would you say any of these things to your graduate students?
Next question.
Thank you both for tonight. My question is for Professor Dave. Since Dr. Tor's worldview was a major part of your argument, I'm curious to ask about your worldview. Coming from a more materialistic view of the world, a naturalistic view, a debate presupposes the ability of people to actually think rationally, and I know someone might be tempted to say right now, well, there was no rational thought in this debate. But setting that aside, what do you actually think people are capable of thinking rationally if ultimately all that exists are cells in our brains that react chemically with no meaningful difference from indigestion?
30 seconds.
And
can people think rationally if the world is materialistic?
How is rational thought possible in a naturalist worldview?
We have brains and the way brains work. I mean, I don't. You're trying to pretend that rationality presupposes divinity or something? Is that what you're doing?
Correct, yes.
So no, I reject that. We exist. We have rational thought. We can observe these things. There's no evidence that a God exists, so we can try to explain it physically. Huh? Yeah, and it's not. So, I mean, I just don't know what to say. We have no evidence that a God exists, yet we can use reason.
Okay,
we've been
we're
elucidating.
We're going to have to go to the next question.
Okay.
We're out of time. Next question.
I'm kind of, I came from Georgia just to watch this debate.
Wow.
My biggest thing is, do you, I'm talking to you, do you believe in free will?
That's a good question. I actually don't know. I think I do. No, I don't have a very strong.
So when you say you don't know, does that mean there's a God of the gaps there?
No, it just means I don't know. But thanks for jumping in there, James. It definitely feels like I do, but then again, I understand the idea of just responding to stimuli in a mechanical way. I feel like a fly doesn't have free will, or a bacterium certainly doesn't. I don't know at what point free will would emerge. What I do know is that if there's an omnipotent, omniscient God who knows everything you do before he's even created you, you factually do not have free will. So I know that. Yeah.
Next question.
My question is for Professor Dave. In one of your videos, you stated, how about this approach from Bruce Lepschitz of UC Santa Barbara? He's a synthetic organic chemist just like you, James. He's devised some interesting methods of using to forming peptide bonds in water at room temperature. In response to this, Bruce himself, in an email to Dr. Tor, said, the video, and he's referring to the video you played of him, makes it very clear that he was referring to something done in a hydrophobic, which that means repellent to water, a hydrophobic pocket.
We're over 30 seconds.
And essentially my question to you is, do you admit that it actually did not occur in water, but actually outside of water?
Yeah, and I also in that video said that his methodology is not prebiotically relevant. I was just getting a chemist to dunk on James. Really funny.
Next question.
If you want a clue, then we need a fact and evidence, right? So if we're talking about the origin of life and how this happens, one of the facts and evidence would be the combination of embryology and the molecular clock and the fossil record and so forth, and demonstrated observed evolution and everything, that we know that there's no vertebrates, no terrestrial vertebrates 300 million years ago. There's no land animals at all 400 million years ago. There's no vertebrates at all 500 million years ago, and so on. Protists at best are maybe 1 billion years ago, and prior to that,
We're at 30 seconds.
First microscopic anythings alive would be 3.8 billion years ago, and so there's nothing multicellular for that whole billion years. Wouldn't that be an indication that it happened, since prior to that there's nothing at all?
We're obviously here. So that we are here tells us that something happened. What we are trying to discern is how that might have happened. I don't contest that we're here. I don't contest that there were cells. I don't know what you're getting at. That we are here already tells us that this can be done. From immaterial, you get material. I think we all believe that. We all concede to that.
Next question.
My question's for James Tour. So you made a very big deal earlier of the way that there are too many 2,5 linkages in non-enzymatically replicated RNA, but that is, of course, limited to the specific chemical non-enzymatic RNA replication mechanisms that we currently know about. So my question is, does it really seem so extremely unlikely to you that there is some currently unknown non-enzymatic process that yields fewer 2,5 linkages, or that early RNA were still able to form useful structures despite having more 2,5 linkages, or possibly both?
Okay, so certainly there might be chemistry out there that takes oligonucleotides and makes pure 3'5 unbranched RNA. Of course, there might 3' 5' linked to RNA. Of course, there might be that. What I am saying that as of today, we don't have it. That's all I'm saying. That's not to say that we won't identify that next year. But even if we have the RNA, it doesn't solve the problem. There's many other things that have to happen. You have to get code to the RNA. The RNA is unstable. Now, most chemists, you're a chemist, most chemists have never worked with single molecules. I have, because we do something called molecular electronics. When you have a single molecule of something, it doesn't last very long. The half-life of RNA at room temperature, let's say, is 100 days. It's generous. Let's say it's 100 days. If you have a 300 mer and the half-life is 100 days, the half-life of that one molecule is 100 days divided by 300. It's 8 hours. It's 8 hours. When you have the reason as chemists we can work with these compounds is because we have moles of them.
We're at 1 minute.
Dave doesn't understand this. He thinks because a peptide linkage lasts 7 years, that in a single molecule of a 300 mer, that's never going to break for at least 7 years. That's not what it means. That's not what it means. You have to take the half-life and bring it back to a probability. When you have one molecule of anything, it doesn't last long. If you have a 200 mer of a polypeptide, that lasts 9 days.
It's incredible, the Gish galloping. Take a look at this. Right, there are mineral surfaces that stabilize RNA and prevent degradation. So. Also well-researched, just another example of James hiding from all the answers that he doesn't want to be there.
Next question.
No, that is on a surface that is not in water. It's not doing any reaction on that mineral. As soon as it gets in water, boom,
that
8 hours.
protect RNA
8
from
hours.
degradation.
8 hours in water. That's it.
No.
Next
James.
question, please.
No.
Dr. Tour, you've said in podcasts and YouTube videos that you do not claim God as an explanation for the origin of life, and say that one day science may be able to explain all of it.
I said that in my introductory statement.
However, many of your following believe that your criticisms of origin of life is evidence for God. Will you denounce this thinking?
Criticism of origin of life is evidence for God? What did you say? What was the last part?
However, many of your following believe that your criticisms of origin of life is evidence for God. Will you denounce this thinking?
They can think whatever they stinking want to think. I'm not telling what people to think. If you think you should control what people want to think. I am telling you that just because we don't have an explanation for how life originated, I can't, as a scientist, say, therefore God made it magically happen and poofed it into existence. I can't say that as a scientist. That's all I say. I don't tell people what they can believe or not believe. That's up to them.
But
I
that
don't. This isn't. I'm not the Lord here.
Yeah, but that is what you believe, and that's why you lie about science, to protect that belief.
Thank you. Boo! Boo! Sorry.
Next question, please.
That's the case.
Next question, please.
From learning from you two guys and wanting to be here as a neutral, I wanted to be persuaded and convinced. Thank you, Dr. Tour, because not only have you reassured that my path is opening, that there are doors that are still need to be open, and from the fallacies, the mountain of fallacies that the gentleman next to you opened today, I wanted to see if there's a possibility for you to look into his cosmological work.
Wait, say that again. I missed
I want you to please look at his cosmological work and analyze it the same way that you do your expertise, so that you can entertain how he bridges all those gaps and how he promotes a construct that is flawed not only in the ways that you're seeing, but in the others.
Please,
So
ask your question.
Yeah, the question is just to please, if you give us the opportunity online to see you analyzing his work in cosmology.
What work in cosmology?
I'm sorry, I don't work in cosmology, but I can't learn another area. I'm sorry about that.
Do you found my electric universe debunks and you don't like that or something? Like, what do you, oh, okay. So
next question,
that's
please.
another debate.
Next question,
yeah,
please.
Yeah, I mean, that's all a bunch of frauds that you're following, but that's fine.
My question is for Dr. Tor. Dr. Tor, given the significance of criticisms that you have on current research in the origin of life field, and given your prolific history of publishing, my question is, why aren't you publishing your critiques in reputable journals? Why are you...
All right.
Why are you denying the scientific community the benefit of your expertise? Why are you limiting your critiques to Discovery Institute publications and YouTube that the researchers you're talking about don't look at?
30 seconds is over.
Okay. First of all, it's very hard for me to publish a critique that is negative because it has to get through peer review. But that's not the main reason. There have been many critiques like this. So Bob Shapiro wrote critiques. Carnes Smith wrote a whole book on his critique of this. Clement Reichert has more recently written his critiques, all of them speaking the same types of things that I am saying. These guys continue on as if it was never written. I am not trying to reach the origin of life researchers. I am trying to reach the masses. And there is something called social medium that is allowing me to reach the masses that never read the primary literature. I'm not trying to convince the origin of life researchers. I am trying to show the masses that there is another way of looking at this data. I am going after the people that do not read the scientific literature. That, to me, is what I want to do. And just so that you know, I'm not a YouTube guy like this guy is. I sit in my office and I work very hard at this.
You make a
I'll
lot of YouTube videos
turn on
for
my
not
camera,
being a YouTube guy, buddy.
and my camera is on, and I forgot to have the sound turned on properly. It takes me hundreds of hours to do a series like that. I could certainly write articles in that amount of time.
The translation of this is, I can't publish my critiques because they're full of lies, so I'll lie to the public instead.
We have time for just one more question. Go ahead and ask your question, please.
Hi, so my question is for both Dr. Tor and Professor Dave. My question is, I think that this debate has kind of strayed from the original premise of, are we clueless about the origin of life? So if both of you could, using examples from the primary literature, Dr. Tor, I'd appreciate it if you could explain why we are clueless beyond a doubt, that there is no, that we are clueless about the origin of life. And Professor Dave, I'd like you to explain why we are 100% not clueless about the origin.
Okay. Go first.
So really, James, all you can do is just write the word clueless a bunch of times. So we're not, right? All this research we've been talking about, despite his objections, we do have prebiotically plausible synthetic pathways to all of the important biomolecules. And systems chemistry, it's only been going about 20 years, but again, he pretends the research doesn't exist. I would like to point out he made a 10-hour series about abiogenesis and never brought up replicators once. What more proof do you need how clueless he is and how much he is hiding from this research? We certainly would never say we know exactly how life began. That would be ridiculous. But we are far from clueless. We have a mountain of research. For James to train people to say that we've never done anything since Miller-Urey in the 50s is the most insane lie imaginable. It's been 70 years of incredible research, especially in the past 20, what we've been doing with systems chemistry. It's astounding work. Will we ever figure out exactly how life began? Maybe not. Honestly, probably not. But it's only because we have so many ways it could have happened.
Okay, so first of all that astounding work for 70 years. 70 years of Nobel Prizes, both in chemistry and physiology and medicine, which includes biology. That's 70 times 3 with 2 Nobel Prizes. So you've got 210, 420 Nobel Prizes have been given since Miller-Urey was discovered. 0 have been given for origin of life. 0. All this wonderful chemistry. 0. 420. 0. None have been given. You don't want me to say
real
clueless?
if you don't get a Nobel.
I won't say clueless. How about I just agree with Cronin? Scam. How's that? Because you can't answer this, you can't answer that. So I say we're clueless on this.
You are witnessing the unraveling of a lunatic.
Okay.
Okay, well, this concludes the question and answer session, but you're in luck. Both individuals have agreed to stay on. If you want to come up and ask further questions, maybe engage in more debate if you haven't had enough.
You're very welcome. We don't know who's cheering for who, I guess.
So travel safely back. If you want to come up, again, they'll stay for a while and answer any individual questions you may have. Thank you and good night.
Hi. Nice to meet you.
Join discord.bb/flat earth and enter a VC check-in room, and someone will come along to VC Riffia to get involved with the conversation about Earth.
Persico Part 3. The Doctor 9783222S 50K failed bet, and Camille.
Creation Bear. I just wanted to answer your question you asked a few minutes ago of why non-flat earthers come here. And I can only speak for myself, but I come here because I hear flat earth claims, or I want to more understand what flat earthers actually believe than compared to like what non-flat earthers do when debunking or talking about flat earthers. But I do have a question. If everyone can remain cordial, and I would like an answer. That's okay. Most of the time when I come here and ask questions, I get like 6 or 7 people yelling at me. So I would just like an answer. So I don't know who's listening, so I won't start unless there's, I don't know, confirmation.
Just go ahead, brother. Go ahead with your question.
Alright. So, from what I've gathered in this server, and what generally flat earthers believe, the only thing everyone can agree on is the Earth is not round.
What?
Like, because I've asked other questions, and mostly that's what it comes back to.
I mean, that's one of many things, but
Okay, I've just heard conflicting reports about stuff, so.
also not really much of a belief that we're offering here. We don't have really a belief to offer you or anyone.
Well, what do you call?
Yeah, can I just say one thing? I find it funny that you say that because, you know, there's so many different types of people in this world, so people believe or think different things. But in my experience here, I've found that there are so many different beliefs related to the globe. Like, so many people come in, well, I think it's this. Well, I believe it's this. And it's all different versions of the cartoon ball. And I'm like, what? Where are you guys getting your information from? Because you could just Google the freaking circumference and radius and shit. Like, and I'm not talking about you specifically. I'm talking about some of these other people who come in here. It's like, what the hell?
Well,
They bring your own globe day some days.
Yeah, that's why I'm specifically trying to set a baseline. I don't want to assume any of you believe anything, because I know you guys believe different stuff depending on the person. But can we all agree that you believe, or you believe the Earth is flat, and I won't assume anything else?
I wouldn't say that's a belief. Like, in the same way that when you like measure your height, you don't just believe how tall you are. You can know certain things.
Okay, so you know the Earth is flat.
Oh, depending on what you mean by that. I mean, some people don't really understand what flat means. Have their
I
own
mean,
ideas,
you think that it's a fact.
Oh,
Or you know it's a fact.
It's like your height is something you can measure and know. It's not like a belief you would offer to someone.
Okay, so you know the Earth is flat then. You've measured. Like the height thing. I don't know. I'm not saying belief as in like a religious belief. I'm just saying in your brain, Earth flat. Like that. Like, I don't know how to say belief or
that's a
fact or
given,
no.
right? That's kind of a given, isn't it, when you say?
Yeah, I'm making sure, because I thought other stuff was a given about this community, and I come to find that wrong. So I'm making sure we're all on the same page.
I'm speaking for myself real quickly. I'm going to speak for myself. Yes, I know it's flat. Carry on.
I know it's flat also.
Okay. So
this is non sequitur, but CV, your mic's not coming in very clear for me. I can hear everybody else good, but with you, it's really low. Is all. But yeah, I digress.
I think CB is running from the cops or something.
I'm at the library, so I'll try to speak. I'll try to speak into my mic a little bit better.
Yeah. Okay.
He's on the lamb.
So I brought up before, which I don't want to get into an argument about it because I already have like 3 times. I already know the answer. So I'm not trying to say that the Eratosthenes experiment proves and measures the circumference of the globe. That is not what I'm saying, and that is not what I would like to be disproved.
Oh, good. Then we don't even have to talk about it. You didn't even have to bring it up.
No, but okay. So, from my understanding, every time I've talked to people in the server, and we talk about that, it comes down to the Eratosthenes experiment does not prove the Earth is a globe and you can measure its circumference because it works on a flat Earth model. It works on a flat Earth.
I wouldn't say that's something that
Kind of.
you would present. That's not something like Eratosthenes is not something you would hear me present or someone in this panel like, okay, guys, Eratosthenes is how we know it's flat. That's their claim. And
I have a question. And I don't mean to interrupt you. Christy Cow, can you see are you looking at the live stream?
Yeah.
Okay, like the actual voice text. Okay.
Yeah.
Sorry, CB.
So.
No problem. It's the folks on the Team Globe that will tell you that it also works on flat. But we don't present that as evidence or, we're not making a case with the Eratosthenes thing. So.
I may have spoken to different people, but most of the time when I bring that up, I get sent a picture. I'll see if I can find it.
It's inconclusive. I think that's what it comes down to. It's not evidence for flat Earth or anything. It's just that it's not very conclusive, and it's based on a lot of assumptions as well.
No.
You go into it assuming the surface is already curved. You assume the distance to the sun. You assume the parallel light rays as well.
Yeah, I'm not saying that it proves anything. I'm saying it does it do different measurements, like with making no assumptions about why the measurements are there, do you get different measurements?
I mean, what exactly are we measuring? Because we're not measuring the circumference. You're just measuring shadows on the ground.
Yes,
and then
yes.
Trying to extrapolate that out to.
Yeah, I'm just saying the shadows on the ground thing. Nothing about the circumference. Nothing about round. None of that.
So then,
just what is observable.
It doesn't really cache. Like it's like a check that you can't cache. You see.
So what? Because I haven't gotten to my point yet.
Okay, sorry.
So that is commonly used. The people who believe in the globe commonly use that to measure this, to supposedly measure their circumference and to and extrapolate that to the globe being round, and that's assumed in the experiment. But but if you do the experiment, you get different lengths of shadows, and so the common explanation for it, everyone knows, I assume, here, is the Earth is a globe and the sun is super duper far away. Which, obviously, y'all don't believe. Why are we getting those results, like, if the Earth is flat? Because what I have seen when I ask and look into this is that
what results?
The different lengths of shadows.
You can have that happen like in a room on a table with like a light in your room.
Yes.
Same phenomenon can take place within like a house. You can get different lengths of shadows on a table.
Yes, I understand that.
So is the table like curved in a globe? Probably not.
No.
So
that's not what I'm saying.
It's inconclusive.
I
so
am not trying to prove anything about it being round. I've not said anything that it's round.
It's okay.
I'm not
just
trying to
this is what you
prove that.
said. No, you don't have to repeat yourself. So,
okay.
Like, well, what about the results?
Well, you're bringing up the
You can get
table
same
being curved. Yes. So
no, but you can get the same quote results. Hold on.
This recording rendered to WAV file.
So, what is your intention for bringing it up? Because it's a conversation that's been thoroughly fleshed out. I would recommend you go to the search bar there at the top and just type Eratosthenes, and just while you're talking, you can kind of look through.
Because every time
there is 8,000 results and 322 pages of history of us discussing the topic. So
yes,
there's a lot of stuff there you can go through. But again, it's just even the people on the other side that aren't flat earthers will admit that it's inconclusive. So
I'm getting there, and that's not what I'm asking about.
Let's get to the end, please.
Okay. Well, every time I try and assume things, I just get yelled at. So I'm setting the
quite
baseline.
literally in a library.
Yes, you're not yelling at me. I'm saying when I've done this in the past and tried to ask this question.
All right, wait.
Okay.
Can I say something, man?
Yes.
Can I say something?
Yes.
Wait, let's not live in the past or worry about the future. We're here and now, bro. We're having this conversation.
I
understand
know.
you've been yelled at in the past or had to do that's okay. I understand that, but this is now. We're talking to CD now.
Okay.
No worries, bro. It's okay.
Well, go ahead. I'll let you make a case. I want you got time, so go ahead and make a case.
Yeah, I'm not trying to make a case for the globe. I'm not trying to prove that at all.
You've already said that. Just go ahead and make whatever you need to say.
So,
Make your point.
okay, so if it works on a flat Earth, then what I have been told is if it works on a flat Earth, then you need a smaller sun that is closer to the Earth.
No, who's claiming that?
That's what I've been told in this survey.
From who?
Like the admins.
I'm hearing.
Yeah, like Mayhem and like the owner and like
we'll have to
3
check
or
with
4
them.
other people.
I'll have to check in with them, but
well, how do I get access to the pictures that y'all have a bot for? Is there like is it PDF storage? Oh, I'm not. I just want to see the pictures because I want to get the exact one that I get sent to me.
Some of them are being posted in the chat. There's been a couple that have been posted, some GIFs and some stuff. So take a look at the chat. You might see some of the stuff that is related. But because what I'm hearing, I have a clip from Vsauce. I don't think I have it.
I've already seen the video.
But it's that's what I'm saying. It's guys like that who are saying, well, if it was flat, then the sun would have to do this, this, and this. And it's like that's not really what we're saying. That's not our claim.
I'm saying
should or would or could be doing.
I'm saying that is what I've been told. If that is not the case, then why is it happening? Why are we getting different shadow lengths?
Well, again, I hate to bring it back to the room and the table. You can have that same experience on a table. So I think overall it's just something that's not very conclusive. I am curious why it's something you're leaning on at the moment, or maybe you just have questions. But it is a topic that's been thoroughly fleshed out, of course. So
every time I've heard it talked about, it's been disproving that it's a globe and not proving that the Earth is flat.
Of course not. It doesn't prove. It's not evidence for the flat Earth, brother. That's what I'm trying to tell you. It's inconclusive for both sides. It's not evidence for either side. If it's based on first of all, it's based on a lot of assumptions. So
I'm saying not taking those assumptions into account. But
you can't just discredit. You can't just disregard the assumptions.
I can't just use observations.
Because you can have that same observation in a room on a table.
Yes, but not in a room on a table.
Yeah, in a room on a table.
Yeah, but
post from Donato at 47 minutes past the hour. And I think there's another one too. I'll see if I can find it.
Yes, I understand that they assume it is 93 million miles away. And I didn't say the globes are right. I want to know what the flat earthers think is going on.
You're measuring shadows. I think you're measuring shadows is what I think is going on.
So why are the shadows different lengths? We don't know.
What do you mean? Like you have
lengths where the sun moves, the shadows get different lengths.
No, but at the same time.
you're not
going
in
by the
both
story,
places at
right?
the same time.
Yes, but you can have two different people.
So how would I get different angles in the picture I just posted? How would you get different angles in that? Would you?
That picture.
What about
that? So the picture that was just posted, according to Aristophanes, this table is a ball. So that works if the light source is very, very far away, or
Yeah, using that you can calculate the distance to the light source using that if you want to on a flat surface.
yes. So how do we know anything about the sun? Like how far away it is or how big it is?
The sun is a complete unknown for you, for me, for everyone that's ever lived. It's
This
a
goes
mystery.
overhead. This goes around overhead, goes away from us, comes towards us, makes light, and then it gets dark.
If I'm false, I'm not saying anything about a curve, Eratosthenes.
And I just said what the sun does.
Yes. So, yes, I doubt the lamp is very, very far away. So that's why you're getting that result on a flat surface. Flying. What I've been told in this survey is that you need a small localized sun for it to work on a flat surface. And I want to know, but is there a small localized sun, or is that not accurate to what this server thinks is fact?
We're not making. We just talked about that. You just asked us about the sun. I said it's a complete unknown for everybody. So we're not the ones making claims about the sun should be this and should do that, should do this.
Well,
it's guys like Vsauce who are saying, well, if it's flat, then the sun has to do this.
Look at the meme from Donato right now. So that is flat earthers saying that you have a smaller localized sun.
No, well, that's not, bro. We're not saying
What does
the
that
Earth
mean?
is like that. It's just because no, dude. You gotta. A lot of this stuff is rebuttals to things that globers say. Oh, if the Earth is flat, then there would be sunlight everywhere. And it's like, okay, well, how about this? It's not. We're not saying that this is what it is. Oh, this is just a meme, dude. So we're not making the claim that this is exactly what's happening. We don't know what the sun is, or where it is, or how it is, or any of those things. We're
Yeah.
not making claims.
It's about sharing the realm of possibility because people will be like, oh, it only works this way and hold the light bulb up. See, that's why flat earth is impossible. And it's like, yeah, but the realm of possibility exists too. So, hey, check this out. And the dog's like freaking flexing with a little light bulb. I'm just saying, man.
So,
a lot of this stuff is rebuttals. You got to keep that in mind as well, Prissy. We're not actually coming out making claims saying, well, Eratosthenes proved this. We're making a rebuttal often to the claims they make. So they say, well, it only works on a globe. We go, well, here's some other options.
So
we're not making a claim that this is what it is.
Every time I've tried to ask a question, it has just gotten to, no, I'm saying something different, bro. It has gotten to, we don't know, we're not making a claim. But in saying something is wrong, what's right then?
You don't have to. Falsification is independent of replacement. You don't have to replace.
Okay. But is there any
that's
proof for
false.
the flat Earth, or is there only disproving that it's a globe?
No, of course there is. It's called measurements, and obviously, like assuming things about the sun isn't having anything to do with the surface of the Earth, or measuring shadows and then extrapolating that out to to more parts of the Earth that hasn't been measured. So yes, there's proof. There's positive proof, but a lot of the things that we deal with is the claims that are on the table that the Earth is spinning, curving, and in a larger space. Those are the claims we try to address. It's like if your neighbor said, "Hey, I won the lottery," and you go, "Yeah, no, you didn't." You don't have to come up with a new claim, and you're just simply addressing his claim. So that's typically what we're doing. If you've been in court before, if you're familiar with like the court process, only one party can hold the burden at one time. Not that both parties hold a burden of proof. So that's kind of how this works as well. The positive claim is that the Earth is a globe spinning and all that stuff. So we're just addressing that positive claim. We don't have to make new claims and say, oh, well, our version is like this. We don't typically do that here. So
What I have been told is that there's no claims about the flat Earth other than that it's flat. Is there claims from the flat Earth about anything else?
not. Well, I wouldn't say that's a claim. It's just the observation. We're not saying like, well, I claim it's flat because you can go outside and observe that.
Okay.
And then you can measure the surface, and then if it measures flat, that's what it is. If you're 6 foot tall and you measure you're 6 foot tall, then that's what it is.
So why is it a claim when I say the Earth is globe, but not when you say the Earth is flat?
Because you need to measure it to be a globe. Go out to the sea level at a beach with your friend, go 10 miles, and measure a 66-foot drop, and then I'll become a globe earther.
Okay. So I'm not trying to prove that the Earth is the globe. I want to see.
You don't have to say it anymore. We got you.
I know, but you aren't telling me any claims. You aren't telling me any
we don't
evidence.
have to. Well, you're not asking for evidence. You're
Okay, can you send it to me?
What are we doing here? Because
I wanted to find out that
now you're like,
I wanted to find out if flat earthers believe that the sun is small and localized, or if there is a different explanation for why the shadows are different lengths. If there is no claim, then my question is answered with there is no claim. Moving to the next thing, what are claims flat earthers make about the Earth being flat?
Why do you want claims? So you should say, well, if you have measurements, I want to see those.
That is a claim.
No,
or
it's
you
not.
could go out and measure it yourself and come up with your own claims. It's easy
Because
to
I got
do.
shit to do.
Here's an example. You don't have to do it tonight, brother. You've got your whole life to go take a vacation and go to the beach or a lake and do this. It doesn't have to be tonight or tomorrow. But here's the difference, right? If you tell me that you are 7 foot tall, okay, there's our claim.
Yeah.
If we go and measure your height and you're not 7 foot tall, then we have a problem.
Yeah, then you prove that I'm not 7 foot tall.
That's exactly what's happening. The Earth is claimed to be a certain height, 959 in radius. So we're going out and testing that, and it's not true. We don't have to give you a new claim. Oh, it's actually this height. It's just that
when you measure me, do you know what height I am?
Of course, we know now. It's not that we have to make a new claim at that point. Now we know. We measured you. You're actually 6 foot. So that's what it is.
So what would you call my actual height? If it's not a claim, what is it?
It is what it is.
It's a fact.
Okay, so what are
It is what it is.
So what are the facts about the flat Earth?
Water is
Surface
flat
of the
level.
Earth measures flat. Yes, the surface of the water, especially, is flat and level.
So when we measure the Earth, is that the Earth in entirety?
No, that's not required to measure the Earth in entirety. Just like with the Eratosthenes thing, they didn't measure the Earth in its entirety to get the claim of the circumference. So that requirement that you have to go step to step every single part of the Earth, that's not required. Let me give you an example, okay? So let's take like the hood of a car. I mean, most hoods or bonnet, if you're across the pond, I would say generally they have curvature to them, unless you drive like an old Cadillac or something, right? So generally the hoods are curved. So now let's take that hood and blow it up to the size of like a state or a country, very, very big. So now you want to test and find out whether it's curved or not. All you would need to do is have some type of straight edge over the top of the surface, and you're looking for any deviation away from that straight edge. Any deviation whatsoever means that it's can't be flat. So that's what you're measuring. You're measuring for deviation. You're looking for curvature. There's no requirement to measure the whole Earth to find out for that. And I'll give you one more thing to chew on here. I'm sure the guys want to chime in as well. I do recommend people just like take 30 seconds to a minute and look around you, whatever room you're in or wherever you are. Just look around at all the surfaces around you. There's a lot of flat surfaces in here, but there are only two options here. Surfaces can either be rounded or curved in some way, or they're not. So the same thing applies to reality in the water. It's either curved or it isn't. So if you go out and measure the Earth, measure any deviation whatsoever, there's your curvature. It's over. You don't have to measure the whole Earth to know it's curved. But the same thing also applies in the reverse. If you go out and measure lack of curvature, especially based on the claimed size that they claim, it can't be curved. So this idea that you have to go measure every inch of the Earth is not required.
Okay. So, what if over a long enough scale that, because if it's bigger, then the angle will be less dramatic, like the drop, right?
I mean bigger, because the globe is already claimed to be a specific size, just like if you were 6 foot tall, then there has to be 72 inches.
Yes,
there
I
when measure you.
understand
So you
that.
can't say, well, what if I'm just bigger?
No, I mean, if...
claim is what it is.
Okay. So, what if you are not gathering a large enough data set, you are not measuring long enough?
Again, I just told you.
See it.
Sorry, I just explained to you. There's only 2 options for surface description. Did you look around you? I mean, do you see what I'm
Yes,
talking about?
when
Do you
it is
disagree?
on a smaller scale, it can be perceived as flat.
Hold on, sir. Hold on, sir. Just saying that there's only 2 options here. I would say it's a true dichotomy unless you disagree and are able to present a third option.
Okay. I'll present a third option.
It's just a logic problem. It's a true or false statement. You can't have maybe.
No, I'm not saying maybe. Did you hear me say maybe, bro?
I want to see that third option because I would say this is a true dichotomy, and I've spoken to lots of globe earthers who would agree that it is also a dichotomy. So what would the third option be then?
The third option would be over a smaller scale.
Oh, that's not what I'm asking.
It can be perceived as flat.
That's what I'm asking. That's not what I'm asking. Surface description. At a table in front of you, your computer, these things are surfaces, right? So the screen of my computer here is a flat surface. The backside is rounded. It's the third option. Spoiler alert, there is no third option. Those are the 2 options that we have. So now in terms of size and scale, it doesn't matter. Again, I gave you the example of a hood of a car. If there's any deviation whatsoever, cannot be flat, period. So if we went out to reality at any scale, small or large, if there was any deviation, it cannot be flat, period.
Okay.
So the same thing applies in reverse.
I'm sorry, but
There's
you
lack
don't
of
even have
curvature.
you don't even have to defend like a small scale example, because there are big scale examples that show no curvature of the Earth. We have
Can
all
I
types
see
of
them?
Sure, a second.
Okay.
That's what you got to keep in mind, though, Chris.
Because I don't want to get a
can't-
boat or walk. I want to just see the evidence.
Don't be lazy, but like so
Have you done it?
Yes, I spent a month in San Diego, California, at the beach doing long distance observation. So yes, I did take time to go out and test.
How far did you measure?
Okay, that's actually a good question. I was going to talk about that. So just like with your height, right? Claim to be 6 foot, there has to be 72 inches there. So same with the globe. They're claiming it's a radius of 3959. So that means that at 1 foot off the ground, the geometric horizon has to be at 1.22 miles. So there, you're saying like, oh well, you have to go to a bigger scale. 1 foot observer in a 1.2 mile horizon. That's not hard to test. You can go to a 5 mile lake and bam, you can test that easily. So for me at the ocean, it was like you can do like 20, 30, 40 miles, and that's plenty to test the claim. Oh, go ahead, AI.
Right. So transversely, the question will be asked to you when you say you need a bigger scale. You need to know what scale the differential is going to be pronounced or noticeable. So, for example, you could argue at a micro scale, you wouldn't notice it. But eventually, right, there's going to be enough of a differential to where it's ascertainable by either our senses or machines that we use for measuring. So I would submit to you, just like our friend said here, that over certain distances, the scale is so pronounced that it'd be easy to measure with the precise types of instruments we have, such as lasers and other types of things. So it's not true that we don't have the tools necessary. Okay, so let's talk about it. University of Kansas, right? Went out and measured Kansas, the entire state. They determined that Kansas is literally flatter than the flatness scale of a literal pancake. So the state of Kansas, the entire state, is flatter than a pancake. So it is not true that we don't have the tools necessary to determine whether this curvature exists or not. Now, keep in mind that we all understand that land is land, right? Land could be higher than another part. It could be lower than another part. You could have ups and downs, hills and valleys. However, we all know that the surface of water, right, is flat and level. We all know that. We all experience that. So if that's true, then all you have to do is measure the water of the Earth. And if it's not curving, then the entire Earth that's covered in water isn't curving because it's going to have the same equipotential. So if 70% of the Earth is covered in water and water's not curving, then ipso facto it cannot be a sphere. I rest my case. Ad infinitum into the future and ex ante into the past.
Okay.
It's just like the hood of the car. It can't be doing both things. That's why I said it's a true dichotomy. There is no third option. The hood is either curved or it's not. So that's what we're testing for. We're looking for either one of those two options. So if it's doing one, then it can't be doing the other. So.
Well, the third option is just hope, I guess. He hopes.
Cope.
No,
But I also said, like, I typed in the chat as well. So the claim is that the curve is at 1.22 miles at 1 foot. So we don't need to move the goalpost back hundreds and thousands of miles away from the claim.
So how big is the drop at 1.22 miles?
You mean?
So what is the claim? What do Globers claim? How far would it drop at over 1.22 miles?
It's
How far would it drop?
miles squared, so you just do the math.
So what I found is at 1 mile, there is a drop of 0.67 feet. At 1.3 miles, there's a drop of 1 foot, not...
Hold on, dude. You're not clarifying what you're doing here. Did you find that mathematically, or did you find that out in the world?
Okay, I forgot. Do y'all not believe in math again? I forgot that part.
What?
Okay, well, one more time.
Well, you said mathematically or out in the world. Would mathematically
hold
be
on,
wrong?
friend. Hold on. You're telling me that you found something, so I'm just asking you where you found it. For example, if you do some math equations, you can find that if you apply a certain radius to a circle and you apply the circle segment formula and you do the arc distance and all that, that you could find a certain amount of curvature in that arc. That exists in the model that you're applying the math to. So you found the correct answer. Versus I found an egg under my seat in reality. Okay, one's happening in math, one's happening in reality. I just want to know which one you found it in.
Okay. I found it in math because I have not personally, nor have I been shown this experiment being measured in reality by you or globe people.
Well, enter the Black Swan. We can talk about that. And yeah, you're using the word experiment incorrectly.
We cannot talk about the Black Swan.
You absolutely can.
I've talked about it for 3 hours.
Ooh, well,
it's awful.
Why don't you hold on? Why don't you give us a quick breakdown of the argument, just in your understanding?
The Black Swan oil rigs are supposedly some distance apart, and one should be over the horizon, and one should not be over the horizon. But you can see.
Talked about it for 3 hours.
Oh my God, he did not listen at all.
This is what
I
happens.
don't have the
every time.
numbers.
Oh shit! Hold on, Prissy. This is what happens every time. You guys go, "Oh, I've spoken about this. I've seen it so many times," and then we go, "Okay, well, what does it mean then?" And you guys always get it wrong. So how is it that you spoke about it for 3 hours and you still don't understand the argument?
Because the majority of the time, when I was trying to
Didn't pay
bring
attention?
stuff up, no.
How did you talk about a topic for 3 hours and you didn't come out learning anything new?
Okay,
Just learn the
give me
argument. So I think
in
we need to
like
go over it one more time
5
so we at least
sentences.
understand.
5 sentences, like write it out.
Painful. I'll give it to you right now, friend.
Okay.
Okay.
Wait a second. Why are we talking about the Black Swan when all I want
Because it's exactly
is
what you're talking
Dude,
about.
you just asked somebody to give it to you.
Hold on, Prissy. But AI.
I didn't ask
Hey,
about the Black
keep in mind,
Swan.
keep in mind, Mr. Prissy, you're not the only person here. Okay,
I
there's other
understand
people
that.
that want to know the answers to these questions, right?
But the answer, I want a record of someone doing this.
That's called
measuring
What
the
is this,
drop.
dude? Hold on,
Measuring,
friend.
measuring.
Yeah, let him say what this is. All right, what's this?
Why are you muted me? And then you said, let me speak, bro. Okay, so we're saying when you measure in reality, when you measure the ocean, there is no drop. Is there or is there not a drop?
Okay, so
when you measure,
okay, so you're asking,
no.
you want, dude. If someone says, so you're saying, you got to let them finish what the so you're saying is, then you answer. That's usually how a conversation works.
So,
because you don't know what I'm saying to be able to interrupt me yet, do you?
I would like to know. You guys just told me that there's no drop over distance. Right? There's no drop over
Measurably so.
distance. Measurably so. So can I see someone trying to measure it and not get the results?
Well, we can enter the Black Swan.
No, that's not someone measuring it.
That is, dude.
What-
If you
hold
have
on,
hold on,
I would say,
how can you
Chris,
say
that
that if you don't understand what the argument is?
Dude,
because
we're
the Black
devolving into
Swan
chaos, friends.
You don't
is
know what the
based-
Black
Friend,
Swan is.
Prissy,
Yes, it is based-
Prissy. Zip it, friend. Okay, let's be clear. The Black Swan is about the location of the horizon, not about drop over distance. Okay? A measurement of drop over distance would be more accurate, the Lake Itchsa laser test. So the Black Swan, what it proves unequivocally is that the horizon is not the geometric edge of anything. It's just an optical effect, which we already know because that's literally the definition of a horizon. The apparent location where the sky field seems to meet the ground. So we know that the horizon is not the edge of a sphere. We know that it's not the things that blocks things from the bottom up because it's in different places. And we can get bottom up obstruction appearance without any curvature. So that's neither here nor there. What you're asking is a methodological measurement using an efficient methodology that either affirms or debunks the drop over distance. So here's what you do. It's very simple.
That's why
Try to
I
follow
would not
along
like to talk
without
about the
interrupting
Black
the
Swan.
best you can.
Okay.
Okay, so here's how it works. Use a laser transit. Laser transit is you set up a laser, you level it, you shoot it, you account for all the deviations like millirad divergence, ambient refraction, and all of those things. Okay? You have a target on the other side, and you do the variance of that distance to the target, and you get the laser on the target. So that variance plus the variance of the distance of the target to the ground gives you the maximum differential between the laser and the ground over the distance of the laser. We use this all the time in construction, right? We put a target over there, we put a laser over here, we see the difference. We go and then we either add earth, lower earth, grade the earth, whatever. Very efficient method. So lo and behold, a team took this laser that they constructed sufficient to the task, an aiming device sufficient to the task, a leveling device sufficient to the task, out to Lake Idsil, set up their story target 25 miles away. That's over 285 feet of drop off the angle that it should be, right, if the Earth was curved. So the target should be dropped 280 feet below the line of the laser if the laser continues leveled. Plus or minus refraction, plus or minus the millirad divergence, you're looking at a swing of approximately 5 meters, approximately 15 feet. So you're looking at 270 feet. Okay, we're talking 2 orders of magnitude, right? So, lo and behold, they shot the laser. They panned the laser across Lake Idsil. Okay, so horizontal pan to a short distance target, a medium distance target, before they finally targeted the long distance target. They hit all the targets. Now, the final target they hit, they actually have a recording of the beam entering the camera And lasers have a Gaussian profile, which means you can actually apply mathematics to what you see of the beam, and it will tell you whether the beam is pointed in different directions or straight on. When applied, it shows that the laser is essentially straight on to the camera, which means they successfully shot a laser 25 miles with a 270-meter swing and hit the target. Meaning, okay, if we know we leveled the laser on one side and we received the laser on the other side, and the maximum divergence is approximately 15 feet, with all factors considered, then that means that the maximum swing in between those 2 points, right, is roughly an absolute maximum, being extremely liberal, 20 feet. So when you're supposed to have something 270 feet and you measure it 20 feet, then the thing that's supposed to be there that's 270 feet isn't there. Essentially debunking the claim that there's a big hump of Earth curve from which the target is falling away. So yes, that has been done, and we have a PDF and a video for you, short documentary about an hour long and a shorter version about a half an hour, which takes out a lot of the fluff, and a document that you can read. And this is just one of many tests. For example, Dr. John D., PhD in optics, did a similar test over a shorter body of water, which still should have pronounced curvature. He used dual band lasers, because lasers refract at different rates, which would allow him to see the different in the laser bands and decide how much he's off on the target. He also received the signal at the other end of the water, disproving the big hump of Earth curve water in the way. And the list goes on. In fact, we have a wiki of over 100 observations, which includes laser tests like this that you can read, and we'll post that link for you as well. Also, we have the United States military, right? Hired a university to test a tri-band laser over 120 kilometers in the Hawaiian Islands, to which they were aiming at a telescope, 4-meter telescope. Now, the telescope received all 3 beams. Now you say, okay, yeah, that makes sense. All right. Why wouldn't it? It's a military laser. But here's the problem. When they applied the data into a post-firing methodology to see if refraction worked or not, they found that the models of refraction didn't fit. Right? So in other words, we know that lasers refract at different rates, and if the Earth was a globe, they should do one thing. The guy wrote a thesis paper, okay? Keep in mind, this is sanctioned by the government, done by a university on the government's behalf, and put into a thesis paper by a PhD level. He found that the alleged refraction that should exist if the Earth was a globe doesn't account for what happened, because if it was true, then the laser should have never hit the target. But they did hit the target. And the list goes on and on and on. This is just about 5 examples that I've given you. Now, this all corroborates the fact of experience, by the way. This is corroborating the fact of experience that we all experience wherever we go, that aggregate bodies of water are flat and level. So much so that it's become an axiom of human mythos, right? Throughout history. Every society has a saying, water finds its level, water seeks its level, water lays level, water will always become level, and on and on and on. This is human experience, friend. Okay, giant curved water floating in the middle of space is not human experience. That is antithetical to what we experience. We have to be told a story. We have to be shown images, which we can't verify. We have to have appeals to authority. We have to have logical fallacy stacked upon logical fallacy in order to convince us, antithetical to what we experience, that the Earth is a giant floating space ball. We experience the Earth as flat and stationary. And that includes the entire water of the surface of the Earth. There's no direct evidence to the contrary. There's no direct evidence of surface curvature that's demonstrably measured. There's no validation of the claims of the people that allegedly went to space and saw the Earth in its totality. It's basically hearsay or an anecdote at best. There's no way you can validate any of these claims. So I would submit to you, friend, that the Earth is exactly as it appears to be, level, flat, and stationary. What say you?
Thank you for answering my question. I would like, if I don't know if you sent, I'd like video, and like I pretty much just want all the sources you just cited, because you said you have like the videos and the documentaries and stuff. I would like to watch those. And that's exactly what I was asking for.
Well, I did post the FE core at 22 minutes past the hour, so I've got a little background noise. And then someone posted a laser test 19 miles from globe pressure at 13 minutes past the hour. But there's a couple more as well if you need it, but yeah, let us know.
Yeah, I would like the experiment replicated and the reasons for it. Well, the reason for it is there's this flat, but I guess like whatever information you have, whether it be videos or documents, I would like them because I would like to look at them rather than just
We
trusting
posted the PDF. We posted the video very recently. I'm going to post you the military thing here shortly.
I got the PDF. I got 2 videos.
Yeah, and of course. Oh, go ahead, BB.
Then that was me. I was just saying I got a couple videos. Some fucking guy I've been seeing on YouTube lately has been like smashing my faith and everything. So I don't know what to think again. I'm back and forth.
No.
Go ahead, send them to me.
He wants the
Put them in the
videos.
chat.
He wants, yeah, sure, but focus on the videos about what we talked about.
Oh yeah, that's exactly what I wanted to find.
Yeah, for sure. I think like, you know, it's okay to take some baby steps, you know, set an obstacle and step over it. I think Sonny always give him credit for this infinite toolbox fallacy that some people seem to have, where they're like, "Oh, I need all the tools before I begin." You can do some things first, you know. You said like, I don't need a boat, or I don't want to get on a boat. Well, you don't have to get on a boat. You know what I'm saying? So you you do your homework here, but at some point, go out to the field and see what you can test on your own.
Yeah.
Regardless of your position, you don't have to be team flat Earth or whatever to go out and test the Earth. So.
Which I'm all about that too, and having receipts like this, and also either doing your own research or trying to observe it. But I am. Sorry, I just got a DM from someone. I'm all about having receipts for it, and what I try to do. First time I joined the server, I've been talking here. I know I've talked to you, CB, before. Probably past like 3 months-ish.
Yeah.
Like every once in a while, I moved, so I've only been here like once in the past month. But I was here for a few weeks in a row. And it genuinely came from curiosity of, I would see stuff like Professor Dave and Fuck the Flat Earth and shit like that. And so, which obviously, like, rage bait, and seeing, I'm like, I want to know, I have more faith in people that they have better claims, because some of the people he was arguing with, I'm like, he didn't seem very prepared. I have faith in people that there's more receipts or there is a better explanation than what he is disproving. So I tried to find a community of people who actually do that and not either cherry-picked results or like from biased source. Obviously, Professor Dave and Fuck the Flat Earth are biased already. So if I'm gonna watch Bias to the Globe, I would also like either biased or I would like information from the other side. So that's why I came here. But the first or second time after I was talking, I got hit with the globe tag or the glober tag, which it's factually accurate. Like, I am a glober, but I, depending on how I conducted, pretty much,
if I say anything sometimes, and like if I join in on a discussion with two people, or I try and ask something, some of the people, depending on what time of day, because obviously it's 24 hours.
Yeah, you got
So
some
I notice
shifts.
depending on
You got a
who's
couple
in
different
here.
crews. Yeah.
Yeah. So there's some that are super chill and talk to me like what just happened, and sometimes it gets a little heated like this, but like other times it's like I'm trying to get a word in and they're just saying shut the fuck up, and muting me and then like kicking me from the call. And so that's why I conducted myself so cautiously at the beginning, because I wasn't sure which crew I was getting. So I didn't want to start out guns a-blazing. Because I really do just want to get the other side. Because obviously, I've been in the public school system, and people know the arguments for the globe. But it's not as easy to find the arguments for the other side. And especially not if you're looking through bias sources like Professor Dave and stuff. So I wanted to get it straight from the source. And so whenever I come here, it's not too fuck around, because a lot of people with the tag Glober come here and fuck around or just like ask the same question and whatever. And so, but I am here
to be fair to the people, right? But to be fair to the people that come here, many people do not know the arguments for the globes. They know the names of the arguments, and they just recite the names of the arguments as if that's proof in itself. For example, seasons.
Yeah.
Okay, what do you mean by that? Well, seasons. What else would I mean?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Those are the buzzword earthers. Yeah.
And that's what I would see, like, if sometimes I do my research on one topic, I come and try and talk about that topic, but then we kind of get off course. Like, that's why I didn't want to talk about the Horizon and Black Swan and stuff, because that's not, like, I specifically wanted, like, this thing, and if I don't have an argument prepared or sources already looked at, I don't want to, like, argue about that, because then I'm talking out of my ass. So, if,
absolutely, friend, but I just want to categorize the Horizon argument. So, essentially, the Horizon argument from the globe side is that a horizon can only exist on a globe-shaped object because the horizon is the hump of Earth curve in between you and what you're looking at. That's the claim that they've made for thousands of years.
Yes.
Lo and behold, fast forward to the present day, and it's easily disproven that the horizon is a geometric edge of a ball. It's easily disproven. The horizon exists in the category of optics and optics alone. It's not a geometric location of anything. This is known, one, by the definition of horizon, and two, by simple demonstrations that the horizon is in multiple locations, meaning it can't possibly be physical. So, by demonstrating something like the Black Swan, no matter how a glober argues against the Black Swan, they must concede that the horizon, regardless of whether they agree that they've conceded this or not, they must concede logically that the horizon is not a physical location. There's no other way. And that's just the point. So globe says horizon is proof the Earth is a globe because it must be a physical location. Somebody comes along and says, no, it's not a physical location, therefore you can't use it as the necessary proof of a globe. That's sufficient in itself. No other explanation is needed. Simply disproving the claim that it's necessary you must have a globe to have a horizon, right? Or that the horizon is this or the horizon is that. If you disprove those claims, then they're disproven. You don't need to fulfill any other task. You don't have a burden of proof to replace it. All you have to do is disprove the claim on the table.
So, I have... Yeah, so other times when I joined this call, sometimes it goes like this, like the first couple times. Sometimes it didn't go like this. Sometimes I was being So I notice, which both sides do this, but you don't. It's very hard for either of us to give up an inch of like, so you believe this, yes, because you think it's a trap, and I think it's a trap when I get asked that stuff here too. Like, so you believe this, and you're like, well, not really, and so it's like, nobody wants to confirm or deny anything, and then we just don't get anywhere. And so,
Well, I could maybe address that just really quickly before you continue.
Oh no, you're good.
I have this idea. I dubbed it BYOB, right? Maybe you're familiar with that, bring your own booze.
Yeah.
So one of the things is people will come here and they'll do this BYOB thing, where they'll bring their own ball.
Mm-hmm.
So like the globe claim is on the table for everyone to see. So people can't come here and be like, well, my version is like this. So I think we're just trying to hold the claims accountable. So I think like when we ask you like, do you believe that the Earth moves or whatever? I ask people if they think buildings move. They'll be like, well, the answer is yes. So period. So
Yeah.
it doesn't
So
necessarily work the other way around because we don't. Claim isn't.
yeah, your stance has not had the time to develop, and like it's not as concrete as in consistently what it is. So every time I come in, I need to make sure what everyone's version is, because if I argue against something y'all don't believe, like the flat Earth model map or like something like that, then that's no point because y'all don't believe it. So what am I talking
essentially
about?
swatting the beehive, and they're all gonna come out and sting you.
Yeah. So the first two times I was like, oh.
I have a question.
If you
Oh, hold on, buddy. Hold on. Somebody with a horrible mic is trying to cut in, and their mic isn't strong enough. So we're going to have to yield the floor so they can say what they want to say.
Sure.
Can you hear me?
Is that rather?
Go ahead, brother.
I just wanted to know if he knows the difference between a belief and a fact yet.
So, yeah, first time I joined, I got this, something similar to this, which is what does science actually mean and what does an experiment mean by definition. And every time I've tried to go back and forth in it, we have disagreed on the interpretation of the dictionary definition.
Well, I did notice that you were using the word experiment a couple of times pretty loosely. I think that we can get to that, but I think that it's important to understand that.
I try not to use the word experiment because of we're not speaking the same language.
Well, all you have to do is say test.
Yeah.
Or you can say test, that's totally fine. But when you say experiment, that's something very, very specific.
Yeah.
Science as well. People will throw around the word science willy-nilly. They'll wear it on their chest like a freaking Boy Scout badge or a pin at Whole Foods or something like that. It doesn't work that way. It's something very, very specific. So you can't have an experiment unless you are going through the scientific method. From my understanding, it requires a hypothesis. You need an independent variable, dependent variable, etc. So I don't have that.
Well, you can, but here's the problem, friends. Okay, check us out. So when you use a word that's specific in a field to that field in a venue that's talking about that field, and then you mean it in one sense that doesn't agree with the other sense, you have a tendency, whether you realize it or not, to exchange the word mid-sentence, mid-argument. And here's the problem when it comes to science. A scientific experiment, right, validates or invalidates the cause of an effect or the null for the cause. So you validate or invalidate your hypothesis. So that gives you a systematic way of determining the truth of that statement. Is this validated or is this not validated? So when you try to apply the ethos of that process to something that isn't undergoing that rigor, you're borrowing the merit of one thing and applying it to another. And that causes the audience to hear, this thing is validated. This thing has been scientifically experimented on. Therefore, the conclusion is true. And when you allow that to happen, that's when you do your audience and yourself a disservice. Now, this happens all the time in science, and the reason for it is because science is rigorous and it produces valid results. So what people do is they borrow the term science to apply that rigor to their results when they haven't put their results through science. When you do that, that is known by definition as pseudoscience. You're attempting to present what you're doing as science when it isn't science.
Mm-hmm. So I understand that, and that's why sometimes I try not to use words like experiment or science or anything like that, because I did obviously slip up in this one and say experiment instead of something like test. But I want to know what the proper word, because some words are used improperly in casual conversation, but you both get what you're trying to say. So, like, I believe 1 + 1 is 2 versus I know 1 + 1 is 2. Both, if I said either of those, you probably just take it as I know 1 + 1 is 2. So,
No, I would actually think that there's something wrong if you only believe that 1 and 1 is 2, because you can take two cans, one can and another can, and then you have two cans. So
okay. So I would like to know if belief is not the correct word, what's in between? Like,
I got you.
Like, I know it.
Yeah.
I know it, but we're disagreeing on it. So if I say I know it and you know it, we can't both know it, because that would imply they're both factually correct.
Let me help you out. Let me help you out here. Because same with the experiment, you can just say test, and same with if you don't want to say belief or knowledge, you can say, well, in your view, or is your position.
Yes.
That's a better way to go about it. So
Instead
in your
of-
view, is it this, or is your position this? Instead of saying like, do you believe? Because then people are gonna be like, well, belief is a certain thing. Type
Yeah, belief has tied to like faith and not as much evidence and stuff like that.
Dude,
So okay.
Dude, belief has 3 common colloquial connotations and denotations. So at any time, you have 6 permutations of what you mean by belief every time it comes out of your mouth. Do you realize that?
Yeah.
So that means the other person could take it at least 6 ways, formally, let alone the informal definitions of belief.
Yeah. That makes sense. So I'll make sure to take that
3
one.
things you can say, like, do you see it this way, or how do you see X, or what is your position on X, or in your view is X blah 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 blah. That's a better way to get around people grilling you on like, well, belief.
It's still a belief.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, but I
It's just an easier way to avoid. Same with experiments. You said it earlier like 4 times, and I think somebody in the chat was like, "Bro, it's not an experiment." So
yeah,
so you can avoid that by being like,
you can say now that you're 6 foot tall, and everybody else can say, "Okay, we believe you."
Mm-hmm.
But when we see you in reality, you are 4 foot tall.
Mm-hmm.
That means we should not believe you. You know, we needed to check if you are really 6 foot tall.
Yeah.
Right. So here's how it goes, brother. I'll give you a great example. It's very easy to follow. Almost everyone's experienced this in their life, so it's simple. So you go to a lake or a pool. You want to get in, but you want to know before you get in if that is cold water or warm, because you don't want to just jump into some freezing cold water.
Yeah.
So you ask homeboy who's there, who's been in the water. You ask that homeboy, "Hey, is the water cold?"
Mm-hmm.
And he says yes. Now, if you accept that, then you believe that the water is cold.
Mm-hmm.
Okay? You won't know that the water is cold until you go in.
Mm-hmm.
So belief, in its most simplest form, is just accepting that something is true. You just accept it's true. Okay, it's true. The water's cold because you said so. Then you go in the water and you know it's cold.
Mm-hmm.
So the one thing, you have reasons why you believe the proposition to be true, because homeboy was in there and he's felt it, so he must be telling me, right? But he could be lying.
Yeah, or
so
his cold
you're not
is not your cold.
100% sure. Yeah, exactly. So until you experience it or validate it, right? So for example, you don't have to get in. You could also use a thermometer. You can put a thermometer in the water, and the thermometer reads a reading that is cold, and you say, okay, so now I've validated that it's cold.
Mm-hmm.
thermometer is rigged.
All right. So
actually, I have a clip for that. But go ahead with your question.
thank you for giving me resources to continue learning about this position or this thing. So I'll go and watch those now. So
Cool. Well, that gives me a chance to play the clip about the breaking the thermometer. Whoever just said that, that's so funny.
all right. I'll see you guys later. I'll watch all this stuff now. Bye. Have a great rest of your day.
What is your profession?
Old friend, I brought more soldiers.
Like use your resources for something better than looking at a pixel in the sky. If you're that clever, fucking hell.
Yeah.
We got some new people that just joined our server right now. Go ahead, fellas. If you come in here brand new, looks like you got VC verified. Heretic, are these new people that they're coming in here?
Yeah, they're new. Damn Sam, he just showed up. Who's the other one? Let's see.
It's me, Washbosh.
Washbosh. Yeah, I just checked in Washbosh. He's a globe skeptic, heliocentric skeptic,
geocentric. But yes.
Yeah.
Geocentric. Okay.
Who's speaking right now?
Damn Sam.
Hey, what's going on?
You know, Washbosh. Fellas, appreciate you guys coming in here.
Thank you. We love to be here.
Let me just get all the people that are brand new to this server, so maybe they want to speak up. We got, I don't know what this guy's name, Appreciator. I'm just gonna unmute you before you guys speak. Oh, he dipped. Okay, so Depreciator didn't want to talk. We got Funk in here as well. Funk, I'm gonna mute you. Funk, are you there? Hello, Funk. All right, I'm gonna mute you if you don't
talk up.
Funk, if you're not there, I'm gonna mute you. Go ahead and respond if you're there. I'll leave you unmuted, but if not, I'll have to mute you. Okay, he don't want to say anything. That's cool.
Would you like me to mute myself or?
No, you don't. Yeah, if you're unmuted or you're able to speak in here, we want you guys to contribute. So basically, just go ahead and. So we're on the topic of the shape of the Earth in this forum, and you guys are free to contribute as far as any questions you want to talk about some topics about that, or we can ask you questions and figure out like what you think about the topic. So, but I do want to give you the floor, Washbosh and Damn Sam. So go ahead and let us know, maybe your journey into this or what you think if you're thinking that the Earth's a globe or whatever. Go ahead, guys.
Would you like to go first, Damn Sam?
Yeah, I'd love to go first. All right, so at A-level I took geology, and it kind of just didn't really make any sense about the history towards it. A lot of the models are still very old, still all theories. They couldn't prove properly anything. And I started looking into it online. Started with NASA and whatnot with the moon landing, and I just wasn't really buying it. It didn't really make any sense. There was no way they could have achieved it, in my personal opinion, anyway. But I'm still kind of on the fence. I've been looking into it a little bit. Wanted to kind of get my foot in a little bit more, learn a little bit from people that know a little bit more than me. So that's basically why I'm here.
I mean, personally, I wouldn't say I'm an expert myself. I'm very new to this area, but I have a question for you since you are a trainee geologist. But my question was for say stalagmites and stalactites. How are they growing straight up if the planet is round? Surely gravity would bend them around one way or the other.
Gravity, actually, it should bend it down. There's no way they could have physically evolved the material to be able to withstand gravity. If you look at it, they tell you it can, but when you actually looking into it yourself, there's just no physical way. I forget the name, but the outer part, which usually preserves some fossils, there's no way that material is strong enough to get some what's it called, fossilized through sedimentation. But it's not very likely to actually be able to hold up the structure itself.
Yeah,
I'm not sure what that has to do with the shape of the Earth. Or hang on.
Okay.
Yeah, we actually have a moderated forum, so I let you go ahead and ask that question because I don't know if you guys know each other or whatever. But I'll tell you how this works here in this forum. There's people in here who run the forum, so you can ask us questions. I don't know about any outsiders answering any questions. We are 24/7 moderated and live streamed. So we have a live stream running right now currently for all you guys who are brand new to the server, and we're documenting everything that we're saying in here. So we want there to be information that's from this forum to you guys and to you guys to us. asking us questions, and we respond to those questions. So,
sorry, I didn't mean to. I didn't mean to break the rule.
It's fine. That's fine. You're not breaking a rule, but I'm giving you a heads up as to how things are run here. So, if you do want to ask questions, you ask us questions, and then we'll respond to those questions. But if somebody new comes in, you guys can have a banter in that, but we just got to get to know who you are first, and that way we'll kind of be like, because we give things like Earth determining roles and all kinds of stuff like that. So, since you guys are VC verified. Just click on the text channel right above this voice channel, and we're all typing in live stream voice text. So there's relevant information that's put into that channel, and somebody might drop the link to the live stream, so you know that you can watch us on YouTube, because all of this is being live streamed and documented. So if anybody says anything, we can go right back into the live stream. And it's like, let's just say you said something and we're like, hey, you said this thing, and you're like, I didn't say that. We're like, yeah, let's rewind the live stream. We'll play it back for you. So
was that a problem with what we said?
No. I'm just saying, like, we're always keeping a record of what we do here on the voice call 24/7. So it's just some information for you to know. But if there's anybody, is there anybody else that came in with you guys? Because I see some new people that came with you. Is Snef with you?
I've been in here since like 2021.
Okay. But nobody new has come in with you guys, or Wash Bosh, or
no. So I actually did come in with Snef. He's the one who actually found this chat for me, because both of us have actually been quite skeptical of the globe Earth, but we haven't been able to find a reliable place to find new information. You know, the stuff you find online is quite heavily censored around finding any information that goes against the globe Earth. So we've been trying to find somewhere that we can get some reliable information, and somewhere we can talk to other like-minded people about this topic.
Yeah, no worries, gentlemen. This is a premier forum for this type of conversation. So we want to make sure that everybody's questions are answered. Like I said, I want to let you guys ask us a question, which is the forum and the people that run this forum, and we can respond to those questions, or actually ask you guys some questions that would be leading us to a better dialogue for the Shape of the Earth conversation. So I'm just gonna, because he hasn't spoken yet. Snef, I just unmuted you. If you'd like to say, hey, what's up, or whatever. But your boy Wash Bosh was saying that you came with him.
Yeah. I came in with him. Pretty much what he said. How we're skeptical of what we're taught, and how that's not actually matching up with what we're seeing. So we decided to come here.
All right. Some people, well, because of the subject matter, think that this subject is a troll, right? I'm just going to give you a heads up on that. Like, this place here has been curated to know that if somebody's coming in with that kind of attitude, we have swift ways that we deal with that. So if you guys are inquisitive, we're going to answer those questions. Okay. So make sure that if you do have something in your mind of how you think the Earth is working, as if it's not a globe and that, just ask us. We'll tell you. And there's a lot of great minds in here. Whoever has a question, whoever has you, Wash Bosh, or Damn Sam, if you have a question, you can ask that question. Let the forum respond to you. Okay.
So my main question was, you the speaker, what is your personal belief about the shape of the planet, or where the planet is placed in the universe or the solar system?
The cosmology aspect, right? So what is this? What is this whole thing? Well, we would describe it as the floor of everything that there is. So imagine a cosmology that you have right now. It's built upon this preconceived notion that you're in a ever expanding cosmos, right? With planets and black holes and all kinds of stuff. Items like, erase that from your mind just for a moment, right? I'm going to start from a clean slate. So think about the Earth being the ground level of everything that there is. So the floor, right? It's the floor of the universe. So everything that's above us, that's all that there is. We can't travel to those places because we live in an enclosed system. I'm going to give you an idea of what this looks like in your mind, okay? As far as the shape of that enclosure, we don't know. This forum doesn't claim that. But there has been speculations as it being a dome or some sort of like firmament or covering, but we don't speculate in this forum. We go directly on what can be measured, tested, and proven. So this forum is built on people who are, for all intents and purposes, empiricists. So you have to test, repeat the test, and falsify the information. You can verify the things that we tell you. So everything that we're going to talk about here in this forum is going to give you great information to verify what we're saying. So there's a lot. I'm going to just make a quick distinction because, like I said, we're the floor of everything that there is. Like right now, we're standing on Earth. Earth is the foundation, right? So all that there is above us, the stars, the lights in the sky, we're just going to tell you that we don't know what they are. We can't ever travel there. Are the other planets flat? We're going to say we don't know what they are. If they're physical, metaphysical, we don't know. What we do know is what can be discovered from the place that you're on, which is tangible Earth, which, where you're walking upon, and you can go places here on Earth. These places that are known to us, we can examine those places. So there isn't an ever expanding universe. We don't know what's outside of this enclosed system. We just know what's here where we're at. As far as like going to other places outside of this system, it's not possible if you're in an enclosed system, because you can't go outside of the thing that you're in. And if there's an edge, like if you go walking to like a flat surface and then you reach the end point where there's like you fall off into whatever, we don't claim that thing because nobody can discover that thing. What we will say is that if you're in an enclosed system, if you're inside of something, you have to go outside of the thing in order to find out what's outside. But we can't go outside because we're inside. It's enclosed. So, and the reason why it's enclosed is because we have gas pressure. So the only way to have gas pressure is to be inside of something that has pressure. And the only way to have pressure is to be inside of an enclosed system. So hopefully I kind of ran through some of the basic ideas, but our specific way we look at the Earth as the floor of everything, and the lights in the sky are, we don't say that the distance to them are known. We don't say what they are. We just know that we can visually see, like if I go outside with you, I can see everything that you see. So to us, that's what we see. The representation of what reality is to you and us and me would be the same thing that I would see the same thing you see. So it's like I'm not seeing flat planets or whatever. We're just seeing what you see through a telescope and all that kind of stuff. So, okay. So as long as you know, like this is kind of like where we're coming from. If you have any other questions about that, like I don't know where you want to go with that stuff, but
so the metaphor I was kind of thinking of is we're kind of like a baby, and we're trying to crawl our way out of I'm not sure if these words are allowed, so I'm gonna use a bit of a slang, but we're trying to crawl our way out of the vajayjay or the foofy as you might say, and try discover like a new world or a new way of looking at things.
Right. So basically with the globe paradigm, you've been fed stories, explanations, assumptions.
Sorry.
And so if I was to tell you if you were to ask any question about the lore, because just like any good fantasy story, you need lore. So the globe Earth is in a cosmic experience, like the idea of it would be filled with lore. So the fantasy of the globe Earth has all the trappings of any good fantasy would have, like all the lore. You got dark matter, dark energy, black holes, galaxies. You got exoplanets. You got you could land on these rocks that are floating around in space. You got space time. It's just filled with all kinds of lore that can never be understood or attained as far as like human knowledge can achieve. These conceptualizations are something that people have been showing other people, thinking that they're waxing themselves intelligent by talking about these things. But it's like one of those guys who really loves Harry Potter talk about all the things of Hogwarts. And so to us, it's like, how do you know that's true? Have you verified any of that stuff? And people are usually like, no, it's it's space time, or it's black holes, it's dark matter. It's like, okay, that's great. That's great that somebody told you this information, but have you checked into it? Have you looked into any of that stuff? So That's the crux of the issue, is that you've been fed a story, a narrative that you can't verify. So anything, talk about like, well, what is the moon? How do you know? Well, we got humans that actually landed on it with a rocket. But then you go back to like, well, how can they leave this enclosed system? Because in order to go to that place that they say they go to, you'd have to leave the system, go to land on the moon. Well, we were breathing the air that we're breathing. How is it possible to have gas pressure without a container? Because if that was the case, then all the air that we have here would disperse into the void. Because the natural state would be high pressure always moves to low pressure, and the low pressure of the vacuum of space would then let the air that we have here kind of rush off into it. So it's not possible to have that concept that you could leave a system if the system itself needs to be has pressurized, and so you need to have a container that holds that system. It's a dynamic system, but yeah, you need a container.
Yeah, no, you'd have to have a physical wall around the world in order to keep the air or anything within.
Yeah, I wouldn't call it a wall, but it definitely is a container of some sort. So I don't want to give it physicality, or not physicality. Excuse me. I don't want to give it a specific connotation, because giving it a connotation would mean that you have to follow up by. If you said wall, then people would think, well, I know what a wall looks like, and I don't think there's a wall up there. So you have to be very specific with your words in this forum, because things like that can. So, but go ahead, you guys. Now that you know, I'm giving you kind of the rundown of the system that we're looking at. So, and it differs. Okay. It differs from the one where people are looking at this disk floating in space. It's not that, gentlemen.
How do you believe the Earth formed, and when did you believe? Do you believe the Earth formed?
Okay,
interesting question.
So we're always okay. So finding out that the information that we're saying verifies the place that we live to be a created place. So all this is going to tie in once I tell you. So void of religious discussion. This gets into the antecedent of creation. So for the antecedent for creation, all of the things that we see here on Earth, right, like the trees, the animals, the people, would need a creators, because you have to look at it in a way that if information is given by someone who's informing the things that are here, you have to have someone who gives the information and one who receives it. So it's just the idea to say that, okay, so the necessary antecedent for creation would be a creator, right? And we're going to start from the point where if we're examining the Earth in that and through that lens, we're not going to say that it all just happened by nature itself. Nature doesn't spontaneously do things like that, because of the fact that everything that we see has volumes of information inside of it. So definitely a creator. If you're going to burp, please mute your mic. That's pretty disgusting. That's pretty disgusting for all of us to listen to you belch over the mic. So please mute your mic.
Fucking pig.
So anyways, just going to that idea there that we're talking about, the necessary antecedent for creation is a creator. Then we're going to talk about, like, if you're asking us, we would say that would be the answer to the creation of all things that we see. So from the beginning, the creator put forth all of these things that we see in creation. That would be the answer that I would give you to the question that you just asked.
Do you believe that it was formed in the biblical time period?
Like I said, void of religion, because there's a lot of narratives, right, with religion.
So you're just like agnostic, like believing in a higher power.
No. I have my own personal stance on this, but I'm telling you from a standpoint of not involving religious text, right? We would say that in any way that you would look at this, it would be a necessary antecedent for creation. You'd need a creator. There's no, you can't get around this. So,
but if you did create it, then are there any processes that continue formation today? Because otherwise it would just be all eroded away. So you must believe in some sort of like system that keeps the planet in its shape and here.
I disagree. Actually, I would say
you're talking about the laws that govern the reality of our existence. Is that what you're saying?
No, I'm asking, how would the flat Earth continue to stay as a planet if systems like rain and frost and, well, mainly water that freeze, thaws, and waves that erode, so rock gets eroded over time. So how do you explain the formation of the planet, because it's got to continue to form to stay alive, or it'd be eroded away?
I would say the way you're formulating that question is not conducive to the way we were talking about the things that are made here now, the processes that we would talk about, the ecosystem, the way it runs, and the laws that govern it. So you have in your mind still this notion